Ashlock. Dust dyed her blonde hair, and her white clothes had become filthy, but she didn't seem to care, and instead sat on the bench with a huff and angrily picked the scroll back up. She stared at it while mumbling about cursing the author's 9 generations and how much she hated reading. It was at this moment they heard the sound of rushing water. Stella slightly lowered the scroll and looked over the top. Her eyes wandered to the hole in the ground that led to the hollowed-out root. She then yelped as Diana shot out the hollowed root in a ball of dark blue flames and showered everything in water. She landed perfectly in the courtyard center and shook her hair to remove the water.
"Oh, hey, Stella."
Diana waved at the drenched and frustrated girl. Stella just glared at her over the top of the technique scroll.
"Oops, let me clean you up."
Diana opened her palm, and all the water in the surroundings rushed toward her hand and gathered in a murky ball, which she then dropped to the ground. She came and stood beside Stella and peered at the scroll in her hands.
"The technique scroll we bought from those merchants? Did you try and teach the patriarch yet?"
Diana then shuddered.
After seeing what he did in the mines, maybe giving him portals would be unfair to the world.
Stella shoved the scroll in Diana's hand.
"I don't understand it. Why are the words so cryptic? Create a fold in space, puncture a hole, connect to the anchor hole, stabilize rift, blah blah."
To Ashlock, those sounded like simple-to-follow instructions. Well, as simple as creating a portal out of soul power could be. Was his language of the world helping him translate the true meaning behind the metaphors and flowery language that seemed to puzzle Stella? Stella crossed her arms and leaned against Ashlock's trunk while Diana read through the scroll.
"So, what was down there? Did anything interesting happen?"
Stella asked while closing her eyes and trying to calm down. Diana chuckled.
"Nothing much, just some pest control. Found an abandoned mining town, and Ashlock started controlling a massive slime and using it to pulverize the rodents."
"Oh." Stella nodded as if it all made sense.
Yes, as expected of Ash." "Stop acting like everything that tree does makes sense." Diana rolled her eyes. "And are you really allowed to keep calling the patriarch that name?"
"What name?" Stella blinked innocently and waved Diana off.
"Just tell me how to decipher the meaning of this scroll. You know how to read them, right?"
"Nope." Diana handed it back.
"Not a clue. And even if I did, this technique is for spatial key users, not water key like myself. Comprehending this may negatively affect my understanding of water key, so it's best I don't even look at it."
Stella frowned as she took the scroll back.
"That's a thing? I've never heard of it."
"It's superstition," Diana shrugged.
"But it's not worth it for me to test if the theory is true or not. The only things I have going for me are my deep understanding of water key and my high-level techniques, so I'm not willing to throw that all away. Why don't you ask Ashlock for help? He has almost perfect spatial key."
Stella stood up and showed the scroll to Ashlock, which was funny because so long as the scroll wasn't face down, he could see it from all angles.
"Tree, can you read this?"
Ashlock ignored that Stella had switched her naming convention and flashed his key a single time for yes. He could read it, and even slightly understand it.
"See? I knew Tree was smart."
Stella nodded to herself, and Diana grumbled from the side. There was one big problem. He had no fucking arms to do the hand techniques. He remembered when the Grand Elder that visited all those years ago said there were no meditation techniques designed for trees, and it seemed that problem carried over to the other techniques. They were designed with the human body in mind. But Ashlock was skeptical of how vital these hand movements truly were. Even from the descriptions, they seemed superficial at best. What I really need is a Cultivation for Dummies book. I have no idea what I'm doing or how to use my ki away from my body. Even though he understood the scroll on a fundamental level due to his knowledge of science, he was sadly not a protagonist that could use water magic just because he knew how a water molecule was structured. He needed to build up his knowledge start from the ground and work his way up. And the first step of that process was working out how to either adapt human techniques to ones applicable to trees or create entirely new techniques. How? He honestly had no idea. And it was infuriating. Ki was his one ticket to being independent of the system's gotcha draws.
So, Tree, if you can read it, can you show me the technique? Stella asked with expectant eyes.
She looked so excited. He flashed his key twice for no, and Stella's face fell into a state of contemplation. She looked back at the scroll, scanned the diagrams, and then a realization dawned on her. He has no arms. Duh, Diana quipped from the side. Can't he use his branches instead? That was like being told to make hand signals with 2 sticks. His branches did have a vague human arm shape, but he lacked fingers, flesh, or really anything an arm had. He was a tree, and trees didn't have arms. But without having an open mind, he wouldn't get anywhere. If he didn't have arms, how could he get arms? His spiritual sight drifted to the silk bag containing a few corpses left over from earlier. Human corpses had arms, and he could control human corpses. Picking the body emitting the most ki, Ashlock cast Root Puppet, and within 10 minutes he had control over a tall man with a bare chest that made him think of a monk. Damn, I miss controlling the slime. Slime is a bad name. Ashlock liked to name things so they felt more personal to him. Let's call it Blob? Bob? Yeah, Bob sounds good. Okay, so I miss controlling Bob. Human bodies are icky. Something about feeling every inch of a human body, brain mush and organs included, made him mentally shiver, likely because he was once human. His soul still had some phantom feeling of what being a human had been like, and this feeling was so far from what was correct that it was jarring. Bob was better. Controlling the slime felt like putting his hand into a bowl of warm soup, much more pleasant. He could still feel the distant soup sensation, as he had never entirely cut his connection with Bob when he left it down in the cavern, a choice that was consuming an enormous amount of his ki. It was hard to convey just how much ki it cost to move up a single stage in the Soulfire realm. How humans were walking this planet in the higher realms baffled Ashlock. No wonder they were willing to face beast tides just to live in the most ki-dense areas. Otherwise, ascension would take thousands of years. Anyway, keeping control of Bob was using around half of his ki. The rest was split between digging deeper through the mountain to have the entire mine under his roots' control and furthering his cultivation, which at this point felt like dripping water into a swimming pool. He needed more ki generation. A problem for another time. Ashlock got the root puppet to stand on shaky legs and wandered to the center of the courtyard with a black root snaking out his gormlessly open mouth. The 2 girls gave the corpse a wide berth and watched from the side with excited chatter. As unsettling as it was, Ashlock focused entirely on the corpse, trying to use its senses to see and hear rather than just command it from afar. He wanted to get the full human experience in hopes it would shed light onto cultivating as one. It was disorienting, to say the least, but he bore with it. There was a moment of silence as the corpse stood deathly still, until its eyes snapped open. Ashlock could see like a human for the first time in a decade. It was limiting and blurry, which was to be expected. Ashlock looked left and right, rolled the man's shoulders, and clenched his fist into a ball. The body felt strong. The muscles barely bulged, but produced such strength. Still have no idea how to cultivate as a... Ashlock shut his mouth as he realized he was trying to talk aloud with the corpse and sounded like a dying bagpipe. The judgmental and intense stares from the 2 girls didn't help make it any less embarrassing. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Wait, why was the grass glowing? It was subtle, but there was a faint green glow. Ashlock switched his view to his main body and opened the forbidden eyelid. Both Stella and Diana shuddered and summoned their soul fires, which appeared as blindingly bright blobs of ki in his red-tinted sight. Looking at the corpse with his demonic eye, Ashlock confirmed his suspicion. This cultivator is an evergreen with a green soul core. No wonder the grass glows green for him. Ashlock's spiritual sight allowed him to see the faint flow of ki in the air, but his demonic eye could see elemental ki, such as the wind ki in the air, water ki around Diana, and spatial ki around Stella. Through his demonic eye, capable of seeing the threads of all types of ki, Ashlock used the corpse as a puppet to be his arms and went through the steps of the technique. His demonic eye shifted to stare at Stella. He saw thin waves of spatial ki wafting off her into the surroundings before dissipating. Identifying the area right next to Stella's head as having the densest waves of spatial ki, he picked that area as the node, or anchor for the portal's destination. He then made the hand movements with the corpse and realized a fatal issue. The corpse had residual nature ki, not spatial. Deciding to go for it anyway, Ashlock surged spatial ki from his own soul core through the connection, shattered the corpse's soul core, and flooded its body with spatial ki. The corpse's skin melted as it caught on fire, but Ashlock persevered for the final few seconds. The stupid hand sign was done. Spatial ki arced between the corpse's fingers, and for the briefest of moments, a tunnel through space had been formed. He then made the corpse poke its flaming finger through the portal, and to his delight, Ashlock saw it reappear and poke Stella's face, causing her to understandably yelp. Ashlock had cast his first ever cultivation technique in the most roundabout way possible. But there was little time to celebrate as both portals collapsed and the corpse's severed finger fell to the ground beside Stella. "Oh, not again," Stella shouted as she tried to leap away. "What?" The portal exploded in a brilliant wave of spatial ki, and Diana was thrown through the wall. As the dust settled, Ashlock decided using corpses that melted and then exploded after just a few seconds was less than ideal. If only he had something he could control that was also attuned to spatial magic. Wait. What about Bob? Chapter 52. Stupid Hand Gestures. Ashlock mentally frowned at the idea. Although Bob had a body of almost pure spatial ki, it was a glorified jelly with an unsurprising lack of limbs, which hampered his plans. Big time. Without hands, the human technique scroll was annoyingly useless, but he absolutely refused to believe creating literal wormholes through space was only possible through some stupid hand gestures. Once again, he was stumped. But there was good news, which was hard to ignore. He had done it. No longer was he a mere bystander, unable to wield magic and bend the natural laws like other cultivators. He was now an actual cultivator. To some in this world, a botched spatial tunnel might be so-so, but to him? A human mind from Earth stuck in a tree? It was fucking fantastic. He had quite literally cast magic almost without the help of the system. He was a space-manipulating tree. Now, if only he could figure out the secret behind hand gestures, all of his problems would be solved, right? Alas, that was far from the truth. It was becoming more apparent with every passing day that he needed to increase his ki intake somehow. If casting just a single portal or controlling a slime took so much of his ki, how could he face the beast tide? Or fight toe-to-toe with another cultivator? Naturally, he needed a solution. Upping his cultivation stage increased his maximum ki pool, but had less effect on his ki regeneration. One major bottleneck was his cultivation technique, transpiration of heaven and earth, which was C-grade. If he could pray to the gotcha gods and have this upgraded, then his ki generation should increase. Another reason to curse the system. But blaming others was a poor man's excuse. He had a golden finger in this world, and despite its faults, the system did give him a wide range of valuable tools. He just needed to use them. How did he currently generate ki? Through his roots and leaves. As his roots burrowed deeper, he linked up with more spirit stone ore, which he could siphon for more ki. A finite resource, the spirit stone ore was sparse, as most had already been mined, so he needed a more scalable and reliable solution. The ley line? If he dug deep enough, he should reach the planet's ki highway, but that was risky. It sounded like trying to touch a power line and expecting not to be fried alive. His mind drifted as he browsed his skills for a solution. Other than his roots, his next source of ki was his leaves. He had already grown so large, but he could always grow bigger. All he had to do was invest more ki into growth. More leaves and a bigger trunk. A limiting solution. It could only grow so big before he risked standing out. If the heavenly lightning had taught him anything, standing too tall was asking to be struck. There had to be something he was forgetting. Maybe he needed more leaves. Like one of those solar farms. Wait. Aren't there solar farms with a tower in the center holding up a tank of water, and then there are hundreds of mirrors in a circle directing the sunlight at the water tank to heat the water? Ashlock didn't have mirrors or a water tank, but he did have hundreds of trees surrounding his mountain, and some were even his offspring. Could he link up to them and use their leaves to gather ki? Was that even possible? There was only one way to find out. Ashlock identified the closest baby demonic tree and began to send a root toward it. However, since the birds didn't die instantly to his poison, the demonic tree was a few hundred meters away from the base of the mountain, so it would take around a day to reach, especially with his ki spread so thin between keeping the slime under control and his deep roots burrowing into the mine. All the more reason for him to increase his ki intake. It might even help him cultivate faster and reach the next realm. This is why there are no high-realm spatial ki users. Diana's shout broke Ashlock from that trail of thought. Ashlock peered through the dust clouds swirling through the courtyard. He saw the black-haired girl hacking up her lungs and staggering through the hole in the wall she had been thrown through. Considering the structural quality of these inner courtyard walls, which had survived the Grand Elder's supernova, the fact that Diana had literally gone through the white brick like a wrecking ball was a testament to the explosive power of a spatial portal collapsing. While Diana was coughing up her lungs, Stella lay on the ground near the doorway that connected the central courtyard to the training one. Her hair was disheveled, and she was blinking away a headache or concussion. She was clearly disoriented and confused. Ashlock took a moment to rethink his actions. Cultivators were strong, but they could still get hurt. Even though Stella's ki waves were the only way he could set up an anchor, to open the portal so close to their heads was a terrible idea in hindsight. Diana's words also interested him. So there were no high-realm spatial soul core masters out there? Or just a lot fewer compared to other soul core types? Ashlock looked around at the destruction he had caused with such a small experiment. The puppet was nothing but a melted puddle on fire. An arm burning in lilac flames poked out the sludge as if gesturing to the sky, and it was missing a single finger, which was over near Stella. What if it had been an arrogant cultivator instead of a puppet? Or, to go a step further, instead of a finger, a person's head? What if a spatial ki cultivator made a portal and stepped through, but then it collapsed? Would they be sliced in half? Ashlock couldn't help but think of Stella. She had a spatial ki soul core and had tried to learn this technique only moments ago. What if she had successfully created the spatial tunnel and poked her head through it? Spatial ki was dangerous. The applications were hard to ignore. It could achieve things the other elements could only dream of, but it naturally came with significant downsides. Luckily, they were ones he could avoid, so long as he took the proper precautions. For example, puppets. They were perfect for experiments, though from now on he would conduct them away from the girls.
You all right, Stella?
Diana half-limped toward Stella, her stride already returning after such an accident.
Yeah,
Stella replied with a distant expression. Her eyes wandered between the melted corpse and the severed finger below where the portal had exploded.
I think I understand why Father forbade me from learning the more advanced spatial techniques. You know, when I was a kid.
Her hands were shaking a little, and her eyes darted to the still open scroll left behind on the bench.
But if I could wield spatial magic, I could be more useful to Tree.
Diana rolled her eyes.
You will be no use dead.
Stella stood on shaky legs and walked toward the bench.
Not if I kill my enemies first.
Even if I can't use the portals to travel around, just exploding one in someone's face should smack them off their feet. Ashlock had to agree. After seeing the destruction, he stopped associating spatial ki with just portals to move around. Hell, even with only portals, could he create them around people's necks? He thought back to when he used the technique. The presence of spatial ki around Stella was vital as an anchor. So I can only decapitate other spatial types. That doesn't sound right. Nothing made sense. Ashlock needed more techniques to work from. For his entire life in this world as a tree, he had lacked options to be proactive, but now he had a soul core and actual techniques to look at. Diana contemplated Stella's words. I can see the potential, but that technique might be slightly too high level. Didn't you take out some basic technique manuals from the library? Ashlock had never heard such sweet words in all his tree life. How could Stella be so considerate as to bring him so many presents whenever she left the pavilion? He almost forgave her for leaving him alone for a year. But only almost. Stella was busy scowling at the scroll and only murmured to herself, How did he do it? Hey, are you listening to me? Diana asked in a bored tone, tapping Stella on the shoulder. Ah! Stella jolted. Don't do that, and stop sneaking up on me. I'm concentrating. Sure you are. Diana smiled. Why don't you show our patriarch the other spatial techniques you have? Oh, the ones from the library? Stella blinked in confusion. Diana nodded. Yep. Stella didn't seem enthusiastic. She just shrugged. They're nothing compared to this technique, and if Ash can understand this one, the others will surely bore him. You called him Ash again. Diana sighed. Not to be rude, but Ashlock's control over his spatial ki is amateur at best, but his potential is astounding. Show him the easier techniques. He might even be able to teach them to you, too. Diana's hand rested on the top of the open scroll and pushed it down. So, give this one a break for now. She smiled, but it wasn't a kind smile. Okay? Fine. With a flash of power from Stella's ring, the scroll vanished, and a leather-bound book engraved with a golden text, Spatial Techniques of the Azure Clan, took its place. Perfect. You read that to Ashlock, and I'll clean this mess up. Diana walked off toward the rubble littering the courtyard, with blue flames shrouding her skin. Stella didn't even respond, and after a big sigh, she sat on the bench and cleared her throat. Ash, I'll try my best, but reading this flowery nonsense has never been my forte. If you don't get something, flash your key and I'll try to explain in my own terms. Ashlock desperately hoped this old-looking book from the Azure Clan would answer his confusion about hand gestures and their significance to casting techniques. Chapter 1. Cultivation Basics. Stella sighed before continuing on to the rest of the text. Cultivation is the art of assimilating with heaven's will. Through meditation, one's body and mind gain a more profound connection with the heavens,
After the manifestation of one's own ego in the form of a soul core under a particular domain, the heavens acknowledge the chosen path, allowing cultivators to manifest their will upon the world and bend the natural laws to their desire. None of that sounded particularly useful, except a single phrase. To bend the natural laws to their desire. Suggested the use of ki was supernatural. To approach the techniques of cultivators with his analytical and scientific mind was potentially foolish. Maybe the hand signs were merely superficial. A simple way for cultivators to focus their will while learning a new technique. Had he been focusing on the wrong things all along? Stella's voice became background noise as his mind focused. He felt ki flow through his body. Between heaven and earth, he was the connection. His soul core hummed, converting the untamed and wrathful will of the heavens into spatial ki. After the manifestation of one's own ego in the form of a soul core under a particular domain, the heavens acknowledge the chosen path. Had the heavens acknowledged his chosen path? Hadn't the system randomly decided his path for him after he spent his credits for a random draw? Maybe the system's rewards weren't so random after all. Ashlock then heard a loud sigh, followed by Stella turning the page. Chapter 2, Basic Technique. Telekinesis. Chapter 53. An enigma arrives. Ashlock ignored the sound of Diana working in the background to clean up the mess after the portal explosion and focused wholeheartedly on Stella's reading, as the title of Chapter 2 made his demonic eye, sealed within his trunk, flash with interest at the mention of telekinesis. Portals were neat and would give him more range, such as the ability to cast Devour through a portal to bring a corpse back for him to eat. But telekinesis fixed another issue. His lack of hands, a problem he had somewhat circumnavigated with his root puppet skill, but to be able to write on a wall with a piece of chalk via telekinesis, or move corpses into piles so he could portion them out before devouring them, would be a big boon for him. Also, not to mention the offensive capabilities. Earlier, he had played with the idea of flame-covered leaves and using them to kill birds. What he had been lacking was a technique to control the leaves. Wait, telekinesis wouldn't just solve my issue of no hands. It would quite literally give me hands. Could he use telekinesis as a substitute for hand gestures? After frowning at the book for an entire minute, Stella began to read very slowly. Telekinesis, the most basic form of spatial manipulation. The natural world is filled with interactions demonstrating all things' interconnectedness. For example, the grass breathing life into the soil, the flap of a bird's wings seeking the heavens for greater heights, and the warmth of fire are manifestations of heaven's will to provide comfort and sustenance. Actually, a surprisingly helpful piece of text. It spoke of how the heaven's will affected all of reality, and also told Ashlock what he was missing. Enlightenment, a word Ashlock's rational and logical mind despised. The art of cultivation should have made sense. The fact that grass produced nature-aligned ki, or a bird flapping its wings resulted in air ki, it made sense on a pseudo-science basis. But this wasn't a world of science. This was one under heaven's supernatural will, a force that seemed to work in mysterious ways. Comprehending these mysteries of the universe should lead to eventual enlightenment, allowing him to wield and bend the will of the heavens to his desires. Stella grumbled to herself about something being complete nonsense before continuing. Spatial ki is a unique and ever-present presence that permeates all objects and environments. However, to access it, one must learn to look beyond the physical form of objects and not be constrained by preconceived notions of how the universe should behave. By doing so, one can learn to manipulate objects and events on the spatial plane, tapping into the subtle yet powerful forces that govern the universe. Ashlock could tell his language of the world skill was doing the heavy lifting here and converting the flowery, nonsensical language in the book into something he could understand. Stella was struggling. It may have felt like reading a scientific paper mixed with ancient poetry to her. However, for him, the book talked about gravity in a roundabout way. Wait, stop thinking like that. Ashlock mentally smacked himself. He had to change his way of thinking. It felt so easy to leap to the conclusion of gravity, but the text, helpfully translated, clearly stated that he should not be constrained by preconceived notions of how the universe should behave. He needed to somehow reach enlightenment. If only someone could tell him how. Ashlock had cultivated for years, sat in complete silence and absorbed ki to further his cultivation, yet he never once felt enlightened. What more could he do? As the great monarchs of old have preached since cultivation era began, we all reach enlightenment by staying off the narrow path in our minds in different ways. No two people will achieve the same conclusion. What matters is how the heavens interpret our understanding of their mysteries and what we believe to be true. Stella threw the book to the side, stood up, and faced Ashlock with a pout. Did you understand any of that? Because I sure as hell didn't. Diana chuckled to the side while collecting the rubble into her spatial ring, which Ashlock thought was rather neat. If only people back on Earth had spatial rings, they would have put them to many uses. For example, rescue efforts would be a breeze after natural disasters, and going on holiday would be a bagless affair. Ashlock still didn't know the total capacity of those rings, but what if they could fit a car inside? Wouldn't it be neat to summon a car out of thin air at any moment? You could even take it on holiday with you. What's so funny? Stella frowned over her shoulder at Diana. Nothing. Diana waved her off. It's just that all my cousins had the same reaction as you when they were given those technique manuals rather than a personal tutor. I am so glad I never had to read one of those. You lived in a rich family. Stella furrowed her brows. Why couldn't everyone have a tutor? Diana rolled her eyes. Didn't you just read a passage on why that doesn't work? We all reach enlightenment in our own way by straying off the narrow path. Some people, such as myself, respond very well to outside guidance, while others can form a deep connection with heaven's will on their own. Also, tutors are ridiculously expensive, since they sacrifice their own cultivation time to teach. What the young lady said is correct. A man's voice filled the courtyard. Everybody paused. An elderly-looking chap with a cane stood in the open doorway to the pavilion, which had been closed a moment ago. His countenance bore a kind, almost grandfatherly air that was hard to resist. He was clad in a white robe that, at first glance, seemed plain and unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the fabric was of superior quality, though purposely made to look unpretentious. As he entered the courtyard, the man's wooden cane tapped out a soft rhythm on the stone path with each measured step. The oddity of the situation held everyone's attention as they watched him amble past Diana and then Stella. Finally, with a grunt of effort, he lowered himself onto the wooden bench beneath the welcoming shade of Ashlock's canopy. His almost withered hand, with bulging veins peering through his sun-kissed skin, reaching over and picking up the half-open technique manual. Telekinesis, eh? Is someone here a spatial key user? The man's sharp eyes darted between Stella and Diana. Both stood in silence, neither offering an answer to the intruder. Nothing made sense. Ashlock hadn't heard him open the door. The man's confidence was uncanny for someone without a hint of ki coming from them. Was this man truly a mere mortal, or was he hiding his cultivation somehow? Ashlock then saw Maple blink out of existence and reappear at the far end of the courtyard, as far from the man as possible.
Larry was also creeping backward across Ashlock's branches as if trying to escape.
"Ah, come on. This old man doesn't bite."
The old man broke down into a hearty chuckle that diffused the tension somewhat. Ashlock didn't believe for one second the man came with good intentions. He had enough superficial knowledge of this world to know people didn't help each other out of the kindness of their hearts. It was a dog-eat-dog world, survival of the fittest, especially the demonic cultivators, and if this man's withered appearance was anything to go by, he might even dabble in the darker arts.
"Sir, I don't believe we are acquainted."
Stella squinted as she saw the old man sitting on her bench and holding the technique manual she had been reading. From Stella's respectful attitude, Ashlock deduced she was also suspicious of the man's true cultivation realm. Old masters were eccentric fellows and easy to anger, the true enemy of any protagonist due to their unpredictability.
"Oh, silly me." The old man shook his head. "Where are my manners in my old age? My name's Senior Lee, or at least that's what my buddies call me."
Lee then waved the book in front of Stella's face.
"I have met quite a few spatial key cultivators in my travel. Maybe I could be of some assistance."
Stella looked utterly stumped. Her mouth moved, but no words came out for a while, much to the man's apparent amusement.
"Senior Lee, your offer is most generous, but I fear I have nothing to offer in return."
Lee chuckled and waved her off.
"My life will end sooner rather than later. What use have I for worldly desires? Rather, I seek fulfillment from teaching the second generation, passing on my knowledge, and hopefully finding a cure for this dying world."
The silver ring on his hand flashed with power. A teapot and teacup appeared. Just like his robe, they were plain white without any remarkable details, but anyone could tell the china was of excellent quality. Without taking his eyes off Stella, keeping a relaxed composure, he sat calmly. The teapot and cup remained floating in front of the man, as if they were perched on an invisible table. The teapot then tilted, and steaming hot golden tea carefully filled the teacup to the brim before vanishing in a flash of silver back into his ring. Ashlock didn't have a sense of smell, but just from the liquid's color, he guessed it was lemon tea. The man took a careful sip and seemed to relish the taste as it wet his lips. It was a fantastic display of telekinesis, assuming that was what he used. But most important of all, there were no hand gestures. So unless he had managed to do them secretly from within the folds of his robe, away from prying eyes, Ashlock had further evidence the hand gestures were pointless. Stella shifted nervously on her feet, clearly unsure of what to do. Diana was hanging in the back, also unmoving. Ashlock couldn't blame them for their indecisiveness. The stranger's strength and true purpose were unknown. There was a saying that if you are the dumbest person in the room, allow the smarter ones to yap away their secrets and learn until you are the smartest. Keep your cards held close to your chest. The man was the same. Rather than flaunting his wealth or cultivation, he gave subtle hints that kept you second-guessing. One hint was how he gave such a generic name and didn't boast about his family or sect. He was an enigma, a dangerous and confusing individual of unknown skill and origin. This was how a true cultivator should act. The hidden masters that kept to themselves lived long, while the arrogant young masters, flaunting their family's wealth and fame, inevitably met the same fate. An early death. In a way, Ashlock had followed the same principle since that night Stella murdered all the servants in the pavilion, to always observe before taking action. As a tree, unable to run away, if Ashlock attacked the man and he turned out stronger than expected and escaped, he could return later with friends or an army and decimate Red Vine Peak. The tension was running high. Ashlock had always observed from afar, and those that had visited Red Vine Peak in the past were either arrogant young men without the cultivation to back up their ego, or, at one time, a grand elder from the disciplinary committee, an old friend of Stella's parents. Was Lee a friend or foe? If Diana could somehow bait him into the mine below, he could use Bob to overpower him. Considering he was alone and displayed talent in using spatial key. But what if Lee was a dual element, or so strong he could just slap Bob into another dimension? Maybe he could try and use his demonic eye to inflict the same mental damage that Stella and Diana suffered. Or could Larry chomp Lee's head off? Probably not. If only he knew Lee's true strength. For all he knew, the man was using artifacts to imitate telekinesis, which was why he emitted no key signature. Or maybe Lee wasn't even human. Despite the tension, Lee sat happily and drank his tea. He was completely unbothered, and a cheery smile never left his face. Either this guy was an Oscar-level actor, or that tea was really that good. After the awkward silence became unbearable, with Lee showing no interest in engaging in idle chatter, Stella gathered the courage and asked, "Senior Lee, do you mind if I have a cup of tea?" Without another word, the old man summoned a teacup and poured some with a still-hot teapot. "Of course you can. Here, catch!" "What?" Stella stumbled forward as Lee threw the teacup to the ground in front of her. Stella's purple key flared to life, and the cup of tea paused a mere inch above the ground before it could hit the stone and shatter. Ashlock watched the elderly man chuckle to himself, which made Stella shudder. He took a final sip of tea before the teacup vanished into his ring. He then leaned back and looked at the purple flames coating Stella with an amused expression. "So, you were the one with spatial key all along," Lee smiled. "Let's talk." Chapter 54. A Rare Breed. Stella felt a wave of relief as she managed to mobilize her key just in time to catch Senior Lee's teacup before it smashed. Why had he thrown it like that? "So, you were the one with spatial key all along." Lee smiled. "Let's talk." Stella could hear her own blood rushing through her ears. Her heart raced and her hands felt clammy. What did this man want to talk about? Why was he so interested in whether someone was a spatial key cultivator? Stella felt a shiver run down her spine as Senior Lee casually sat on the bench, looking at her with an amused smile. She straightened herself and used her spatial key to bring the teacup up from the floor and into her hand. The strong lemon scent wafting from the tea tickled her nose and smelled delicious, but she resisted taking a sip and asked, "What does Senior Lee wish to speak about?" Her soul core hummed, and her finger itched, ready to summon a sword from her spatial ring at a moment's notice. Her mind raced with battle plans. The most important thing for her was to draw the man away from Ash, and she trusted in her ability to run away due to her lightning Dao, greatly empowering her speed. For her, lightning meant violent speed, whereas to others it might be a form of overwhelming power. "Why the serious face?" Senior Lee said warmly. "Do you think I came here to rob you? Cultivators are all so suspicious these days." Senior Lee shook his head with mock sadness. "It brings a tear to my eye, I tell you. Although I will be the first to admit, hand on my heart, I did some dishonorable things in my time. But my ex-wife was an absolute backstabbing bitch and deserved everything that happened to her." Ahem. Senior Lee coughed awkwardly. "Got a little off topic there. Sorry about that. Anyway, how's the tea?" Stella was perplexed. She looked down at the still warm tea in her hand and debated if she should drink it or not. Then, deciding not to offend the odd man any further, she took a sip, and her eyes went wide. It was delicious, and the warm liquid was filled with key. Stella couldn't believe it. Had precious key-filled lemons been used to make this? Good, right? A close friend of mine from the Celestial Empire has lemon trees on his estate. Whenever I visit, he's always excited to give me his newest batch of key-soaked tea leaves." Senior Lee chuckled and looked past Stella. "Young lady, would you also like some tea?"
"No, Senior. I am quite all right."
Diana's voice came from behind Stella. It was a good move. If the tea was poisoned and they both drank it, then they would both be compromised. Senior Lee seemed nice enough, but so were most cultivators until they stabbed you through the heart with a rusted blade and stole everything you possessed. Also, the off-handed mention of the Celestial Empire threw Stella off. Only merchants were known to travel the wilderness between the Empire and the demonic sects.
"Is Senior Lee a merchant from the Celestial Empire?"
Stella studied Senior Lee's reaction, but he just shrugged.
"Merchant would be the wrong term, as I have no interest in buying or selling anything. But I often travel searching for interesting things during my free time."
Senior Lee chuckled heartily.
"When you have lived far too long, life becomes dreadfully dull. The same mundane routine over and over and over again. It's why, much to my family's annoyance, I randomly disappear and go on adventures, searching for things to stimulate my mind."
Stella took another sip of tea and thought over Senior Lee's words. In summary, he was old, traveled the wilderness for fun, and knew a friend in the Celestial Empire. However, he also seemed to have a relatively carefree attitude.
"What is the Celestial Empire like?"
Diana walked on over and stood beside Stella.
"I've heard some rumors, but have never gone there myself."
Senior Lee's mood immediately soured.
"Far too much politics and backstabbing."
He sighed and leaned back on the bench, enjoying the clear blue sky.
"I prefer it out here in the demonic sects. At least you know the blade is coming."
His light smile returned as he lightly shook his head.
"Enough about that annoying place and my blabbering. What key do you practice, young lady?"
"Me?" Diana pointed to herself. "My cultivation path lies with water." She summoned a swirling ball of dark blue flames, although I have an inferior spirit root. Senior Lee nodded sagely.
I see. Your control and cultivation stage are still impressive for your age. I always find demonic cultivators' growth interesting in that regard, compared to celestial cultivators that have far less explosive growth."
He then turned to look at Stella.
"You also seem to have an inferior root. But was that always the case?"
Stella blinked. The question completely caught her off guard.
"What do you mean, Senior?"
Senior Lee kept one hand on his walking stick and held out his other hand as if waiting for hers.
"I can check for you, but I believe you used to have a normal or maybe even superior spirit root."
Stella felt apprehensive about giving her hand to the old man, but it felt awkward making him hold his arm out, so she obliged. To her surprise, Senior Lee didn't reach for her hand. Instead, he gripped her wrist with 2 fingers and a thumb and closed his eyes. She felt nothing, and a second later Senior Lee opened his eyes and removed his hand.
"Not a hint of tainted ki, and your growth,"
his eyes flickered to Diana,
"is even higher than a demonic cultivator a few years your senior."
Before Stella could enjoy the compliments, Senior Lee shook his head.
"What a silly girl. Why did you force your cultivation so quickly without establishing a strong foundation?"
Stella couldn't believe it. She didn't even know her spiritual root had degraded so far. However, she did remember that cultivation had been far easier in the past, and that her bottlenecks were getting harder to overcome. But with nobody guiding her and no cultivation techniques other than the one taught by her father when she was so young, she found the only way to progress was to just push her body harder to get stronger.
"I had no choice."
Stella's eyes drifted to the floor as shame plagued her mind. "I had to get strong as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, my environment here was less than ideal." Senior Lee looked around the wrecked courtyard and seemed to come to a conclusion.
Are you a social outcast? His eyes softened a little. Don't worry. As wrathful as the heavens are to the wicked, they smile kindly upon the faithful. Your tribulation will be a breeze, but your future potential will be forever stunted, as you are now.
Stella's eyes widened, and a feeling of indescribable doom overcame her. Being told your cultivation was stunted was like being sentenced to death. In a world where near immortality for those in the nascent soul realm and above was possible, knowing you could never reach that level and would die of old age in just a few hundred years was devastating. Senior Lee's silver ring flashed, and a bottle of pills appeared.
These are golden stream pills, quite rare, especially out here.
The pill bottle floated up, likely from telekinesis, and dropped into Stella's awaiting hand.
You can take them. I have no need for such things.
Stella felt the smooth porcelain pill bottle in her hand. It was cold to the touch, and she could feel the weight of pills inside. They shifted around as she rotated the pill bottle to take off the cork stopper. There was an audible pop and a wave of cool air that smelled of damp grass. Her nose twitched involuntarily, and Senior Lee seemed to find her reaction amusing.
Pretty nasty stuff that tastes almost as bad as it smells, Senior Lee said, although their effects are worth it. I can't guarantee they will fix you, considering the extensiveness of the damage, but they should help slow the degradation at least.
Stella's ring flashed, and the pill bottle disappeared inside. I am deeply grateful to Senior Lee for his infinite kindness, she expressed as she bowed deeply, her gaze fixed on the ground before her.
Blah! Senior Lee waved her off. I hate all this formality crap. To me, those pills are worthless.
But, Senior, it still feels wrong to accept such a gift.
Then give me something in return. That way it's a trade rather than a gift.
Stella wondered if she had anything of value to give. From the top of her head, she owned a pair of black wooden daggers, red maple leaf earrings, her artifact clothes, and that portal technique scroll. When she thought about it like this, she didn't own much. Even Red Vine Peak could be taken away from her at any moment by a stronger cultivator. It was only due to the patriarch's twisted kindness that she hadn't been kicked out by another family. Senior, Stella bowed again, I am of few worldly possessions and have nothing to offer. Ow! Ashlock dropped a large fruit on Stella's head. It was one of his non-poisonous ones and had a beautiful red color, like a warm sunset. He had poured a lot of ki into it, and it was only due to its size and a hard outer casing that no bird had come to take it yet. Also, flaring his ki to keep them off had helped. Ashlock found it hard to believe, but Senior Lee might be one of the first generous people he had met in this world. And just for that refreshing perspective, he was happy to give up a fruit. At first, he had been suspicious, and even now he still hovered on the edge of caution, but Lee had demonstrated compassion and generosity, two emotions he had rarely seen from cultivators other than Stella, and maybe Diana. Stella rubbed her head and then noticed the fallen fruit. Oh! It must have been ripe already. Stella then used telekinesis, the most basic spatial cultivation spell, and passed it to Senior Lee's hand. Ashlock appreciated her attempts at covering up his stunt. Although he wished to award a fruit, he still wanted to keep his identity hidden away from Senior Lee if possible.
Oh, what a magnificent fruit! Senior Lee seemed genuinely happy with his gift. I'm sure my friend will be able to make some fantastic fruit tea with this when I return home. I'll come by again and let you taste it.
The fruit, larger than Senior Lee's torso, vanished in a flash of silver. He then leaned against Ashlock's trunk and closed his eyes for a second. A floating, ethereal wisp appeared in Ashlock's mind.
"Thank you, Spirit Tree, for the gift. I will make sure to use it well."
His voice sounded weird. Everyone else's voice was distant, as if they were talking through a wall. So why could Ashlock hear Senior Lee's voice inside his mind? Was this telepathy? Or was that wisp thing speaking? "You're welcome," Ashlock replied. He didn't know what else to say, or if Senior Lee could even hear him. Senior Lee's jolly laughter echoed through his mind.
"Now, this is interesting.
I have never encountered a talking tree before." Chapter 55 Star Boy. Ashlock hadn't been the most social man back on Earth, but he'd never had issues striking up a casual conversation. But there were limits and boundaries, like for any person. Having an old dude, likely an immortal grandpa, laughing inside his head and floating around as a wisp made it impossible for Ashlock to think straight. "How fascinating," Senior Lee noted as he flew around. The wisp then looked down the trunk and saw the demonic eye looking curiously back at him. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the man seemed unbothered by the eye. Ashlock switched his view to the eye and looked up at the wisp. He could see a colorless tendril of ki that linked to a spot in his trunk, likely connecting the wisp and the elderly man outside, which he could see through his bark. Despite the temptation to open his trunk and use his demonic eye to stare Senior Lee right in the face, Ashlock hesitated. He didn't sense any hostility from the man. While Senior Lee's wispy body seemed impervious to the eye's effects, Ashlock couldn't be certain that his actual physical body would be as resilient. Therefore, Ashlock decided against using his demonic eye for the time being, choosing instead to observe Senior Lee more closely before deciding how to proceed, as he didn't wish to anger the man, especially considering he was inside his head. Through his eye, Ashlock watched Senior Lee tilt his head upwards and stare at Ashlock's soul core, which hummed as ki funneled in from above and then poured down the side of the tree trunk like lilac waterfalls into the roots below.
"Not only a talking tree, but one with spatial ki," Senior Lee said as he frantically looked around.
"But why am I inside your body rather than your mind?"
"What do you mean?"
Ashlock asked, and the wisp whirled around and stared wide-eyed at Ashlock. Not his body, but his floating consciousness. A hazy cloud of blue nodes that interconnected everything.
"2 souls in one body? No, that doesn't seem right."
Senior Lee tilted his head and looked around. "Your consciousness, it seems incompatible with your body. Is that why you can talk?" That seemed very worrying, but also made sense. Ashlock had gotten increasingly used to his life as a tree, but he still thought like a human. So was Senior Lee saying his human mind and tree body weren't intertwined? Senior Lee continued rambling to himself. "Were you once human and then stuck inside a tree? That would explain why you can talk like one." "Have you really never met a talking tree before?" Ashlock countered. If possible, he didn't want to disclose his true identity as a reincarnated human. Senior Lee seemed nice enough, but it was always good to be cautious, especially about an unusual and personal topic.
"I have conversed with spirit trees before, but even the one of the Star Core realm couldn't form coherent words. Rather, it spoke through emotions like anger or sadness."
Well, that was interesting, and also very awkward. How could Ashlock explain his situation now? He'd hoped that saying he was a spirit tree would convince the old man that nothing was abnormal. "Have you ever met a spirit tree at a higher realm than Starcore?" Ashlock was curious about what his future might look like. The wisp seemed to enter a state of deep contemplation for a while, occasionally flashing like a firefly. Then, after a while, Senior Lee broke the silence.
"Now that you mention it, there was only a single time. but I am oath-bound to never speak of the horror we unleashed on the world that day. However, even that tree was unable to talk, but we did feel its wrath and sadness with every fiber of our beings. It still haunts me to this day."
Senior Lee's gaze fell upon the demonic eye, and as he looked down, he noticed it staring back at him, fixated and unblinking with its eldritch curiosity. His composure wavered only slightly, a momentary flinch before he regained his steady demeanor.
"How long have you had this eye?" Senior Lee wondered.
Ashlock wasn't sure of the purpose behind the question, so he kept his answer vague. "Recently?"
"I see. It's all starting to make sense." Senior Lee's wisp nodded to itself. "In truth, I didn't come here on a whim."
Ashlock tensed up, and Senior Lee seemed to sense it as he quickly added,
"Don't get me wrong here, Spirit Tree. I mean you no harm. My words simply meant something drew me here, but my intentions are not nefarious."
"What drew you here, then?"
"Well, I was on my way to meet an old friend from the Void Mind family," Senior Lee replied. "We have been sworn brothers for many years, but he decided to live out here in the wilderness to continue his crazed pursuit of knowledge. Anyway, as I passed by, I detected a spatial anomaly I haven't felt since—"
The wisp dimmed for a second.
"Sorry, that memory still enrages me to this day. Anyway, my insatiable curiosity got the better of me, so I came to investigate. I thought maybe the girl was the cause, as she had spatial ki, but her realm was too weak, and her root too inferior to produce such a phenomenon."
"So you suspect this phenomenon was caused by me?" Ashlock was very nervous.
"Well, yes. In fact, I hope it was caused by you."
"Why?" Ashlock was baffled.
"So I can right my wrongs in this world and set it on a path of recovery. I can't say any more, as affecting another's path is to challenge fate itself."
The wisp flashed with silver, and an obsidian fragment appeared.
"Spirit Tree, please accept my gift and relieve my shoulders of this guilt."
Received an SSS grade item. ? Divine Fragment, 1 of 9. The fragment was large, about the size of a person, and shaped like a shark tooth. It was obsidian with a glossy, almost glass-like surface, and glowed with power. As he accepted the fragment and deposited it in his inventory, Ashlock felt a wave of power wash over him. His mind was immediately flooded with a torrent of images that seemed to come from another place and time. He saw jagged cracks in the fabric of space leading to unknown worlds, and he glimpsed the watchful gaze of immortals beyond his understanding, entities that seemed to peer down upon him from another realm with anger. He could feel their rage at his existence. Why? In the midst of this strange and overwhelming experience, Ashlock felt a sense of exhilaration wash over him, like the rush of adrenaline. He knew that he had been changed by this encounter, that something profound had shifted within him, as if a piece of his past had returned. Ki flooded his body, his trunk shuddered, and his soul core glowed like a pulsing purple star, bathing his insides in bright lilac light. A rush of power like no other engulfed his mind, and moments later his system flickered into view, confirming he had risen a stage. Soulfire, 4th stage. But then it flickered again, updating the stage. Soulfire, 5th stage. Ashlock felt his soul core burn even brighter. Soulfire, 6th stage. The rapid rise in cultivation was intoxicating. His body could barely contain the ki rushing around in a torrent. Senior Lee's wisp watched the spectacle in mute silence, unfazed by the ki threatening to cause Ashlock's trunk to split and collapse. Instead, he raised his wispy limbs, and Ashlock felt a cool breeze that calmed the ki slightly. Soulfire, 7th stage. The key rushing around like a wildfire condensed into liquid and pushed up against the trunk as his soul core sent out waves of power like a drum. The liquid rippled up and down like a tide, as if his soul core had become the moon. Soulfire. 8th stage. Ah! Ashlock screamed, a soul-wrenching scream that made his entire body shake, mountain included. A cataclysmic wave of spatial ki went through his entire body, causing Senior Lee's wisp form to be obliterated. Senior Lee's eyes snapped open, and he found himself staring up at the sky. As he gazed upward, he saw nimbostratus clouds gathering en masse, their dark and dense forms blocking out the sun. A frigid breeze blew past, sending a shiver down his spine. As he turned to look around, Senior Lee met the terrified faces of the 2 girls. They stood nearby, their eyes wide with fear as they took in the ominous scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, it had been a warm, pleasant day with clear blue skies, and now the tree was on fire, the mountain was shaking, and the heavens seemed furious. But that was not all. A mythical white squirrel stood on its hind legs on top of the blonde girl's head. Its golden eyes were swirling with curiosity and concern at the darkening skies overhead. Also, the spider, the size of an outhouse that Lee noticed earlier, had vacated the tree's ablaze branches of lilac ki and instead hid away in the corner of the courtyard, its many scarlet eyes watching on as its fangs twitched nervously. "Is Tree okay?" the blonde girl asked, tears forming at the edge of her eyes. "He should be fine," Senior Lee lied, "but stand back. The spirit tree may break through to the Star Core realm any moment." "No, this can't be happening. He'll die!" the blonde girl screamed over the roaring wind, her own spatial ki flaring to life. "You have to help him. He isn't strong enough to face such a strong tribulation." Senior Lee shook his head. The girl stood there in fear, not even looking at him anymore. "If he dies, then he dies. To help might hinder your tree friend's future potential. Tribulations from the heavens are not something to be avoided or protected from, but rather something to face head-on with one's own strength. It is a test, and to cheat a test will only lead to incompetence down the line." Senior Lee moved to stand before the spirit tree. His white robe rustled in the violent winds, and his wooden cane felt heavy in his hand. Nevertheless, it appeared his assumptions were correct. To inherit a fragment of that divine being was to insult the heavens and to entice their wrath. But this was his heaven-chosen path. He'd held on to that fragment his entire life, never finding a worthy inheritor until today. Either the tree prevailed and became what it was destined to be, or it never had the potential in the first place. Senior Lee's eyes flashed with power as he watched the ki build up. "Everything is going to plan so far," he whispered as his ring flashed with silver and a gold paper talisman appeared in his hand. Raising the talisman above his head, he roared, "Emperor Land Sealing Talisman!" It exploded in a shower of golden characters that shot up into the sky before falling back down like snowflakes and blanketing everything in a few-mile radius. That should keep the land safe from heaven's wrath. His wrinkled hands rested on the handle of his wooden staff as he saw a flash of lightning illuminate the dark clouds overhead, and a roar of thunder rang in his ears. The spirit tree was utterly engulfed in lilac flames and illuminated the darkened courtyard. Not even the black trunk or scarlet leaves could be seen through the inferno. But then, things began to change. The flames began to condense and climb up the tree's trunk, gathering in a swirling mass above the tree. At first it was unnoticeable, but as the wind picked up and Senior Lee had to use his cultivation to not be swept away, the lilac flames condensed into a molten ball. Senior Lee was witnessing the birth of a star core, an event he had observed so many times, but this one felt special. Like the closing to a long, dark part of his history and the beginning of a new era. The heavens made their opinion on the matter known. The sky shifted from black to brilliant gold as lightning filled the sky. Over 10 bolts arced toward the hardly formed baby star core. Senior Lee closed his eyes. He wanted to help, but he knew from experience that helping only affected a cultivator's foundation. The heavens test for a reason. They only let the worthy ascend. "No! Tree!" Senior Lee's eyes snapped open from the cry, and he saw the blonde-haired girl race up the tree's trunk in a ball of purple flame and appear in the air above it. Her fist was coated in lightning and purple flames, and she looked up at the sky with a grim determination that Senior Lee had only seen on the faces of cultivators prepared to die. "Leave Tree alone, you bastards!" she screamed as her fist punched the incoming lightning bolts. Senior Lee blinked. What just happened? Chapter 56. Divinity Reborn. Stella could feel Senior Lee and Diana's glares boring into her back as she charged toward the burning tree. Of course they would call her insane, ignorant, or downright stupid, but Stella didn't care about any of that as she felt the wind howl and the thunder roar in her ears as she dashed up Ash's trunk. She had heard Senior Lee's speech, but she disagreed. Why face the wrath of heaven alone when people are willing to die and grow alongside you? To live as a cultivator is to listen to your heart. If it tells you to fight, you fight. Run? Then run for the hills. And Stella's heart was filled with nothing but a grim determination to keep Tree alive. If she wavered here, let Tree face the wrath of heavens alone, and then he perished under their might, she would rather die with him than live to mourn the charred remains. She squeezed her eyes shut as her legs burned from Ash's lilac flames. She knew she was being stupid, but with every fiber of her being, she just felt right. As she reached the top branch, her eyes snapped open. The self-doubt was gone. With every ounce of courage coursing through her veins, she drew her fist back as the sky lit up and golden lightning descended. She screamed, challenging the heavens. Her soul core roared to life, and her comprehension of the lightning Tao rippled through her mind. She had challenged this lightning once before, and at that time she had been furious the lightning had picked on something that couldn't move. Hence her desire to be able to move so fast she could always get back home and protect Tree from anything. To her, lightning wasn't overwhelming power. She simply didn't believe that. Instead, it was a contest of speed. As the lightning arced through the sky, Stella pushed herself off the branch and rocketed up with speed incomprehensible to mortals to meet the incoming threat. Her fist, primed and ready, shot forth and made contact. Her eyes burned, and an unimaginable pain engulfed her mind. A force smashed her down as if a god had swatted a fly. She felt a branch smack into her back, and she tumbled uncontrollably until she finally crashed into the ground. She blinked, trying to remove the burning light. Slowly, vague shapes populated her sight, then colors, and finally, some definition. Her ears were still ringing, but she could just about make out the looming shadow over her and words she didn't want to hear.
"Well, that was rather silly."
Senior Lee's gentle voice caressed her ears, and then she felt something pushed into her half-ajar lips. It had a revolting medicinal taste, making her instantly sit up and cough violently. Someone had clearly fed her a healing pill. The pain faded. Her sight returned as her pupils regrew, and her ears stopped ringing. She flexed her hand, blown off by the lightning, and saw it rapidly knit itself together in a mesh of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, it was not a painless process, but she refused to cry, so she gritted her teeth. The howling wind whipped her hair around, but she saw Senior Lee flanked by Diana through the obstruction, both looking at her with concern. The lilac flames of Tree illuminated their faces, and they were also feeling the high winds. Senior Lee's plain white robe fluttered, and Diana was also struggling to control her hair, though it was far shorter than hers. "Blah!" Stella spat to the side in a vain attempt to remove the awful aftertaste. Senior Lee chuckled. Don't worry about your tree friend so much. His gaze wandered to the skies, getting more agitated above. Although I have to admit, this tribulation is looking more extreme than any Star Core one I have seen before. Stella struggled to hear Senior Lee over the violent wind, but his words filled her with concern. She staggered over to the side and looked up, and although she had never seen a Star Core tribulation, she also had to admit it wasn't looking good. The clouds blanketed the entire sky, not just Red Vine Peak. She couldn't even see blue sky over Darklight City. This was a big event. If the cultivators around them hadn't been suspicious before, they would be now. Senior Lee stroked his chin while resting one hand on his wooden cane. His eyes flickered, and a low hum of concern escaped his lips. I have seen many tribulations before, and this one looks closer to one for a nascent soul cultivator. I wonder why. His words were washed out over the roar of thunder and flash of light as more golden lightning bolts descended. Stella could only catch a glimpse of their might through the branches and dense canopy. They all struck the swirling mass of purple that gathered above Ashlock, which looked like a small star. It pulsed like a beating heart, as if alive. Before the lightning made contact, a solar flare struck out, meeting the lightning and slapping it away. Stella wanted to rush in and help, but she felt a hand firmly on her shoulder. Do whatever you wish. I won't stop you. Senior Lee's stern voice carried over the howling wind. But do not misunderstand your Tao Heart's intentions. The best way to help the spirit tree in this scenario is to step back and protect it from other cultivators if they come. Depriving it of heavenly lightning will only hurt it in the long run. His wrinkly hand then let go and pointed over her shoulder at the forming star core. Look, with every strike of lightning, the soul core only grows larger. So the lightning is both a test and the fuel source to jumpstart forming a soul core. Stella could see the logic in Senior Lee's words, but it still felt wrong. Spending many months checking on Tree after he faced the heavenly lightning and finding him unresponsive to her presence every time was one of her childhood's most traumatic memories. The smell of scorched wood and burned leaves had tickled her nose, and she remembered never knowing if Tree would wake up again. She didn't want to hinder Tree's growth, nor did she want to hurt herself doing so. She wasn't crazy or stupid. She just wanted to protect. Clenching her fists, she stayed rooted in place, watching the lightning lash out at the forming star core in groups, and with every passing barrage, the star core grew in size and glowed brighter. Everything seemed to be under control, but Senior Lee's murmuring made Stella follow his line of sight and catch a glimpse of another cluster of lightning. This group of strikes wasn't aimed at the soul core, but at Ash's branches. The attack struck at Ashlock's branch like an arrow, and there was a loud explosion followed by splinters of wood raining down on them, and a loud thump as a branch many meters long slammed into the stone below. For a moment, the stump of the cut caught fire, and Stella's eyes went wide. She then felt something being pushed into her hand. Looking down, she saw Senior Lee's wrinkly hand depositing some pale blue pills in hers. Those are heavenly key resistance pills, and these... His silver ring flashed, and a few herby-scented dark green pills appeared. Are healing pills. His smile was warm. Go. Protect your tree, but leave the lightning strikes aimed at the star core alone. Those are beneficial. Stella hesitated slightly. The pain she had just experienced from trying to punch heavenly lightning had not been minor. Rather, it was one of the most painful single moments of her life. Her eyes darted to the branch lying on the ground, still clad in fruits of various colors. Ash is defenseless. He can't run and needs a guardian. Her eyes flashed with determination. Why should Tree have to suffer in silence? She had told Ash she was weak in the past, and that had inspired her to train heavily from dusk till dawn without a break, in hopes of keeping up with him to stay useful. But now, Tree was about to ascend to Starcore, a realm she might never reach with her inferior spirit root. So now might be the last time she could provide meaningful help. If this was what his Starcore tribulation was like, what about his nascent soul, or monarch realm? Would she just be a harmless, annoying fly to Tree in the future? Seeing more clouds flashing with lightning off to the side and aiming for Ash's branches, Stella gulped down all the pills in one go and charged. Requirements for the Starcore realm have been met. 9th stage Soulfire, 100%. Commencing upgrade to Starcore realm, 0%. Ashlock was barely conscious to acknowledge the system messages flashing in his mind. He felt like his body was being stretched toward the sky. His bark creaked as Ki bubbled up to the surface, moving through his branches and then collecting overhead. He had no idea how an average cultivator went through this process, but he was darn glad his system was here to manage it somewhat. Ashlock could hear the rumbling of an incoming storm, but it was hard to care. He was lethargic and just wanted to sleep. Warning, Wrath of the Heavens invoked. Huh? Ashlock snapped awake as heavenly lightning struck close to the forming star core. "Leave Tree alone, you bastards!" Ashlock heard Stella shout over the roaring thunder and leap to meet the incoming lightning. "What the fuck are you doing?" Ashlock shouted. He tried with all his might to teleport her, but alas, he still couldn't use his cultivation without a corpse. He watched in horror as the lightning obliterated Stella's arm to the bone. Sadly, it didn't stop there and badly damaged the rest of her body, including burning out her eyes, which popped like tiny balloons. She then crashed down as if she had been slapped by a god and smacked his branches on the way down. Having finished with Stella, the lightning continued on to his star core. It felt like being electrocuted and punched in the stomach simultaneously with every strike, and they kept coming. But Ashlock didn't give a fuck about the pain. For a second, he genuinely thought it was all over. Stella was dead. She lay unmoving on the ground under his canopy as a burned, hairless, armless corpse with empty eye sockets and a slightly ajar mouth. It was by far the most horrifying thing Ashlock had witnessed in his 2 lives. An indescribable rage bloomed in his dulled mind and body. The mountain trembled as his entire body united in defying one thing. The heavens. They dared to kill his best friend. Flawless lilac Ki set his trunk aflame. The star core pulsed with power, and his body groaned from the power. Despite his best efforts, the lightning strikes kept coming, and his star core furiously fought the assault off, growing strong and stronger with each strike. He knew he should have distanced himself from Stella, told her to go out into the big wide world and grow without him. None of this would have happened if he hadn't been selfish and wanted her to stay by his side forever. Why did Senior Lee appear? What use was a gift or higher cultivation if the people you hoped to spend the rest of eternity hanging out with were dead? The bastard had ruined Ashlock's future. Ashlock hated everything, everyone, especially heaven. Why had he been put into the body of a fucking tree? Did someone up there enjoy his pain and suffering, taking away one of the few things he cared about?
Well, that was rather silly.
Senior Lee's voice was like a cool breeze for his raging soul. Ashlock seethed as Senior Lee walked over and shoved something in Stella's mouth. Just for a brief moment, before the pill dissolved, Ashlock could tell that it was no normal pill. In fact, it carried a whiff of the divine. The same feeling he got from the divine fragment. Grade SSS. Had Senior Lee just given a divine pill to Stella's corpse? Then, in real time, Ashlock watched Stella's body regenerate in a golden glow. Blonde hair sprouted from her bald head, and her flesh wiggled and knitted itself together around a reforming bone. It was horrendous to watch, but anticipation kept Ashlock observing. The heavens kept smiting him, but he didn't give a shit. Those cosmic bastards could wait their turn. Seconds later, Stella sat up and spat to the side. Blah! She was alive. Ashlock had never felt the phrase, You don't know what you have until it's gone, and his 2 lives until this moment. The last time he had felt this much despair was when he first woke up in this world as nothing but a small sapling, poking out the purple grass and unable to move, see, or talk, confused and alone. While distracted, Ashlock felt a sudden shock of pain, followed by a thump. Ow! What the hell? He glared at the fallen branch. His lightning key protection and fire key resistance worked overtime, but to little effect. The heavenly lightning seemed to just rip straight through. Worried about how he could survive hundreds of lightning bolts aiming for his branches rather than the star core, Ashlock could see the heavens preparing for another strike. He could also see a freshly healed Stella charging up his trunk again with renewed vigor. Why did she have to play with his non-existent heart like this? She would kill him from stress before the heavens could. What the fuck was she doing? Did she want to die? The distant cloud flashed. Lightning as golden as Stella's hair went to meet her mid-air. Once again, her fist was drawn back, coated in purple flames and lightning, but this time, rather than a grim determination on her face, there was nothing but a beaming smile. Her fist struck the lightning, and the lightning yielded. It was diverted and hit the mountain instead, but golden characters flashed, and a barrier protected the ground. Ashlock was speechless. What the hell had been in that pill Senior Lee had given Stella? Spirit Tree, I will return with that new fruit tea sometime soon, Senior Lee said while patting his trunk. I have gifted 2 divine items today, and fear I cannot stay on this realm for much longer before the heavens turn on me. Wait, Ashlock shouted. But Senior Lee was already gone. Chapter 57. Eyes in the Sky. Senior Lee smiled as he watched the blonde girl strike down the heavens' lightning. He always enjoyed seeing the heavens being defied by mere mortals. However, that smile soon turned into a frown as he felt a looming presence bearing down on him. He had angered the heavens far too many times over the years, and knew sticking around for a second longer would be a terrible idea. So walking briskly over to the spirit tree, he touched its trunk and mentally spoke. Spirit Tree, I will return with that new fruit tea sometime soon, he said while patting the spirit tree's trunk. I have gifted 2 divine items today, and fear I cannot stay on this realm for much longer before the heavens turn on me. Wait! The tree's weird, distorted voice shouted, but Senior Lee had no plans to stick around for even a second longer. So, with a simple thought, he vanished from the lower realm and reappeared in his inner world, floating above a flat meadow that spread out in all directions until the horizon. Picking a direction, Senior Lee began to fly over the meadow at high speed. The lush grass blurred beneath his floating feet. However, the looming pressure he aimed to escape only increased no matter how fast he flew. Senior Lee's eyes widened as he looked over his shoulder and saw the clear blue sky of his inner world transform before his very eyes. The peaceful expanse was rapidly consumed by creeping darkness, spreading like wildfire across the horizon. As he watched, thousands of glowing eyes appeared in the distance. The eerie lights multiplied rapidly until they seemed to occupy the entire sky, creating an otherworldly, ominous spectacle that seemed to herald the end of days. Senior Lee's inner world shuddered under the intense gaze of Heaven's will. Persistent bastard, he muttered under his breath as even the sky right above him became corrupted. Giving that spirit tree a divine fragment was always within Heaven's plan, as they hadn't cared when he gifted it. In fact, the heavens had even rewarded the tree with a burst in cultivation and a tribulation. What wasn't within the heavens' expectations was his saving of the girl. The pill he had given her was nothing too special in the upper realms, but it would make her a future powerhouse down here. But having one more powerhouse in a lower realm shouldn't have warranted this reaction from the heavens. Senior Lee had given the pill for one simple reason. He had felt a sudden surge of demonic ki corrupting the spirit tree when lightning struck her. Clearly the girl meant something to the tree, and having her nearly dead caused the tree to show signs of the demonic path. Unless that had been the Heaven's plan all along. "Did you want the tree to form heart demons and resent the world?" he shouted at the thousands of eyes, which seemed to anger them even more. They glowed with furious light, and the entire small world orbiting his soul shook. Reality cracked like stained glass, and tendrils of pure ki snuck through the gaps in the shattered sky. They slammed down as if trying to crush him. Senior Lee gritted his teeth, kept his speed up, and even burned his cultivation to forcefully rotate his inner world faster. All high-realm cultivators eventually cultivated their own world that lived inside them, and these inner worlds had many uses. Other than providing insight into the natural laws, a realm of power above mere ki manipulation, they also allowed for fast travel, as each inner world mirrored the outside world. With every inch Senior Lee crossed in his inner world, many miles were passed in the physical world. He was an entire continent away from the spirit tree by now, but heaven was still chasing him. With a huff of annoyance, Senior Lee accepted he needed to realm shift to avoid heaven today. It was a catastrophic waste of energy, but it had to be done, as almost the entire sky was a sea of eyes and tendrils aiming for his life. With a flash of dimensional ki, Senior Lee was gone from his inner world. Ashlock looked in awe at the empty spot where Senior Lee had been a second ago. He had literally just watched a man vanish into thin air. There was no trace or key or sign of a magic trick. He had just disappeared, as if he had never existed. Commencing upgrade to Star Core Realm, 50%. "Ha! Take that!" Stella shouted as she punched another cluster of lightning, causing it to arc and strike the mountain, and once again, mysterious golden letters flashed and blocked the strike. Ashlock had no idea what was in any of those pills Stella had taken from Senior Lee, but he hoped they didn't come with side effects befitting their miraculous effects. She had literally gone from near death to a lightning-punching demigod. Ever since Senior Lee appeared, fewer things made sense. His worldview had been shaken once again, which he thought wasn't possible after witnessing the fight between the Grand Elders of House Ravenborn and Winterwrath. This time the only difference was that Ashlock got to speak with this guy rather than watch from afar as a spectator to a conflict. Wait. Speak? I spoke to someone. I actually spoke real words and had a conversation. With that grandpa out of his head, he could finally rejoice about how monumental of an occasion that had been. Now he just needed to figure out how Senior Lee did that and if Stella could replicate it. The storm overhead became even more fierce, and Ashlock braced himself as best he could as hundreds of lightning bolts descended on him. Like a lightning rod, the swirling ball of lilac ki floating overhead that was his forming star core took the brunt of the strikes and seemed to grow stronger. The real issue came from the lightning bolts that refused to follow the script and aimed at his body instead. His trunk could somewhat resist the strikes, only suffering fist-deep burning holes that quickly extinguished themselves due to his fire resistance. But his branches were another story. "Ow! Fuck me!" Ashlock grimaced as yet another smoldering branch tumbled to the stone below with a thump. The dull gray stone was dyed a myriad of colors as the branches crushed the fruit that had been dangling from them. It was a sad sight to see, and also slightly dangerous, as the stone was now caked in poisonous juices. Lightning Key Protection, Grade B, upgraded to Lightning Key Barrier, Grade A. Fire Key Resistance, Grade C, upgraded to Fire Key Protection, Grade B. Ashlock's system flickered to life after that latest hit, alerting him to his newly upgraded skills. It had been a long time since he last saw any of his skills naturally upgrade without credits, so it was nice to see free upgrades, especially in a scenario like this. Instantly deploying his new and improved Lightning Key Barrier, Ashlock could immediately tell the difference between the two skills. Lightning Key Protection had provided a passive barrier, but had been rather weak. If Lightning Key Protection was like wrapping his trunk in bubble wrap, his new skill was a sheen of bulletproof glass that he could repair with ki. Unfortunately, most of his ki was taken up by the forming star core, but he did have a little left. He spent it all on deploying a barrier along his branches. Commencing upgrade to star core realm, 70%. The system countdown continued in the corner of his mind. In a way, wasn't it weird that the system knew precisely when a tribulation would end? Senior Lee giving him a divine fragment from an unknown entity made Ashlock question things more. The guy had appeared so suddenly, dropped 2 divine items, and then dipped without a proper goodbye? Ashlock watched as more lightning exploded out of the sky and struck one of his branches. A lilac shield rippled and then showed cracks before shattering. With just a bit of ki, Ashlock could redeploy the shield and prepare himself for the next strike. Everything was going smoothly, minus Stella almost dying and the storm's ferocity. His star core, which had reached a few meters in diameter, bathed the courtyard in its flickering lilac glow. Commencing upgrade to star core realm, 80%. Ashlock noticed his star core suddenly ballooning in size the second the countdown hit 80%. Did star cores follow the life cycle of a real star? If so, this was the red giant stage, when an average-sized star rapidly expanded and gobbles everything up. Luckily for Ashlock, his star core didn't eat him alive and rose into the sky instead. Considering the sky had been replaced by dark clouds with nothing but streaks of lightning to illuminate the valley, a sudden massive lilac ball of fire in the sky was rather noticeable. Especially since, as it grew larger, it attracted more heavenly lightning, causing it to grow even faster. After that, it just kept growing and growing. Within seconds, it had ballooned to 100 meters in diameter. "Patriarch!" Diana yelled over the roaring rain. "We have company!" Ashlock used his Eye of the Tree God skill, and sure enough, from his vantage point he could see multiple balls of green and white flames dashing up the side of the mountain at breakneck speeds. He highly doubted they were in such a hurry to be the first to congratulate him on his advancement. And in the distance, hundreds of cultivators were sprinting over. Commencing upgrade to Star Core realm, 85%. Well, shit. Ashlock had all of his ki tied up in the tribulation. Actually, it made sense why they would choose now as the perfect time to attack. A Star Core realm cultivator would be a significant threat, considering they could blow themselves up and take out a chunk of a city, or summon valley-sized blizzards and stand upon the shoulders of 1,000-meter-tall ice golems. Do they know it's a tree ascending to the next realm, or do they think it's Stella? Ashlock wondered as he thought up a battle plan. Stella didn't need to spend effort protecting him from heavenly lightning anymore, as his enormous star core attracted all the lightning for hundreds of miles. Currently, my best forms of attack are puppets and my demonic eye. Ashlock was still unsure what they saw when they looked at his demonic eye, but he could guess it was similar to how he felt when Stella used her earrings. Annoyingly, Ashlock couldn't tell Diana to fight, but she seemed ready to defend the Ash-Fallen sect anyway. Blue flames shrouded her body and sword, and mist poured around her and began to obscure the central courtyard. Stella seemed to notice the situation, and she dashed back and stood under Ashlock's canopy. "Tree, hurry up and ascend. We'll have nothing to fear with you at the Star Core realm." Ashlock appreciated her optimism and trust in him, but he wasn't so sure. He still couldn't control his spatial ki without a corpse, but something told him there would be a lot of corpses for him to control soon. An explosion went off at the doorway to the pavilion, which had blown shut from the ferocious winds. But to everyone's surprise, the entire building lit up with golden characters. "They're using a defensive formation!" someone shouted from the other side. Another explosion went off, and the building flashed with golden characters again. "Hey, aren't those ancient runes?" Stella commented as she withdrew a sword from her spatial ring. She squinted as they continued, flashing with every hit from the invaders waiting on the outside. "I should ask Senior Lee about them when he comes back." "We have to survive this first, you know," Diana grumbled. "Where is Senior Lee, anyway?" Stella shrugged as she stood beside Diana and watched the shaking door. "No idea, but I don't think this battle will be too hard." "Why?" Diana squinted at Stella. She seemed a tad too confident. Stella laughed and gestured with her chin to the area above the door. Diana followed her line of sight and saw the titanic spider excitedly twitching his fangs. Diana smiled, but then yelped as she heard something wheezing beside her. Looking to the side, she saw a human corpse standing with a black vine trailing from its mouth and lilac flames burning in its eyes. Diana gripped her sword tighter and watched the door flash with symbols one last time until an explosion shook the entire pavilion, and the doors flew off its hinges in a shower of splinters. It was time to fight to the death for the future of the Ash-Fallen sect. Chapter 58. Interlude. The Ashen Devourer. Tristan Evergreen rushed up the side of Red Vine Peak with viscous green flames enveloping his form. Ever since the betrothal of the heirs of Evergreen and Winterwrath, his life had been flipped upside down. With their combined strength and a beast tide on the way, the Grand Elders of the two families had mutually agreed to team up on the Ravenborn family, which had seen a sharp decline in recent years. They wanted to secure more spirit stones and advance their youth's cultivation in anticipation of the move. After what happened last time, the Evergreen and Winterwrath families refused to be reduced to second-rate families. So why not eliminate one of their competitors while also boosting their youth? It was a win-win scenario. Furthermore, there had also been rumors circulating that the Grand Elder of House Ravenborn was on the cusp of ascension to nascent soul, which worried the Patriarch, as he didn't want his position of power contested as the only nascent soul in the sect. So to avoid outrage among the families for executing a competitor, the Patriarch gave his blessing for the war behind closed doors. That way the Patriarch got rid of a potential rival, removing a declining house from power, and furthered his support with two upcoming families. Politics. Tristan Evergreen felt like rolling his eyes. There was nothing he hated more than people. In fact, he hated everyone. Ever since butchering his cousin Wayne Evergreen, the previous scion of his house, he had set his eyes on eliminating his deceased cousin's sister. He wanted the whole main bloodline of the Evergreen family dead, period. Years of mistreatment and being deprived of resources by the main bloodline had only fueled his hatred. It was only due to his new position as a first-stage Star Core, a stage he'd reached by consuming the Ravenborn Grand Elder's wandering soul after the supernova, that he had been clued in on this information by the other chatty Grand Elders, who now took him seriously. As his mind wandered, he kept his eyes glued to the prize floating overhead. The pulsing lilac star of Ki was about to be the source of his second biggest increase in cultivation. All he needed to do was get close enough to siphon some of that dense Ki. Tristan gritted his teeth. He had to keep low to the ground to avoid the violent waves of Ki pulsing off the titanic little star overhead. How a single girl managed to store so much Ki inside her body was beyond Tristan, but he cared little. As a newly formed Star Core cultivator, he needed a lot of Ki to forcefully expand it and climb the stages to nascent soul. Only at the nascent soul would he unlock true immortality, as he could transfer his soul from his dying body to another vessel every few thousand years. That enormous floating star core out in the open was a guiding light to a free lunch for all the cultivators for many miles. He would go up a whole stage if he could absorb even 1/10 of the Ki in that star core. "Brother!" someone called out to him, and he looked over his shoulder at a plain-faced man he despised. "Is the Grand Elder really not coming?" Tristan snorted. Was his brother really this stupid? Of course he was. They were all stupid. To be referred to as brother by such an incompetent fool was the peak of insults. Turning back to look where he was going, Tristan shouted over the roaring storm, "Do you see how stupidly big that forming star core is? Do you think a newbie girl can handle forming such a monstrous star core? It's at least 100 times the size of mine." A hint of anger showed on the plain face of the man running behind. "Isn't that all the more reason they should head over like you? Don't they want to absorb the Ki for themselves?" "Fool," Tristan spat to the side. "When forming a star core, there are only two outcomes. In my case, I condensed the star core to the size of a fist and managed to anchor it inside my body." Tristan then pointed up to the lilac star, almost the size of the peak that blocked out the entire sky above them. "Do you think Stella Crestfallen can condense that and fit it inside her body?" "No," the man admitted flatly, "but—" Tristan cut him off. "Exactly. So the most likely outcome is that the star core explodes and there's another supernova, which will kill everyone nearby, even star core experts like the Grand Elder." "What if she succeeds?" the man asked skeptically. "I mean, if she is doing her ascension so openly, I think she can do it." Tristan rolled his eyes. "If she succeeds, the Grand Elders will rush in and either try to secure the girl to give her to the Patriarch, or take her forcefully and shove her into the center of a formation using her star core to power it. There is no way for her to fight against multiple mid-stage star core experts. She is doomed either way." The man remained silent for a while as the winds became more fierce the closer they got to the peak. Finally, after a moment, he shouted, "So if it's going to explode, why are we charging at it exactly?" A wicked smile appeared on Tristan's face. "You will find out soon enough." Then, before his brother could retort, Tristan sped up. The reason was simple. He wanted him to die. His eyes darted between everyone present. There were more Winter Wrath cultivators than Evergreen, and he honestly didn't give a shit if his useless brothers and cousins perished here today. He cared for nothing now that he was in the Star Core realm. With his new power, only a few other Star Core realm Grand Elders threatened him. If the family stopped wasting resources on these buffoons and instead spent them all on him, he could be a mid-stage Star Core expert within a decade. Tristan's eyes once again drifted to the lilac star overhead. He couldn't help but lick his lips in glee. Once he absorbed some of that star core ki floating overhead, he would be on par with his father and be able to take over the family. Explosions rang out ahead, and Tristan saw the entire mountain light up with golden symbols. A defensive formation. That was highly suspicious. They were costly to deploy and maintain, and last he checked, Red Vine Peak had been stripped of everything valuable a long time ago. Tristan debated slowing down and letting those ahead lead the charge, but his star core gave him confidence that nothing could threaten him around here. Only the Patriarch was in the nascent soul realm, and he was in closed-door cultivation. As he reached the pavilion entrance, he saw over 10 cultivators in robes huddled around the wooden door. Their fists were aflame, and they all struck at the door in unison with a shout. The golden symbols flashed again, so the cultivators hit one more time. The door flew off its hinges and dispersed in a shower of splinters into a mist? Tristan furrowed his brows as he slowed to a walk. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he held his head high. The cultivators noticed his presence and parted to allow him to pass. He had seen this type of mist before. It was one of the secret techniques of the now-deceased Ravenborn clan. Had abandoning the coffin of stone that supposedly encased Diana Ravenborn come to bite him in the ass? Had she survived the supernova and escaped to Red Vine Peak? Tristan narrowed his eyes, searching the mist with his spiritual sense, but the dense mist and the pulses of ki emanating from the forming star core overhead muddled him. Moments passed without anyone willing to move. Deciding time was of the essence, Tristan flexed his first-stage Star Core realm cultivation on those around him, making everyone tense up as gravity descended on them. "I think a Winter Wrath brother or sister should lead the charge, don't you think?" He had a sinister grin, and everyone gulped. A Winter Wrath girl that Tristan recognized stepped forward with some effort to defy his presence. She had been eyeing him up for a while now. From his recollection, she was the elder sister of the woman his cousin married. "Tristan, as the strongest here, why don't you lead rather than bully your juniors? Isn't abusing your cultivation in this situation rather uncouth and dishonorable?" Tristan snorted. "If I tell you to go first, then you go first. How can the words of a Star Core cultivator be dishonorable?" Silently, Tristan seethed. Everyone was just here to grab just some free-floating Star Core ki. Why did they act so presumptuously? Since most of the people present were in the Soulfire realm, They could get a few years of cultivation from the Star Core at most, due to their inability to absorb enough in just a few minutes. But for Tristan, this was a great opportunity, as one of the most significant advantages of a Star Core was its high absorption rate, so he would be able to absorb ki from the forming Star Core faster than anyone else. Yet that same advantage was why advancing in the Star Core realm was so difficult. It required a cultivator to cultivate in only the most expensive runic ki-gathering formations or seek a rare opportunity like the one before him, as the ki requirements to ascend were stupidly high. Tristan felt impatience fester within him. What was the chance that something that could threaten him really existed within the mist? If he had to guess, the mist was caused by someone from the Ravenborn family in the middle of the Soulfire realm. But something seemed off. The mist was not the only suspicious thing. Why would Stella Crestfallen willingly conduct her Star Core ascension in the open like this? Tristan had ascended to the Star Core realm deep underground, within a formation, to mask and resist the heavenly lightning. However, the arrogance of Stella Crestfallen could almost be justified by the purity of the spatial ki and the size of the forming Star Core. Tristan really didn't want to go first. Every instinct he had honed over the years that had led him to this stage of power screamed at him that a monster lurked in the mist. To enter first would be a death sentence. Nicole, I'm not a man of dishonor. If you go first, I'll speak to my father, and maybe I can help arrange a marriage for you. Tristan recoiled slightly as he received a death stare from the Winterwrath woman who had stepped forward. Tristan knew using force here would be less than ideal. He wanted someone to enter willfully. But from the impatience in everyone's gaze, he knew they just needed a little push. So, fishing around in his spatial ring, which he had stolen from Wayne Evergreen's corpse, Tristan searched for something he could give as an incentive. Honestly, he felt beyond frustrated. Why couldn't these imbeciles charge in without a second thought? A helpless girl forming a Star Core was just beyond the mist. Why did they only just now grow a head on their shoulders? Deciding he didn't care about anything in the spatial ring of his deceased cousin compared to the boon he would get from the Star Core, Tristan threw out the entire contents of the spatial ring into the mist. Swords clattered on the stone, porcelain bottles smashed, and scattered pills and technique manuals fell with a thud. A herby scent wafted with the roaring wind from the storm overhead. With immediate rewards being laid out before them and their desire to siphon off some ki from the forming Star Core before it went supernova, they all scrambled to be the first through the door with their spatial rings glowing, ready to gather as many of the scattered resources as possible. Tristan stood back with a sneer. Those items had taken his cousin decades to collect, and he had thrown them away like trash. But to him, they were junk compared to advancing his cultivation to the second stage of the Star Core realm, so it was worth it if their sacrifice helped ensure the path through the mist was safe. His eyes went wide as there was a brief scream. Through the dense mist, Tristan saw a looming shadow descend from the wall, and before he knew it, 2 cultivators had vanished, and another 2 were pulverized into the ground by something heavy. One had been a Winterwrath, and the other an Evergreen. I knew it. Tristan cursed under his breath as his Star Core empowered his body. He had been asked by the Grand Elders to hunt down the spider that had been terrorizing the forests a while back, and he could recognize its hunting style anywhere after witnessing the same thing happening in front of him many times. However, this time, it was a dense mist instead of the signature ash cloud. Tristan looked up and debated jumping the wall. If he encountered the spider on the roof, he could catch it mid-snack. Deciding that was a good idea, Tristan gathered some ki into his feet and leapt up, leaving a dent in the stone and shooting up a few meters. From the air, Tristan saw the Star Core forming above an enormous tree. Stella Crestfallen must be hiding among its branches, Tristan thought. He couldn't see much else, as the entire central courtyard of the pavilion was blanketed in that same dense mist that restricted his spiritual senses. Looking around, he spotted the spider. He had never actually seen the thing, only heard what it looked like from witnesses that it had let escape. Its body was a pale, ashen color, with many red eyes, each the size of a child's head. 8 limbs jutted from its titanic body, as thick as small trees. Tristan couldn't help but gulp as he landed gracefully on the rooftop and stood mere meters away from the behemoth. It turned to him with an eerie silence that didn't match its gargantuan size. White and green shreds of robes coated in blood dangled from its drooling fangs, and its face twitched as if it were happy to see him. "You monster!" Tristan's ring flashed, and an enchanted blade with an ornate handle appeared in his firm grip. "You think you can evade this young master for eternity?" The spider's eyes gleamed, its chewing slowed, and a single shoe fell out of its mouth. Then, before Tristan knew it, ash began to swirl around them. Lightly at first, hardly noticeable due to the storm, but a literal dome of ash encircled them after a few seconds. It was challenging him to a duel. But as the ash blocked out his spiritual sense and the sunlight, Tristan was left in the complete dark with nothing but the sickly green glow of his soul fire illuminating an area of 1 meter around him. Tristan couldn't help but feel a little intimidated as a shadow loomed within the ash. It was time to face the Ashen Devourer in a life-or-death duel. Chapter 59. Fighting on Home Turf. Tristan Evergreen stood rooted in place as the dome of ash swirled around him. Within his cage was the Ashen Devourer, a monster of unknown strength and origins that had evaded and slaughtered cultivators with the strength and tactics of an apex predator. And now, Tristan was alone, in a one-on-one with the monster. His star core flared to life, and ki flooded every fiber of his body, which was intoxicating. He noticed the weight of his sword had lessened, and his body felt light and full of power. This was the cultivation realm he had worked so hard and sacrificed so much for. Seeing the monster's shadow loom through the darkness of the Ashen Dome, Tristan couldn't hold back a sneer as he raised his sword and pointed it at where he thought the monster lurked. Shaking off self-doubt and fear of the monster, he steeled his resolve and decided to face it head-on. "You think I'm trapped in here with you?" His star core roared to life, and green flames burst out, filling the entire dome with their sickly light. His sword turned into pure flames, and he cut a slit in the dome with a horizontal slash. Faint light poured in, and Tristan could see the chaotic sky through the crack. The ash dome quickly repaired itself. "But the spider should stay within the dome if I also stay inside." Tristan smiled. His greatest annoyance when hunting this monster in the forests had been its ability to run away. He refused to believe it would be as good at fighting in a duel, unable to use its hit-and-run tactics. So it was right where he wanted it, trapped in a cage of its own design. With his star core producing enough flames to illuminate the space a few meters around him, Tristan felt confident he could react in time to a sneak attack. He dodged to the left as a limb blurred past where his head had just been. He looked over his shoulder and met many curious red eyes. He was so close. He could smell the scent of iron due to the blood dripping from the monster's fangs. "Vile beast!" Tristan yelled as he spun around and sliced at one of the spider's limbs. He had half been expecting the spider to dodge or have a defensive ability, but instead he was sprayed with purple blood and a shrill scream from the spider. Tristan mobilized his ki to protect his ears and resisted covering them. Was this some kind of sound attack, or was it actually that injured? The spider stumbled back, clearly struggling to get used to missing a leg. Purple blood spewed from the severed limb like from a punctured barrel. After a moment, it stopped screaming and glared at him with hatred. Gone was its curiosity. Only primal rage remained in those blood-red eyes. It bared its fangs with a hiss, and instead of fading back into the darkness, it charged at him like a predator pouncing on its prey. Tristan tried to slash back at it with his sword, but a surge of ash blasted him and took the brunt of his swing. meaning that as the sword hit the spider, much of its momentum was lost, and it only cut an inch deep into the spider's tough fur, which only seemed to anger it more. Digging his heels into the stone below, Tristan tried to push back the spider, but even with his sword half embedded into it, the Ashen Devourer refused to relent and continued bearing down on him, forcing his back into the dome of ash. Tristan furrowed his brows. Never had he expected the spider to be this ferocious and strong. It was hard to estimate its exact realm, as monsters worked on a slightly different system than humans, and the Tao of Ash was a rare one that was more support-based and lacked fighting power. But if Tristan had to guess, it was weaker than him. Peak Soulfire realm, perhaps? Tristan thought as he summoned a dagger to his free hand from his spatial ring, shrouded it in ki, and rammed it into the spider's face, causing it to reel back and scream again. Can't use your hunting tactics in here, Tristan sneered. Now stay back! Tristan decided it was time to use a technique to keep the monster locked down. As he connected with Heaven's will, it acknowledged his deep comprehension of nature Tao and understood his intentions to entrap the monster. Before the spider even knew what was happening, as it was so focused on its pain, Tristan had mentally connected to the hundreds of red vines that grew along the pavilion's walls. Tristan raised his hand, and as if directing a musical performance, he directed hundreds of vines to shoot through the dome of ash and latch onto the spider's 7 remaining limbs, head, and abdomen. It unleashed another cry as its limbs were pulled to the side and it fell to the ground. Tristan twirled the dagger as he approached the behemoth, mummified in red vines. "How does it feel to be the one caught in the trap for a change?" he asked with a sly smile. "Not so fun to be on the receiving end, is it?" A pulse of green fire went through the vines and set the spider's fur ablaze. It shrieked, and the smell of burning flesh tickled Tristan's nose. It was glorious. The Ashen Devourer had made a fool out of his incompetent family for months, and sure enough, he was the only one capable of killing this foe. He had to jump up to stand on the spider's head. It struggled against its restraints, but he could tell it had no way to escape. He raised his foot and slammed it down on the spider's head, clamping its mouth shut to stop its ear-piercing screams. It silently seethed, its many eyes glaring up at him. Tristan relished the moment of triumph. This was the power he had sought for so long. He deserved this position atop an opponent's crown, where they could do nothing but look up and marvel at him. As Tristan was feeling on top of the world, he heard a snap and saw a red vine fly in the corner of his eye, followed by another and then another. He blinked, finding it hard to believe what he was seeing. The spider's legs snapped his vines, which were empowered by his Starcore Realm key. Without wasting another second, Tristan raised his sword in an executioner style and prepared to decapitate the monster before it could fight back. Die! Black vines coated in lilac key shot through the dome of ash and slammed into him, sending his sword flying from his hand. Tristan tumbled off the spider's head and rolled to the floor, where the vines kept up their pursuit and wrapped around his waist. Tristan looked down at the vines coiling around his waist as they shredded and singed his clothes with thousands of thorns coated in lilac flames. Stella Crestfallen is a dual affinity? Tristan wondered. He couldn't believe it. Not only did Stella Crestfallen have such pure spatial ki, but she had even better control over vines than him? A nature Starcore cultivator? Just how talented could one person be? Tristan gritted his teeth, grabbed the black vines, and tore them off his body with raw strength. His clothes were partially torn, but there was no blood, as he'd suffered no injuries due to his thick skin. With the vines off him, Tristan straightened his back, and then he noticed a new issue. The dome was rapidly closing in. As a tree, Ashlock might not be able to pursue attackers or run away, but he did have an enormous advantage over people of similar strength who found trouble on his home turf. Even with most of his ki being sucked up by his former star core, Ashlock had found a workaround. He used Bob, the giant slime in the mine, as a battery. He had recently shoved a lot of ki into the slime, so he decided to take it back out to fuel his fight. After the door exploded into pieces, many items were thrown into the mist, which confused Ashlock at first. But then he saw a dozen cultivators rush in and tunnel vision onto the discarded items. Naturally, Diana and Stella didn't wait for the invaders' permission, and the pair practically teleported through the mist and began to slaughter the cultivators. A few put up a good fight, but none stood a chance, with the mist confusing them and Ashlock assisting with Devour. It went exactly as Stella had predicted. Easy. These cultivators ranged from lower to mid-stage Soulfire realm, so Ashlock impaled them with black vines coated in 9th stage Soulfire realm ki. While they were busy fighting off the vines, Stella or Diana would dash past and decapitate them. Clearly, the dozen or so cultivators that entered were not a fan of teamwork, and they were all half-focused on collecting the items discarded on the ground. Whereas Stella and Diana were a ruthlessly efficient duo and knew each other's strengths well, likely due to their time spent training together. 3 cultivators did slip past Stella and Diana, aiming straight for Ashlock and presumably the forming star core rather than being slowed down for the rewards scattered on the floor. However, before they could reach him, he mobilized his zombie and had it confront them. "What the hell is that thing?" a buff man with green hair shouted as the zombie with lilac flames pouring from its ears, eyes, and mouth emerged from the mist and charged at them with a creepy jitteriness. "Just stab it," another shouted. "It's so slow." The zombie leapt at the guy and fell just short of him before exploding, dispersing the mist and sending that guy flying back with a wave of lilac ki. With the mist gone, the remaining 3 could see the many corpses and the 2 girls approaching them with blood-coated blades. "Wait!" a white-haired woman called out, but it was too late. Vines erupted from the ground, which she barely managed to slap away. Then Diana appeared before her, sliced at her legs. The woman tried to fight back, but Stella hurled a lightning bolt at her face and cleanly decapitated her with a sword swing. The corpse toppled to the ground, and Ashlock felt mid-stage Soulfire ki flow through his vines. The other 2 remaining cultivators suffered a similar fate. Ashlock couldn't wait for more cultivators to arrive. Weren't they basically like lambs to the slaughter with his home advantage and allies? He almost felt giddy about how many sacrificial credits he would receive after this fight, but he also needed this darn ascension to the Star Core realm to hurry up. More competent cultivators might arrive soon, and his ki reserves were quickly being diminished. With the immediate fight in the central courtyard concluded, Ashlock, knowing he had seen more cultivators on the way with his Eye of the Tree God, quickly got to work using Root Puppet on a few of the lower-stage corpses, as they wouldn't give him that many credits anyway. Ashlock then felt a feeling of deep pain and terror shoot down the black tether he had with Larry. Immediately, he followed the tether and found a storm of ash swirling around on top of a wall. A sudden wave of green flames caused a slit in the top of the dome, and Ashlock saw the situation inside. He noticed Larry was injured, and an evergreen cultivator was fighting him. Ashlock cast Devour without hesitation, and his black vines shot out from a flower bed below the wall and curved over the top. However, due to the far distance, they moved slower than Ashlock wanted. By then, the line of sight on the evergreen cultivator had been lost, but like a homing missile, the vines shot through the ash dome and seemed to hit the person inside. The swirling dome of dense ash began to contract, and when Ashlock saw Larry emerge, he was instantly filled with rage. His summon's fur had been burned off, leaving charred, dark purple flesh covered in deep lines resembling rope burns. But worse than all that, Larry was missing a leg, and blood spewed from the tip. Ashlock controlled his silent fury and tried to tell Larry through the link to retreat, but the only emotion he received back was a chaotic primal fury like an intense static noise. Larry had gone berserk and could only see red. The spider ignored Ashlock's commands and dived back into the storm. Does that monster think it can trap me here and escape? Tristan thought as the dome collapsed on top of him. Tristan reeled back his now free hand as his sword had been knocked to the floor somewhere and punched out at the dome. A wave of green flames opened a hole through the wall, and he briefly saw hints of the ongoing fight in the central courtyard. The mist was gone, and he saw many corpses lying face down on the ground. But then the hole rapidly closed before he could see much else. Tisk, did they lose already? This will be annoying, Tristan muttered. It was a less than ideal situation. Ideally, he wanted the spider to stay in the dome with him so he could fight it face to face in an enclosed area, as his nature Dao thrived in close combat, whereas the spider relied on sneak attacks and area control. The dome had contracted to only a few meters in diameter, so Tristan concluded there was no way the spider was still inside. So he reeled back his fist to punch a hole through the ash, but then he felt a sudden, burning pain. Looking over his shoulder, Tristan saw many red eyes and a fang the size of a sword skewering his fist, gleaming in the light of his green soul fire. The spider then reared its head, dragging his impaled hand with it. To make things even worse, the dome had collapsed entirely around him, so he couldn't see anything. The ash filled his lungs and burned his eyes. Tristan used the dagger in his still free hand to lash out through the ash storm at the spider's face, causing it to shriek through its clenched mouth around his fist. Die, 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 die! Tristan cried as the pain became intolerable, but the spider refused to let go of his fist. How the hell had it suddenly become so strong? Had it gone crazy? Tristan decided this wasn't working, so he burned a large part of his ki reserves to disperse the ash around him by cranking up the ferocity of his soul fire. The flames that coated his skin roared up to a few meters in height, and Tristan became a column of green hellfire that dispersed all the ash with a wave of his free hand. With his eyes no longer burning, Tristan blinked and saw his surroundings. The spider was still firmly biting his hand, but now 2 girls stood on either side with swords drawn and an indescribable fury in their eyes. But Tristan was confused. One of the girls was Stella Crestfallen. So who the hell was ascending to the Starcore realm? Chapter 60. The Abyss's Cold Embrace. Ashlock felt a surge of pain through the tether with Larry, and also through his devourer's vines. The swirling dome of ash that had contracted around the evergreen cultivator suddenly began to glow red-hot, as if trying to contain a star. Is the evergreen guy going supernova? Ashlock wondered, and his mind raced for a solution. At such close range, would his trunk even survive? Would Stella and Diana perish? Maybe they could escape down the route into the mine below and survive, but there was also a chance the cultivator wasn't in the Starcore realm. He didn't know the cultivator's strength, but it wasn't looking favorable, as he could make an educated guess if he considered how easily Larry had dealt with Soulfire realm cultivators in the past. He had assumed Larry's strength as a B-grade summon was somewhere around the upper end of the Soulfire realm, or perhaps even the early stage of the Starcore realm. So considering Larry hadn't eaten the guy yet, he was definitely a strong opponent. The dome of ash continued to brighten, and then suddenly the ash exploded outwards in a wave, and a column of green fire erupted over 20 meters into the air. "What is that?" Stella shouted, beginning to dash toward the column of fire. "Is that a Starcore cultivator?" Ashlock wanted to shout at them to come back. Why were they running toward the guy? Were they insane? Diana seemed a bit more apprehensive about charging toward a Starcore cultivator as she stood in place for a second, watching the demonstration of power. Still, she soon followed, with mist pouring from her back like a cape and a sword held firm in her hand. "Should be, with that volume of soul fire. I think I saw the spider going up to deal with someone that jumped the wall," Diana said as she caught up to Stella. Ashlock watched the 2 girls jump onto the wall, and they saw Larry and the intruder there. To his surprise, they rushed to Larry without hesitation and stood on either side of the behemoth. The spider Ashlock knew they had found so creepy was almost unrecognizable due to its severe injuries. Half of Larry's face had been melted through the exoskeleton after the last explosion, and only 2 of his eyes seemed functional. Yet even in such a state, Larry refused to let go of his prey, and still had a fang impaling the man's flame-covered fist. Larry was dying. He could feel it through the tether. Only pure rage and hatred were fueling the beast and keeping him alive. Stella Crestfallen. I can recognize those features of the Crestfallen clan anywhere. The man of pure green flames spoke seriously and turned his head to look at Ashlock. I had no idea another of your family survived. A hidden prodigy? An elder that was busy tempering his foundation? The man then snapped Larry's fang by twisting his hand, causing the spider to whimper, and then gripped Larry's face and hurled him toward Ashlock. The spider crashed into the tree with a sickening crunch, and his legs slumped as if he was dead. Ashen Prince Larry wishes to evolve. Proceed? Yes or no? It appeared that eating a few cultivators before fighting with this one had given Larry enough ki to evolve into an A-grade monster. Naturally, Ashlock pressed yes. Allowing a summon to evolve took none of his ki or credits. A thin line of silk emerged from Larry, and he lethargically wrapped himself to begin his evolution. From last time, Ashlock knew he would get a prompt to select Larry's next evolution path once the cocoon was finished, but it could take hours at this rate. So Larry was out of the fight. That just left himself, Stella, Diana, his zombies, and Maple. Wait, where was Maple? Ashlock looked around with his spirit sight, but couldn't find the bugger anywhere. Did he run away? Surely not. We have a mutual pact of coexistence. So where was he? Sure, the pact didn't explicitly say Maple had to save him, but it seemed like the right thing to do. Commencing upgrade to Starcore Realm. 90%. Ashlock was distracted from his search for the darn squirrel by a notification about his ascension, followed by the entire mountain trembling once again. The star core, which had been endlessly expanding as the heavens poured thousands of lightning bolts into it, began to shrink as if an invisible force were squashing it. The dark clouds swirled as if affected by the gravity of the star core, and the heavens only escalated their assault, with the golden lightning ramping up in its ferocity. Ashlock had feared that the evergreen cultivator would fight with Stella and Diana, but instead, the man turned his back on them as if they were mere insects. Neither attacked the man's exposed back, as the fierce green flames kept them at bay. The man hopped down from the roof and began to walk through the central courtyard. He didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground, mummified by black vines, and the 3 zombies Ashlock had managed to raise were obliterated with a single punch. Stella and Diana had hopped down from the wall and were cautiously staying near the edge of the central courtyard. Ashlock could hear them silently discussing a battle plan with gestures only they seemed to understand, but they didn't seem optimistic about its potential success. The difference between realms was simply too high. Despite not even being in the Star Core realm yet, just looking at the density of the ki from his forming star core, Ashlock could estimate it to be over 100 times greater than his old soul core. As the man walked across the courtyard, Ashlock tried to cast Devour on him again, but the vines, coated in his 9th stage Soulfire ki, couldn't even get close and simply disintegrated, flattened by the intense gravity surrounding the man. He must be burning his ki reserves at a stupidly high rate to maintain that column of fire, Ashlock thought. Was there a way to distract or slow him down? The man's eyes, which had been glued to the rapidly shrinking star core overhead, flickered between Ashlock's branches as if he were searching for something. "Don't want to show yourself?" the man mocked. "Then I'll help myself to the fruits of your labor." The man raised a hand, and a tendril of green ki shot out and snaked through Ashlock's branches before latching onto his forming star core. Warning, star core ascension unstable. Ashlock could feel himself being drained. It was a bizarre feeling, but the star core was a literal manifestation of his soul. so to have someone siphon his soul was naturally horrific.
Warning, soul integrity at 99%. Impending risk of memory loss and soul death.
What the fuck? Ashlock cast Devour at the man repeatedly, but his flames only became more fierce. They couldn't even get within a meter of the guy before disintegrating.
Warning.
Ashlock drowned out the notifications and cried out in his mind, "Someone help me! What the fuck? Where is Maple?" Had he put too much trust in his allies? What were they doing? Mist filled the courtyard, likely from Diana, and those haunting shadows reappeared. Ashlock had thought this technique was rather overpowered before, but now, knowing the mist was unable to get near the evergreen cultivator, and seeing the man easily tracking Diana through the mist, made him reevaluate what was powerful in this world. What chance did a mid-stage Soulfire Realm cultivator have in the face of overwhelming might? The man's mere presence exerted so much gravity on his surroundings that Ashlock doubted Diana could even swing a sword at his neck, let alone his intense green flames that incinerated anything that got too close. It seemed almost hopeless. Was he going to die here, sucked to death by some evergreen bastard? "Leave Tree alone!" A lone female voice grabbed the man's attention. Stella stood before Ashlock's trunk with a sword held firmly in both hands, coated in purple flames, with lightning arcing along its surface. Her expression was grim, and Ashlock could tell her ki was nearly depleted from the flames flickering. "No! Run! Leave me!" Ashlock cried out. He was convinced that no matter what, he could regrow from the ashes and rise again. But if Stella died, there was no coming back. He had already experienced seeing her corpse and thinking she was dead. Never again. He didn't want to experience it again. Ashlock had no idea what her plan was until she had gotten the man's full attention, when a shiver ran down Ashlock's spine. Stella's two eyes became swirling abysses, and the evergreen cultivator immediately cancelled his siphoning of Ashlock's star core. As Ashlock had feared, the earrings of absolute fear did little to intimidate the evergreen cultivator. Would his own demonic eye even have any effect on the man? If I wait until his guard is down and strike at the perfect moment, there might be a chance it works. Starcore Ascension stable. Commencing upgrade to Starcore Realm, 91%. The evergreen cultivator was clearly affected as his green flames faltered. He immediately bolted at Stella and punched at her stomach while she blocked with the hilt of her sword, but was still sent flying back into Ashlock. Luckily, the half-dead Larry cushioned her fall, but caused the spider to whimper. Stella coughed violently, and blood spewed from her mouth. But she wiped it away with the back of her hand and glared at the man of green flame that strode toward her. "I was always interested in those artifacts. I heard rumors about it from my brothers," the man said. "Eyes of the demon, they called them. A rather fitting name after experiencing their power." "Stay back!" Stella shouted, raising her sword with shaking hands and trying to distract the man from Diana, who was approaching from behind. "Stella, you told me to leave Tree alone." The evergreen cultivator casually backhanded Diana and sent her flying into one of the walls of the central courtyard, not even breaking his stride. "Is it the tree that's ascending? A tree with spatial ki?" Stella spat blood to the side. "As if I would tell a bastard like you." The man chuckled. "Rich, coming from an orphan. Just tell me, and maybe I'll spare you. For the patriarch, of course." Stella remained dead silent, so the man let out a long sigh. His flames died down to a normal level, and he brought out a sword from his spatial ring. Was his ki finally running out? Ashlock did have one trump card remaining, but had been waiting for the perfect moment to use it. "A shame," the man sighed as he raised the sword up above his head. Stella shuffled back with her sword still held out, but she clearly had little fight left. A tear escaped from the corner of her eye as she gritted her teeth and hissed, "This is goodbye, Tree." Ashlock ignored her. This was not the end. He would never let death befall his lifelong friend again if he could help it.
I'm short on time, so I'll end it here.
Tristan's sword felt heavy and cold in his hand as he raised it above his head. His star core was running on fumes, and the key in the air was too thin due to the forming star core overhead, so he struggled to regenerate fast enough. Killing Stella crestfallen was less than ideal, as the Patriarch might ask questions, but he needed to remove all the obstacles in the courtyard so he could ascend to the second stage of the Star Core realm in peace. Other elders might arrive soon, with the Star Core avoiding the supernova stage and now condensing. He simply didn't have the time to entertain others. He looked down at the girl. Her blonde hair was haphazardly covering her face, and purple blood, likely from the spider corpse she rested on, dyed her white clothes. Nevertheless, he somewhat admired the look of determination on her face. But that just made the anticipation of the kill that much more pleasurable. To snuff out the life of someone destined for great things so early on was one of his life's pride and joys. He licked his lips as the euphoria rushed through him. He was superior. The girl knew that and waited for her death at his hands. This was what cultivation of the demonic path was all about. Crush those beneath to rise to a new height. It was all part of heaven's will, to devour, conquer, and rule others, reach and become the apex. To be the ultimate predator in human form, that was the path he had chosen. A lonely road to the top, littered with corpses, blood, and broken promises. Tristan sneered as the girl tried to shuffle away, and he spiritually sensed the other girl pushing herself out of the hole in the wall behind him. It had been but a moment, but the superiority he felt was undeniable. He was the executioner, the decider of their fate. But then he heard a crack. His eyes naturally followed the noise. It was coming from the trunk of the tree. Its smooth, glossy black surface trembled and split apart. Intrigued by what might lie beyond, Tristan kept watching the spectacle. He had never seen a tree open up before, after all. What he saw beyond the crack was black. It was not darkness caused by a lack of light, but rather an unfathomable abyss. It was deep and endless, but not empty. Something resided in the abyss. An eye. Many eyes, all looking at him with alien curiosity. He felt enchanted by their depth and hidden insight. It was as if they had gazed upon the stars, seen universal tyrants' birth and extinction. He tried to tear his eyes away from the sight, but was too close. It eclipsed his entire vision and offered him no escape. He was totally enthralled. He wanted to know what they knew, see what they saw. He took a step forward, and then another. The eyes watched his every move as if inviting him in. He felt a sudden pain in his chest, but ignored it. What was a little pain compared to the salvation and wisdom into the divine that these eyes could provide him? They were so peaceful and calm. Until they weren't. They turned ferocious, savage, a primal rage that seemed directed at his very soul. Had he angered them somehow? Finally, he couldn't endure their scrutiny and looked away, down at his feet. His foot was planted on the chest of a girl he recognized who looked up at him with those same eyes. Ones of an abyss. He shuddered. Why was it so cold? The girl grinned. He followed her gaze and saw a metal blade with blood trickling down its length and tarnishing the girl's pale hands with its sickly color. As the blood flowed, he felt colder. Tracing the blade, he saw it was connected to him. No, connected was the wrong word. Impaled would be more fitting. He had been impaled through the heart by a sword. Black vines dug into his shins and slowly crawled up his legs like coiling serpents. They shredded his clothes and cut his skin. The pain was terrible. He felt so sluggish, as if sleep he had been evading for so long had finally caught up to him. His hands reached up and gripped the blade, trying to pull it out, but the girl pushed it in deeper. His mind began to drift. Would going to sleep be such a bad thing? He hadn't rested for so long. The vines wrapped his head and obscured his eyes. He didn't even have the strength to circulate his ki anymore. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and breathing became impossible. He gasped, but only the gurgling sound of blood reached his ears, and his vision blurred. Finally, he lost his balance as he became lightheaded and tumbled, landing hard on his back. He tried to raise his head, but he felt the weight of the world dragging him back down. A brief moment passed before everything went black. Chapter 61. Not the time for alchemy. Ashlock waited for the perfect moment to strike. When the evergreen cultivator's ki had run dry and he stood only a meter away, Ashlock unleashed his demonic eye. It was his trump card, and he had no idea if its bizarre effects would even affect the cultivator, but he was desperate. If this failed, it was all over. The sound of his trunk cracking open drew the man's eyes. However, he didn't shy away or shudder like Stella and Diana. Rather, he appeared enthralled and drawn in by Ashlock's demonic eye. The evergreen cultivator kept walking closer and lowered his sword as if hypnotized. He took another step, and Stella groaned and coughed up more blood as the man's foot pressed on her stomach, likely on the same spot he had hit moments ago. Ashlock naturally became enraged. How dare he hurt and step on Stella like that? The man took one more step closer, and to Ashlock's surprise, Stella had managed to raise her sword, balance it on the evergreen cultivator's knee, and thrust it into his upper chest, where his heart should be. The man's eyes went wide, and he broke eye contact with Ashlock's demonic eye and stared down at the sword impaling his chest. For a brief moment, Ashlock feared the man would kill Stella before he died, so Ashlock cast Devour. The man's ki had completely died down, letting the thorned vines fully mummify him. He tried to reach up to pull the blade, but Stella just thrust it deeper, causing his arms to go limp. Was he dead? Ashlock feared the cultivator could survive, but then Diana came and sealed the deal. She snuck up from behind, summoned a dagger to her hand, and thrust it between the coiling vines where the back of the man's neck should be. The evergreen cultivator fell backward. The dagger still lodged into his neck, and the blade went all the way through his neck when he hit the floor. The man remained motionless. Dead. Commencing upgrade to Starcore Realm, 95%. It was over. The fight had been won. Ashlock tore his sight away from the corpse being devoured by his vines and looked to the skies above. The star core that had been hundreds of meters across had condensed into a dense, glowing ball the size of Stella's head. It looked so small, floating above his branches, yet it let out enough light to illuminate the entire mountain range. Suddenly, all the lightning ceased, and dark skies overhead parted. Through the cracks, rays of sunshine illuminated Ashlock's scarlet leaves with their warming glow. Heavenly tribulation survived. A tendril of ki emerged from his body like a lasso, grabbed onto the small floating star core that was burning white-hot, and dragged it down toward his body. For a second, Ashlock thought the star core would burn a hole through his trunk, but it passed harmlessly through as if it were a ghost. Upgrade to Starcore Realm complete. System daily restriction lifted. Ashlock felt information about his system's changes enter his mind. Because his new Starcore produced ki by itself without the need for meditation, the system could now be used multiple times a day. Damage calculated at 37%. Repair body with credits? Yes or no? Ashlock hesitated on the system prompt. He didn't care about repairing his branches, nor the charred holes in his trunk, as he knew they would be regrown with time. What did bother him was the missing 1% of his soul. Earlier, his system had reported that his soul integrity had fallen to 99%, but the current system prompt specified his body would be repaired, and not his soul. Could the system not repair souls? He could feel it, a vacant fragment of himself. It was unsettling. Casting his spiritual sight back to the courtyard, he saw Diana furiously rummaging through his coiling vines, getting cut in the process. Finally, after a few seconds of wrestling with the vines, she managed to sneak a hand through and, with a tug, pulled a golden ring free. The evergreen cultivator's spatial ring, coated in a thin sheen of fresh blood, shone in the sun as she held it up. Got it! She then pocketed the ring in a safe place and quickly used her own ring to summon some pills. "Stella, are you all right?" She dashed over to Stella, who lay sprawled on Larry's abdomen. Blood trailed from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were closed. Her hand was still limply grasping the sword handle that had killed the cultivator, and a thin smile accompanied her shallow breaths. Diana pushed Stella's lips apart and shoved the pills she was holding into Stella's mouth. "Chew this. Your internal injuries might be fatal if left alone." Stella's eyes snapped open, and she sat up while choking on the pill. "What? The hell?" She then stopped blabbering as a blast of cold water hit her in the face. "Less talking, more cultivating," Diana ordered. "Cultivators are on the way. I can feel their presence closing in on the base of the mountain, but they're loitering around for some reason." Stella blinked as the frozen water seemed to snap her back to reality. Ashlock watched her look around the half-destroyed courtyard littered with the corpses he was starting to devour as she chewed on the pill. Then, with water still dripping from her face and hair, she sluggishly pushed herself off Larry, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. Ashlock could tell, since she became the central point of a small vortex of ki that had flooded back into the area after his ascension finished. With Stella and Diana sitting cross-legged and busy cultivating, he focused inwards on himself. Floating in his trunk was the new star core. It was captivating, and its immense ki generation flooded every inch of his body nearly instantly. If his previous marble soul core had been a filter that took in the untamed ki from the outside world and forcefully converted it into spatial ki, this star core was a spatial ki generator. However, it didn't rely on ki from the outside. Instead, it produced it all by itself, but could be refueled from outside ki if needed. He basically had a power station inside himself now. Spatial ki rushed down his roots and seemed to endlessly flow into Bob, the slime in the mine, who had almost fully reverted to its previous state after the spatial ki had been extracted. Plus 50 SC. Plus 62 SC, plus 49 SC, plus 54 SC, plus 71 SC, plus 40 SC, plus 84 SC. All of a sudden, a string of system notifications appeared. Looking back at the central courtyard, Ashlock saw his vines retreating into the ground. 7 of the 13 corpses had been consumed. That left 2 more, 3 including the Star Core cultivator. 3 other corpses were in the courtyard, but Ashlock saved them for the root puppet skill, as they would be worth almost 0 credits due to their low cultivation realm. It felt weird for Ashlock to see first-stage Soul Fire Realm cultivators as ants and deem them worthless, but it was true. To him, blowing up their corpses to get a leg up in the upcoming fight was far more valuable than the few credits they would provide. Plus 63 SC, plus 59 SC. The final 2 Soulfire cultivators were devoured. Now only the Star Core cultivator remained. But to Ashlock's surprise, the Devour skill consumed the Evergreen corpse much faster, despite the meat's higher ki content. Was this one of the many advantages of his new cultivation realm? Around 10 minutes passed, and then the notification came in. Plus 540 SC. The 1 Star Core cultivator had netted him slightly more credits than all of the other corpses combined, yet only a single realm separated them. Was the gap between the Star Core realm and the Soulfire realm that great? Would he get 0 credits from something in the key realm now? It was a sad realization, but it made sense. The key he could absorb from a key realm bird would be like a drop of water onto the sun. But perhaps most worrying of all, his soul was still missing a small chunk, even after absorbing the evergreen cultivator that had siphoned his soul. Would he never be able to get it back? Ashlock summoned his sign-in system for the first time in what felt like ages to see if it held any answers to his dilemma. Idletree Daily Sign-in System, Day 3472. Daily credit, 0. Sacrifice credit, 1072. Sign in? 0 daily credits. Sure enough, I can now use my system multiple times a day. It was only now that Ashlock realized how busy today had been. Only this morning he unlocked his demonic eye, which led to him investigating the mines, and then Senior Lee visited for an hour or so, and his gift caused this battle by forcing him to ascend to the Starcore realm. And the day was far from over if what Diana said about the cultivators was true. It would be a long night of fighting. Casting Eye of the Tree God, Ashlock confirmed that more cultivators were gathered around the mountain base, but they seemed to be waiting for someone, by how they impatiently tapped their feet and looked down the dirt path that led to the old Ravenborn mountain. Well, whoever they're waiting for, I hope they take their darn time, Ashlock grumbled. Stella and Diana were depleted of ki, Larry was half dead, and Maple was missing. Even Ashlock had issues. A third of his branches had been blasted off, and his trunk was covered in charred holes. Moreover, his ki was still somewhat chaotic as he got used to controlling his new Starcore. I should sign in. 1,000 points should get me an A-grade draw at the very least. With a prompt still floating in his mind, Ashlock said yes. Sign-in successful. 1,072 credits consumed. Upgraded Key Fruit Production, Grade B, to Key Fruit Production, Grade A. To see that one of his most valuable and versatile spells had upgraded to A grade filled Ashlock with anticipation. Last time he had gained the ability to add seeds, a power he hadn't fully tapped into, but his roots would soon reach the baby demonic trees, and he would find out the fruits of his labor. As the information flooded his mind on the potential of his upgraded skill, he opened the production menu. Sure enough, a new option had been added. He could now perform alchemy, meaning he could create pills, but with his fruit. Unlike his other fruit, which grew from his branches, these cauldron fruits would grow from the ground via his roots. Despite the situation, Ashlock decided to try growing one. His Starcore pulsed with power, and in real time, Ashlock watched as a round black fruit that seemed to have a hard shell emerged from the ground, drawing both the girls' attention. They got up from their cultivation and wandered over. The large black fruit came to their waists and had an open top like a cauldron filled with lilac fire. "Tree? What is this?" Stella asked, looking toward Ashlock with a confused expression. "Maybe it helps us cultivate." Diana tapped her chin. "Or does it shoot fireballs at intruders? That would be very useful right now." Sadly, that was far from the case. The system always gave him useful skills, just rarely perfect for the present situation. But he could see the vast potential of his now upgraded fruit production skill. He could picture it now. The courtyard filled with expert alchemists gathered around his cauldron fruit, throwing in ingredients and letting him merge them into the perfect pills. Did he mention that this skill produced the highest grade pills from the provided ingredients due to his soul flame's purity? What if he threw his own truffles and fruit filled with his skills into the cauldron? Maybe Ashfallen was destined to become an alchemist sect. It would be an excellent way to bring in some profits, since all the spirit ore had been mined. He needed to tell the girls about it, as they were still standing near the cauldron fruit looking baffled, and they were wasting time. As enemies awaited at their doorstep, now was not a good time to dawdle on alchemy. It was regrettable, but Ashlock used one of the corpses through root puppet to write with blood on the wall. Stella stood for a while, glaring at the words as if struggling to piece them together. But after consulting her notes, she finally understood.
Alchemy furnace?
Stella twirled around on her foot and looked at the lone fruit.
That thing is for alchemy?
She turned to Diana.
Do you know anything about alchemy?
Diana shrugged.
Not a whole lot. It was never really my thing. You don't even know the most novice information about it?
Stella seemed skeptical.
I literally know nothing about alchemy, so anything you know would be useful.
Oh, of course you know nothing about a super common topic. Diana rolled her eyes.
Simple answer is a cultivator uses their flames and carefully combines ingredients in the heat of their soul flame.
That is indeed a simple answer. Stella narrowed her eyes. Diana sighed, returned to the cauldron fruit, and looked down at the lilac flames within.
Usually, alchemy is done within a furnace of some kind, so I guess this is the furnace. But why are there already flames?
Well, maybe Tree will perform the alchemy for us. Stella frowned. Is that even possible? Diana shrugged.
Who knows?
You don't seem very enthusiastic about this. Stella pouted. Wouldn't alchemy be great for us? Why aren't you more excited?
Maybe because we're in the middle of a war with one of our clanmates half dead and the other missing,
Diana retorted with a gesture to Larry. It's just the two of us without much ki left and the tree versus possibly the entire Evergreen and Winterroth families.
Oh.
Stella looked toward the ajar door to the pavilion.
That does make sense.
Diana immediately sat back down and got into a cross-legged position. If you don't want to die, stop worrying about alchemy and get to cultivating. Stella glared at Diana briefly before sitting down with a huff.
Fine.
Ashlock was glad Diana refocused Stella. She always got far too distracted by anything concerning him and was quickly drawn to new, shiny things. In contrast, Diana was more goal-orientated and focused on the task at hand. With the girls cultivating again, Ashlock also focused back on himself. The missing fragment of his soul needed more investigating, and he also needed to test something. Could he use ki outside his body now that he had become a Star Core cultivator? Chapter 62. A Step to Divinity. Ashlock had a problem, one that Senior Lee had pointed out. There was an apparent disconnect between his consciousness, a hazy blue cloud of nodes that connected to everything, and his soul, which was now a Star Core. Senior Lee had initially believed there were two souls in his body and had claimed his consciousness was incompatible with his body. This was an assessment that Ashlock agreed with, as the more he thought about it, the concept that he was a mind trapped in a tree rather than a tree with a human mind made sense. Lilac flames that were denser than ever flickered to life across his branch, drawing the brief attention of Stella, but she soon returned to her cultivation with a smile. Unsurprisingly, the flames of his soul refused to leave the confines of his body. Power was never the limiting factor here. Instead, it was his body, a prison for his mind. His consciousness could affect and direct everything within himself, but he could not access the outside world. Only by using puppets and forcing his ki through their spiritual roots could he influence the outside world. So what was the solution? How could he fix this? The obvious answer was to become fully tree. However, there was a chance that his reincarnated soul, which was once human, was simply incompatible with a tree, and only through the system was he able to puppet the tree's body as if it were his own in the first place. So was the system his only savior? Was there a skill he was lacking, or did he need to ascend to a higher realm for the system to reward him? Ashlock didn't like his odds. The last thing he wanted to do was fully rely on the unpredictable system. He wanted to carve out a solution by himself in the likely scenario that the system never helped him. So other than throwing away his humanity somehow and fully embracing the tree life to morph his consciousness into one that fit a tree, was there another way? Ashlock let his mind wander for a while. He looked at his pulsing star core, surrounded by the hazy blue cloud representing his consciousness. He could feel a piece of himself still missing, like a thought at the back of his mind that was impossible to remember. He hated it. Why had his star core formed outside of the safety of his body, out in the open like that? What if more people had turned up and siphoned half his soul? Would he even still be sane? He would definitely set up a barrier or something for next time. Scrutinizing his star core, Ashlock confirmed he didn't have a slice missing, like a partly eaten tangerine. It was still spheroidal, just missing a piece. Could he fill that gap with something? The obvious answer would be with a piece of soul, but even after devouring the evergreen cultivator, he hadn't gained the fragment of his soul back. Why, though? Had the man's star core gobbled it up and turned it into nothing but soul energy? What even made up his soul? Ashlock felt like he had a headache. Souls confused him. He thought back to his idea of plugging up the hole. Was his star core the tree, part of him, and his consciousness, the human part? Or was it his star core that was disconnected from his tree body? What if he plugged the hole in his star core with his consciousness, or somehow linked his mind with his soul? A great train of thought, but how did one even do that? There were no guidebooks. Or maybe there were. What if this problem had been encountered before, and there was a technique manual about this very issue? Ashlock tried to mentally shove his consciousness toward the star core, but sure enough, it didn't move. All he got was a worse headache. His star core kept pumping out ki, which naturally flowed throughout his body and followed his cultivation technique that now ran permanently without much active thought after he'd practiced it for so long. Almost like breathing. Although the ki moved naturally throughout his body without much input, he could still consciously manipulate it with his mind within the confines of his body. Ashlock took a deep breath. It felt good to identify the issue. His body, mind, and soul were simply out of sync. 3 independent entities that affected each other but weren't operating in harmony, causing him to be unable to affect the outside world. All he needed was to discover a link, something to tie him all together. Opening his system, Ashlock looked for a potential solution. Demonic Spirit Tree, age 9, Star Core, first stage, soul type, amethyst, spatial, mutation, demonic eye, grade B, summons, Ashen Prince, Larry, grade B, skills, Eye of the Tree God, grade A, deep roots, grade A, magic mushroom production, grade A, lightning key barrier, grade A, key fruit production, grade A, language of the world, grade B, root puppet, grade B, fire key protection, grade B, transpiration of heaven and earth, grade C, devour, grade C, hibernate, grade C, basic poison resistance, grade F. None of his skills exactly jumped out to him as a solution other than his key fruit production, which now allowed him to perform alchemy. Unfortunately, his knowledge of pills in this world was even lower than Stella's, and he didn't even have the intuition from his life on Earth to use here, as he hadn't been a pharmacist. Of course, he had read some cultivation novels and knew of some common pill types, but there were no guarantees they worked in this world. So far, he had seen healing pills and lightning key-filled pills. So not much evidence of soul-fusing pills. What about mind-altering drugs? Or people that cultivated the Tao of souls? Ashlock hadn't seen evidence of either, but his magic mushroom production might have a similar effect. Looking through the pop-up menu, Ashlock could see the timer ticking down on the truffle he had started growing long ago. But why does it say the estimated time to completion is only 2 weeks now? Ashlock couldn't remember what it had said before, as he'd known it would take a year or so to grow, but he was certain there weren't supposed to be only 2 weeks left. Oh, my ki output increased drastically. That makes sense. Another new benefit of his star core had been found. He could now produce more magic mushrooms and grow them faster. If people uncover this ability of mine, I'm going to become some supreme being's drug producer, aren't I? Ashlock could only sigh and scroll through the options. Since he could make more now, he would make one for Diana and see if he could find an option for himself. For Diana, he decided to make a second spirit root upgrading truffle, as she had an inferior spirit root like Stella. He would make more, but he wanted the maximum ki available for the upcoming fight. The completion time appeared, and it claimed it would only take a month to grow, which was 12 times faster than it had been in the Soulfire realm. Perfect, but there doesn't seem to be anything that useful for me here. Ashlock did decide to grow another truffle that induced a hallucination about the Tao, but its chance of working was slim. Also, it seemed to only affect whatever Tao the person was already aligned with, so for him, it would be some enlightenment regarding spatial. Not what I'm looking for, but still useful. Ashlock browsed his abilities one last time and was ready to give up when a sudden idea popped into his mind. What about my inventory? It wasn't a place he often checked, as the system had focused on providing him skills and summons over items, but something was still floating there. Senior Lee's gift. When he concentrated on that obsidian thing that looked like a tooth, or possibly a claw, the system notified him of its name again. Question mark, Divine Fragment, level SSS. Something in its name caught his eye. Fragment. He had lost a fragment of his soul and searched for something to plug that hole. Wouldn't an SSS-grade fragment be the perfect fit? This has to be a terrible idea, right? Ashlock wondered as he mulled over the fragment's origins. When Senior Lee gave me that fragment, I saw visions of a lot of angry, immortal-looking people and things hunting down the original owner. That had to mean merging with it was a terrible idea. The fragment was from an unknown entity that was clearly hunted by the gods. To merge with a piece from such a being might lead to disaster. Or was this an opportunity for another massive power-up? Just accepting the gift and storing it away had vastly increased his cultivation. For all he knew, this was a fragment of a god, hence the divine part of the name. Would merging his soul with a fragment of a god make him a demigod? Ashlock took a deep, non-existent breath and stopped looking within himself. He needed to clear his mind. The courtyard was peaceful for the most part, if one overlooked the blood-covered broken walls or the fallen branches surrounded by smashed, poisonous fruits. But for how long would it remain peaceful like this? He had already attracted the attention of the entire valley by ascending to the Star Core realm, and then Senior Lee had come and checked him out because he evolved and gained a demonic eye. He couldn't keep a low profile anymore. Ashlock activated his Eye of the Tree God and realized he could now see the entire valley, including Darklight City. Is that an airship? He saw a red balloon sailing across the sky and over the valley. Does that mean there are other cities nearby? Ashlock couldn't believe it. Darklight City was already the size of a metropolis. It practically filled the entire valley. The Ravenborn Grand Elder's explosion had looked devastating with his limited view, but the destroyed portion was minuscule in the grand scheme of things. Ashlock could see cultivators suddenly shroud themselves in green and white flames throughout the city and begin heading his way. Did their family send out a signal or something? Things were looking grim, as Diana had pointed out previously. The girls were both mid-stage Soulfire Realm cultivators, and had only gotten the upper hand over the previous group of cultivators because they had let their guard down, distracted by the items thrown on the ground. It also helped that the cultivators refused to work with one another, and were blinded by the forming star core. But now Diana and Stella were depleted of ki, and Larry lay half dead, slowly covering himself in silk and trying to evolve. Ashlock realized it was time for him to step up as the patriarch of his sect. He couldn't hide behind his allies forever, and since he was now the highest realm individual in the sect, except maybe Maple, he was now expected to pull his weight. Cultivators swarmed around the base of the mountain. Ashlock could see hundreds. There were too many to count. There was a genuine chance that this could be the last night Ashlock knew peace. It didn't take a seasoned general to see the chance of them all surviving even until the morning was impossible. Ashlock needed something to turn the tide. If he was about to lose everything anyway, why not take the risk and merge with the fragment of a slain divine being? Opening his inventory, Ashlock looked at the obsidian tooth the size of a person. It gleamed with a mysterious power, as if calling him. He reached out, touching it with his mind. Merge with ... divine fragment? Yes or no? A system prompt appeared in front of it, asking him a question that might change the fate of his life here in this world. He hesitated for a brief second, but he couldn't see another way. Mentally, he replied, yes, to the system. The obsidian tooth vanished from his inventory, and he felt a sudden pain. It wasn't a physical pain, but rather a phantom one that pierced his soul. Looking back within, he discovered that the obsidian tooth's flat end was lodged into the wall of his trunk, while the point was piercing his star core. Merge complete. Race evolved. Demonic spirit tree is now demonic demi-divine tree. As a step below godhood, you are now more resistant to heaven's wrath and are no longer limited by the lower realm suppression. Your cultivation potential below the heavens is now limitless. Information about his new abilities and potential flooded his mind, but Ashlock cared for none of that right now. All that mattered was whether he could use his ki outside his body. Limitless potential mattered little if he might not even survive till sunrise. His star core was no longer freely suspended in the middle of his trunk, but was now anchored to the wall by the divine fragment. It felt more connected. Sure enough, as he commanded his spatial ki, it channeled through the fragment and into his body. But the fragment did something else. It seemed to link him to heaven's will. The world now understood his intentions. He was no longer cut off from the outside world. His spatial ki rushed through his branches, covering them with lilac flames, and, with just a simple thought, the space between them shuddered before being torn apart. He had created a portal. Stella and Diana shot up from their meditation and glanced toward the opening rift between Ashlock's branches. "What in the 9 realms?" Stella shouted, dashing toward him. "Tree can use techniques now?" Chapter 63. Interlude. He Who Punches the Void. With the turbulent storm gone, the gathered cultivators at the mountain's base watched the sun dip below the valley's mountain range and plunge them into darkness. Only the subtle moonlight showed a hint of the dirt road that led to Darklight City and the new Evergreen Mountain. Eleanor Evergreen frowned for the umpteenth time at the empty road and tapped her foot impatiently. It had been hours since she arrived here with the others, but the Grand Elders were yet to show up and direct them. One of her followers noticed her annoyed gaze and approached her with cautious steps. "Eleanor, I am afraid there is still no news from the Grand Elders." Eleanor stayed silent for a moment, rolling her tongue between her teeth. She wanted to say many things, but they would have been improper coming from such a dignified lady like herself. But she could only tolerate the cowardice of those old fogies for so long. They had feared approaching the forming star core due to the chance of it going supernova. But that hadn't happened. So now, Stella Crestfallen, the girl Eleanor had sent that love-struck Mike to kidnap months ago, was a realm above her. And that was a big problem. Eleanor was still stuck at the 9th stage of the Soulfire realm. She had once been heralded as a genius throughout the sect for reaching the stage 10 years ago. However, she was now in her late 20s and still showed no sign of being able to form a star core. Eleanor looked down at the man that had given her the bad news. "Devon, the risk of the star core going supernova has passed, so why are the Grand Elders not here yet? It has been hours." Devon's expression darkened. "There are rumors that Tristan Evergreen, your Star Core Realm cousin, participated in the first wave." "So?" Eleanor snapped back. She hated whenever that bastard was mentioned. He had taken the family by storm when he emerged from their formation room as a new Star Core cultivator. His presence had utterly disrupted the already tipping balance between the two families as the Evergreens became the clear dominator in the partnership. "Well, he has yet to return alongside the 12 other cultivators that went along with him to the peak," Devon said carefully. "We believe he might have perished at the hand of Stella." Eleanor's annoying tapping ceased, and she stared wide-eyed at Devon. "Perished?" There was a brief moment of ecstasy at the thought of Tristan's corpse, but her calculative mind soon returned. She shook her head and chortled. "How could Stella Crestfallen fight off 12 cultivators and kill my cousin all by herself while freshly ascending to the Star Core realm and not well practiced with her new level of power?" Devon frowned and rubbed his chin momentarily while gazing up the steep mountain to the pavilion at the top, shrouded in the moonlight. Eleanor Evergreen couldn't help but sneer. "It simply doesn't make sense. Your logic is flawed." "No." Devon turned back and appraised her sternly. "Who said Stella was alone?" Eleanor remained silent. She knew from her personal soul furnace scouting that Red Vine Peak had been long abandoned, and only Stella Crestfallen had lived there for the last decade. Of course, there was a slight possibility someone else had taken up residence in the decrepit and abandoned peak, but she doubted it. Who would be desperate enough to reside here? Devon remained watching her facial expression, but her gaze remained emotionless. Nobody in her family knew of her plans, and she wished to keep it that way. "You are right, Devon. I have no way to confirm if Stella Crestfallen is alone up there. So what do you believe happened?" "Well, it's all speculation, but if you look at the facts, the Crestfallen family used the spatial element, and Stella is rumored to be very talented, so the person ascending to the Star Core was likely her." Devon paused to collect his thoughts. So if she was busy ascending when Tristan and the others attacked, someone else had to protect her. And this elusive second person has to be at least in the first stage of the Star Core realm. Eleanor hadn't expected a good answer from Devon, but what he said made some sense. Had an ancestor of the Crestfallen family survived and kept a low profile, raising the girl from the shadows and conserving their strength? A rumor did come to mind. Stella Crestfallen had been nicknamed Demoness because of an artifact or technique she had gotten from somewhere. Had this elder given her that power to protect herself while they were in seclusion? There were too many questions and not enough answers. "Do we have to wait for the Grand Elders? Can't we just storm up there ourselves and take a look?" Eleanor said while grumbling. Devon laughed. "If you want to die so soon, be my guest. I have no idea what's keeping the Grand Elders from arriving. But if there are 2 Star Core cultivators up there, we'll need all of us and the Grand Elders to stand a chance." Eleanor contemplated Devon's words as her sights returned to the moonlit mountain peak, but something suddenly appeared before her, blocking her view. She couldn't help but blink in confusion. A rift in space had opened between them and the mountain. It was a slice through reality, slowly opening like a maw to the void beyond. The key of the rift was chaotic, and it was barely stable. It looked like the work of an amateur, but the sheer volume of key rushing to tear the space apart was mind-blowing. "Star Core realm," Eleanor muttered as she took a hesitant step back and willed her green flames to life. Stella must be attacking. Eleanor froze in fear as she saw something within the void. It was distorted, so she couldn't get a clear view, but if she looked closely, she could see an eye glaring at her. It was like being eyed by a top-ranked monster. An indescribable feeling of inferiority washed over her and made her shudder. No, this wasn't the gaze of a top-rank monster. It was the eye of a godlike being. Before Eleanor could even turn to run, she saw black tentacles covered in spikes wriggle through the rift and latch on to Devon. Before the man could react, he was dragged, kicking and screaming, toward the rift. Eleanor didn't even have time to react. It happened so fast, and she felt rooted in fear from the eye's intense gaze, as if it were amused by her puny attempts to defy it. Devon was dragged head first through the rift, screaming. But before his body was completely pulled into the void, Devon managed to surround his fist with flames and punch at the rift. A terrible idea. Eleanor was thrown backward and smashed into a tree as a wave of spatial ki accompanied the rift's sudden collapse. Her arms, which she had brought up at the last second, were burned, and if not for her ki protecting her, she might have died. That bitch! Eleanor spat blood to the side and heaved herself from the wrecked tree. To sneak attack like that! She is even more of a coward than I thought. Eleanor coughed blood and stumbled as she tried to gain her bearings. Cultivators from the two families rushed toward her, shouting her name, but her ears were ringing and her sight blurry. Then, a moment later, she recovered as her body flooded with ki. She looked past the group of concerned cultivators and saw the lower half of Devon's body lying on the ground. "Eleanor Evergreen!" A man with snow-white hair and a robe barked from the side, ignoring her condition. "What in the 9 realms was that?" An attack, obviously. Eleanor rolled her eyes as she summoned a healing pill and ate it. A poorly made portal, but with a tremendous amount of ki behind it. I suspect it was constructed by Stella Crestfallen. "What about those vines?" the man replied, ignoring her rude tone. "Vines?" Eleanor questioned. Had there been vines? "Yes, vines." The man crossed his arms. "There is residual spatial and a hint of nature down in the air. I believe those black tentacles were vines or roots of some kind." What the Winter Wrath man said made sense. Eleanor shook her head and reevaluated the situation. Was Stella Crestfallen opening the rift while the other Starcore realm sent the vines through? Of course, only a nature-aligned Starcore could control the vines like this. Then a terrible idea occurred to Eleanor. What if Tristan Evergreen had never left the mountain and decided to team up with Stella to betray the family? With 2 Starcore realms, they could contend with the other families, especially if they worked together like this. It was a plausible conclusion, and one that terrified Eleanor to her core. But what was that eye? A mental attack? She had heard of Stella Crestfallen being called a demoness due to her artifact, but she had never personally experienced its effects. Had it gotten stronger after she reached Starcore? Eleanor felt like all the puzzle pieces were slowly coming together. Since when had Tristan Evergreen and Stella Crestfallen planned this? How had they maintained contact in secret? In fact, the family still didn't know exactly how Tristan had reached the Starcore realm so quickly. She was broken from her thoughts when another rift suddenly opened. This time she was ready and immediately closed her eyes, focusing solely on spiritual sight. Unfortunately, the Winter Wrath man seemed less prepared and, just like Devon, found himself entirely immobilized by the vines as they wrapped around his limbs. He fell to the ground and flailed around. He kicked at the soil in a vain attempt to try and break free, but nothing worked. The vines slowly dragged him toward the barely open rift. His soul fire roared around him, illuminating his terrified face in a white glow, but the vines became coated in a sheen of lilac ki, just like the forming Starcore from earlier, meaning he was still unable to break free. Eleanor blinked. Was Stella a dual affinity? How could the vines from Tristan be coated in Stella's spatial ki? These were questions for another time. Eleanor didn't particularly care for the man, but she still felt some obligation to at least try and save him. A sword appeared in her hand, and she closed her eyes, trying to ignore the ominous gaze of the eye that she could still feel, and swung her sword at the vines. Her sword connected, and she felt the vines she hit give way, but there were still many coiling around the man. So she blindly raised her sword and, using her spiritual sense, struck at the vines between him and the rift. But then she felt her sword being held by something. Opening her eyes, she came face to face with the distorted, godlike creature's eye that looked at her with such a wrathful fury she wanted to run away. But she couldn't. Vines now coiled around her sword. Frozen in fear, Eleanor's hands felt limp, and with another tug, her sword flew from her hand and went through the rift. Ah! The Winter Wrath man flew past her into the rift alongside a few other cultivators who failed to fight the vines. Eleanor stumbled backward and then managed to break into a sprint. The situation had changed. She needed to contact the Grand Elders immediately. Tristan had switched sides, and Stella Crestfallen was far stronger than anyone anticipated. A new powerhouse had taken root in the Blood Lotus sect. Chapter 64. Black-Blooded. Ashlock had always been an observer, which felt normal as a tree, so he hadn't questioned it much throughout the years. Nevertheless, he was a mind trapped within a body of wood, unable to speak or interact with the people or the world that passed him by, except with the assistance of system-granted skills. However, at the back of his mind, he knew something was missing. He had seen faint whispers of ki through his spirit sight. He could watch the ebb and flow of the mystical force constantly flowing around him, just out of his reach. His trunk acted as an impassable wall between him and the ability to command the ki and shout at it to do his bidding. His demonic eye had given the world color. He could see the ki was not just an untamable force like an ocean, but rather a collection of gentle streams that could be nudged and altered by the beings, such as the cultivators, living in this vibrant world. Except him. He was an observer, a bystander. Untamed ki could enter his body through the tips of his roots and the pores of his leaves. The ki could traverse through his 1,000 meters of roots, swirl within his trunk, become morphed to his spatial affinity, and then be directed to wherever he needed it to be. But the second that ki was dismissed through his leaves or roots, it was gone, out of his reach and control. But that had all changed by merging with the divine fragment and becoming one with heaven's will. As a demi-divine being, he was no longer an observer, but now a participant. When he had meditated with his cultivation technique in the past, all that occurred was the feeling of ki going through his body and nourishing his soul. But now that he was linked with heaven's will through the divine fragment, his cultivation technique felt like making a connection with the world. Just like before, how he could control the ki that was within him, he could now do the same to the ki he breathed out. He was breathing in heaven's intent and breathing out his morphed will. To put it more simply, the trunk he found his mind and soul contained within had acted like a prison, and the divine fragment had carved a hole through the prison cell, allowing him to communicate with the outside world and the heavens. Because without this vital connection between soul and heaven, the possibility of bending heaven's will to his ideals was impossible. He had been able to vaguely force this connection through root puppets by abusing the corpse's lingering attachment to heaven. But once the latent ki within their bodies was exhausted, the connection was cut, and the corpses would explode from his ki, as it had nowhere else to go. Transpiration of heaven and earth. His system-granted cultivation technique brought ki in through his roots, funneled it through his star core where he gave the ki spatial affinity, and then into his mind, which gave the turbulent spatial ki intent. When the ki was expelled through his leaves via transpiration, it instantly got to work carrying out his intent. Finally, Ashlock no longer lost his connection with the ki once it had left his body. He maintained control and could manipulate it beyond his body. As the spatial ki floated there between two of his branches, he willed it to become a portal. He gave the key his intent and knowledge, and the heavens received his vague goal and endeavored to realize it. A rift formed. It was clearly unstable and tiny, but the heavens had listened to him for the very first time. Not his puppets, but him. He had done this with his own body and mind. "What in the 9 realms?" Stella shouted, dashing toward him. "Tree can use techniques now?" The rift he had created between his branches unsurprisingly collapsed, rustling his leaves and startling Diana, who had been cultivating. Weirdly, she gave him a side glance, but quickly sat back down and returned to cultivating with a troubled expression. Ashlock paid her no heed and focused on the girl excitedly, hopping up and down below his trunk. Tree, do it again!" Her excitement was warranted, but was affecting his concentration. "Can you stop jumping around and shouting, please?" He spoke aloud, but as expected, Stella still couldn't hear him, even with his new realm. "This is a big moment for me, and I need to concentrate." "Tree!" Stella shouted again, as if he couldn't hear her the first time. "Try to pour some more ki into it. You were so close." Ashlock followed her vague instructions, but pouring more ki into the rift made it bigger and even more unstable. It opened and collapsed within the blink of an eye, sending a shock wave that made his branches groan and shake. Clearly her advice sucked. What he needed was to concentrate and convey his intent to heaven in a way it understood. "Whoo! Tree, try again!" Stella clapped from the side with sparkles in her eyes. Her cheerleading was slowing down his progress, and she really should have been focusing on her own cultivation. It could be any moment now that the cultivators rushed up the mountain. "Tree, have you tried—" "Stop!" Ashlock shouted in his mind. His star core flared to life, and Stella stumbled as a pressure descended upon her. Ashlock instantly calmed down. Seeing Stella struggling, he reined in his star core's gravity. Whoops, I forgot Star Core Realm cultivators had their own gravitational field. This should work really well with my other skills. Stella hung her head low, and her blonde hair obscured her face. But with his spirit sight, Ashlock could naturally see she was holding back tears. He was baffled for a moment. What had led to such a reaction? Had his star core's gravity really been so strong that it hurt her? "Sorry." Stella sniffled and stepped back. "I got overly excited. I was just trying to help, but I know you don't need it." Well, now he just felt bad. Stella had been annoying him, and her attitude didn't match the grave situation, but maybe pressuring her with his realm gave off the wrong impression. Stella walked back to where Diana was cultivating, plopped onto the cold stone like a depressed teenager, and closed her eyes. He could tell by the flow of the ambient ki that she wasn't cultivating, and her breathing was too sporadic for a cultivation technique that relied heavily on controlled breathing. The central courtyard returned to an eerie silence. Only the sounds of Larry slowly wrapping himself in silk and Stella's erratic breathing could be heard. Even the usual chirp of birds was absent, likely due to the prior storm scaring them all off. Ashlock's mood had soured, but now wasn't a good time. War didn't care for emotions, and he needed to grasp his new connection with the heavens before they attacked. Otherwise, Stella won't even be alive by sunrise for him to apologize. It took a while to clear his chaotic mind and dull his emotions. But eventually his mind was clear, and he could focus on cultivation, which was a whole new field now that he could communicate with the heavens. He could sense heaven's curiosity and somewhat converse with it. It was a supernatural force, an entity with a sort of mind and will of its own. Only through a mutual understanding with this supernatural entity could Ashlock hope to manipulate ki. And this relationship needed to be fostered. Hours of practice passed by. Ashlock suspected this was what the cultivators meant when they spoke of enlightenment. The first step was to meditate and converse with the heavens. Then, through repetition and practice, Ashlock could correct heaven with each iteration, so it could better understand his intent. Kind of like working with an artist and trying to convey the idea you have in your head, when it's only through the artist showing various sketches made from interpreting your words that you can guide them on what to change to meet your idea. The enlightenment moment was when a cultivator's intent perfectly aligned with heaven's understanding. When that perfect union was achieved, the cultivator felt enlightened as heaven and themselves understood each other on a deeper level. The next time they'd use that technique would be a breeze, and so would future techniques, as the cultivator and the heavens could build upon each other's understanding. This was the realization Ashlock came to over the next few hours as he rigorously practiced the portal technique. As it turned out, his scientific way of thinking was fine. It was getting heaven to comprehend his line of thinking that took time. It wasn't stupid, but it was as if you were shouting orders at it in French and it only understood Spanish. So much of the nuance was lost in translation. Repetition is the mother of learning. With each rift he created, his control got a little better, and by sundown, he believed he had cracked it. Finally, he could conjure up a portal between two branches, leading to another one opened between two other branches on the opposite side of his body. And considering how massive he had become, it wasn't an insignificant distance. The portals weren't stable, and he wouldn't trust sending either of the girls through one, but from prior experience, he knew a collapsing portal was just as deadly as an open one. Now he just had to figure out how to attack the people loitering around at the mountain's base. He had regularly checked on them, but they still hadn't moved. Some seemed more agitated than others, but the group of cultivators was only growing, and more pooled in from the city. It was a staggering amount. 2 entire families had gathered with the intent to storm Red Vine Peak, and that was the last thing he wanted. Throughout the evening, he abused his new star core to expand his roots in every direction and made some of them into tunnels that Stella and Diana could use to escape if needed. With his new realm and star core, his growth rate had increased tenfold, and although still a tree and slow at everything, he could grow his roots at a walking pace now. The cultivators were mostly oblivious, but he was tunneling beneath them. He was just a few meters below those resting on a hill at the base of the mountain in front of the forest and surrounded by a dirt path. It was within that forest that some of his children had grown, and he intensely disliked the idea of the cultivators being so close to them. If I could scare them away somehow. Ashlock had only tried to use techniques around his own body so far. However, he knew he could forcefully push and control ki through his roots. It was how he had killed the rats in the mine shaft, and now that he could control ki that left his body, why couldn't he use techniques wherever his roots were? His devour technique utilized vines that grew out of his trunk, so he couldn't use that to kill these cultivators so far away. What if I open a portal and drag them through it? It opened him up to a counterattack, as a portal was a two-way street. He could attack them, but they could strike back. I need to stun them somehow. Naturally, his demonic eye came to mind, allowing him to hypnotize and overcome that evergreen star core cultivator. Ashlock used his Eye of the Tree God to find the closest person to the mountain that was emitting the most ki. If he was going to expose one of his attacks, he wanted to grab one of their strongest first, with the element of surprise. From his search, he identified a green-haired woman and a man. Both were clearly from the Evergreen family. The lady was at the peak of the Soulfire realm, as her ki was dense, but she lacked that gravity a Starcore had, as the grass near her shoe wasn't bowing to her presence. The man seemed a bit weaker, but still in the upper end of the Soulfire realm. These two were also semi-isolated, so targeting them seemed perfect. Making his root poke out of the ground, he used that as the anchor point for the portal, and then pushed as much ki as the root could handle into the portal's creation. Sure enough, much of the ki was lost to the mountain rock and soil due to the long distance, but luckily his star core was overpowered enough to forcefully push ki over thousands of meters. Then, for the final touch, he opened his demonic eye and created the portal's other end right in front of his trunk. The sudden appearance of the eye naturally drew Stella's attention, but again, weirdly, Diana didn't react. He looked a little closer at Diana and noticed, in the darkness of the late evening, that Diana's veins had turned pitch black, as if her blood had become liquid tar. What the hell? Ashlock wondered, but he had to focus back on his newly created portal so it wouldn't collapse. Space tore apart, and through his demonic eye, it looked like he had made a distorted tunnel from the top of the mountain to the base, yet it instantly covered the distance. Deciding to grab as many people as possible while he had the element of surprise, Ashlock cast Devour, and black vines shot out from his body and went through the tear in space. Oddly, the only thing he noticed was that the air surrounding the vines at the top of the mountain was much colder than the air at the mountain base, thousands of meters below. The view through the portal was distorted, so it was hard to target the correct person, but he managed to grab the man as the lady had stepped backward in time. Stella stood beside his eye with her back turned to it. She had her purple flames ready to block an attack and protect him. It was a nice gesture, and convinced him she had forgiven him for the earlier incident. As Ashlock pulled the man through the portal, the idiot seemed to decide it was an excellent idea to attack the rift while he was halfway through. That's like setting an elevator on fire while still inside, Ashlock grumbled, losing control over the rift as the man's nature key disrupted the spatial key intent that operated the portal. An explosion filled the courtyard, and the man, still covered in green flames, went flying and stopped after smacking into Ashlock's trunk. Stella looked down at the torso of the man severed in half just below the lungs and shook her head. He always was half a man. Did Stella just tell a joke? She seemed to think it was rather funny as she turned to Diana while chuckling and pointing to the man. But Diana was too busy spewing black blood from her mouth to see what Stella was laughing at. "Diana?" Stella called, rushing over. "Hey, are you all right?" Diana never replied. She quivered before collapsing onto her back with her eyes wide open, looking at the night sky. Chapter 65. Rift Assassin. The cool mountain breeze did little to calm Stella's racing heart as she rushed to Diana's side. The darkness of dusk had masked Diana's condition, but now that Stella kneeled by her side, with her purple flames illuminating Diana's face, she could see black lines like a spiderweb under her pale skin crawling up her neck. Diana's eyes were wide open, and her breathing was erratic, as if she were being strangled and gasping for air. "Diana, hey!" Stella gently shook Diana and waved a hand over her eyes, but Diana's pupils didn't follow the movement. They just stared straight ahead. So Stella examined closer and saw the black lines creeping across Diana's eyes as well. What is happening? Is she poisoned? Stella wondered as she carefully touched Diana's neck to check her pulse. It was weak, and Diana's skin was stone cold. Stella tried to run through what could be wrong. Diana had been relatively quiet for the past few hours. The chance she had been poisoned from the fight earlier was unlikely. She would have spoken up sooner. So what could it be? "Hey, Diana, can you hear me?" Stella shook her a little harder, but she had that same emotionless and dead gaze that looked past her at the night sky. Then Diana suddenly began screaming and thrashing around. Stella almost jolted from surprise and tried to hold her down. "Stop squirming around so much! Tell me what's wrong!" Diana ignored her and kept gnashing her teeth and trying to claw at her face. By now, her eyes had turned black, like one big soulless pupil, and she was snarling like a dog. Stella then found herself overpowered and pushed off. "Run!" Diana managed to hiss through clenched teeth as she summoned a sword from her spatial ring. "Run! Far away!" She then slashed at her own legs and fell on her face with a groan. Her sword clattered and slid from her grip along the stone. Her eyes dulled before closing, and she muttered before passing out, "Beast cores." Suddenly, everything made some sense. Diana had pushed herself to key exhaustion during the fight earlier, and had possibly succumbed to her heart demons. Stella's heart thumped in her chest, and her hands felt clammy as she looked down at Diana lying on the ground. Was she about to lose another person in her life? Panic set in. Her eyes darted around the central courtyard while trying to devise a way to save Diana. An obvious solution was to feed her a beast core. Stella brought her golden spatial ring up to her mouth and whispered, "Please, please, can there be one stashed away in here?" It flashed with power, and she mentally scanned the mountain of junk stowed inside. But there were no beast cores or even pills, just a lot of clothes, bird meat, fruit from ash, and monster parts. Leaving the pocket space, Stella looked back at Diana. The golden ring around Diana's finger glinted in the light of her soul fire. Stella reached forward but paused. Diana was in a similar realm, so it would take too long to break the seal on her ring. But something inside her whispered that it was possible, that the normal rules no longer applied. Ever since taking that pill from Senior Lee, she had felt different, superior. She had punched the heavens' lightning without breaking a sweat, so what could a spatial ring seal mean to her? Scrambling forward and ignoring the cold stone on her shins, Stella pulled the golden ring from Diana's limp finger and began to work on breaking the seal. Done. Huh? Stella stood for a moment in disbelief, blinking at the unsealed ring. Without a moment to waste, her mind entered the space. There was a lot more to sort through. Piles of clothes they had bought from Slymere alongside cultivation pills, ingredients, swords, and other personal items. But no beast cores. Stella looked at the ingredients and thought about the weird new thing Ashlock had grown that could apparently help with alchemy. But she knew nothing about alchemy. Something to learn in the future, for sure, Stella muttered under her breath as she put the ring back on Diana's finger. Now what? Stella looked around the desolate courtyard. She ran between the bloodied, undevoured shreds of cloth, but couldn't locate any spatial rings. She returned to Diana. "Excuse me for this," Stella said as she searched her pockets. Sure enough, she soon found all of the spatial rings from the cultivators, and even one with a Star Core realm lock. Stella found it odd that Diana had pocketed so many spatial rings and not said anything, but for now, she just focused on breaking their seals and searching through them. "Ha!" Stella shouted, finding a single beast core in the third one she searched. Diana had told her that beast cores were expensive and usually bought and consumed on the spot, so there was little reason to carry them around. She hadn't been optimistic about finding any. Stella placed the beast core in front of Diana's nose. The girl's eyes snapped open, and like a feral dog, she lunged forward and devoured the core. The darkness in her eyes receded slightly, showing the white around the pupils. "More," Diana croaked like a person starved of water. "Hold on a second." Stella broke seal after seal but couldn't find a single beast core in any of the rings. 12 rings clattered to the ground, and only the one with the Star Core seal was left in her hand. But no matter how hard she tried, that seal wouldn't budge. Even with Senior Lee's God-given gift, I can't overcome the difference between realms. Maybe Ash can break it now that he's in the Star Core realm. Stella dashed over to Ash and looked up at the majestic tree. Her heart tightened slightly. She had clearly annoyed him earlier, as she had never felt his wrath like that before. Bending down, Stella placed the golden ring on the top of an exposed root, breaking through the purple grass that encircled the tree. "Tree, could you unlock this and save Diana?" Lilac flames representing ki far purer than hers flared to life on the root, and Stella watched in wonder as the ring began to float with spatial ki enveloping it. Minutes passed. Stella could see some progress on breaking the ring's seal, but there was no guarantee a beast core would even be inside. Her foot began to tap anxiously, and she felt ill with worry. Her eyes kept darting to Diana, who was looking paler by the second and trying to claw her way around the courtyard, dragging her bleeding legs behind her. Her personality was unrecognizable to Stella. She was like some deranged creature rather than a human. How had she been suppressing such violent heart demons all this time? Diana coughed up more blood, and it was black as night. Now even her arms were infected with the spreading darkness. Stella clenched her fist and decided on something that was potentially very stupid. She walked past Diana and across the central courtyard. Every step she took strengthened her resolve. Passing through the doorway of the pavilion, she could see the steep path that led to the mountain's base. Freezing nightly wind whipped her hair about as she faltered at the top. Looking down, she could see a sea of green and white flames. Hundreds of cultivators awaited between the surrounding forest and the mountain, and she could even make out the various factions and groups from up here. She felt everyone's gaze within seconds. Thousands of meters might separate them, but a soulfire cultivator's sight could travel many millions on this cloudless night. Stella took a step and then another. She slowly descended one step at a time to face the sea of people. Her plan was simple. Chop off a few arms, steal their rings, and head back. Within one step, she could see the cultivators below charging up techniques. "You can do this," Stella muttered under her breath as her soul core hummed to life and lightning arced along her legs. "You are speed." She dashed forward, the world blurred, and the wind roared past her ears. Hundreds of meters were crossed in a second. The rocky path exploded behind her as techniques from the cultivators below arrived a second too late. But it didn't take long for them to readjust their aim. Stella looked down and saw a spike of ice heading straight for her. She summoned her blade and went to chop it, but then the space in front of her warped and shattered like glass, stopping the ice in its tracks. Stella traced the source of the key and saw a black root poking out of the mountain. "Is that ash?" she wondered as she saw hundreds of roots emerging along the path and at the mountain's base. Between two roots, a few hundred meters down the path, Stella saw a portal begin to form and, through the distorted rift, trees with red leaves. "I see. It's you and me, Ash. Let's do this." A wild grin formed on her face as she cycled her key and charged right at the portal without worry. It felt like hitting a wall of hot air, making her ears pop as she flew through the portal. "Where did she go?" a man with white hair asked, his hands engulfed in white flames as he stood before Stella. His gaze was fixed on a distant mountain path. "Was that a portal?" "Behind you," Stella laughed, her sword crackling with lightning as it sliced through the air with unnatural speed. In one swift motion, she decapitated the man, and his lifeless body toppled to the side. A portal opened beneath him, swallowing the corpse. "A portal? How convenient," Stella mused, surveying the forest around her. "She's over there!" someone shouted, but Stella didn't care. She was running out of time and intended to capture a few people before returning. Dashing through the forest, Stella encountered a young man in the first stage of the Soulfire realm who had shouted. "Ah!" the man yelped, fumbling to raise his sword in defense, clearly unprepared for Stella to close the distance in less than a second. Stella found him rather endearing, which made the act of decapitating him a regretful one. The poor lad hadn't even had a chance to use a technique to defend himself, for Stella had activated her earrings, rendering him frozen with fear. "You'd have made a cute servant boy," she chuckled, pushing the body through a portal that materialized to her left. Hearing more than a dozen voices echoing through the eerie forest, Stella knew it was time to move on. As arrogant as she was, she recognized that facing more than two cultivators alone would be suicidal. She raised her sword and pointed ahead. "Ash! Transportation, please!" A moment passed, but nothing happened. "Tree? Hello? Portal, please!" Stella's eyes darted between the thicket of the forest. She could see the pale and sickly light from the cultivator's soul fire in all directions, and she quickly discovered she was encircled. "Found her!" a feminine voice shouted. Her head snapped in the direction of the voice, and she spotted a woman emerging from behind a tree and displaying her peak Soulfire realm cultivation. Stella crestfallen? The woman summoned an exquisite sword that gleamed in the moonlight that snuck through the thick canopy. "What are you doing down here all alone?" Stella's eyes flickered to a black root that had emerged near the woman's foot, and she couldn't contain her smile. "Alone?" Stella raised her sword and charged at the woman. The woman was naturally confused and tilted her head while easily meeting Stella's sword with her own. Stella's eyes became swirling abysses as her earrings activated, and she relished how the woman's calm demeanor cracked. A swirling portal of spatial ki materialized behind the woman, and with a brutal knee to the stomach, Stella shoved the woman through. "Who said I was alone?" Stella giggled and hurled herself through the portal before it collapsed. She felt the familiar pressure in her ears as she rapidly changed locations and appeared in the courtyard. There was just one problem. The woman was dashing across the courtyard toward Diana. "Miss, I wouldn't do that," Stella warned. But it was too late. The woman managed to get Diana into a headlock and hold a dagger to her throat. "Stay back," she shouted. "I will—" But she never finished, as Diana, in her frenzied state, snatched the dagger from the woman's grip and started clawing at her eyes. Chapter 66. Mycelium Network. As Ashlock watched Diana rip apart a cultivator a few stages higher than her, he understood why the demonic cultivators were treated as dangerous savages. Just hours ago, Diana had been her usual self, a bit cold and serious, but still a rational-thinking individual. But now, as she tore out the woman's throat and began to eat it, he struggled to see her as the same person. Stella stood off to the side of the fight, trying to find a safe way to step in without getting her own arm torn off. It was clear to anyone watching that Diana's strength was far from ordinary. Is she consuming her life force for a temporary power-up? The signs pointed to no, but how else could this sudden increase in power be explained? After a while, Diana lay on top of the woman's breathless corpse and seemed to have passed out again. Stella used this opportunity to acquire the spatial rings from the bodies that had been pushed through the portals. As Stella got to work breaking the seals on the rings to search them for beast cores, black vines snuck through the cracks in the stone courtyard and devoured the unattended corpses. While waiting for them to be devoured, Ashlock focused on the star core sealed ring. Unlike Stella, who had spent only moments breaking each ring seal, he had been at his for a while now. He could tell he was close. A barrier seemed to surround the ring, and as he poured more spatial key into the barrier, it began to crack. Then it shattered, and he found himself inside the ring. Inside were a few beast cores, evergreen family robes, some key-infused chains, and various other items. Unfortunately, none of the things seemed very useful to a tree. So he let the ring clatter to the ground, drawing Stella's attention. Stella rushed over. "Ash, you broke the seal?" She picked the ring up, and her eyes went wide. "Thank you." Without another word, she ran back to Diana while clearly searching through the ring for useful things. Minutes went by, and notifications began to flood Ashlock's tired mind. Plus 21 SC. Plus 53 SC. Plus 47 SC. Such low points, Ashlock muttered within his mind. I need to start hunting higher realm cultivators and beasts if I want to continue this growth rate. Ashlock watched Stella drag the unconscious and barely alive Diana off to the side and tie up her limbs with a chain, which let off a hint of ki. She then began to feed her some beast cores she found, and other pills. He paid them no mind. Rather, his attention was focused on the ravaged corpse of the peak stage soulfire cultivator. It was an objectively gruesome sight, but Ashlock felt nothing except a cold lack of empathy. Have I become a psychopath? What's wrong with me? Ashlock looked the body up and down, but still felt nothing, except maybe a little hungry. The human part of his mind was revolted, disgusted, and at a loss for words. He had seen many deaths in this world, but this one felt different. Was it the fact that just a single stage separated them, and she had died such a gruesome death right before him? She died because she was weak and inferior, Ashlock said without thought. But then he paused. What the hell? When had this change in mindset come about? Had he always completely disregarded all human lives except those close to him? He hadn't thought about it much, just went with the flow. Killed those that were a threat and devoured those killed by others. Now that I think about it, I have been turning a blind eye to the fact Larry has been bringing me fresh corpses. Ashlock looked down at the half-dead spider. The poor guy seemed to have calmed down from his earlier berserk state and was nearly finished cocooning himself. Rest well, buddy. You earned it. Looking back at the corpse lying on the stone, Ashlock couldn't hold back his hunger and felt no reason to, so he cast Devour. A while later, the vines retreated into the ground, and he had absorbed the cultivation accumulated by the person over her life. Ashlock didn't know the woman's name, nor did he care. To him, all these humans were just food, except for those few he cared about. Plus 101 SC. Tsk. You spend your whole life cultivating, only to be eaten by a tree and provide a measly 100 points? He was angry. What if this person had been Stella, or even Diana? Would the person who slaughtered them, ripped out their throat, and tore off their limbs even give their cold corpse a second thought? It was sad, really. It wasn't just him that put such little importance on the lives of others. Everyone else in this crazy, dark world saw each other as an obstacle in their path to immortality. Ashlock wondered what it would be like back on Earth if people could spend money for immortality. Would it birth this same cutthroat culture where people would rather fight and kill over the most minor grievances just for a few extra bucks so they could extend their lives? They say the one thing you can never buy is time, but that is the reality here. Not only do they need to cultivate to extend their lifespans, but they also cultivate to stop their lives being abruptly ended through their own strength. Ashlock looked at the cold stone where the corpse had been. Only some tattered blood-stained cloth remained to remind him of his meal. She might have had connections, allies, and a powerful family, and even terrorized and exploited the mortals for her ascension, but none of that mattered when she faced a foe only a little stronger. Her life was extinguished in the most brutal way possible within minutes. An important lesson. Ashlock had felt for a brief moment what losing Stella was like. The pain, sorrow, and rage. He needed to devise a way to protect, shelter, and nurture her, so nothing could kill her. Not even the heavens. To hell with his key reserves. After using his Eye of the Tree God skill to confirm the cultivators were still not attacking even after his guerrilla warfare with portals, Ashlock opened his mushroom production menu and got to work. He selected a few more truffles with various effects, such as one that brought Tao comprehension through hallucinations, one that helped consume heart demons, and another that improved skin quality. I bet that one will be popular. Ashlock chuckled as he switched off the truffles. They took the longest to grow, and had the most impactful effects, but he could grow faster, smaller, and still interesting ones, such as the glowing mushrooms he had decorated the central courtyard with. Time to actually use some of this space. Ashlock's spiritual sight now covered the entire pavilion as his canopy shrouded the mountain peak. The training courtyard is fine how it is, although that wall really needs to be fixed. The fish pond is, well, they're dead. It was unsurprising, but still sad. Either the fish had starved to death, or a bird had eaten them while he had been asleep. Overall, that courtyard would have a better use later. So, he had the garden or the runic formation left to use. The garden was an absolute mess. With the reduction of sunlight due to his canopy and the absence of gardeners for years, it had overgrown into a nightmare of weeds straight out of an apocalypse movie. Unfortunately, few precious spiritual herbs had survived the years of neglect. The soil seems perfect, and the environment was already organized and set up to house plants. Ashlock thought of asking Stella, as this was technically her home, but she seemed busy for now, and he was the patriarch of the sect. Ashlock chuckled. I think it's safe to say I own this mountain and pavilion now, and maybe even this entire area once I spread out my roots some more. Creating a load of random mushrooms that granted random small boosts to cultivation and selecting the garden as the location to grow them, Ashlock felt his star core happily provide the required key. In real time, he watched the courtyard of weeds evolve into a mushroom paradise. Now, to check on my disciples. Ashlock switched his view to the central courtyard. Diana looked better, which wasn't saying much considering the state she was in before. Her skin was still covered in black veins, and her eyes were dyed black, but she seemed saner and wasn't trying to bite Stella's face off. However, even Ashlock, with his limited knowledge of this world, could tell feeding her beast cores was a temporary solution to a bigger problem. Diana had gone cold turkey and managed for a while, but after being pushed too far in the recent battle, it seems she'd succumbed to her heart demons, which was a fancy way of saying she'd relapsed as a drug addict. Maybe the truffles he was growing could help, but they still needed a week to grow, so for now, Diana would need to either recover on her own or remain chained up until the truffles were fully matured. A while passed, and Diana seemed to have passed out again. Stella was keeping tabs on her, so Ashlock felt now was a good time for an experiment he had been waiting for. When he upgraded his key fruit production to B grade a while ago for 900 credits, the only significant change had been the ability to put a demonic tree seed in his fruit. Why had it cost so much for such a seemingly minor feature? That question had plagued his mind ever since, so he'd spread his seeds far and wide, using birds in hopes of discovering the answer. But his babies had been so far out of reach, growing up in the forest surrounding the mountain. He had no opportunity to meet them and see if they had any particular connection. But that had changed. Using Eye of the Tree God, Ashlock soared past the groups of restless cultivators from the Winterwrath and Evergreen families busy shouting at each other, and focused on the nearest baby demonic tree. Although calling it a baby was hard, considering it towered at over 20 meters, it had been one of the first he had planted and had already grown so strong. His root slowly approached underground, not out of choice. Since the root was so far from his star core, the growth began to slow down. That was something else Ashlock had taken note of. His power was concentrated around and within his trunk rather than throughout his entire body, such as his roots and branches, which functioned more as an extension of himself. After what felt like ages, his root broke through the last bit of rock and hit the soil for the first time. It felt warm and damp, like a nice blanket rather than cold and coarse like the mountain's stone. Why had he awoken thousands of meters in the sky on a mountain peak? Why couldn't he have been born among his fellow trees in this lovely warm soil? The more he relished the warmth of the soil, the more slothful he felt. No wonder trees sleep a lot. I would have never bothered to wake up to even sign in if I had been born here. Maybe being born on a desolate mountain peak was a blessing in disguise then. Warning: Mycelium network invasion. Mycelium network? Like fungus? Ashlock switched his view from his god eye and looked through the root burrowing through the soil. Of course, shifting perspective like this would have made any normal human immediately vomit on the spot. But as a magical tree, swapping his point of view from being high in the sky to below the earth instantly wasn't an issue. As the system message had suggested, mycelium was wrapping around his root and trying to penetrate his root's cell wall, but to little effect. Naturally, his root, that could penetrate mountain rock, wouldn't lose to some fungi. However, Ashlock decided to allow the invasion, as he knew trees weren't as solitary as everyone believed. They actually communicated and shared resources, not through their roots, but via mycelium. The system deemed it an invasion, but Ashlock saw it as an integration into the forest network, a way to connect with his fellow trees, and maybe even his children. Lowering his defenses and deliberately opening his roots up like one would open their pores, he allowed the mycelium in. A wave of fear assaulted him, although not in the emotional sense, since he was still rational, but his entire body seized up as if he were about to die. The equivalent of tree adrenaline flooded his system, and he suddenly felt fully awake, as if it were midday rather than midnight. It was time to fight. His body had gone into a weird state as if there were impending doom, which there kind of was, with the cultivator still at the mountain's base. The forest was terrified, which in turn terrified him too. Without thinking, he took control of the situation and flooded the mycelium network with his overwhelming presence. The fear subsided, and his body managed to calm down. His root continued delving deeper into the forest, under the clueless noses of the cultivators loitering about overhead. As more mycelium was welcomed into his roots, Ashlock noticed something. The more ki he injected into the network to calm the poor trees, the more sugars, proteins, and water he received. He had been using ki to replace these necessary things a tree needed to grow throughout his life, as there were none in the mountain rock. With this abundance of new resources, his root began to speed up its growth rate as these useful substances were injected. For some reason, I feel like a real tree now. Ashlock laughed as he tunneled further. He passed the roots of some normal green-leaved trees. He didn't feel anything special from them or much ki. A few seemed in the low stages of the ki realm and clearly hadn't developed consciousness. So what was flooding the mycelium network with fear? Was it these trees doing it naturally? Or was it something else? And then Ashlock's root passed the roots of his child, the very first demonic tree he had planted. Relief, mixed with a hint of curiosity, washed through the mycelium and into his root. Ashlock could tell instantly that the baby demonic tree had cultivated far enough to have developed consciousness, and it seemed to recognize him as its father. Chapter 67. Tree Warfare. Ashlock felt a sense of kinship with the young tree, a sort of connection that was unmistakable. Through the mycelium network, he could perceive the tree's emotions. It radiated a sense of happiness, not the exuberant joy of a puppy greeting its owner after a long day, but rather the contentment that comes from relief, akin to being rescued after drifting in the ocean or finally receiving that coveted promotion at work. The young tree felt happy and relieved. It knew all would be well, and it was safe. Ashlock was no mind reader. These emotions were from the tree through the mycelium network. They weren't coherent words, but Ashlock could understand his child just fine. The young tree found the cultivators terrifying and had made the soil around it as acidic as possible to scare them off. It had even gone so far as to increase the production of its poisonous berries to show off its might. Ashlock had never been more grateful for his sign-in system than now. If all he could do to combat threats was making the soil around him a bit more damp and unpleasant to smell, he would have gone insane. "Hey, kiddo." Ashlock spoke out in the hope it could understand. With their roots interlinked via mycelium, he had a longing that his shouting into the void of his trunk would result in something. A wave of excitement came from the tree. "So you can understand me." Ashlock was over the moon. It might not be intelligent or able to form cohesive words, but it could hear and react to him. "Do these cultivators frighten you?" Excitement pulsed again. Was the tree simply thrilled because he was speaking to it? "Kiddo." Ashlock didn't know what gender his child was. Did trees even have genders? He was distinctly male, but back on Earth numerous trees were hermaphroditic, possessing both male and female reproductive organs. However, in this magical world where trees could develop souls, the rules might be different. Putting gender aside, Ashlock needed to pose a simple yes or no question to determine whether the tree could grasp the meaning behind his words. "Feel fear, if you understand the intent of my words." Yet the tree remained excited and happy, displaying no trace of apprehension. "So you can't actually understand my words. Darn. I hoped my language skill would be enough." Ashlock felt sour about it, but there was still hope for him to converse with his offspring eventually. He had dealt with enough communication challenges so far. What were a few more? He could already devise a few solutions. Rolling the system for an upgrade in his language skill seemed the easiest, but was also the solution he had the least control over. He could also wait for the tree to develop a super-high cultivation realm and a nascent soul. Senior Lee claimed he had never met a talking tree before, but that didn't mean it was impossible. A more grounded and possible solution was learning to speak like a tree. How did that differ from what he was doing right now? "Hey, kiddo, can you teach me to speak like you?" more emotions. It wasn't speaking at all. Instead, it was like conversing with facial expressions. Ashlock thought back to how he felt when he was overwhelmed with fear. His body had been flushed with adrenaline. Could he replicate that and pass it on to his offspring? Wait. In a way, he had already talked to his kid. When he flooded the mycelium network with his presence, it responded with happiness, without him even talking. Other than overwhelming the network with his presence, Ashlock tried to feel an emotion like joy and send it through forcefully, but his dulled emotions were getting in the way. Is this my fate? Do I have to wait for it to develop its soul enough? Ashlock tried to send more ki over the network, but the mycelium was fickle at best and became damaged if he tried to shove too much through. Ashlock knew he absorbed ki through his roots and leaves, so he sent his root to coil around the young tree's roots. It only got happier the more he interacted, and it got excited when he flooded its roots with ki. It doesn't seem to be getting hurt by my ki, even though it doesn't have a spatial affinity soul core yet. Is this because we're related? Ashlock had noticed that the families that inhabited this sect all seemed to have the same affinities. For example, all of House Winterwrath used ice ki. Were affinities passed down from parent to child? Whatever the reason, Ashlock finished coiling around his kid's roots and then proceeded to have his root break out of the soil and curl around his kid's trunk like a snake. He wanted to cover as much surface area as possible to transfer more ki. A part of Ashlock had wondered if he could take over or mind control his offspring as if they were a mere extension of himself. But within just a few minutes of interaction, he had confirmed without a doubt that these trees, although related to him, were independent entities. They had their own emotions and lives. But it wasn't all for naught. Ashlock could exchange excess ki with his kid, and in exchange, received an early warning system. For example, if he linked up with all of his offspring for thousands of miles, he would be alerted by their fear that a threat was coming. Also, if he raised an entire forest of demonic trees, all with some level of cultivation, he would have more allies to depend on during the upcoming beast tide. He could also use them as relays for his root growth into the big, wide world. Suddenly, Ashlock felt the tree flood him with fear again, and he could immediately tell the cause. A cultivator from the Winterwrath family had decided to lean against the young tree's trunk. He was a short man with slick white hair tied back into a bun. A sword hung loosely at his waist, tied by a rope. "What a disaster," the man sighed as he leaned back on the trunk and closed his eyes. Ashlock wasn't sure how to handle this, but he felt angry. To his surprise, it seemed his kid also felt his anger as the young tree's fear lessened and was replaced with smugness, as if it expected Ashlock to protect it. He could create a portal via his roots and try to kill the man with Devour, but he might also damage or destroy his offspring when the portal collapsed. The same result would occur if he tried to use the explosion from the collapsing portal to kill the man. His control over his spatial ki was amateur at best, especially at such a long range. It worked fine when he didn't care about collateral damage, but he needed to be careful in this case. Wait, why am I instantly thinking of murder? The man wasn't exactly doing anything too threatening, just resting against a seemingly random tree in a forest. Was that an insult worthy of execution? But he is here with the rest of his family to take over Red Vine Peak, and I doubt he would be as magnanimous if he found Stella or Diana half dead somewhere. Ashlock thought as he glanced around and saw other people resting near random trees and meditating. This was war. Ever since the Evergreen family sent a Starcore cultivator to siphon a part of his soul and nearly kill Larry, all chances of peaceful negotiations with these two families were off. Not to mention the man's presence was scaring the shit out of his offspring, and what kind of father would he be to let his kid shake in fear and not do anything? Sending another root to tunnel through the earth and poke out of the ground a few trees away, he opened a portal in the central courtyard back on Red Vine Peak, under the sword that had belonged to the female cultivator that Diana had mauled to death. The sword fell through the portal, and Ashlock set its anchor point above the root in the tree's canopy a few feet away from the man. His eyes snapped open as a sword fell to the ground, seemingly from thin air. "Ha! A sword." The man pushed himself off the tree and walked a few steps forward. He then bent down to pick up the blade. A rift opened behind him, and Ashlock cast Devour. Within a second, the sound of the portal popping closed was masked by a short scream, and the forest returned to its eerie silence, other than the shouting in the distance. Plus 22 SC. The man had been relatively weak. Ashlock's ki-enhanced vines had been enough to impale the poor man, and within a minute the vines had retreated into the stone below. Another corpse, another murder. He felt it was time to get serious. Larry was nearly dead and surrounded by silk. Maple was missing, and Stella was busy keeping tabs on Diana. The war had already begun, and Ashlock now had the power to be a prominent force. Taking to the skies with his eye of the tree god, he peered through the darkness of the night without issue. The calm night wind and lack of sunlight made him feel somewhat sluggish, but the situation's seriousness kept him in check. He could feel his roots below the cultivator's feet from high above, like toes in the sand. Everyone gathered here should be below my realm, with most in the lower stages of the Soulfire realm. My empowered roots are enough to impale and kill them like the man from earlier, but that comes with the added risk that they might attack through the open portal. Ashlock also knew his portals were unstable when attacked. Having his vines cut wasn't an issue, but the ki wasted on the portal's creation was. His star core had an advantage over his old soul core. It could produce ki without needing meditation, but he could still drain it dry if he overused it. I want to cause the most havoc possible while still keeping enough ki in reserve to fight one of the Grand Elders if they show up. So far, Ashlock had targeted people that were alone, and through his efforts, he had assisted in killing around 20 cultivators so far. But there were hundreds still loitering around at the base of the mountain. Portals are great and all, but they're more suited for transportation than killing. How could I kill as many cultivators as possible with spatial ki? Ashlock didn't care about their corpses. He could fetch them later or let them rot. Honestly, for how little sacrificial credits those in the Soulfire realm provided, it felt like almost a waste of ki to gather and consume the corpses. Ashlock identified a mixed group of Evergreen and Winterwrath off to the side of the main groups. They had an arrogant air about them, and their cultivation realms were on the upper end of the Soulfire realm. These must be the arrogant young masters. A perfect test group. Ashlock concluded they would be less likely to back down and run due to their overinflated pride, making them great target dummies. The tips of a few roots poked through the ground like surfacing earthworms, drawing the cultivator's attention. "Stella Crestfallen is attacking again," an evergreen man calmly stated as his eyes darted between them. Green flames instantly sprang to life, and a great sword bigger than him materialized in his hand. Ashlock still found it rather funny that they thought this was all Stella's handiwork, but he wouldn't complain. "As expected," another cultivator sneered. "That brat can only run and hide like a green-furred fox." If only they knew they were being bested by a magical tree that couldn't even move. Also, what the hell was a green-furred fox? With a chuckle, Ashlock checked on his ki reserves. By his estimates, they had depleted by around 30% so far from processing his 20 kills, which would take about half a day to recuperate. His foes were on edge. He could see people rushing toward the isolated group who would arrive soon. I should test if exploding a portal right next to them would do anything first. Even if it was inefficient, as portals required a lot of ki to make an anchor and connection between the two openings, he already knew how to make them, so it wouldn't be hard to conjure them up within seconds. And he did precisely that. A portal materialized right next to the one with the greatsword, but before Ashlock could even collapse it, the man swung his greatsword shrouded in green flames with impressive speed and cut it in two. There was no explosion, and the spatial key dissipated harmlessly into the wind. Ashlock tried again, this time making the portal a little further away. The man couldn't cut it in time, and it exploded as planned. But even with the absurd amount of ki he shoved into creating it, the explosion was too far from them to do anything other than rustle their hair and wipe out the soul fire coating their skin briefly. Then, something happened that Ashlock hadn't expected, but he really should have seen coming. Land of eternal ice! The same technique Mike had used when he fought Diana a while back. It flash froze the ground, and even the first stage star core key coating his roots could not protect them from the chill. So frost is indeed a natural counter to me, then, Ashlock grumbled, the feeling of having his roots frozen stung. Surging some ki into the roots broke them free from the ice, but it was too late. The great sword-wielding cultivator had severed his poor roots before he could pull them back. So long-range assault just by myself is going to take more work than I thought. Ashlock didn't want to admit it, but his allies had done most of the work in the previous fights, with him offering support and corpse disposal. His slothful mind tried to devise a spatial attack that could kill these fools. Was there one in that technique manual that Stella had been showing him? Telekinesis? Was there something he could do with that? Ashen Prince Larry has begun to evolve. Please select Larry Evolution Path. A sudden string of notifications interrupted Ashlock's train of thought. It was about Larry's evolution into an A-grade summon, something that could prove desperately helpful in the coming days. Huh? Ashlock read the notification, but was confused. There's only one option this time? Ashen King. His Eminence, Prince Larry, has been deemed worthy by the 9 realms of Ascension to a Calamity-class monster, and will be granted the power to rule over all ashen spiders across the realms. Henceforth, his ancient bloodline will awaken, and he will be known as the Ashen King. Well, that sounds rather ominous, Ashlock chuckled, but he was looking forward to seeing Larry's evolution, as there would be a lot of snacks awaiting his hungry pet at the mountain's base. Chapter 68. Interlude. Rebirth of the Ashen King. Eleanor Evergreen felt her peak stage soul core hum in her chest as she raced up the side of the mountain. The sea of twinkling stars gave a magnificent backdrop on the white palace constructed in place of the old Ravenborn pavilion on this pleasant, cloudless night. A cool breeze blew by, but did little to calm the girl. Instead, thoughts raced through her mind about what she had witnessed at the base of Red Vine Peak. This was a genuine disaster. She should have accelerated her plans and come to visit by herself, as Stella Crestfallen, one of the few cultivators of noble birth that were also free to be used as a pill furnace, was now a realm higher than her. An untouchable existence, except to the Grand Elders. Eleanor clenched her fist as green flames roared around her and helped empower her speed. Unfortunately, evergreen cultivators weren't known for their movement techniques, so she could only empower her legs with ki and press on. The palace seemed so far. Had the mountain always been this tall? She had spent the last half an hour rampaging up the mountain, but still had a ways to go. Her head tilted to the right, and she looked at Red Vine Peak in the distance. Only now, as she squinted and empowered her eyes with ki, did she notice the massive tree lording over the pavilion. It looked like a red roof from afar, but it was undoubtedly a tree upon closer scrutiny. Since when did trees even grow that big around here? Eleanor wondered. She had left the sect several times on various missions out into the wilderness on behalf of her family, and she had never seen such an impressively massive tree. That has to be a spirit tree of some kind, Eleanor muttered aloud as the wind roared past her ears. But why? Was it a guardian spirit left behind by the Crestfallen family? The more Eleanor investigated and discovered about Red Vine Peak today, the more her head hurt. Nothing made sense. How many more secrets and allies can you hide? Eleanor sneered, and she continued up the peak. She still had no idea why those lazy elders hadn't made a move yet, as their juniors died from Tristan and Stella's joint efforts, but she would change that. I bet they went into secluded cultivation and nobody dared to wake them. Eleanor stopped muttering to herself as her long journey up the mountain path finally drew to a close. The White Palace, built to house the relocated Evergreen and Winterwrath families bound together by marriage between the two heirs, dominated the skyline. It was magnificent and a testament to the family's combined majesty. So what if the beast tide was coming and this would all be abandoned and destroyed in due time? Were they supposed to live in wooden huts like peasant mortals? Would any other noble families of the Blood Lotus sect or Darklight City take them seriously if they didn't flaunt their wealth? Eleanor shook her head as she passed through the open gateway and into the courtyard, surrounded by smooth white walls and windows. She knew it was all a facade, a way to trick the blind into believing in the prosperity of their family. The dark truth was, even with their combined strength, their victory over the Ravenborn family hadn't come without a high cost. Thousands of cultivators from both families had perished in the war, and many more had died when their old locations were raided faster than expected. As they were now, the family's combined strength hardly matched that of a lower-tier family. It was why all the cultivators surrounding Redvine Peak were so weak. The strong had already perished in the war, and it was taking too long to raise new talent. Eleanor knew things were looking grim. With the beast tide on the way and the great move on the horizon, how would the Evergreen family compete with the other families for land at the new sect location? She refused to be a part of a lower-tier family for another cycle. It was too embarrassing, humiliating even, the way the other families scoffed at them in tournaments and bickered and laughed behind folding fans. Before Eleanor even realized it, she was stomping through the silent hallways of the stone palace. Her walking slowed as she looked around. There was no one. Not a soul in these expansive halls. Where did everyone go? Eleanor cursed, looking left and right as she passed empty, dark rooms. It was like the place had been abandoned, but she had been here only hours ago and it had been bustling with activity. A sudden scream made Eleanor jolt. It echoed down the hallway and was accompanied by heavy footsteps. She dipped into a nearby empty room and felt something sticky on her shoe. Despite the screams, she looked down and saw a puddle of blood and the tip of a finger in the dim moonlight sneaking through the window. Her heart tightened in her chest, and she struggled to control her breathing to stay hidden. It was hard to focus on the bloody finger when the screaming and footsteps quickly approached where she was hiding. Monster! A man, likely the one running, shouted, and Eleanor felt the whole palace shake and saw ripples on the puddle of blood she was inspecting. Eleanor got closer, allowing her sickly green flame to illuminate the scene. She almost jumped back like a terrified cat at the sight of a woman with empty eye sockets, dried blood cascading down her cheeks, and drenched, messy black hair. "Maria?" Eleanor stammered as she reached out a hand and felt the corpse's cold cheek. What happened to you? Who did this? What?" It was one of Eleanor's sisters, one of the few she loved and respected in this accursed family. The palace shook again, and Eleanor had to rip her eyes away from her sister and look over her shoulder as a screaming man ran past. Grand Elder Winterwrath? Eleanor blinked in confusion. The man running for his life was the Star Corps Grand Elder everyone had been waiting for. Was he fighting the person responsible for the death of her sister? The man didn't even acknowledge her presence. Instead, he paused outside her doorway and focused on something down the corridor. Eleanor noticed his eyes were scarily wide open, blood brimming at the sides. He raised his hands with white flames roaring to life at his fingertips. "Bastion of the last winter!" he cried, and a wall of mystical ice manifested before him. Like the Evergreen family, the Winterwraths excelled in point defense and standing their ground against a foe rather than movement techniques like the Crestfallen or raw damage output like the Red Claws. So both the Grand Elder and Eleanor were shocked to their cores as a four-fingered paw, the height of the hallway and ending in claws of pure darkness, barreled through the ice wall like it was glass and grasped the Grand Elder like an ant. Eleanor stumbled back, ignoring the blood of her dead sister that sullied her shoes. The scene was too mind-warping. She didn't even want to know what kind of creature was residing within these walls with her that could possess such a paw. "You devilish creature, spawn of the lower realm!" the Grand Elder hollered as the hand encircled him. "Take this, you vile—" Blood spewed from the white-haired old man's mouth like a fountain, and his head rolled to the side. Dead. His white flames died down, but Eleanor could feel the beginnings of a supernova. Once started, it was a process that was hard to stop. Ki from the surrounding poured toward the elderly corpse without restriction, and Eleanor could see his skin melt. She looked around the dark room. Now that she breathed in the air, the scent of death was unmistakable. In this darkness, there were likely many other corpses. Why and how? Did that creature do all this? The paw of pure shadows released the melting man, letting the sack of molten skin flop to the stone and begin to melt the tiles. Then there was a crackle of ancient power, one Eleanor couldn't even begin to fathom, and the burning white corpse was gone. Just a molten hole in the stone remained. Eleanor held her breath, her flames extinguished, and sat in the cold, dark room. The scent of death and blood tickled her nose, but she didn't dare breathe for fear of that monster finding her. Whatever it was, she had no chance of defeating something that could kill a Starcore Grand Elder in such a way. A while passed, and she spluttered for breath. Her lungs burned, and her eyes watered as she breathed in deeply. There hadn't been any movement or any sign of the monster. Had it left? Surely not. Eleanor found it hard to believe a powerful creature wouldn't have the sensory capabilities to match, considering that nobody remained alive in this stone prison. Had it just let her live? Why? She stood up, brushed herself off, and tried to not even give a glance at her sister's corpse on the way out. Her curiosity might be the death of her, but she needed to know, to see what had transpired here. With cautious steps, she approached the doorframe and peeked around. Nothing. Just an empty hallway with an icy chill, a likely leftover from the Grand Elder's failed defensive spell. She wanted to run, escape from here, and never look back, but she knew that cowardice would make convincing the Patriarch to help a tall order. Her head raced with solutions to her predicament. Her family had already been on the back foot, and now it was wiped out. The Winterwrath Grand Elder, half of the family's Starcore fighting power, was gone. She had to confirm one thing. Was the Evergreen Grand Elder dead as well? If so, it was all over. The family had no chance to recover with Tristan switching sides and both Grand Elders dead. Hardening her resolve, she ventured down the hallway, searching for the Evergreen Grand Elder's body. If the man had perished, her life was over anyway. The Blood Lotus sect didn't need a noble family outcast in the new land. She would become a pill furnace for the Patriarch, the same fate she had decided for Stella Crestfallen only months ago. It made her feel sick to her stomach, and made her legs shake. Did the world hate her? Why was it so cruel? Her steps felt heavy as she walked the length of the cold corridor and turned right into the main hall. There, as she had expected in the pit of her stomach, was the Evergreen Grand Elder. His head was torn from his broad shoulders, and his muscular arms were twisted and broken as if they had been made from twigs. He was dead. Eleanor followed the trail of blood and looked up from the corpse to a balcony at the far end of the hall. To her surprise, she saw a fluffy white squirrel perched on the banister. With nothing but despair gnawing at her mind and the harrowing sight of those she had loved and depended on now cold corpses at her feet. Yet the appearance of such an adorable squirrel was so intriguing and soul-warming. She walked forward, enthralled by its golden eyes that seemed to wink at her. As she pushed open the doors, made from crystal-clear ice, she looked away momentarily, and the squirrel was gone, as if it had been a figment of her imagination all along. What a weird, but cute-looking squirrel. Eleanor leaned on the banister with a sour heart and looked out into the distance at Red Vine Peak, surrounded by twinkling stars and bathed in moonlight. It looked so beautiful and peaceful, with its scarlet-leaved tree lording over the white-walled pavilion overrun with red vines. She wanted to scream as her hands tightened around the banister. If only she had moved faster with her plans. She could have been on that mountain peak right now, under the shade of that magnificent tree and working with Tristan Evergreen. She should have been the one embraced by the power of the Star Core realm, not Stella. Why did that bitch seem to receive all the blessings under the 9 realms? But then her heart seemingly froze in her chest as tremendous pressure overcame her, as if something were coming. Was that devilish creature back? A cold sweat and a shiver ran down her spine. Was it finally time for her to die? Then the heavens opened above Red Vine Peak, a crack so vast, as if a god were pulling the sky apart to gaze upon its subjects formed. Then through the gap, a dense cloud of gray poured down like sand. Or at least it acted like sand. But as Eleanor empowered her eyes, she confirmed it was ash. It descended and enveloped the entire Red Vine Peak like a floating blanket. Golden lightning flashed throughout the ash cloud, focused around the epicenter, the mountain's peak. The weirdest part of it all was how the scarlet-leaved tree peeked through the ash cloud without a problem, and Eleanor could see 2 dots that were likely people standing on its branches, looking down at the swarming ash below. A while passed, and Eleanor was enchanted by the once-in-a-lifetime event displaying heaven's power. However, she had to wonder what cataclysmic event could have triggered it. But her stupor was vanquished by an earth-shattering roar from an awakened beast, one reborn from the ashes. And even from so far away, Eleanor could tell it might be on par with the patriarch from its sheer presence. She turned on her heel and ran through the hallway without hesitation. If she could be the first to inform the patriarch he needed to run for the hills, her fate as a pill furnace might not be sealed. The Blood Lotus sect were doomed in her eyes, and it was time to leave. Chapter 69. Spokesperson Larry. With a bestial roar that made Ashlock's Starcore quiver, the great storm of ash ceased, and Ashlock opened his demonic eye to gaze upon his pet curiously. What had become of his beloved spider? His Highness of the 9 Realms, Ashen King Larry, has completed his ascension. Evolution of Ashen King, Larry, complete. The crack in the realm overhead closed, and calm returned. With the ash storm gone, Ashlock could gaze upon Larry without obstruction. The spider had decreased in size by about 1/3, but he now had a crown of black horns on his head with a permanent halo of ash swirling around its points. His fur had transformed into strands of ash that shimmered in the moonlight. Meanwhile, his scarlet eyes held a new depth of intelligence, and his ivory fangs looked sharp enough to pierce a god. He looked like a creature from some legend or myth that defied the laws of what seemed possible. The way his fur of ash shifted around as if it were alive and fascinating to watch, especially in his demonic eyesight. Unfortunately, the ash acted as an impenetrable veil, blocking Ashlock's demonic eye from looking at Larry's soul core, making it impossible for him to know Larry's true realm of power. But if he had to guess, Larry was stronger than him. The spider slowly approached Ashlock with measured and careful steps, still as silent as ever. Ashlock felt Stella, hiding on his branch, shrink back as the spider approached, which also made him nervous. The tether of black key that linked him to Larry was still there, and the system hadn't notified him that he had lost control over Larry, so it should be fine. Right? Larry paused close to his trunk, and then dipped his head.
The Ashen King pledges his loyalty to the Great Spirit Tree.
The words were gruff, and even Ashlock found them hard to decipher, like they had a potent accent despite his perfect hearing and language of the world skill. Everything seemed to pause for Ashlock as he tried to process what had happened. Did Larry just speak? Real words? Stella also seemed stunned as she looked at Diana, who was chained to his trunk, and then back at the spider. Diana had regained some of her rationality back, but she was still resisting the chains like a crazy person and thrashing around.
Did you understand what it said?
Diana hissed through clenched teeth.
That demon can speak!
Barely, Stella said without looking back at the crazy girl. I believe that was the ancient language I learned recently, but its pronunciation was way off. Larry glanced up at them and flared his eyes, making them both shriek and almost fall out of the tree.
You may be the mistresses of the Great Tree, but insulting my speech is rather uncouth of you ladies.
Okay, what the fuck was happening? Ashlock awakened from his stupor, and his demonic eye, that didn't seem to faze Larry, looked directly at him. It felt weird, but it was clear that the spider was expecting a response. Ashlock directed his attention to the linking black tether. What should he say? Was there a proper way to go about accepting a summons allegiance? Ashlock mulled over the issue momentarily before deciding to say something overly pompous to sound dignified. The Great Spirit Tree accepts your allegiance and loyalty, Ashen King of the Nine Realms.
Thank you, my lord.
Larry bowed again, or at least as best a spider could with his oddly shaped body.
What are my lord's orders for this humble servant?
Larry's vocal cords clearly didn't match the speech he was using. Had the spider inherited his language as part of the summoning skill? Ashlock naturally wanted his pet to deal with the cultivators as soon as possible, but the fact that Larry could speak was a more pressing matter. Larry, there is no need to refer to me as such. Calling me Lord all the time will become tiresome.
As you wish, Master.
Ashlock felt a headache coming. Why was the spider so uptight? He was clearly stronger than him. Was the summoning contract so powerful that it instilled a forced sense of loyalty? Whatever. Tell me, Larry, why do you speak in the ancient tongue? The spider paused momentarily before answering.
It came with the divine knowledge bestowed upon me during the ascension. Ashen spiders have no spoken language, so I was granted knowledge of the ancient tongue. Does my improper speech displease Master like the mistresses? I can atone for my sin by tearing off my limbs one by one until Master is satisfied.
Stop! Ashlock shouted, and Larry clamped his mouth shut. Hearing the spider talk like a distinguished gentleman with such a strong, almost thick Scottish accent was disorienting. Larry, you are a valued ally of mine. I was simply curious as to the origins of your speech. It's not your fault that a spider's vocal cords aren't designed for such complex words. Larry looked down at the floor. Ashlock had never seen a sad-looking spider before, but he could tell the big guy was upset. Ashlock sighed before asking another thing that had been bugging him. Why do you say the girls are my mistresses?
I can feel that Master cares deeply about these mortals, so they are women in a position of power relating to the Great Spirit Tree, and in turn are above me, as Master does not care for me as deeply.
The spider straightened his long legs, looked up at Stella, and then at the chained Diana.
Also, I can smell a hint of something ancient about them.
Ashlock ignored the statement about him not valuing the spider, as that sounded like an emotional bombshell, and asked, "Ancient?" He could understand Stella after she had taken that pill from Senior Lee, as it might have changed her in such a way that she could now punch lightning, but Diana, too? What's ancient about them?
Master, this servant must disappoint, but my realm is not yet high enough to discern such a thing.
Stella peered through the scarlet canopy and asked,
"Hey, Spider, are you talking to Tree?"
Mistress Stella, I am indeed conversing with Master Tree.
Stella dropped down and stood at a tentative distance from Larry. She summoned a bundle of papers with the runic language scribbled on them and frowned as she feverishly rummaged through them. Bloody annoying accent and dead ancient language. She then seemed to have a great idea. "Hey, Spider, can you write?" Larry looked at his two forelimbs and then back at Stella.
What is writing?
Stella blinked with confusion for a second before a sigh escaped her mouth and her shoulders sagged. Then, in a last-ditch effort, she held up one of the papers covered in scribbles. "Spider, can you read this?" She pointed at it as if it were an eyesight test.
My name is not Spider. I am the Ashen King of the 9 Realms, His Highness, Larry.
The spider straightened his back and seemed smug. He then glared at Stella, and she shrank back under his powerful gaze. "Sure. Highness Larry, can you read this or not?" Larry crawled a little closer, and his many red eyes looked the paper up and down, and a low hum resounded from his maw as if he were deeply contemplating the text. "Well, can you?" Stella pressured the spider after a while had passed, and Larry's many eyes left the paper and glared at her.
Mistress, your ability to draw is simply horrendous. I cannot discern the nature of this art piece. Is it supposed to depict a great war between the cultivators and the gods?
It took a while for Stella to mentally process and translate what Larry said, but once she did, she looked the paper up and down, and then looked between it and Larry a few times in disbelief. "What part of this looks like a drawing?" Larry nodded.
Exactly. It's a terrible drawing.
"That's because..." Stella gripped the bridge of her nose. "It's not a drawing, it's writing. They're different."
Looks the same to me.
"Have you ever seen a drawing?" The spider tilted his head.
No.
Stella deposited the papers back into her ring and threw her hands up. "I give up. Can you ask Ash what he wants me to do with Diana, at least?" Ashlock hadn't wanted to confuse the spider, so he had remained quiet, and the fact that there was something ancient about Diana and Stella was bugging him. However, something fantastic came out of all of this. He now had a dedicated spokesperson. Unfortunately, he was also a shed-sized spider with an ominous-looking crown of ash and the power to topple this entire sect. But beggars can't be choosers. "Larry, tell Stella to keep Diana chained and under control for now. I'm growing some mushrooms that may help alleviate her symptoms." Larry repeated his words in his gruff accent and a language that Stella was barely proficient in. If Ashlock had to guess, Stella had been using context clues to piece together what Larry was saying and the few words she recognized. But now that she had asked him for direct instructions, she wanted to understand every word. After a while, and a lot of note-checking alongside Larry, having him repeat his words until the spider was clearly annoyed, Stella finally translated the words correctly. "Mushrooms? Are they really so miraculous that they can cure Diana of that madness?" Stella said to Larry, and then looked up through the canopy at Diana, who was still thrashing against her chains and shouting random nonsense mixed with coherent sentences.
Why are you asking me? Larry grumbled, looking at the floor. I know nothing about mushrooms.
"Fair point," Stella said back, and she looked toward the tree trunk. "Ash, Are these mushrooms really so powerful? We could make a lot of money from them if so. Ashlock didn't even need to bother with Larry on this occasion, and just flashed his leaf with lilac key to signify yes. He was already planning on selling his mushrooms, fruit, and later alchemy products once someone under his sect learned alchemy. A rumbling from Larry's stomach made Ashlock refocus on the cultivators at the mountain's base. It appeared they were gathering and about to launch an offensive. Did they think the ash storm was an attack from the heavens and he would be weakened? Or maybe they thought someone had ascended and would be consolidating their new cultivation base. Whatever the reason, Ashlock didn't care. The rage of seeing Stella stepped on by that evergreen cultivator and the other one threatening Diana with a blade to the neck had already cemented his stance on them. They were foes that couldn't coexist with him and needed to be eradicated. He hadn't become a cold-blooded mass murderer. This was simply in retaliation. They attacked him first, and they had only gained control of this land by killing its previous occupants, so they had it coming. Ashlock much preferred the Ravenborn family that had minded their own business, minus their whole murder plot for Stella, of course. Why is everyone in this world so rotten? Ashlock wondered as he pulled on the black tether with Larry, giving his A-grade pet a mission. Eradicate the Winterwrath and Evergreen families down to every last one in the area. However, do not venture into Darklight City or kill any mortals. His reasoning was simple. Mortals posed no threat to him or anyone he cared about. Also, they would provide as much key and sacrificial credits as a bug, therefore their slaughter was unnecessary and wasteful. If anything, the mortals would be perfect for keeping around as maids, servants, and builders for his new sect. The cultivators, on the other hand, in his eyes, they were fair game. He would happily negotiate or ally with the other families in exchange for benefits, but it was too late for the Winterwrath and Evergreen families. As the Master decrees. Larry rotated and crawled toward the pavilion door as ash began to swirl around him. It shall be carried out to perfection. A slaughter befitting my master's tastes. Chapter 70. A one-man killing machine. What is that thing heading toward us, young master? A nervous servant of the early Soulfire realm tentatively asked one of the Winterwrath scions. The man with wild white hair heaved the greatsword he had used to cleave a portal in half over his shoulder. All around him were frozen roots that had wiggled their way through the earth. Upon his servant's words, the scion's eyes drifted to the mountain, and he squinted at a large creature scuttling down its side. Due to the lack of light and the fact that the monster had some veil around it that was masking its presence, all he could see was a large shadow. A monster of some kind. It doesn't look human at all. The man wondered aloud, and the servant beside him agreed. I think so as well, young master. We should flee while we still can. Flee? The man looked over his shoulder at his servant and showed him a toothy smile. Now, why would we do that? Do you see the other scions running with their tails between their legs like skittish beasts? No, young master. But did you not see the heavens opening, and then this large monster appears? To fight a monster from a higher realm would be a death sentence. The man rolled his eyes and began to walk toward the mountain. You and I both know the heavens have been out of reach for a long time, so there's no reason for someone, monster or man, to come down here, even if they could. The young master is wise, but there will be no buts. The man pointed his greatsword at the approaching beast, and white flames roared to life across his skin, causing the surrounding air to freeze and snowflakes to cascade around him. I smell an opportunity here. Tristan Evergreen's sudden ascension overshadowed the Winterwrath family, but I will become the new hope of the Winterwraths. The servant shrank back, terrified of his master's peak Soulfire realm strength, as just standing within its presence made his skin burn from the pure frost ki. The young master might be a muscle-brained fool, but he had the key purity and cultivation to back it up. However, the servant's eyes couldn't help but linger on his young master's spatial ring and sword. If his master were to perish here tonight, he could seize those items, and nobody would ever know if he played his cards right. The servant's eyes followed the looming shadow racing down the mountain. He couldn't help but sneer as his young master joined shoulder to shoulder with the other talented and equally arrogant scions and marched toward their deaths. He had seen the portals, the roots, and the heavens cracking open. To think staying here any longer was a good idea was the thought process of a truly delusional and arrogant fool. A field the scions happened to be masters in. Born to a minor branch family and assigned as the young master's servant since he was 5, the man naturally had a deep hatred for the young master that couldn't come to light until the very last moment. Living in another man's shadow for so long as a cultivator was intolerable and spawned numerous heart demons that the man fought daily. It was how the main family line kept the branches in check. Suppress talent by limiting resources and instill a sense of inferiority from birth. On the surface, when times were good, it worked. But all it took was a little nudge, a push over the edge, and all hell would break loose. And as the servant observed his young master's back and then looked up at Red Vine Peak, he could feel the tides of change were upon him. Tonight was going to be a tipping point. As the group approached the base of the mountain path, the servant stood a step behind his young master, who had paused at the end of the dirt path. Ahead of them were the worn-down stone steps that ascended to Red Vine Peak's pavilion, which resided thousands of meters up in the clouds. Standing between the pavilion and them was a shadow resembling a spider. It had a large abdomen and 8 legs longer than they were tall. None of the scions flinched as the monster that loomed over them came into the view of their white and green flames. Many scarlet eyes the size of their heads peered through the darkness. A halo of ash orbited a crown of curved black horns, and its ivory fangs gleamed in their sole light. The servant didn't even wait for his young master's permission and began to back away. Just one look at the creature told him that it was far more fearsome than his young master, and its mythical presence wasn't what warned him of that fact. It was the intelligence in the monster's eyes. It had paused, appraised them individually, as if committing their faces to memory or mentally counting and evaluating its foes. That wasn't something a bloodthirsty monster did. Only a spirit beast could accomplish such a feat, and they were in the nascent soul realm and above. As he had suspected earlier, staying any longer was a death sentence. Before his master noticed, he turned and ran for the forest with all his might. A wave of ki warmed his back. Green and white light illuminated the dirt path. He heard a shout, a scream, and then the ground shook. Curious, he glanced over his shoulder and saw the spider had opened his abyssal maw, and a tidal wave of ash spewed out. But that was only the start. The wave wasn't pure ash, as it wiggled around as if alive. It wasn't until the servant saw the ash latch onto people's robes and crawl around that the true horror of the situation dawned on him. It wasn't simple ash. It had to be ash spiders. Literally millions of them. The small group of scions and servants fought to fend off the tide, but it was useless. Evergreen cultivators erected mud walls, and the grass morphed into ropes that would usually bind cultivators' limbs, shot out into the wave to little effect. It simply ignored the grass and went around the walls. In a last-ditch effort, the evergreens threw boulders, burned the spiders with their soul fire, and slashed with swords. Nothing worked. The winter wraiths were naturally better equipped for the task, quickly freezing the wave in place and creating safe zones of swirling frost ki around them. But the surge wasn't their foe. The enormous spider barreled through the ice with a blast of ash and leapt at the cultivators with a speed that didn't match its size. The servant saw his young master gallantly raise his greatsword, ready to chop the foul demon from a higher realm in half. "You fool," the servant muttered under his breath as the spider opened its maw that could fit an entire person inside, and bit down. on the sword, chomping it in half as if it were a fickle toothpick. Seeing the blade he had dreamed about, wielding for so long, treated like a plaything, made the servant feel even more insignificant. Was he such a frog in a well so far down the ladder of the realms? Then, right as the servant broke into the tree line, he saw his young master collapse to his knees, with a hole through his chest. One of the spider's many limbs had impaled the man through his enchanted robes and soulfire realm skin. Retracting the limb, the spider vanished into the cloud of ash like a ghost to stalk its next prey. The servant watched as the young master looked at Red Vine Peak one last time before falling flat on his face and being devoured by the thousands of tiny ash spiders. He held back the hysterical laughter from the gruesome sight and continued to run without looking back. He aimed to escape into Darklight City and take the first airship out of this crazy valley. Ashlock watched from the sky and marveled at his pet's slaughter. Whenever he saw an opportunity, he opened portals below Larry's kills before they were devoured by the literal tsunami of ash spiders that had emerged from Larry's mouth. And when Ashlock said tsunami, he meant a literal tsunami. It was over 10 meters high, and there was no way the spider could have stored them all inside himself. Is this the power of the Ashen King? To call upon his brethren whenever he needs them throughout the realms? Ashlock wondered, and then he had a funny thought. If I became the Demonic Tree King, would I be able to spawn out a load of demonic trees like that? In a way, he already had. The forest that had once been a sea of greenery now had smears of red, like some infection upon the land. Ashlock checked back on his neglected offspring, but they still seemed happy, even with the death and destruction around them. Which felt odd until he checked the site with his Eye of the Tree God, and it all became clear. A white-haired cultivator's corpse lay face down near his first child's roots. His offspring was delighted because it was eating such a delicious meal. Ashlock didn't know if he should feel proud or disturbed, but he could understand his kid's feelings. He also loved snacks, especially ones that gave him lots of ki and sacrificial credits. He debated taking the corpse away from his kid with a portal, as it looked to be in the middle stage of the Soulfire realm, but eventually gave up on the idea. Stealing food from his kid seemed a bit too selfish. Even if his pet secured the kill and his kid, making the ground a bit damper, wasn't the deciding factor. Enjoy your meal, kiddo, and grow to lofty heights. You'll need it to survive the incoming beast tide. Ashlock still didn't know what the beast tide entailed, but he wasn't looking forward to finding out. Was the underground safe? What about the skies? Did it last for a single day, or did it take years for the tide to pass? These were all questions he would seek answers to soon. But Ashlock looked at the world from above for now. He had a few objectives he wanted to achieve before the beast tide came, and with Larry evolving into a one-person war machine, he felt it was time to expand the Ash-Fallen sect. Once Larry eliminated the Winter Wrath and Evergreen families, Darklight City and the old Ravenborn Peak would be without a ruler, a position Ashlock planned to fill. He needed cultivators, alchemists, builders, and servants to have a functioning sect, all of which he was severely lacking, besides 2 cultivators, a pet spider, and Maple. As if reading his mind, a white squirrel popped into existence on Stella's head, and surprisingly, the girl didn't even flinch.
Maple? Where were you? We all almost died,
Stella shouted while crossing her arms and refusing to give the lazy squirrel head pats. Ashlock also wanted to know the answer. They had a pact, yet the squirrel had gone off alone and offered no assistance when he had needed it most. Maple, I really could have used your help back here. Stella basically died, and I had my soul sucked away by some evergreen bastard. Ashlock was fuming. He knew the squirrel was secretly stronger than he let on, and his help could have been priceless. Even Diana overexerted herself in the battle and has gone crazy. These problems could have been avoided if you pulled your weight. The squirrel just rolled his eyes and fell asleep. The little bastard was even pretending to be exhausted, as if he had done something useful. Stella was also distraught about Maple, but she surprisingly didn't push him off. Instead, her idea of punishment was refusing to give pets and deliberately tilting her head to make Maple sleep a bit more uncomfortable. The squirrel cared little for Stella's antics and somehow stayed on her head while crossing his little arms and basking in the moonlight. Ashlock decided to be annoyed at Maple later and continued watching Larry's destruction from above. It took hours for the epic battle to end. Thousands had perished once the break of dawn illuminated the forest of death. Some half-eaten corpses lay strewed about and hung from demonic trees, whereas the rest were in a large pile in the central courtyard due to Ashlock's tireless efforts with his spatial key. He was now running on an overexerted, dimming star core, so the sunlight was a welcome change as it made him more awake and improved his ki intake. Stella was dutifully rummaging through the pile of corpses to retrieve spatial rings and anything else of value. If Ashlock had to guess, there were enough corpses here to aim for an S-grade draw, and with his star core realm, he felt it might be time to try for one again. But before that, he needed to secure his surroundings, which involved instructing Larry through their enhanced tether that went way further than before to clear out the White Palace upon the old Ravenborn Peak. As the walls blocked his view, he had no idea what was happening inside as the spider launched his assault upon the palace. But Larry came back out the front entrance looking confused only minutes later. He then rotated toward Red Vine Peak and said in his gruff accent, "The humans have already perished to something much more terrifying than me, a true ancient creature. I have no idea such a fearsome foe was lurking in the lower realms." It took a while, but Ashlock slowly began to connect the dots. Had Maple done this? "Maple, did you kill everyone in the palace?" Ashlock asked the sleeping squirrel, and perhaps unsurprisingly, he ignored him. Just like he always did. Well, hopefully it had been Maple. Otherwise, Larry was in real danger of dying. Hell, they all were, if an ancient creature was only a mountain peak away. "Larry, get your spiders to bring all the corpses outside. I can then teleport them over here." The faithful spider servant moved to fulfill his master's commands, and Ashlock began to devour the literal heap of corpses higher than the walls. The rush of ki was heavenly, and the thrill of incoming sacrificial credits even more so. It was time to try for an S-grade draw. Chapter 71. An Immortal Truth. It had taken an entire day to devour the heap of corpses, which was now nothing but a small pile of tattered cloth and scraps of weapon the corrosive fluid from his vines had failed to digest. While devouring, he had also used the excess ki to portal over the corpses that Larry had gathered outside the White Palace. Who had killed all the people in the White Palace was still a mystery, but Ashlock had his suspicions. A fluffy white squirrel, who still looked exhausted and sound asleep on Stella's head, was his primary suspect. The girl sat on Ashlock's branch next to Diana, who was chained around his trunk. Initially, Diana had been chained to a wooden supporting pillar for the pavilion's roof, but it was destroyed within seconds when Diana began to thrash around in a crazed state. So Ashlock's sturdy trunk became the only thing in the courtyard capable of holding her in place. "I don't think she'll last much longer like this," Stella said with a sigh as she tried to feed the girl another beast core. Every time she provided Diana one, she would regain rationality for a while before going insane. "The corruption is already too deep." Diana's eyes were completely black again, and the dark lines covering her skin were only spreading. Ashlock had no solution other than hoping his truffles would do something, but they still had 3 days left until they were fully grown. Ashlock felt awful about the whole situation. If he had been stronger, this could have been prevented. It was a fucked-up thought, but if he had slaughtered more cultivators, and even mortals, he might have had the strength to protect those closest to him. But then he might have crossed a line and drawn the ire of the patriarch or other families. The fact that he was an immovable tree limited his options from the very start. The inability to run away made making enemies less than ideal. Hence, he had taken the stance of slow growth in favor of keeping a low profile. Even with this stance, his growth had been insane. While Diana was stuck in the 6th stage of the Soulfire realm, he had gone through the entire realm and was now a Star Core. Of course, Senior Lee, providing that peculiar fragment, had helped tremendously in speeding up his progress, but it had also brought a whole host of troubles. His mind would have felt more turbulent from the war he had just experienced, but the constant wave of happiness coming through his roots from his offspring lightened his mood. Over the past day, he'd spread his roots out further and made contact with many of the baby demonic trees. They were having an absolute feast on the cultivators' corpses that he had left them. The cultivators had been eliminated, the neighboring peak was deserted, and everyone was alive. Larry returned to the central courtyard, deposited a few corpses he had been carrying in his maw, and leapt into Ashlock's canopy.
Master, I will be slumbering for the foreseeable future. However, please do wake me if my services are required.
The spider said in his gruff accent that was still hard to decipher, even with Ashlock's system automatically translating it for him. That Stella could even piece together a single sentence from the spider was impressive. "Sure, go ahead," Ashlock replied. "You've earned a good rest after yesterday's antics." A night passed, during which Ashlock allowed himself a short sleep. His slothfulness had finally caught up to him, and he wanted a fresh mindset for the system draw ahead. As the sun shone into the courtyard and warmed his leaves the following morning, Ashlock cast Devour on the last few corpses left and felt a rush of power like no other. His Star Core, which had been overused and exhausted just a day ago, was now so overfilled that it pulsed, and Ashlock felt his realm go up a stage. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, Age 9, Star Core, 2nd Stage, Soul Type, Amethyst, Spatial. Larry and his spiders ate most of the corpses, and I left a few to my offspring, but I still ate around 100 corpses, resulting in me going up a single stage in the Star Core realm. Ashlock sighed. The path to the next realm will take forever. After feeling the rush from going up half a realm in a single day from Senior Lee's present, going up a single stage in the Star Core realm felt like nothing but a buzz that faded quickly. Had he become a cultivator junkie like the others? While he had been distracted, Stella had left Diana to her thrashing and screaming and had gone to the runic formation in one of the other courtyards to cultivate. I wonder if she'll break through to the next stage, Ashlock asked himself as he let his Star Core calm down. It would be interesting to see, but for now, he couldn't resist the excitement of his sign-in. Aiming for an S-grade draw might be foolish, and he might end up wasting all the points he'd acquired during the battle, but he felt it was a gamble worth taking. A-grade skills simply weren't going to cut it if he had to wage war against the entire Blood Lotus sect. "System!" Ashlock shouted, and the familiar letters materialized within his mind. Idletree Daily Sign-In System, Day 3474, Daily Credit, 2, Sacrifice Credit, 3,222. Sign-in? If he'd still had a heart, it would have been pounding in his chest after seeing so many points. So much had happened in the last few days, it was honestly insane. Just a week ago he had been near the bottom of the Soulfire realm, but now he was a Star Core tree with an Ashen King as a pet and over 3,000 credits to his name. It was time to draw. He had already committed. There was no turning back now. All he could hope was for the system to be magnanimous on this fine day and not give him some god weapon or try to summon some ancient creature from another dimension like last time. "Sign in," he said, with way less confidence than usual. Sign-in successful. 3,224 credits consumed. Unlocked an S-grade skill. Mystic Realm. Ashlock was calm, waiting for the information to hit his brain. But then, everything faded to black. A feeling of great melancholy overtook his mind, a sense of agelessness that was indescribable. Time had no concept or meaning anymore. like money to a trillionaire or a drop of water to an ocean. Nothing held significance when you could bend reality to your desire and lord over all creation. He looked around with a chronic boredom gnawing at his mind for all eternity. His roots spread into the lower realm, fighting off the swarms of demons hell-bent on a senseless conquest he couldn't understand. The endless fog of the void swirled around his trunk that grew throughout the realms. Numerous branches sprawled out, anchoring billions of microdimensions created by past monarchs on their journey to his canopy. The immortal plane, a land of ki so pure it was liquid and purified the soul. But the great tree knew one thing. The eternal cycle was coming full circle. Those at the top had become too greedy, pretentious, and disillusioned with the truth. But that was natural, as were all things involving the great tree. A cycle had to end for it to begin once more. It was time to die, and return to ash, to regrow anew. The cycle would be broken if only the great tree could remember its past. But what lay beyond the eternal cycle? It did not know, for it could never remember its past or present. Nobody did. The fog parted, and the immortals came, as expected. One seemed familiar, as if he had seen him before, but the great tree couldn't remember. They wished to cut themselves off from the lower realms, with the naive belief that they could survive without the great spirit tree in control. A foolish mistake. As the great tree was cut down over 1,000 years, and nothing but ash swirled throughout the fog of creation, fragments of itself were deposited to every corner of the multiverse. And a single seed fell to oblivion, because from the ashes it would rise once more, like it had every time before, but this time would be different, for it could remember its past. Once more. Ashlock awoke to dusk. A dream so vivid it had almost felt real washed away and became a distant memory. Fragments of that dream remained, but the more Ashlock tried to focus and reach out for them, the more they fell through his hands like sand, fickle and fleeting, gone, but not entirely forgotten. Upgraded. Transpiration of Heaven and Earth. Grade C. Upgraded to Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos. Grade B. The system notification made him dismiss the fleeting thoughts and fully awaken, or at least try to. My cultivation technique upgraded. Why? Ashlock felt baffled. What had happened during that weird out-of-body experience that he could barely remember? For a brief moment, he swore he had felt like a tree. Not a human soul stuck inside a tree, but fully a tree. One that had unbelievable power and reach, yet felt so cold and alone. The feeling was fading, but those emotions had been so dull it was terrifying. The sensation of nothing mattering, of eternal loneliness, and a detachment from everything that happened to it. Him? Was that a memory of the past or a vision of the future? Ashlock did not know, and it shook him to his core. He looked around the central courtyard of Red Vine Peak, his home of 9 years. Surrounding him were people he cared for, who he wished would stay and grow by his side. This was a world of immortals. People could live forever, right? So it shouldn't matter that he was an ageless tree. He shouldn't be destined to feel nothing but the cold embrace and silence of the void. Ashlock felt Diana thrashing around on his branch with madness consuming her mind. She had seemed strong and confident only days ago, a true mentor for Stella's cultivation and a voice of reason. Now she was nothing but a feral beast in human skin, drowning in the corruption of her heart demons. Ashlock could only hope his mushrooms had the answer to her problems. Otherwise, she might never return to being herself again. Only as Ashlock looked around did he realize how close everyone had come to leaving him. What if Stella had died a few days ago from the heaven's lightning, or had her head chopped off by the evergreen cultivator? What if Larry hadn't escaped within a sliver of his life and evolved into the Ashen King? What if Diana never recovered? Life was so fickle. Eventually everyone died and returned to the earth, a truth he had been ignoring. Nothing lasted forever. But he still wanted to make the most of it while he could. His spiritual sight drifted to Stella, who was cultivating her heart out. Ki swirled around her in a vortex, and her breathing perfectly aligned with her cultivation technique. Ashlock could sense she was near a breakthrough. Something impressive, sure, but not enough. She needed to go faster to keep up with him. As he had the system assisting him and his biology that was naturally superior for cultivation, it was inevitable that Stella, Diana, and even Larry would be left behind. And what was the point of cultivating immortality to be alone at the top? He had been the underdog, the weakest member of his group, but within a few days he had become potentially the strongest. He needed to bring the others up with him and find a way to train them faster, because for a tree, he sure wasn't slow anymore. His mind was still adjusting after that surreal experience, like waking up groggy from a long nap and feeling dehydrated. So he opened his status screen to check his skills and see what had changed. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, age 9, Star Core, 2nd stage, Soul type, Amethyst, Spatial, Mutations, Demon Eye, Grade B, Summons, Ashen King, Larry, Grade A, Skills, Mystic Realm, Grade S, Eye of the Tree God, Grade A, Deep Roots, Grade A, Magic Mushroom Production, Grade A, Lightning Key Barrier, Grade A, Key Fruit Production, Grade A, Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos, Grade B, Language of the World, Grade B, Root Puppet, Grade B, Fire Key Protection, Grade B, Devour, Grade C, Hibernate, Grade C, Basic Poison Resistance, Grade F. It had taken a long time, but his list of skills was growing nicely, and many of them had upgraded to A grade. From the SSS grade Divine Fragment he had used to fuse his soul to his trunk, he knew the upper bound for his system should be around the SSS grade. He didn't even want to think about what kind of nonsense an SSS-grade skill or summon could be, as for now, he wanted to try out his first-ever S-grade skill. Mystic Realm. Grade S. The problem? He still had no idea what it did. Was the dream he had supposed to be the explanation, or was he supposed to use the skill to find out? What even was a mystic realm, anyway? Chapter 72. Broken Chains and Magic Truffles. 3 days had passed since Ashlock had the dream. A burst of ki washed over the courtyard, and a brief pillar of purple flame was visible over the pavilion's walls. As the fire faded, Stella stood up from her uncomfortable sitting position in the center of the runic formation and stretched the cramps of staying perfectly still for 3 days. Purple flames sprang to life in her palm, and she smiled at them.
8th stage of the Soulfire realm, at 16 years old.
She clenched her fist to dismiss the fire and looked up at the clear morning sky.
Not too far from the Starcore realm.
She shook her head and stepped off the runic formation with a chuckle.
Not like it matters anymore. I have no need to pass that ridiculous Grand Elder exam anymore.
Ashlock watched Stella stroll between the courtyards and enter his abode. With his trunk growing so thick, he took up much of the central courtyard space and would eventually outgrow it. But that was a worry for another time. They would need to invite builders into the sect to move the walls. Stella reached up, tied her unruly blonde hair into a ponytail, and then leaped onto one of his lower-hanging branches before proceeding up his layers, leaving a trail of purple flame in her wake. She paused before Diana, who was still chained and howling, and frowned.
You know, Tree, I've never seen someone succumb to the side effects of beast cores.
She reached forward and lightly touched Diana's cheek, and like a rabid dog, the black-haired girl tried to bite her hand off.
But can you imagine trying to stop a Grand Elder in this state?
Ashlock didn't even want to imagine such a thing. Even with key-enhanced chains holding her against his robust trunk, keeping her in control was a struggle, and without his hibernate skill, Ashlock feared he wouldn't have gotten a wink of sleep over the last few days. Yes, Ashlock had resorted to using his hibernate skill to escape Diana's screaming, otherwise he would have gone insane. It was better to forcefully feel every minute ticking by than to have someone chained to your body howling from dusk till dawn. In fact, he would still be using the skill had he not set a timer to wake him moments before the truffles were finished growing. Ashlock had also used the hibernate skill to stop him from giving in to his childlike curiosity and using the new S-grade skill he'd recently acquired, as he was still oblivious to its uses. The vision might have given a hint, but so much had happened during the dream, it could have been any number of things. Did Mystic Realm refer to that weird void filled with fog he had found himself in? Or was it that hellish realm below his roots? That sounded correct, but why would he want to go there? No matter what the skill did, it would have been stupid to use it right after a war when everyone was recovering. So Ashlock resisted pulling the trigger for now and relaxed as best he could. So he hibernated for 3 days. Awakening to see Stella advance to the next stage had already put him in a good mood, as he needed her to cultivate faster, but the progress of his own cultivation had also been substantial during his sleep. Despite only 3 days passing, he had been able to use his new cultivation technique during hibernation and had gotten the passive boost Hibernate provided. Nowhere near enough to move up even a fraction of a stage in the Starcore realm, but it was noticeable. His cultivation technique, going from C to B grade, was likely a significant factor in his increased cultivation rate. Overall, he didn't feel much different while using it, other than his roots bringing in a lot more ki than they had before, which he assumed was due to the technique changing from transpiration of heaven and earth to heaven and chaos. With his old cultivation technique, most of the ki had come from the sun and gathered via his leaves. The only ki that had come from the roots was from the spirit stone deposits throughout the mountain. But now his roots were gathering large quantities of that slightly off ki he felt from beast cores. At first, he'd been concerned about cultivating the weird ki, especially after seeing Diana thrashing around in a crazed state with corruption overtaking her body for cultivating that ki. But his body seemed designed for this corrupt ki from down below, as it had little effect on him. The demonic ki was harmlessly processed by his star core and expelled into the air via his leaves as pure ki. This process made him think of the dream, how his roots had been entrenched in hell, fighting off demons. Meanwhile, his leaves in the highest realm were expelling pure ki. He decided to call it demonic ki, partly because it came from the beast cores of demonic beasts. But he also called it demonic because of that dream which had shown him a great war happening in hell, a realm he now believed to be below him. After all, that demonic ki that empowered the beasts had to come from somewhere.
Hey, Tree?
Stella's voice broke him from his trail of thought.
Are the mushrooms ready? It's been 3 days, and I can't stand Diana screaming anymore.
That was a good question. Opening his magic mushroom production menu, Ashlock soon had the answer. They were done. With no corpses lying around, and Maple having gone off somewhere while he was hibernating, Ashlock only had one person to call upon to communicate with Stella. His new, favorite spokesperson, Larry. He had plans to learn telekinesis soon, to write on the wall with chalk or something, but it was hard to focus on learning something new when there was so much other stuff to deal with. Also, he found watching Larry and Stella try to comprehend each other rather amusing. "Hey, Larry, wake up," Ashlock said through the black tether that connected them. A large bundle of silk hanging from his thickest branch shook briefly and then was slit open. Through the gap, many red eyes peered through.
"Master, you cold?"
Stella whipped her head around and saw that creature crawling from his lair. A shudder ran down her spine as all the giant red eyes looked at her. Then, as the beast fully emerged from his silk abode, he opened his maw and spoke gruffly toward the tree.
"Master, where are these mushrooms you speak of?"
She had difficulty discerning precisely what he was saying, but she heard the ancient word for fungi, so she assumed the spider that had called himself Larry was referring to the mushrooms she had heard about previously. Larry paused as he seemingly listened to the tree and then looked down through the branches.
"Follow me, mistress,"
said the behemoth that had luckily shrunk a little in size since his evolution. He skillfully navigated Ash's branches and ventured to the ground. Stella stood up, the smooth bark of the branch underfoot, and gave one last sad look to Diana. Thankfully, she'd stopped screaming. Her head was lopsided and resting on her shoulder, giving Stella a full view of the web-like pattern of blackness that crawled up her neck and onto her face. A low groan escaped her lips, and her eyes were wide open, staring past Stella as if she saw something terrifying.
"I'll be right back,"
Stella whispered, more for herself than for Diana to hear.
"The patriarch you've put so much faith into won't abandon you."
Stella made such bold claims, but she knew the chance of Diana fully recovering was slim. In fact, she'd never even heard of someone being brought back from the madness. But Tree had impressed her before, and she believed he would do so again. Her faith might be a little over the top, as even Grand Elders succumbed to heart demons when they pushed their cultivation with beast cores too far. But all she needed to do was reach up and caress her earrings that had given her hope in the past and would continue to do so. The ground began to shake, so Stella got moving, following the path the spider had taken to the ground and landing perfectly at its side. She glanced to the left, but couldn't even see the behemoth's face, as it was obscured by his large body and legs that cast eerie shadows.
"The master presents a gift,"
Larry proclaimed as the ground continued to shake. Stella carefully ran the sentence through her head and translated the words one by one. The stone in front of them cracked, and a moment later it crumbled to the side as a black root arose from below. Along its surface were black, tumor-like growths that, at a glance, Stella could tell were some kind of mushroom. Larry's legs silently moved as he rotated to face her, and the monster's maw that could gobble her whole was just a foot away. She could even feel the breeze of his breaths on her neck, and she held back the urge to scrunch her nose to escape the stench of his mouth.
"Take the truffles. They are a gift from the great tree,"
Larry declared, pointing one of his many legs that towered over her at the exposed root poking out the cracked stone. Stella didn't need to be told twice to step away from the spider, so she strode forward and approached the root. It was almost weird to see it swaying in the wind, as she always pictured Ash as an immovable presence. She reached out and felt the root's warmth as it leaned into her palm, which made her smile. With some hesitance, she brought out a knife from her spatial ring and carefully began to cut off the weird-looking mushrooms. Eventually, she had 5 black balls that felt very light and gave off an earthly smell. She couldn't help but feel skeptical as they gave off little ki, unlike other cultivator drugs that reeked of the stuff. Larry crawled over and, unfortunately, felt the need to speak, showering her in rancid breath and confusing words.
"The largest one is for Diana. It will help her conquer her heart demons."
Stella moved the largest one to her spatial ring for safekeeping and focused on the spider's following words as he walked her through the other mushroom's powers. It took a while to decipher their meaning, but she couldn't help but be stunned. So this truffle, it improves my skin? She held one of the smaller ones up, treating it like an immortal treasure. Larry seemed confused by her question and looked between the truffle she was holding up and the others in her other hand.
Yes, mistress, but the other truffle furthers your Tao comprehension and improve your spirit root.
Why would you care for that one? Stella wasn't really listening. What was some Tao comprehension or improved spirit root compared to the perfect skin of an immortal beauty? But even that could wait. First, she hurriedly ran past the spider and leaped into the tree's canopy. Diana's head rolled to the side as she approached and stared at Stella with dull eyes devoid of vigor or life. Then, suddenly, as Stella got too close, Diana thrashed, pulling on the metal chain, causing it to strain and clatter against Ash's trunk. Replacing the truffles in her hand with the one she had stored earlier in her ring, Stella approached Diana and placed the large truffle into her mouth. Within a second, Diana went limp and slowly chewed on the food. Stella stepped away and waded further down the branch, casting a shadow on Diana as the sun shone on her back. The black veins on Diana's exposed neck receded, and her eyes refilled with life. But only for a moment. Diana's lips moved as if trying to form words. Stella waited with patience for her friend to wake up. She held back a tear at seeing Diana in such a horrible state and silently begged that Diana would somehow recover from this. She did not. A while passed in silence, and Stella could see Diana's condition had stalled. The corruption receded down to her neckline, and while her eyes were no longer abysses devoid of emotion, she was still absent. Her lips moved again. A weak voice escaped.
I need to fight.
Fight? Stella crouched down to meet Diana's eyes. What do you need to fight?
Diana raised her head with a savage grin and met Stella's eyes through her messy black hair.
Someone that can take a beating for a long time.
The chain that had been holding Diana back audibly snapped and flew off to the side, rattling as it tumbled down Ash's branches and hit the stone floor far below. There was a stifling silence as the two stared each other down. Diana was the first to break eye contact and manically giggle.
Not you, silly. If not me, then who? Stella wondered, tilting her head to the side.
Diana's hand reached over and patted her on the shoulder.
You wouldn't even last a day against me. I need someone to fight for a long time to quell this rage.
Stella frowned. What she said wasn't incorrect, but it still stung, especially considering she had just ascended to the 8th stage of the Soulfire realm, and should have been well ahead of Diana. But the demonic corruption did provide one thing: overwhelming power. With the chain no longer binding her, Diana cracked her neck as she stood up and effortlessly balanced on the branch.
And I know just the opponent for a beating.
Diana then vanished in a burst of mist with mad laughter. Stella really hoped the crazy girl didn't plan to fight Larry. She shook her head. The thought of anyone trying to contend with that behemoth was ridiculous. She then paused. There was no way Diana would try to fight Ash, right? Chapter 73. Demonic Punching Bag. As it turned out, Diana didn't have a death wish, and surprisingly picked a suitable opponent. Bob, the weird slime creature that resided in the mines. Ashlock was glad about this, as Larry would struggle to hold back his strength, and if Diana had chosen to try fighting Ashlock, it wouldn't have ended well, as he lacked non-lethal attacks other than portals, which were messy and key-intensive to use. Diana had turned into a mist and shot down his hollowed-out root, dropping into the mines moments later. She cracked her neck and knuckles as dark blue flames riddled with corruption flared to life across her skin and illuminated her path. Then eerie laughter echoed through the tunnels as she strode down the shaft and entered the cavern. A root with a lot of slack dangled from the cavern ceiling and met with a vast puddle of lilac sludge that took up the center of the abandoned cavern. The space felt immense and barren, with empty houses and a lack of life. As Ashlock had used Bob as a battery for spatial key, it was teetering on the fine line between returning to its normal gray form and still being under his control. However, there had been nothing down here, so Ashlock hadn't been bothered about the chance of losing control of the slime. He could always reclaim control whenever he wished, as his roots now covered a large portion of the mine. Surging just a smidge of his newfound power into Bob was enough to swing the handle of control in his favor. The slime pulsed with lilac key as spatial flames ran rampant through its body like wildfire via the thousands of hair-thin roots. While Ashlock had been pumping Bob with key, Diana activated her favorite technique. A dense gray mist with hints of corruption filled the cavern. Those laughing illusionary shadows from the original technique had morphed into howling demons that stalked within the smog. This proved to Ashlock that techniques were unique, able to morph to match every user's needs and conditions, and maybe even grow alongside them as they further their cultivation. But he did remember Stella mentioning that her father had taught her some basic techniques when she was young, and that they were the only ones she knew to this day, and it was clear from their previous fight that Diana's techniques were superior somehow. It was similar to how his system upgraded his abilities in exchange for sacrificial credits. Maybe even the techniques he learned from the books, like his portals, would evolve as his mutual understanding with heaven grew. But what caused Diana's technique to develop like this? Did the corruption grant her enlightenment or something? A while passed, and Ashlock grew impatient due to the annoying laughter from the technique. He struggled to penetrate the smog as the corruption and water key blocked his spiritual sight through the root. He had no idea where Diana was, but he morphed Bob into a wave and began to attack in a random direction. Suddenly, the mist parted, and an enraged Diana appeared. Flames so dark blue they were almost black shrouded her fist, and she punched Bob with a savage right-hand hook. The oversized jelly convulsed as it was knocked back, and the area that Diana had struck transitioned from lilac to black. Interesting, Ashlock mused. I see why she wanted to fight something that could take a beating now. Stella wouldn't have been able to handle a corruption-filled punch. Was this the power of the truffle? Before Diana had consumed it, she was overwhelmed with corruption that devoured her sanity and seemed to slowly burn her life force for more power. But now she was semi-rational, able to resist the corruption and even imbue her attacks with it. Diana didn't wait and charged forward, delivering 2 more brutal attacks on poor Bob, each jab leaving behind more corruption, which acted like a quick-spreading poison. With every attack Diana made against Bob, Ashlock noticed that Diana's flames were taking on a lighter shade. I see, Ashlock thought aloud as Diana went in for another corruption-filled punch. She plans to punch the corruption out of herself by imbuing every attack with it. That way, her body can slowly fight back and recover. Is this what fighting one's demons means? I thought it would be more of a mental thing that meditation could solve. In a way, this made sense to Ashlock. Heart demons were more than a simple state of mind or something that could be defeated with pure willpower alone. If Diana was anything to go by, heart demons were a literal manifestation of corruption that could be suppressed with one's own ki and willpower for a while, but when people pushed themselves too far, the corruption won. And they would be consumed by madness from within. Ashlock watched the savage fight for a while longer. Sweat dripped from Diana's hair as she dashed in and out of her mist. Whenever she punched Bob, she would yell a war cry that echoed throughout the cavern. After a few more attacks, a large portion of Bob's body was eaten away by corruption, which weirdly couldn't consume the thin hair roots that Ashlock was using to control the slime. However, the corruption did devour his spatial ki, which might become a problem. Ashlock tried to pump more spatial ki into Bob to suppress the corruption, and it worked for a while, but as Diana upped the tempo of her assault, the corruption began to win again. What if I just let the corruption win? Ashlock contemplated the idea. He still had control over the parts of Bob that were thoroughly corrupted. So was surrendering Bob to the corruption so bad? The slime seemed to absorb and adapt to whatever type of ki its opponent used in the hopes of becoming utterly immune to its foe's attacks. If Bob became completely overtaken by demonic ki, wouldn't it be the perfect weapon against the beast tide? The slime seemed to handle Diana's relentless attacks just fine, and she was a high-stage, demonic ki-powered soulfire cultivator. Although Diana was using brute punches rather than her sword, which had been sharp enough to cut Bob in half the last time they fought. Bob didn't handle sharp things very well. As more time went by, Bob became entirely corrupted, and Ashlock continued to have no issues controlling it, nor did the corruption spread up his root. So I really am immune to corruption. Even my root puppet skill seems unaffected. Ashlock didn't know how to feel about that. Is it because I'm a demonic tree? Or are all trees immune to corruption? A fragment of that dream flashed by, and his soul shuddered. He didn't want to become such an emotionless and chronically bored tree, left to grow throughout the realms for eons. Either way, the revelation did help to quell his fear about cultivating with the demonic ki of the hellish realm that might reside below and somehow turn him into the same state as Diana. He was completely immune to the stuff. Eventually, Ashlock grew bored of watching Diana fight Bob. Her complexion improved with every punch. She still had a long way to go as the corruption ran deep, but she was only attacking faster and faster. Luckily, Bob was unfazed by her efforts. Like a brick wall, Bob didn't even ripple as she punched with all her might. Deciding to just command Bob to stay in place and let her have at it, Ashlock returned his sights to the surface. Stella had left and was busy eating the truffles in the other courtyard. If her rosy cheeks, devoid of a single blemish, were anything to go by, she had started with a skin-improving truffle. Ashlock was glad to see the good results of the skin-improving truffle, as he had plans to sell that one for a high price to the merchants. If he used alchemy, he might even be able to dilute the truffle into a paste or cream that could be packaged up and mass-distributed to fund the sect's activities. He also wanted to do this for the other truffles, as they were far too dangerous to sell to the merchants without weakening their effects first. So he would save the good stuff for those close to him, and maybe future sect elders. One look around the courtyard was enough to make Ashlock grumble about funds. The walls all required replacing, and this place needed a cleanup from a team of maids. It had been years since the pavilion was last looked after correctly. Since everyone was busy, Ashlock cast Eye of the Tree God and surveyed the surroundings. Such a massive war and heaven splitting open a few days ago should have had some effect on Darklight City. A quick pass over Darklight City felt unusual, as it was deathly quiet. Everyone seemed to have shut themselves in their houses, and only a few drunkards wandered freely, their jolly tunes and laughter starkly contrasting with the vacant streets. Ashlock covered quite a distance and even located the airship station in the vast city center. Within the courtyard of the docking stations were chained airships, and no sign of anyone coming or going. Was the entire city under lockdown? If so, someone had to have enforced it. Who ran Darklight City when the cultivators weren't around? Did it have a government or mayor of some kind? Ashlock had been under the assumption that the Evergreen and Winterwrath families ruled over the city like monarchs did in ancient times, but it seemed the reality was different. Unless some of the cultivators had escaped from Larry and were now holed up somewhere deep in the city and managing things from a bunker. What are these mortals scared of? Ashlock wondered as he left the city and zoomed toward the mines. Without their overlords, are they even working? To Ashlock's surprise, they were working. With beaming smiles plastered on their sweaty faces, they hauled spirit stones out of the depths of the mine like a stream of worker ants. Without the Winterwrath man to shake them down for stone in exchange for coin, Ashlock wasn't exactly sure what they planned to do with the spirit stone ore. He knew the ore was useful to cultivators, as he had also made great use of the spirit stone deposits, but to ordinary mortals? He couldn't see the appeal. Maybe a black market had already formed, or they would sell it to other cities. But whatever they did with the ore, Ashlock wasn't too bothered for now, as he didn't care for the stuff. Even though that mine was technically under his sect's control, he couldn't blame the workers for not knowing that. His sect had yet to take a stand, and he simply didn't have enough people to manage one mountain peak, let alone two. How he could go about recruiting more people was also an issue. He was a tree that couldn't communicate other than through an ancient runic language, or Larry, who spoke the same. Only Stella could help bridge the gap between him and potential new sect members. Ashlock moved his vision up the mountain and looked at the white stone palace. It was far more presentable and majestic than the Red Vine Pavilion in every way. The peak should be where the Ashfallen sect trains new disciples and most elders live, Ashlock mused as he looked at the palace from all sides, noting its massive size, fit to house thousands of people. Whereas Red Vine Peak can be rebuilt into a suitable place for myself, where only those closest to me can live. Ashlock was about to conclude his ventures outside, return to the Red Vine's pavilion, and practice his spatial techniques when something caught his eye. A group of flaming red-haired cultivators donning scarlet robes emerged from the white stone palace's doorway with frowns on their faces, and the aged man in the middle had the gravitas of a Starcore Realm expert. The man glanced to the side, and his sharp eyes landed on Red Vine Peak in the distance. His frown deepened. "Larry," Ashlock yelled through his tether. "Get Stella and go and meet this group of cultivators over at the Whitestone Palace on the other mountain peak."
"Right now, master?"
Larry asked as he crawled down from his canopy and crept over toward Stella. "Yes, right now," Ashlock replied. "I will open a portal to send you over." Chapter 74. Treeplomacy. Stella felt giddy with excitement. The skin improvement truffle had worked far better than expected, and now she held up the Tao comprehension truffle between her fingers. She rotated the odd black mushroom ball in her hand and couldn't help but smile, thinking Tree had grown it for her. Did Ash grow this after seeing me struggle with the portal technique? Her cheeks turned rosy from embarrassment as she remembered her attempts. Ash must think I'm so pitiful, Stella grumbled as she lowered her hand, took a moment to readjust her posture, and put away the hand mirror she had used to check out her perfected skin. When she felt ready and in position, Stella closed her eyes and chewed slowly on the truffle, and its earthy taste filled her mouth. There were no instructions or people to guide her on unlocking the truffle's true potential, so she did what felt natural. She began to cultivate. Her breathing slowed to a steady rhythm, and she silently connected her consciousness to the world around her, opening up her soul core and mind to Heaven's key. It was a faint connection, as always. Heaven's will was a mystical force that was difficult to converse with and comprehend, even on the best days when Stella could enter the most profound state of meditation. Time slowed as Stella appeared within the void of her mind. Then, with every breath, Ki began to fill the space, swirling around her like a gentle breeze, whispering its secrets into her ear like a cruel teacher. Always revealing just enough to give her hope of comprehension, but leaving out just enough to keep her in the dark. A while passed, and Stella found herself no closer to the truth of spatial Ki. Half-thoughts and vague ideas swarmed her head, implanted there by Heaven's whispers, but she couldn't comprehend them. But then, Stella noticed something unusual. The endless void around her began to shudder and crack, and then, in an explosion of color, the void turned into a myriad of colors. It was hard to understand anything as the whispers of heaven now became a chorus that shouted the secrets of the universe from every direction. Stella looked around frantically, her heart thumping in her chest as she panicked. She could tell this was a great opportunity, but couldn't absorb everything being hollered at her. It would all be for naught if she didn't even walk away with the fundamental truth, so she focused on the one she knew best, the voice she was most comfortable with. Her eyes darted between the swarming colors, located the purple stream, and focused all her attention on its knowledge. The words were so crisp and clear, far superior to the incoherent mutterings she had learned from for all her life. This was the language of the immortals. She focused harder and harder, straining her brain to the maximum to comprehend its unfathomable words. Her eyes widened as everything became clear. Her wonders were answered one by one, and she felt moments away from true enlightenment, where heaven and herself would comprehend each other perfectly. The ultimate goal of all cultivators. But then something dark and looming smashed through the myriad of colors. The streams dispersed, and the illusion of truth were shattered as a limb struck through her mind. Her eyes snapped open, and she screamed as a hairy leg covered in a layer of ash poked her on the head, and many red eyes appeared inches from her nose.
"The master calls,"
Larry said gruffly. Stella could feel the monster's body vibrate as he spoke through the limb poking her head. She reached up, pushed the ashen limb to the side, and scowled. "I was moments away from true enlightenment. Don't you know it's rude to interrupt a cultivator when they're deep in meditation?" Stella stood up and stepped back from the monster, glaring at him the whole time. "I have never interrupted your sleep, so why do you disturb my cultivation?"
"Master wants us to meet with some cultivators on the other peak."
Larry spoke slowly, ensuring she could translate every word.
"The great tree will portal us over."
Stella frowned. "Right now?" Larry nodded.
"Yes."
"Fine," Stella sighed. "Does Ash want us to kill them? Can you do that without me?" She was in a foul mood. A chance at true enlightenment had been ridded from her grasp by these cultivators abruptly arriving. Of course, she had been expecting some cultivators from the other families to turn up eventually. It wouldn't take long for news of two families being wiped out to spread and reach the ears of the other families within the Blood Lotus sect. A rift in space appeared behind Larry, and through it, Stella could see the distorted outlines of a few people with red hair. The spider gestured toward the portal.
"The master wants us to speak with them. No killing if possible."
No killing? Stella couldn't believe it. Did Ash want to try his hand at diplomacy? Ashlock didn't have a route connecting him to the White Stone Palace yet, so he had to wait for the red-haired cultivators to descend the mountain and enter the forest below, where his root network reached. Due to his star core, along with the mycelium network providing his roots with nutrients and water, his roots were able to grow quickly, now covering almost all of the area outside Darklight City. He still needed to expand into the forest to the east, where the villages housing some mortals were, but that was a project for another time. Larry moved to wake up Stella, and he was surprised at how angry being disturbed from her cultivation made her. Did she consume that enlightenment truffle I gave her? That's rather annoying. Ashlock grumbled to himself. Of course, he could always grow another one, but they took weeks and quite a bit of ki to develop. Stella's annoyance also highlighted another issue. She had been cultivating in the open courtyard, where she could easily be interrupted. When Red Vine Peak is rebuilt, I'll make sure to build dedicated, closed cultivation abodes for my elders, where they can cultivate distraction-free. Ashlock decided to put that thought on his growing list of things to attend to, but for now, he needed to focus on making a good impression. He knew the Patriarch had entered closed-door cultivation to prepare for the sect's move in the near future when the Beast Tide arrived. From what Ashlock had gathered about the Blood Lotus sect, the Patriarch was the strongest, and he silently disposed of any Grand Elders that neared his cultivation realm, like the Ravenborn Grand Elder. So he should be the most powerful, and since he was in the nascent soul realm, he was, without a doubt, Ashlock's main threat. Keeping the Patriarch uninformed for as long as possible was ideal, as Ashlock was unsure how Larry or Maple would fare against a seasoned, nascent soul expert. With the cultivators reaching the base of the White Palace Peak, Ashlock poked a root out of the ground and used it as the anchor point for the short-range portal. Obviously, this technique was intended to be used at close range, possibly to redirect attacks back at the attacker. But with his body crossing such a fair distance, he could cheat a little. Just a little. A rift in space appeared before the group of cultivators, and crimson blades coated in scarlet flame materialized in their hands. Without a word exchanged, they assumed a defensive formation, encircling the Starcore expert at the center. Stella exited the portal first with a pop of air, and Ashlock had to admire her confidence as she stood undisturbed before a group of cultivators with weapons drawn. She crossed her arms and waited. "Who are you?" the Starcore expert began, but his mouth clamped shut as Larry emerged behind Stella, his body towering over the girl and his many eyes peeking over her head. The Starcore expert's brows twitched, and his flickering scarlet flames mirrored his distress. The lush grass surrounding him flattened as his Starcore flared up, and the man asserted his dominance with his cultivation. The halo of ash orbiting Larry's crown of horns spun a little faster, and all of the cultivators in the group groaned a little as their bodies struggled to resist an intense wave of gravity. "Cultivators of Redclaw," Stella began, "I am Stella Crestfallen. What business do you have around these parts?" She then side-glanced at Larry. Since the Starcore expert struggled to respond to her question with the presence of Larry's cultivation bearing down on him, the spider relaxed his wrath. The man straightened himself and coughed. "Ahem. My name is Grand Elder Redclaw. I have come to investigate claims about a great war occurring here on sect grounds." He glanced around the forest before continuing. "The scent of death is strong here, and there are scars of a quick one-sided battle." His eyes then drifted past Stella to the monster. "I have reason to believe I found the culprit. Do you have anything else to add about the situation?" Stella looked over her shoulder at Larry, clearly expecting some direction on the negotiations. Ashlock noticed the Red Claws hadn't explicitly stated their annual reason for coming here. An investigation was acceptable, but what was their end goal? If possible, Ashlock wanted to throw them off the scent a bit, to delay them from feeling the need to drag the Patriarch out from his closed-door cultivation. Luckily, cultivators were cautious around hidden powers and easy to bribe. "Larry, tell Stella to be vague and that you are under control." The spider opened his maw and replayed the words. Stella listened intently to the ancient language and couldn't help but smile as she saw the Starcore expert's distress. "That thing can speak?" the Redclaw Grand Elder said calmly, but his clenched fist around his sword handle indicated he was far from calm. "Only spirit beasts at the highest realms are intelligent enough to communicate." "He is not a thing, Grand Elder Redclaw." Stella glared at him, acting offended by his statement. "This fine beast is Larry. He was indeed the one that wiped out the two families overnight." The Starcore expert gulped, and his goons also shuddered as Larry's eyes looked at them individually. "Stella Crestfallen? Forgive me?" The man half bowed. "But if you can state my curiosity, what language did you two converse in? I have never heard such profound words before." With Larry's thick accent, it likely had sounded rather profound and ancient. Stella smirked. "It's a language from before the New Era." That made the Starcore expert furrow his brows. "And how does the young miss of House Crestfallen know how to speak such an ancient language?" Ashlock wasn't sure where Stella was going with this, but he could always order Larry to kill this group of Redclaw cultivators if she accidentally saw something that would ruin his plans. So for now, he sat back and enjoyed the show. Stella also seemed to be enjoying the change in power. For once, rather than being looked down on and having to run away from the other families, she terrified them. "How else am I supposed to converse with my ancestor when he comes out of seclusion?" Stella said with a grin. "Did you not hear from your informants about the heavens opening up before the battle?" The Redclaw Grand Elder slowly nodded.
I do recall a mention of such an incident.
So the opening of the heavens was not concerning Larry, but rather your ancestor coming out of seclusion? Larry huffed in annoyance at having his great moment's purpose twisted, but the spider refrained from further action. Stella reached over and patted his leg. Larry is the guardian beast of my ancestor. His purpose was to stop people from interrupting my ancestor's cultivation. Ashla could feel a hint of malice in her words, clearly still annoyed about having her own cultivation interrupted earlier for this talk.
I see.
The Redclaw Grand Elder nodded. So let me get my facts straight. Your ancestor was interrupted during their cultivation, so the guardian beast annihilated House Winterwrath and House Evergreen in return? That seems rather unfair. How were the houses supposed to know about your ancestor? That's the thing. They weren't supposed to know. And neither should you, Stella replied with a sigh. Once they found out about my ancestor, they tried to invade and take over Red Vine Peak so they could use his bones and flesh for pills. They believed my ancestor had perished and was nothing but a corpse. Does the Patriarch know about this ancestor of yours? The Redclaw Grand Elder asked skeptically. From the rumors I've heard, he wants to use you as a pill furnace. Stella raised her hand to silence the man. Exactly. Because the Patriarch spread that rumor, Red Vine Peak and myself have been left alone this entire time. Don't you find it odd that 3 entire families have perished here in the last year? She then shook her head sadly. The Patriarch wants to keep the truth of my ancestor a secret from the rest of the sect, and has anyone that finds out wiped out. She sneered at the group. It would appear another family has to be added to the list. All of the Redclaw cultivators went pale with fear, and the Redclaw Grand Elder put his sword away and clasped his hands. Please, have mercy on us. I'm sure we can come to an understanding. Would there be any way for us to meet with your ancestor to work things out? Ashlock was curious about what Stella planned to do now, and her sinister smile wasn't helping. Chapter 75. A Two-Faced Facade. Ashlock had spent enough time around Stella to know there were 2 sides to the girl. Growing up alone and without anyone to rely on had caused her to mature faster than her peers and develop a ruthlessness that she exhibited when fighting. Ever since she appeared in his limited vision as a small child, when he was nothing but a sapling, holding a bag containing a severed head, he knew the girl had a screw loose. Stella was far more reckless than Diana, who was a bit more reserved. For example, Stella's crazy loyalty toward him almost got her killed when she impulsively tried to punch Heaven's lightning to protect him. Ashlock believed this impulsiveness was partly due to her lack of parental guidance. The fight with the Starcore Evergreen cultivator was another good example, as Stella had charged right in and Diana had hung back, trying to assess the situation. Because Stella charged in, she was almost decapitated. Her recklessness and disregard for danger were bad when she was on the back foot, but when she had the upper hand in the conflict, they turned her into a villainous foe who was impossible to read. Ashlock almost felt bad for the Redclaw cultivators. You want to work things out with my ancestor? Stella said in disbelief, and the Redclaw cultivators gulped again at her act. Yet you can't even speak in the only language my ancestor understands? What could your measly family possibly offer a cultivator who had graced the lands before the new era? Stella turned her back and began to walk behind Larry. Dispose of these fools and hunt down their 9 generations, guardian beast. You must protect the ancestors' secret existence. The pressure returned as the halo of ash orbiting Larry's crown of horns sped up. All of the cultivators struggled to resist. The veins running down their necks bulged, and blood rushed to their faces as they desperately fought the pressure. Larry opened his maw, and a wave of ash spiders poured out. They leapt forward, latching onto the cultivators' garments. The fools tried to swing their swords, but the pressure from Larry was too much. Even their own cultivation was suppressed, so burning the spiders with their soul fire was difficult. "Wait!" the Redclaw Grand Elder roared as the spiders crawled up his neck and into his hair. Larry ignored the Redclaw Grand Elder's plea and reached forward with a mighty limb, impaling one of the nearest cultivators and bringing the limp body to his gaping maw, biting once and swallowing it whole. The Grand Elder attempted to bring out an escape talisman from his spatial ring, but a dome of swirling ash formed around them, blocking its capabilities. They were well and truly trapped, and unlike the last time Larry had trapped someone in his cage of ash, the spider was far stronger now. Defeat for the group and the demise of the Redclaw Grand Elder was inevitable. A shame, but Ashlock trusted Stella's judgment on the matter. If her words were true and there was no need to keep them around, a quick execution was for the best. "I concede, O great spirit beast!" the Grand Elder screamed as ash spiders crawled into his open mouth. "I swear upon heaven's will that I will trade my freedom for your mercy." Stella had an obscured, wicked smile as she whispered, patting Larry, "Let them live." The wave of ash spiders ceased its assault as the Ashen King called it off with a grunt. But the pressure from Larry pinning the exhausted cultivators remained. The Redclaw Grand Elder collapsed to his knees and yelled as blood spewed from his mouth onto the lush grass below. "Stella Crestfallen, I pledge my loyalty to you. Please accept my pledge of devotion and spare my family. Your secret will be safe with us." All the men furiously nodded and grunted in agreement with their Grand Elder. Stella strode over, placed a single finger under the man's chin, and slowly raised his weary eyes to meet hers. The sun shone from behind, casting an eerie shadow and obscuring Stella's wicked expression. Ashlock could tell she was taking out her anger on them from having her enlightenment interrupted, and enjoying every second of it. "Do not pledge your loyalty to me. Rather, hold the Ash-Fallen sect in reverence." "Ash-Fallen sect?" The man mumbled the words as if they were foreign. "May I know more about this elusive Ash-Fallen sect? I fear I have never heard its magnificent name before." Stella gripped his chin with her nails, and the man groaned. "No further question. Make the oath first, and then we can talk." There was a wavering resolve in the man's eyes, but he tensed up and nodded when he saw Larry crawl a step forward and loom into view. He brought a hand to his chest and closed his eyes. "I, Grand Elder of the Redclaw family, pledge my loyalty to the Ash-Fallen sect." He took a deep breath as the key of heaven swirled around him. "If my loyalty is to falter, may my cultivation be forever crippled and my heart demons unleashed upon my unfaithful soul." The other Redclaw family members followed their Grand Elder's movements and words, pledging their loyalty. Ashlock watched in interest and saw the man wince as he finished the vow. Could the heavens really manage something like a contract? It seemed so alien and weird of a concept to Ashlock, but to be fair, if the heavens could bend reality, why couldn't they do something as simple as a soul contract? Stella nodded and released her vice grip on the Grand Elder's chin, leaving some nasty marks. "The Ash-Fallen sect is built around my ancestor. The Patriarch is but a simple Grand Elder of the Ash-Fallen sect." The Redclaw Grand Elder let out a shaky breath as he processed the entirely made-up words. "Your ancestor must truly be an ancient immortal to lord over the Patriarch." "Absolutely. My ancestor is a rather tall fellow." Stella smiled, but it was far from a kind smile, and it didn't reach her ears. "But he is also benevolent to those that show faith and loyalty to the Ash-Fallen sect. So if you work hard, reaching the next realm before your lifespan expires isn't impossible." A spark of hope was seen in the aging Grand Elder's weary eyes. Ashlock realized that if the man were to reach the next realm, he would become a semi-immortal, as those in the nascent soul realm could transfer themselves into a new vessel and cultivate from scratch again. Or so he had heard from Stella in the past. But out here in the lawless wilderness, few seemed to reach the nascent soul realm before being killed. Even the Grand Elder of House Ravenborn had 2 families sent after him to dispose of him before he could consolidate his new cultivation base and prepare a body for his infant soul. Ashlock couldn't help but feel proud of Stella. She had managed to spin a plausible story that wouldn't hold up to much scrutiny, but making it sound so secretive would stop these Red Claw fellows from spilling the beans too soon, especially to the Patriarch. Larry. Ashlock pulled on the black tether as Stella seemed unsure of what to do with these new disciples of the Ash-Fallen sect. He then explained his plans to the spider, and the Red Claws shivered as the spider slowly relayed Ashlock's instructions with the blood and guts of their eaten brother dripping from his fangs. I see. Stella nodded to herself as she stalled for time to translate the ancient words in her head. She then scanned the group of red-haired cultivators still kneeling on the ground. You. She pointed to a random guy with a scar on his cheek. Yes, mistress? The man hesitantly replied. Gather everyone from your family, Stella said, and then she pointed up at the white stone palace. That palace will be your family's new home. Any Red Claws who don't come here and swear an oath of loyalty to the Ash-Fallen sect will be hunted down and consumed by the spirit beast. A plume of ash vacated Larry's nostrils as he snorted. Yes. The Red Claw with the scar got up, still shaking. I will leave right away to gather the others. Good. Stella nodded at him. And make sure to bring supplies and people such as maids, chefs, builders, and anyone else you need, as we cannot provide any. The man gave a deep bow and took off, running. He then yelped as Ashlock opened a portal right before him, causing the man to stumble through the rift and instantly appear halfway across the forest. The man blinked in confusion as Darklight City's wall came into view. Ashlock kept an eye on the man for a while longer, but he didn't even pause to grab lunch or talk to anyone. Instead, he just barreled down the street like a crazed person toward the airship dock in the city center with orange fire blazing around his feet, giving him the desired speed. Does that loyalty thing really work? Ashlock was skeptical. From the sound of the oath they made, their cultivation would be crippled if they betrayed their new overlords, which was basically a death sentence for any cultivator, especially if their heart demons were unleashed, causing them to end up in a similar state to Diana. So it wasn't as extreme as mind control, and they could still betray him. They would just sacrifice themselves to do so. Not a foolproof solution, then, but it works as a band-aid to keep them quiet for now. Ashlock mused as he returned his sights to the forest. Hopefully, we can raise some actual loyal people before the whole lie gets revealed. Ashlock now knew he was operating on borrowed time. He needed to reach nascent soul realm or train someone up to that level before the Patriarch left closed-door cultivation, which could be any time from now until just before the beast tide. Looking back at Stella, Ashlock saw her showing the Red Claw Grand Elder a stack of parchment with a sweet smile. Grand Elder, these are my notes on the ancient language. Please learn it in due time, so my ancestor may converse with you in the near future. There was some merit in keeping the ancient language to themselves as a sort of secret language, but considering Stella could learn it in a year from public records in the library, trying to gatekeep it from others in the Ash-Fallen sect seemed counterproductive. If the Red Claws learned the ancient language, Ashlock could converse either directly by writing on the wall or by sending Larry to talk with them. Stella deserved to not be interrupted from her cultivation whenever he needed to talk with them. There was also the bonus of him being able to order the Red Claws around to do menial tasks directly. The Grand Elder bowed as he took the notes. I will have these copied out and the originals returned by the weekend, mistress. Then, with a flash of silver, the stack of parchments vanished into his spatial ring. Does the mistress require my family or me for anything else? Not for now, Stella replied, and she waved them off. "You may settle into your new residence. I may come by in a few days to discuss your future within the Ashfallen sect in more detail."
"As you wish. We will then excuse ourselves."
The Grand Elder bowed, and they left to ascend the mountain's path. Stella watched the departing Redclaw's backs with her hands crossed beneath her chest. Her smile turned into a nasty scowl that sullied her face, and Ashlock could tell she was furious. Ashlock decided making her wait around in the forest would only sour her mood further, so he opened a portal nearby. Stella side-eyed the rift with a sigh. "You know, if you didn't interrupt me for these fools, I could make portals too." As she stomped through the portal and popped back into existence in front of his trunk, Ashlock summoned up the magic mushroom production menu and set many more truffles to grow. The mushrooms in the garden courtyard had also many valuable effects that could be harnessed by turning them into pills and creams with alchemy. Some might have even been of interest to Stella. Ashlock wanted to ask Stella to either start learning alchemy or find someone who knew, but her mood seemed far too foul to request anything of her at the moment. Ashlock decided to wait and see. Maybe one of the Redclaws was well-versed in alchemy. Stella ignored him and strode into the adjacent courtyard with the runic formation, grumbling and cursing to herself the entire way, and sat down in its center. The formation of gray stone engraved with silver lines lit up with a purple hue when she cycled her key. "Ash, I will not be happy if you interrupt me again," she shouted toward the central courtyard as if he couldn't hear her, and then with a huff, she tossed the remaining truffle into her mouth, the one that would improve her spirit root. Ashlock chuckled and vowed to leave her alone this time. In truth, he likely could have waited a while longer before demanding she went to meet with the Redclaws, but he hadn't known she was in the middle of enlightenment. So it was his fault, and he felt terrible for it. While she was busy improving her spirit root, Ashlock calmed his mind, cycled his key, and focused on a random stick hiding amongst the purple grass of the central courtyard. It was time for him to try and self-learn telekinesis. In fact, telekinesis was pushed even higher up his list of necessary skills, with the Redclaws moving in next door. If his portals could be used wherever his roots were, then logically, so could telekinesis. If he grew a root up to the White Palace Mountain's peak, he could talk to the Grand Elder through a stick of chalk by controlling it from afar. Ashlock planned to maintain his elusive persona for as long as possible, as he doubted the Redclaw Grand Elder would be thrilled to learn that he was taking orders from a spirit tree, of all things. Chapter 76. Death by 1,000 Cuts. Spatial Key felt odd to use, but was it really that much different from the other affinities? Ashlock had made a few observations recently through his demonic eye that could see the color of the ambient key. He had always wondered why the Winterwrath cultivators appeared weaker than the Evergreens, even when their cultivation realms and stages were equal. The same could go for the Redclaws. Larry had been able to subjugate them with little effort. But he had already discovered the answer to his question when he'd learned how to create portals. He had needed an anchor of spatial key somewhere to open the tunnel. He'd used Stella's ambient key the first time and then switched to his roots. He had assumed this was just for portals, but it was for almost everything to do with key. He couldn't command Earth Key to form a portal, for example. That was like commanding a fish to fly. But if he was surrounded by spatial key, he could make portals wherever he wanted. His star core produced spatial key on its own, which had been a massive boon to his key generation, as his soul core had previously taken in the turbulent, unnamed key from outside and forcefully converted it into spatial key. Basically, what Ashlock concluded was that if a cultivator fought in an environment that was abundant in their key affinity, then they would be able to regenerate key faster, as their soul core wouldn't need to do any conversion, and their techniques would have more reach and power as they could manipulate the key tuned to their affinity all around them. If the evergreens fought within a forest, they would be surrounded by nature ki, and wouldn't need to form roots out of pure ki, but could command the existing roots instead. Another example could be a water ki cultivator fighting near an ocean or stream compared to in a desert. That was why the winter wraths were so weak in this warm southern climate. They had to expect a lot of ki to wastefully convert their surroundings into frost ki, basically turning themselves into air conditioning units. The Red Claws had been the same when they fought Larry. They were surrounded by lush forests and rivers, so the area was abundant in nature and water ki rather than fire. So what did all of this mean? Ashlock was a spatial ki user, and to make the most of being a spatial cultivator, he should stay near an area of spatial ki. Diana had previously mentioned that there were few spatial cultivators. At the time, he believed she was referring to the fact that learning spatial techniques was too dangerous. However, he now knew she was referring to the fact that spatial techniques had to be cast so near the cultivator's body due to the lack of ambient spatial ki in the natural environment. Where would there even be natural spatial ki? Near a black hole? Or near those rifts that the merchants delved into? Luckily, Ashlock could get around this nonsense with his abnormal body. Short-range portals became as long-range as his roots spread out, as wherever he could generate some spatial ki, he could cast spatial techniques. For Stella, telekinesis would be rather useless. She could use it to shoot a pebble out of her hand like a railgun, or maybe have a shield orbiting her body and blocking attacks from blind spots. But the second the item she was trying to control left her area of altered ki, almost like an aura around her body, it was out of her control. Ashlock got rid of these thoughts and focused on his meditation. Step 1 of learning a new technique was to convey to the heavens what he wanted to achieve. Hours went by as he focused on the stick in the courtyard. He felt like he was back on Earth as a bored kid in class, glaring at a pencil and trying to make it move with his mind. Except in this world of ki, it was possible. The sun set and Ashlock began to feel sleepy, so he allowed the slumber to overtake him and woke up to the chirping birds the following day. Meditating was much easier when his mind was sharp and the sun warmed his leaves. It wasn't until midday that Ashlock almost freaked out as the stick wobbled. It hadn't been a gust of wind or a creature trying to break out of the ground beneath the stick. He had done that with his mind. Ashlock couldn't tell if managing to make a stick wobble after only a day of meditation was good or not. Without hand gestures, it seemed harder to convey to the heavens what exactly he wanted to happen. Are hand gestures just sign language cultivators invented to talk with heaven? Ashlock mused as he felt happy with his progress. He made the stick wobble, but was distracted as Stella walked into the central courtyard while stretching. A massive smile was plastered on her face. "Tree!" Stella was ecstatic as she summoned a light purple flame to her hand. "The truffle worked!" She then strode over and sat on the bench, clearly no longer mad at him for interrupting her alignment. "Senior Lee was right," she began as she leaned back and rested her head on his trunk. "The degradation of my spirit root happened so slowly throughout my life that I didn't notice. I should have been smart enough to take cultivation more slowly and solidify my foundation." Stella watched the lighter shade of purple flame flickering in her hand with a fondness that was hard to describe. But the ki flows so smoothly throughout my body now, and I can already feel my soul core growing faster than usual. So reaching the star core will be a breeze now. Ashlock was also thrilled that the truffle worked, for Stella's sake and also for his plans to build up the Ashfallen sect. Since everyone around him was already part of the Blood Lotus sect, he would need to raise new disciples from the mortal population. After seeing what happened with Diana, he also wanted to avoid demonic cultivators. The spirit root improving truffle was the key to his sect's future. Now all he needed was for the Red Claws to learn how to read the ancient runic text, and then he could command them to go out and source him new disciples. Stella's eyes then drifted across the central courtyard and naturally noticed the wobbling stick due to her supernatural senses. "Tree, are you trying to learn telekinesis?" Ashlock flashed his leaf once to convey yes. Stella nodded to herself. That's a great idea. Of all the spatial techniques, I feel telekinesis would be perfect for you. She trailed off at the end with a slight frown forming on her face. Say, Tree? You'll still need me around even if you could speak, right? Ashlock wished Stella would discard her silly insecurity, but it made some sense in retrospect. He was a man-eating tree, and although he had shown intelligence, in her eyes, he was likely still a very smart tree that lacked human emotions. He flashed his leaf to show his answer was yes. Now he was even more determined to learn telekinesis to write a message on the wall without using a corpse's blood. No matter how desensitized a person was in death, Ashlock doubted he could convey his affection through words written in the blood of others on a wall. Stella seemed very content with his answer, and decided to lie back down on the bench, and with a flash of gold, a leather-bound book engraved with a golden text, "Spatial Techniques of the Azure Clan," once again appeared in her hand. To Ashlock's surprise, she seemed engaged in the book this time, mouthing the words to herself with far less confusion. So even though her enlightenment had been interrupted, had she gained some greater understanding of those flowery words? She then reached the chapter about telekinesis and read aloud, likely for his benefit. Chapter 2. Basic Technique. Telekinesis, Stella said, with far more confidence than last time. Once a spatial cultivator has manifested their ego in the form of a soul core under a particular domain, and the heavens have acknowledged the chosen path, they are ready to enforce their will upon the world, and the easiest way to achieve that is through telekinesis. Ashlock felt silly being told telekinesis was the beginner technique when he had jumped straight to portals. Telekinesis is the ability to manipulate an object's relation to the spatial plane, Stella continued. First, the cultivator must isolate and detach the object from the world by wrapping it in spatial ki. Only then can the object be manipulated according to the cultivator's will. The leather-bound book slammed shut as Stella set it aside and found a pebble nestled in the purple grass at her feet. She picked it up and then sat cross-legged on the bench. She rotated the pebble in her hand and glared at it as spatial ki flowed around her. Ashlock was surprised. The book had given him a vital clue. Honestly, he had been lost on how to move the stick with his ki. He hadn't been some astrophysicist back on Earth, just an average guy with good grades. So when faced with the problem of conveying to heaven how exactly he wanted to move a stick with his mind, the first solution he'd tried was getting his root close enough and shoving a lot of spatial ki at it. That had made the stick wobble, but not float like he wanted. However, the wobbling had given him a false sense of progress, making him think he was on the correct path. I should have just waited and asked Stella to read me the book somehow. Everything makes a lot more sense now. Ashlock felt dumb, but to be fair, spatial magic was a lot less intuitive than a more straightforward element, like Earth. The book had once again reminded him of the spatial plane's existence, something he had heard about before. His portals utilized the spatial plane by connecting two locations and tearing a rift through the spatial plane to connect them. Why he hadn't thought that the spatial plane was responsible for more than just portals and could be applied to everything was an oversight on his part. Focusing on his meditation, he channeled spatial ki through his root near the stick, making an area of dense spatial ki. Of course, the stick began to wobble as its spatial anchor in the world was tested by dense spatial ki whirling around it. Ashlock had thought if he pushed enough spatial ki at the stick like a gust of air, he would be able to make it float. But what he was supposed to do was wrap the stick in a vacuum seal of spatial ki to cut it off from this world. It took some time, as he had to convey his will to the heavens, but with a lot more of a plan in mind, it only took an hour until the stick had been successfully sealed off from the world, with its new anchor linked to the spatial plane that was under Ashlock's control anywhere his body was. At this point, it felt as easy as dragging the object across a phone screen and watching it move. "You did it!" Stella shouted as her eyes snapped open to see a stick flying around the courtyard like a witchless broomstick. As the stick was coated in his spatial key, Ashlock used it to create a portal right in front of it, and before long, he had the stick going in and out of tiny portals across the central courtyard with pops of air. He brought the stick up to the wall and tried to mirror writing, but his control over telekinesis was a bit lacking. It felt like trying to write on a whiteboard with a pen duct-taped onto the end of a mop. However, with some effort, he wrote with the stick's sap, "You are family to me." But the writing was sloppy. Stella was clapping and cheering for him despite his poor control, which he found rather sweet. He needed a little more practice, so Ashlock thought about what to do. While he mused, Stella carefully translated his sloppy words, and he saw a tear run down her cheek and over her light smile. "Thank you, Tree. You are family to me, too," she said, and she ran over and hugged him. "But your writing is so crappy." She giggled to herself as she broke the hug and wiped the tear. "I almost couldn't translate it." Ashlock patted her on the shoulder with a stick in an attempt to return the hug. His control might need some work, but it was the little steps that mattered. A while passed, and eventually Stella calmed down. All of her self-doubt seemed to have vanished, which made Ashlock happy. But he still felt frustrated about his lack of control with telekinesis. He looked around for something other than the stick, which could allow him to practice. What about leaves? Ashlock had the idea of turning his leaves into flying blades to kill the birds long ago, and now it could be made a reality. He could use spatial magic to sever his leaves from his body and use them, but cutting off his body parts to hurl at people seemed counterproductive. Casting Eye of the Tree God, he zoomed away from the mountain and into the forest. Despite being late afternoon, it was mid-July, so summer was in full swing. He searched the forest near the stairway to the mountain peak, but couldn't find much wildlife. Did the sudden surge of demonic trees scare off all the wildlife? Ashlock wondered as he continued to fail to find anything other than birds. He decided to search the forests east of the mountain with all the small villages, where Larry had hunted the now eradicated Winterwrath and Evergreen families. He passed over a few villages, and much like Darklight City, people were cooped up in their houses and refusing to venture outside. Once the Red Claws move in, I'll have them return life to normal. Well, at least close to normal, Ashlock thought as he continued searching for prey. Eventually, near the border wall that lacked any guards, Ashlock found a monster. It was a weird, insectoid thing that looked like a mantis and stood over 8 feet tall. It seemed to be hunting something, slashing away at a hole in the ground covered with a stone. Ashlock could tell something was alive under the rock through the mycelium network, but his roots weren't quite close enough to describe it. Might be a squirrel or something. Ashlock didn't really care. He had found a mid-stage key realm beast to practice his flying leaves technique on. Ashlock returned his sights to Redvine Peak, opened a portal in the central courtyard, and used the stick to point at it. "You want me to go through?" Stella asked, and the stick moved as if nodding. "All right." Stella shrugged and made her way through. She popped through and gasped as she saw the monster standing before the wall. She glanced over her shoulder and saw the eastern side of Redvine Peak. A monster over the walls? Do you want me to kill it? Thankfully, Stella didn't rush in and kill the monster, even when it slowly turned as it noticed her. It was rather funny how calm Stella looked, with her relaxed posture while facing a monster that towered over her. If this mantis existed back on Earth, Stella wouldn't have stood a chance, even with a gun. But in a world of cultivation, a big body or lethal blade for arms didn't matter when Stella could kill the oversized insect with a key-empowered flick. Ashlock's crackle of spatial power severed hundreds of leaves from a nearby tree by opening and collapsing a portal. Ashlock watched in amusement as the insect backed up toward the wall after detecting his Starcore realm key. He wrapped the leaves one by one as quickly as possible. The insect was on the run, but it didn't matter. It began to scale the wall with its large wings beating wildly, but it was useless. It hadn't even gotten a tenth of the way up the wall before leaves coated in lilac flames shot through the air, causing sonic booms and ripping its body apart. Dark green blood stained the gray stone wall as the insectoid body pinned by leaves slowly fell and crumpled on the forest floor below with a thump. Feeling proud of himself, Ashlock looked back at Stella, expecting to see her surprise at his new capabilities. But she hadn't even seen it. She was too busy crouching down near the hole covered with a rock. Ashlock could hear some wailing from within and was just as curious as Stella about what was inside. She pushed the rock to the side and revealed one of the last things Ashlock expected to see so close to the wall and far from civilization. Chapter 77. Interlude. Annoying Mortals. Stella detected with her spirit sense that Tree had dealt with a monster, so she focused wholeheartedly on the stone that had drawn her interest. Other than hearing a soft, sobbing sound from beneath the stone, she could detect something alive below it. Removing the stone was a trivial affair. It was lighter than she had initially thought from its looks, and the fact that the soil around it had already been partially dug out by the insect monster allowed her to get some grip. As she pushed the stone to the side, the wailing stopped for a second, and Stella came face to face with a human child. The boy was deathly pale, gaunt from lack of food, and his lips were cracked from lack of water. He was shaking and caked in mud as if he had been burned alive. "Hey," Stella said as softly as she could. "The monster is gone. Are you all right?" The child blinked, more from the sudden sunlight than her words. She moved her body a bit to the side to shade the poor boy and tried to carefully pull him from the damp hole. He resisted at first, trying to look past her to see if the monster was really gone. "It's already dead. See?" Stella gestured to the insect's corpse and maintained her gentle tone. Honestly, this was the first time she had ever interacted with a child, so she wasn't sure how to proceed. Should I look for his parents somehow? Stella thought as she scanned the tree line, but couldn't see anything. "Miss, did you kill the monster?" The child's mumblings brought Stella out of her stupor, and she offered the child a reassuring smile. Of course, she hadn't actually killed the insect herself, but explaining to the boy that a spirit tree had killed it with leaves from a mountain away seemed like more of a pain than it was worth. "I did," Stella nodded, and swore she felt an intense gaze on her neck. "It's all safe now, so there's no need to be scared." "Where are your parents?" "Are you a cultivator, miss?" The boy gripped her clothing and sounded far too excited. "A real one?" "Yes, but can you teach me?" The boy wouldn't even let her finish a single sentence. Stella held back the urge to push the child back into the hole and walk off. "Listen." Stella placed a finger on the boy's lips to stop his blabbering. "What is your name?" "Sam!" he shouted as he shoved her hand aside with his feeble strength. "I want to be strong too, and kill scary monsters like you, and protect Papa and my little sisters." As much as Stella appreciated the child's enthusiasm, she had no interest in taking on a disciple. She paused, and her eyes widened as the realization hit her. She was supposed to be running a sect. What use was a sect without disciples? If anything, this was a heaven-given opportunity. "Well, Sam, let me check if you have the potential for cultivation," Stella said with a light smile, and she could practically see the stars of excitement in the half-dead boy's eyes, reddened from tears. Stella put 2 fingers around the boy's bony wrist and closed her eyes to avoid looking at Sam's expectant expression. She injected a tiny bit of ki, and she could feel the boy shiver in her grasp. As she cycled the ki through the boy's body, she couldn't help but frown. His spiritual root was non-existent, so his chance of becoming a cultivator was 0. Well, almost 0. Of course, there were ways to forcefully create a spirit root within a person's body, but it was never worth the effort. The boy had lacked the potential to be a cultivator since birth. He could still absorb some ambient ki, but there was no hope for him to cultivate enough ki to form a soul core. Stella released the boy's grasp with a sigh, but her heart tightened seeing his childlike excitement and hope. It's better to lie to him now, while he's in such a weak state, and then clarify what I mean later. I mean, Sam technically can still cultivate. He just won't get very far. You can cultivate, Stella said with a weak smile, and Sam practically flew out of her arms in excitement, but immediately fell flat on his face with a groan as his frail body failed him. Stella shook her head as she retrieved a fruit and water skin from her spatial ring, placing them both beside the groaning boy's head. She then looked around. Hey, tree, what should I do? She whispered to a random nearby tree, but then she felt silly. There was no answer. She crossed her arms and drummed her fingers as she sighed. This was annoying. She felt responsible for the child now, but she had no idea which village to ask about him first or where the nearest one was. Also, the idea of speaking to people she had never spoken with before felt daunting. Was she scared of talking to mortals? Would they find her weird? Sam? Where are you, Sam? Stella's head snapped toward the shouting, and with her enhanced senses, she could see a group of mortals moving toward her, following a floating stick. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Tree's nonsense. Then, feeling a bit skittish, she got herself together by slapping her cheek. Just act aloof and move on quickly, Stella muttered as she walked back toward the boy and assumed a leaning against the tree pose with her eyes closed. Moments later, the group of mortals broke the tree line. Sam! The same voice she heard before shouted with far more gusto, and then Stella heard running. Barry, get back! A woman shouted, likely this Barry fellow's wife by her tone. Stella slowly opened her eyes and looked at 4 middle-aged villagers one by one. They were all holding farming equipment, a wooden handle scythe, 2 rusting pitchforks, and 1 heavily used spade. The man she quickly identified as Barry had paused mid-stride and was eyeing her as if she were some monster. The battered spade trembled in his grip. There was a moment of awkward silence as they stared at each other, and Stella hated to admit it, but her mind had gone blank. She had no idea what to say. Papa? Sam croaked from the ground. But Barry didn't dare break eye contact, much to Stella's growing anxiety. To be fair, the entire situation did look bad now that Stella thought about it, from their point of view. They couldn't see the dead monster off to the side, nor the fruit and water skin she had placed beside Sam. Stella could only huff in annoyance and roll her eyes again as Barry shrank back while eyeing her cautiously. Sick of the silence, and seeing that Barry's wife was about to try and speak, Stella decided to wise up and take charge of the situation. Took you long enough. I have matters to attend to back at the sect, so now that you're here, I can leave the child in your care. Stella then nodded toward the wall dyed with green blood in the distance. The monster that had almost eaten the child has been disposed of. If there is nothing else, I shall be on my way. Stella then tried very hard to keep her straight face as all the villagers turned to look at the dead monster, let out shocked gasps, and then snapped back to look at her with awe rather than fear. Barry walked forward and bowed deeply, which was awkward considering the size difference.
Miss Cultivator, may I please ask what happened to the Winter Wrath and Evergreen families? Without their protection, we have suffered greatly.
His voice was strained with nerves, and his hands were clenched at his sides. Stella surveyed the other villagers' reactions, but they also seemed worried. Again she decided to lie. For now. They were assigned new posts by the Patriarch. Soon, 2 other families will move into the area to take over their duties. Barry straightened his back and sighed with relief.
Who are these families, if you don't mind me asking?
Redclaw and... Stella paused. Should she use Crestfallen, her family name that would be familiar to them, or start spreading the Ashfallen sect's name? They would need to begin recruiting people under their sect sooner rather than later, and keeping a low profile would only work for so long. But I told the Red Claws that the Ash-Fallen sect was a secret, so exposing ourselves so soon might be counterproductive. Stella offered the man an apologetic smile. I cannot mention the name of the other family for now, but I can say I'm a part of them. Barry seemed unconvinced, but nodded anyway.
I see. Well, I can only thank you for saving my son. Unfortunately, I have nothing of value to offer.
Stella's eye twitched. She hadn't wanted any of this, and the last thing she desired was some reward from a mortal. I didn't even kill the monster. All I did was overturn the stone. Stella cursed in her head, but didn't show her irritation. No need. I will be off now, Stella said, and the villagers nodded respectfully to her. A quick glance at them confirmed none of these mortals possessed the potential for cultivation, as they were all stuck at the first stage of the Key Realm despite being late into their lives. Building a sect might be harder than she thought. Basically, anyone with a sliver of potential to cultivate had been sent to the Blood Lotus sect's academies, where they were trained to become cannon fodder, guards, or servants to the families. So the chance of her stumbling upon a villager with a talent for cultivation was unlikely. The lingering earthy taste of the spirit root-improved truffle made her think Tree might have a plan or ability to make cultivators out of talentless villagers. But it was a long shot. Darklight City did have an academy, and since they were now the rulers of the area, they could pinch the cultivators from there. But it would be a massive headache. Since the academics were run by the Blood Lotus sect rather than whichever family was ruling the area, Blood Lotus members would start asking questions as to why they were taking the cultivators away and get the rest of the sect involved. From what Stella had gathered from talking a lot with Diana, the Blood Lotus sect was a collection of families under one banner led by the strongest member, the Patriarch. They competed for resources, and the Patriarch didn't care so long as all the cities ran smoothly. Having one family eradicated was fine, but Stella doubted the Patriarch would remain idle if he knew the Evergreen and Winterwrath families had also perished, as the Blood Lotus sect was now significantly weakened. Usually, Red Vine Peak would be doomed. But Ash was an intelligent tree, so it changed things. Instead of being a single human Starcore cultivator with a limited area of control and a fleshy body that could be impaled by a sword, Ash was far more durable and had a much wider scope of control, meaning he could face off against more people at once. His deadly monster was a good example. Red Vine Peak was far away, yet his monster had died to a threat it couldn't see. Even if I reached the Starcore realm, I doubt I could do that, since I wouldn't even know the monster was here. Ash can be truly terrifying when he wants to be. Stella blinked as she realized she had been momentarily lost in thought. Because the villagers had brought up how the lack of cultivators affected their lives, Stella realized the situation was a little more out of hand than she'd thought. "Miss Cultivator!" Sam croaked out from the side as he weakly rolled over and faced her. Stella just raised a brow in response to the boy. She was rather bored dealing with his face. She wanted to return to Red Vine Peak to cultivate and maybe check on Diana, to see if she was doing fine in the mine. None of these mortals had talent or use, and their questions ruined her mood. The child returned an innocent smile. "Miss, you said I can be a cultivator, right?" Stella ignored the villager's shock and replied with a nod. Why couldn't he have just kept his mouth shut? "How can I cultivate to be strong like you?" Well, the answer was simple. He couldn't. But this was already annoying enough, and Stella had no interest in chucking a cultivation manual at his forehead to shut him up, so she just plain pointed into the distance. "You see that mountain? I live up there. If you grow up big and strong and can climb to the top of that mountain, then I will tell you the secret." The idea that such a scrawny and half-dead child could climb one of the tallest mountains in the Blood Lotus sect without any cultivation was laughable. So Stella felt relatively confident she wouldn't see the scrawny boy anytime soon. Before they could ask any more questions, Stella whispered under her breath, "Ash, open a portal behind me." An intense ripple of spatial ki made her hair flutter, and the villagers stumbled back with yelps. A rift in space formed behind Stella, and she could see the distorted courtyard and Ash's black trunk through it. Letting out a sigh of relief, she stepped through, and with a pop, she left those annoying mortals behind. Her body quickly adapted to the wind chill and different climate at the top of a mountain after being down in the forest, and she eyed the bench under Ash's inviting canopy. The portal collapsed behind her, and Stella relished the silence. Although she had only been gone for a bit, that experience had taken far more out of her than she thought reasonable. Walking over and lying back on the bench, Stella felt the cool wood on her exposed thighs and shoulders. She frowned and looked up at the rustling red leaves overhead with unpleasant thoughts about the future. Running a sect is going to be so annoying. Chapter 78. Demonic Form. Ashlock watched the villagers excitedly converse with each other after Stella returned to the central courtyard and the rift in space closed. After that discussion, he had naturally amped up magic truffle production, as he could tell things would get busy soon. He still didn't know the limits of alchemy combined with his fruit and mushroom production abilities, so he wouldn't rule out being able to turn a talentless villager into a cultivator, but it would be resource-intensive. For example, why would he sacrifice his own cultivation growth to accelerate the development of more truffles and fruit just to turn some random villager into a cultivator? It would only be worth it if he couldn't obtain a cultivator any other way. But he would rather use those resources to improve the spiritual root of an already established cultivator that had been practicing for many years than level up a talentless villager, as time was not on his side. The beast tide was coming, and this area would soon turn into a hellscape. From his understanding, even after the beast tide had passed, other demonic sects would come to claim the land and establish a new sect here. Without cultivators on his side, he would forever be surrounded by enemies. Even if his roots spread throughout the valley, he couldn't fight off an invading demonic sect alone. Ashlock hummed as the villagers picked up their scrawny child and carried him toward the village. Interestingly, Ashlock recognized one of the villagers as the mortal Larry had spared the first time. Running a sect is going to be so annoying, Stella grumbled from the bench. Dealing with cultivators is easy enough since we can speak with our blades, but trying to be nice to mortals is hard. Stella reminded Ashlock of his introverted friends that had to spend a few days recovering after a big social event. Her arm covered her closed eyes as if she had a migraine, and she looked absolutely beat. Was it really that bad? Ashlock wondered. He felt she had handled the situation rather well from looking on. Stella seemed content just lying there and recovering. Even Maple had gone and fallen asleep on her head, so Ashlock looked for something else to do. He was still itching to test his S-grade Mystic Realm skill, but he was waiting for Diana to hopefully recover before trying an unknown, dangerous skill. Switching to his root vision, he descended the mountain and looked into the cavern. He sighed in relief as he watched Diana still beating the shit out of Bob the slime. "Ha!" Diana hollered as she delivered a brutal roundhouse kick that sent Bob flying halfway across the cavern. The slime convulsed as it flew like a water balloon hit with a hammer. Ashlock pulled back on the root linked to the slime to stop Bob from slamming into the wall. As Bob rolled for a few meters before stopping, Ashlock noticed the slime had turned from lilac to pitch black as demonic ki swirled around the jelly body. Compared to his spatial ki, which had been very stable within the slime, the demonic ki reminded him of those storms that plagued Jupiter. They were violent, erratic, and destructive. It was fascinating that Bob's body could even adapt to housing demonic ki. Ashlock had no idea how Diana had survived for even an hour, let alone days, with this demonic ki inside her body. Looking closer at the black-haired girl, he saw that her eyes had returned to their usual dull gray, and the spiderweb of black lines covering her entire body was faded but still faintly visible. So, Why are her flames still contaminated with darkness? Ashlock mused as he saw her dash across the cavern with a kick and hit the demonic slime with a wrathful punch. Her strength had increased since he last saw her, that was for sure. An hour passed with more brutal, one-sided combat, as Bob no longer had any capability of fighting back, and Ashlock came to a terrifying conclusion. Has she found a way to harness the demonic key without it killing her? Seeing Diana's dark blue flames mixed with the darkness of the demonic key working in perfect harmony across his body reminded Ashlock of yin and yang. Suddenly, Diana stumbled to the side, falling to the ground and managing to get into a cross-legged position despite the slime looming over her. She closed her eyes and began to meditate. Ashlock reeled the slime back and was glad he could still control the thing. Is she breaking through? Ashlock saw Ki begin to gather around Diana in a torrent. He knew Diana had been struggling in the 6th stage of the Soulfire realm for years now, with a very significant bottleneck. Even after going cold turkey on beast cores after first meeting Stella, she had been unable to overcome this bottleneck, no matter what she did. Was it finally happening? Had she found a way to overcome the bottleneck that had threatened to stunt her growth until she grew old and withered away into dust? Ashlock was worried. Would the demonic key lurking in her body interfere with the ascension? I guess I can only wait and see. In an attempt to help out, Ashlock pumped some water from the mycelium network through his roots. The cavern was filled with dripping sounds as sappy water came from hundreds of roots across the cavern's ceiling. Diana's expression was intense, and her breathing erratic, but she seemed to appreciate the gesture as the water key all around joined the torrent. A while passed, and Ashlock could tell she had broken through the bottleneck. Ki exploded in a wave with her as the epicenter and shook the cavern, causing bits of the ceiling to fall. Luckily, he had reinforced the cavern with his roots, so there wasn't a total collapse. But what happened next surprised him. Wings of feathered darkness sprouted from her shoulder blades, each thrice her size. Claws of shadow materialized around her hands like gloves, and her eyes went black. She wailed like a tortured soul as she stood up. As she stumbled forward, demonic ki swirled around her body in a violet mist. For some reason, Ashlock felt unnerved. It didn't make sense. Even if she broke through to the 7th stage of the Soulfire realm, she should still be far below him regarding cultivation. So why did he feel hunted? It was an instinctual fear, as if he were facing down a predator, even though he knew he had the equivalent of a loaded gun in his back pocket that would guarantee victory. His non-existent heart still thumped in his chest. Through the dark mist, he could only make out the outline of Diana's demonic humanoid shape as the howls continued. She prowled forward through the mist like a predator and then pounced toward Bob at a fiendish pace. Bob's skin was pierced, and 2 claws that didn't resemble human hands, more like bird claws, were thrust inside. Ashlock then felt the demonic key inside Bob rush toward the hands as if Diana were trying to absorb all the demonic key. Do I stop her? Ashlock could flood Bob with plenty of spatial key to get Diana away, but should he? Was Diana absorbing demonic key a good or bad thing here? Deciding to wait and see, he let a while pass. Almost all of the demonic key that had been stored up inside Bob had now drained. To maintain control, Ashlock had no choice but to refill the slime slowly with spatial key, which eventually forced Diana to take her clawed hands out. The fiendish howls and inhuman movements continued as combat resumed. Ashlock had to overload Bob with spatial magic and hold the slime with his roots so Diana's chained attacks didn't destroy Bob in seconds. Demonic key transfer to Bob occurred in the same way as before, but at a much faster rate. The cavern continued to tremble as Bob was kicked through the black mist and pulled back in. All Ashlock could see the entire time was Diana's outline, which included 2 feathered wings and claws. Eventually, Diana left Bob alone, and the dark mist that had obscured her body dissipated into the air. Ashlock saw her crumble to the floor like a puppet cut from its strings, and she fell asleep. Her body had returned to normal, and even her clothes were unscathed. There was no sign of any demonic key corruption, or her weird demonic form. Ashlock let out a long sigh of relief. If someone had told him that the demonic form he'd just witnessed in that dark mist was an illusion or dream, he'd have believed them. Even the shirt around her shoulders showed no signs of holes for wings. Had the demonic key influenced her mist ability to an even higher level than when she was first infected with demonic key? Ashlock mused. When she first used her illusionary mist technique after becoming infected with demonic key, the laughing delusions that tricked the mind and enraged cultivators into acting on impulse had morphed into howling fiends. Had it simply upgraded and given Diana an illusionary form to make her seem more intimidating? Or was it something else? Ashlock didn't know. He kept tabs on Diana for a little longer to ensure she was fine, and after confirming she was sound asleep and wasn't going to suddenly turn into some undead ghoul, he could finally relax. Ashlock spent the rest of the day practicing telekinesis in the central courtyard by trying to write on the wall. Stella had spent the afternoon sorting through the many spatial rings from invading cultivators she had unlocked while searching for beast cores for Diana. She now wore 4 golden rings, 2 on each hand, containing all the items she deemed necessary to loot. One of the rings flashed with golden light, and a stick of black chalk manifested in her hand. She threw it out into the air as she lay slothfully on the bench, and Ashlock caught it with telekinesis. Stella lay on her side while keeping her eyes on the white pavilion wall opposite. She seemed to still be recovering from her social interaction with the mortals, or maybe just taking a well-deserved break. She had been cultivating and fighting non-stop for a while now, and with Diana sleeping down in the mine, there was a brief moment of calm. The black chalk stick paused before the wall as Ashlock struggled to figure out what to say or ask. Then he thought of Diana. Stella hadn't seen the girl for a while, nor did she know of her recovery. So he decided to inform her. Diana has recovered and broken through to the 7th stage? Stella let out a long sigh of relief and grinned. I'm so glad. She's a great friend and ally. I can't imagine having to run a sect without her. Considering she seemed to handle the mortals so well from his point of view, he decided to ask about it. Why did I find speaking to the mortals so exhausting? Stella hummed for a while, and then answered while looking up at his canopy. I've hardly talked to anyone other than Diana my entire life, and the mortals are just so different from me. Stella chuckled. You saw how they looked at me as if I were some kind of monster. They didn't see me as a fellow human being. Not that I blame them. We treat mortals like insects. It's ingrained in our minds from the start. There was a pause, and then she continued. When I was very young, I was surrounded by mortal servants that would do my bidding despite the fact I was just a child. My father would always point at the wrinkled old maid that went around the courtyards groaning about having a bad back and tell me that's what separated mortals and cultivators. We never become weak like that with time so long as we keep cultivating. Ashlock had to admit it was an interesting dynamic. Stella and Diana looked and talked like humans, but the fact they could live far longer and run around at supersonic speeds naturally separated them from the mortals in feudal society. It didn't help that the cultivators could lord over the mortals without repercussions out here in the wilderness. So without the cultivators, the mortals would perish to the beasts, so any kind of revolt was impossible. Maybe it's different in the Celestial Empire, Ashlock mused. It sounded much more civilized from what Senior Lee described, although that old man did say he preferred it out here. Ashlock was briefly lost in thoughts when there was a sudden rush of water, and Diana shot out from his hollowed-out root that led down into the mines with a splash. She landed gracefully and offered Stella a weary smile as she collected all the water in a swirling ball above her palm. Sorry to have worried you, Stella. Diana then turned to look at Ashlock and clasped her hands. You too, Patriarch. I appreciate your assistance with my matter. She then gave a 90-degree bow toward the towering tree. Ashlock hadn't been mad at her, but he appreciated the apology nonetheless. Stella jumped up from the bench and gave Diana a tight and quick hug. "I was so worried about you." Diana grumbled another apology, and the two returned to the bench and caught up on what had occurred while Diana had been insane. It was rather funny watching Diana's facial expressions as Stella recalled her being chained to Ashlock and how she screamed for multiple days and nights straight. They talked throughout the night, and Diana confirmed she was okay. "The demonic key is suppressed and under control, but if I push myself that far again, I will likely enter that insane state again," Diana explained, and she offered a reassuring smile. "But I can always beat the slime up again to return to normal." Ashlock decided to ask about that demonic form she took by writing on the wall. "Ashlock asks about feathered wings and claws you had down in the mine," Stella calmly translated, raising a brow at the message. "Well, that sounds like an interesting story." Diana slowly nodded in agreement, with confusion written all over her face. "Feathered wings? I don't remember ever having anything like that." Idletree Daily Sign-In System, Day 3478. Daily Credit, 4. Sacrifice Credit, 0. Sign-in? The sun crested over the horizon, and Ashlock's sign-in system popped up. With such few points to spend, he naturally dismissed the notification, but it reminded him of something. His desire to test his new S-grade skill, Mystic Realm. Ashlock then asked the two girls if they were well rested and ready to watch him test his most powerful skill yet. Stella seemed genuinely annoyed when he mentioned he had no idea what his new skill could do. "Fine," Stella grumbled as she rose from the bench, summoned a sword to her waiting hand, and took a combat stance. Her cultivation flared up, and light purple flames coated her form. "But I am taking no chances this time." Diana gave a nod of approval with a hint of jealousy as she noticed Stella's improved spirit root. Stella just rolled her eyes in response. "You'll get to improve your spirit root too." Ashlock made sure to wake Larry up from his slumber and even shouted enough at Maple to cause the squirrel to stir from his deep sleep. The squirrel seemed annoyed, but also intrigued at what was happening. With the whole gang ready to go, Ashlock brought up his skill menu. He felt like a president about to launch a tactical nuclear strike for some reason. Well, here goes nothing. Ashlock activated his ability, and everything changed. A dense white fog filled with weird celestial flakes swirled around the central courtyard, swallowing his sect members, and before Ashlock knew it, everyone was gone. Except for him. He remained rooted in place, but neither his spiritual sense nor demonic eye could see the group through the fog. "Guys?" Ashlock shouted, even trying to pull on his tether with Larry, but there was no response. Where did they go? Left with no other option, Ashlock sent his roots to surge out of the ground and into the perpetual fog in search of them. He demanded answers and wanted to discover what the hell this mystic realm was all about. Chapter 79. Trapped Far from Home. Unlike a usual fog that would spread out and dissipate, the mystic realm fog stayed in a small, compact area around half the size of the central courtyard. Considering it was an S-grade ability, Ashlock was baffled. There had to be so much more to it than a simple fog blocking his senses. Panic had naturally set in as Stella, Diana, Larry, and even Maple, who might be in a higher realm than him, hadn't returned from the fog. The stone in the central courtyard cracked and fell aside as black roots surged from within the mountain and into the dense fog. Ashlock tried to sense anything through his roots, but they felt numb, as if he'd dipped his toes in freezing water. The fog began to sparkle with a myriad of colors, as if someone had dumped glitter into it. Ashlock's numb roots then began to feel different sensations. One felt burning hot, another in warm water, another in sand. It was beyond perplexing, as Ashlock had no idea what was happening inside the fog. He tried to control the fog and bring it closer to his trunk so he could get a better look, but it refused to budge. Everything about this skill was beyond confusing, and Ashlock felt frustrated at his inability to help. Stella inwardly cursed as a strange white fog that cut off all her senses enveloped her. She looked down at her feet, which felt weightless. The floor was gone. There was only a ghostly fog that swirled around her feet. Was she standing on a cloud? Diana, what is going on? Stella realized Diana wasn't standing beside her anymore. She desperately looked around, but only the weird white fog could be seen. Finally, after frantically searching for Diana and coming up with nothing, she stepped forward hesitantly and began wandering through the swirling fog. Tree? Diana? Anyone? She shouted into the fog all around her. But nobody responded. It was eerie. She held her sword tightly in her grip as her heart pounded in her chest. Then, her surroundings began to change. The white fog became filled with flakes of shattered glass that gleamed and showed tiny bits of scenery. Some pieces were tiny, no larger than a speck of dust, but others were the size of her hand. One of these larger ones drifted by, and Stella caught a glimpse of a lightning storm within, as if she were looking through a tiny window into another world. Curious, Stella reached out and poked it as the shard floated by. Then she yelped as the hard floor she had been standing on vanished from beneath her, and in blinding light she dropped down. Blinking the blinding light away, Stella found herself standing on a gray surface. All around were black clouds flashing with lightning. Thunder roared in her ears, and hail rushed upwards like a reverse waterfall. "All right, where in the 9 realms is this?" Stella yelled, and only the roaring thunder replied. Moments ago, she had been enjoying a pleasant morning in the central courtyard atop Red Vine Peak. Then, Ash had wanted to test a new technique, and now she was in some weird upside-down world inside a storm. She was all alone, and no matter where she looked, there was no sign of Diana, Maple, or even Larry. The gray surface below her trembled, and then she heard a terrifying roar. The sturdy ground beneath her vibrated and shifted as if it were alive. Then, looking behind her, she saw the gray surface tilt upwards and reveal a tail the size of a mountain. At this moment, Stella realized she wasn't standing on land, as she hadn't been moving this entire time. It had just been hard to tell without a point of reference. Stella clamped her mouth shut and hoped the supersized sky whale she stood on would forget about her. A while passed, and the trembling stopped. While waiting, she had desperately looked around, but couldn't find a way out of this place. The weird fog had vanished, and she hadn't learned her portal technique yet. "Ash, have you sent me here to die?" Stella muttered as her hands clenched. She then shook her head. If Ash's new technique was really that dangerous, she was confident he would find a way to bring her back with time. "He considers you family. There's no way he would send you here to die," Stella quietly convinced herself. All she needed to do was wait, make the best of this disaster, and turn it into an opportunity. With a sigh, Stella decided to sit down cross-legged and cultivate. She had enough food within her spatial ring to last years and could always melt the upside-down hail into water. Closing her eyes, she began to meditate and try to connect with heaven. Unfortunately, the whispers of heaven's will were once again difficult to understand, and Stella sincerely wished she had another truffle to make the greatest use of this opportunity. After a while, she had to stop cultivating, as her soul core was overwhelmed. Phew! The key is so dense here. Is this an upper realm or something? Stella wondered aloud as her body overflowed with power. I should be careful. If I cultivate too much pure ki like this, I'll find it difficult to continue cultivating with that weaker ki if I ever return to Red Vine Peak. While taking a break, Stella watched the clouds flashing with lightning. She knew for a fact that the lightning Tao was intoxicating here, So with her soul core overflowing with power, she coated herself in purple flames and reached out her hand. She paused briefly as she prepared for the pain. Even with her Tao comprehension of lightning, it was undoubtedly a no-pain, no-gain type of Tao to contemplate. Well, here goes nothing. Stella closed her eyes and tried to call the lightning to her. For better or worse, it answered. Like when Ashlock formed his star core, Stella's hand became the focal point for all the lightning in the area. After just a few strikes hit her hand, she could already feel her flesh burning and had to pop a low-grade healing pill to endure the pain. Diana breathed out a cloud of vapor due to the cold as she stood upon a tiny iceberg the size of a small courtyard. She surveyed the perfectly calm water surrounding her in all directions until the horizon. Is this a pocket realm? Diana mused to herself as she tried to ignore the panic rising in her chest. She knew her spatial ring didn't have many supplies for an extended stay inside such a perilous place. Cultivators could survive for a long time without food or water, but Diana wasn't in the Star Core realm, so her need for sustenance hadn't been fully overcome yet. Getting down on her knees, she plunged her head into the icy water and was amazed at its clarity. The crystal-clear waters gave her a full view of the endless nothingness below her tiny iceberg. It was just a void of water that got darker the deeper she looked. There wasn't a single fish in sight, nor the ocean floor. She whipped her head back out of the water and frowned. Is this entire world nothing but ocean? Diana mused as she collected the water from her hair into a key ball above her palm and dumped it back into the ocean. Rubbing her chin in deep thought, Diana came to a conclusion. Out of those weird shards within the fog that gave glimpses of other worlds, she had felt the most compelled to grab onto this one, likely from its extreme amount of water ki, which her body was naturally drawn toward. Deciding there was nothing for her to do in this situation, she sat down on the iceberg and began to meditate. A long time passed, and Diana felt overwhelmed with power. Although she had just broken into the 7th stage, she felt herself closing in on the bottleneck for the 8th stage, as the ki here was so pure. She then noticed something odd as she breathed out and fully emerged from her zen-like state. The ocean was gone. The iceberg was on the ocean floor, which was nothing but black mud. The clouds that had dotted the sky suddenly looked so far away as she gazed up. Diana stood and stepped off the iceberg with a squelch as the muddy ocean floor splattered on her clothes and enveloped her shoe like quicksand. Using her cultivation, she could extract the moisture out of the mud around her, making it hard enough to walk upon. Looking all around, she couldn't see anything but black mud in all directions, so she decided to walk in a random direction and began wandering the endless mud flats. Eventually, she stumbled upon a group of sparkling rocks buried under the mud. She had only noticed one of the rocks, as a tiny piece stuck out from the black mud and was made very obvious. Naturally, she summoned a sword to her hand and cautiously approached the suspicious rock. Then, with the very tip of her sword, she tapped the sparkling rock, and the entire ground trembled. "Expected as much," Diana commented in a dull tone as she stepped back and watched the mud explode. Hundreds of tendrils resembling spines of bone lashed out, as if searching for the one who disturbed them. Within the center of these tendrils was a gaping maw where each tooth ended in a tiny sparkling rock. Diana calmly evaluated the monster, memorizing its attack pattern and searching for a weakness. She estimated its cultivation realm to be slightly below hers, but it had the terrain advantage, as its massive body was mostly protected by a thick layer of mud. Diana slowly circled the creature as she made use of the abundant water ki lingering in the air to fill the entire area with her mist. It still carried a hint of demonic ki, which seemed to startle the monster as it thrashed out violently with its tendrils, trying to hit the laughing illusions. "So the monster has sight or hearing, then," Diana mumbled as she kept looking for an opening. If she could destroy its sensory organ, then killing the creature would be simple. Diana hated to admit it, but she did feel a hint of desperation. This was the first living creature she had come across, and she had no idea how long she would be stuck in this pocket realm, or how to even get back. As far as she was concerned, this was a life-or-death battle. Her only solace was that her foe seemed incapable of movement, so she could always slowly whittle it down as she recovered outside its attack range. Noting an opening as one of its tendrils lashed out a bit too far into her mist, she dashed forward, coated her blade in blue flames, and swung down with as much might as she could muster. A flash of earthy brown flames coated the tendril at the last moment, which absorbed her sword's flames, and her metal blade bounced off the surprisingly durable tendril, despite it looking like a spine of brittle bone. She skillfully dodged to the side as a second tendril of bone rushed past her face, intending to skewer her and bring her cold corpse to the waiting maw of the monster. The ground began to tremble. The monster slowly moved through the mud as if swimming toward her. Diana calmly leapt back and reassessed her plan from a safe distance. The monster was slow and fell for her illusions, but it was an earth affinity, so its defensive powers, especially when half submerged in mud, would prove somewhat troublesome. Tapping her sword on the mud in annoyance, Diana sighed as she watched the wiggling mess of tendrils move through the mud toward her. "This is going to be a long battle," Diana complained as she dashed through her mist again, dodging random tendrils as she went. The only path to victory she could see was abusing her superior cultivation stage to outlast the monster and deplete all of its ki. However, despite the circumstances, Diana couldn't help but grin, as she knew that after this fight, she would be on the verge of the 8th stage of the Soulfire realm. Diana was confident that days' worth of time had passed in this pocket realm, yet the sun had remained in exactly the same position the entire time, beating down her back with its scorching heat. She hadn't noticed it when she first arrived, but without any shade, this was more like a desert than a frozen water world. Sweat dripped from her short hair and face, yet she dared not use any ki to remove the water, as she needed to conserve every drop of ki in her soul core. Even with her running off and cultivating outside of the monster's reach, it hurled lumps of ki-charged mud in her direction, meaning she could never stay still for too long. And if she strayed too far, she feared the monster would retreat underground and recuperate its ki. Her only chance at victory was relying on its stupidity and rage to keep it above ground. And its hunger. It was likely just as hungry as she was due to the lack of food around here. Diana stumbled as she cycled her ki, using her sword as a makeshift cane. As she had gotten more tired, the monster had landed some hits on her. None lethal, thankfully. But they had left nasty gashes that had been healed with her rapidly decreasing supply of healing pills. She had cut off a load of the monster's tendrils over the past few days, and the last few were sagging on the ground as the beast was worn out. Deciding she had dragged it out long enough, and with no will to continue this farce, she now charged in with an aimed strike. Her target? A weird dome hidden off to the side of the monster's maw, where most of its tendrils originated. Diana had identified it as the likely location of the monster's brain. Ducking under a sluggish tendril and sliding through the mud, she stabbed at the fleshy dome and wasn't surprised when a final flicker of brown flames defended it. Unfazed, she summoned a dagger from her spatial ring and viciously stabbed at the fleshy dome with all her stored-up wrath. Murky green blood sprayed everywhere, and a tendril aiming at her slammed into the mud beside her and all the other tendrils that flopped down with sickening, squelching sounds into the black mud. The monster had been slain, and Diana shakily stood up, sighing in relief and wiping the sweat, blood, and mud from her eyes. She began looting the monster's corpse, as it was far too large to fit inside her spatial ring. But as she pulled off the shiny rocks from atop teeth that were taller than her, she felt the ground faintly tremble. Was another one of these monsters coming? Climbing out of the monster's mouth and surveying the horizon from atop a tooth, she looked to the horizon opposite the sun and noticed that a new mountain range took up her entire view. That hadn't been there before, Diana wondered as she heard a faint thundering sound accompany the trembling. It wasn't until Diana realized the mountain in the distance was getting closer that panic set in once again. She fumbled to rip off as much as she could from the monster's corpse and then took off running. Her lungs burned from immense fatigue, and her soul core was utterly empty after the fight. The small puddles of water amongst the mud vibrated as the trembling and roaring behind her worsened. She ran for what felt like an eternity, but the situation only grew more dire. A part of her didn't even want to look over her shoulder, but after finally collapsing from exhaustion onto the mud, she had no choice but to stare at the impending threat. With the sun behind her back, there was no looming shadow, but she couldn't even see the sky anymore. Now that it was close enough, she could confirm it had never been mountains. Instead, it was a planet-sized wave of water and rock that was surging toward her at speeds many times her maximum running speed. The giant wave likely cycled around the pocket realm, obliterating everything in its path. I must have entered the pocket dimension on the other side of this wave, Diana cursed as she pushed herself up into a meditation position. She now understood why nothing was alive here except the monster that could hide beneath the mud, as nothing could survive such a wave except maybe a Monarch Realm cultivator or a spirit beast.
Is that what the beast tide is going to be like?
Diana mused as she looked up at her impending doom. She had never seen a beast tide, but from the legends she had heard of them, they were likely more survivable than this wave. She was so dead. Diana decided to shut her eyes and prepare to die, but something poked her on the back. Her eyes snapped open, and despite her exhaustion, she whirled around, ready to face another one of those monsters. Instead, she was greeted with a black root and possible salvation. Chapter 80. Mysterious Maple. On the dawn of the 7th day since Ashlock had deployed the Mystic Realm Fog, he felt something other than random sensations of environments through his roots. Ashlock felt hands clasp around two of his roots, and he felt tiny paws around another. He wasn't sure how to proceed, but he felt one of the pairs of hands tug on his root with what he interpreted as desperation and urgency. "I hope this is right," Ashlock muttered as he pulled that particular root back with as much force as possible. To his surprise, Diana flew out of the fog and crash-landed beside the wooden bench onto the purple grass. She was drenched like a drowned rat and seemed completely out of breath. Black mud stained with green and red blood caked her clothes, and she appeared to be missing a shoe. Ashlock was thrilled to finally see one of his sect members alive and well. In a cultivator world, so long as the person had most of their limbs intact, they were fine, in his opinion. Well, pulling on the root worked for Diana, so maybe it'll work for the others. Ashlock pulled on all his roots, and Stella came out with a little more grace than Diana, managing to land on her feet with barely a stumble. Meanwhile, Larry flew overhead and crashed into his canopy with a yawning and unbothered squirrel on his head. As the sun crested the mountain and shone onto the sparkly fog, it dissipated, and the courtyard returned to being devoid of the mystical fog. "Oh, thank the heavens," Stella said as she collapsed and patted the courtyard's lush purple grass surrounding Ashlock's trunk. "I wasn't cursed to spend eternity stuck upon that beast's back." After gathering her senses, she trudged over to the wooden bench and poked Diana's shoulder with her foot as she relaxed on the bench's armrest. "What in the 9 realms happened to you?"
"Big wave, mud, monster," Diana muttered between gasps. "Ugh, so tired." Ashlock gave Stella a minute to recover before he used the chalkstick left behind to write his question on the wall, as she seemed like the one least exhausted. Except for Maple. But that squirrel wouldn't listen to him anyway. Stella appeared in a foul mood as she rested her head on her upright palm and huffed the hair from her face as she slowly translated the text. "What happened, you ask?"
She broke out into hysterical laughter for a moment before slapping her cheeks. Sparks of lightning rippled across her flesh, causing her hair to shoot up as if it had been struck with static electricity. With a scowl, she reached up and summoned a hair tie from her spatial ring and spoke while she rested her hair into a ponytail. "Well, I found myself lost in the fog all alone. After stumbling through it for a while, I felt compelled to reach out and touch a weird, floating fragment containing another world, and then before I knew it, I was standing on the back of a sky whale the size of Darklight City within a pocket realm overflowing with spatial ki and an environment teeming with lightning Tao." Stella got her hair under control and continued. "Now, I will admit it was a great opportunity, but after spending a month swallowing lightning-filled ice, burning my hands, and suffering from ki intoxication, I am in a bad mood." And with that, Stella closed her eyes and lay back on the bench, refusing to even look at the wall so he could ask another question. Ashlock had a lot to contemplate. Stella mentioned a month had passed, but he was sure only a week had passed here on Red Vine Peak since they entered the fog. It seems the mystic realm is some kind of small world. But why did Stella say she was all alone in the fog? Did the others go somewhere else? Ashlock wondered. He then turned his attention to Larry, who was slowly crawling down his trunk while trembling like a leaf. "Hey, Larry?" Ashlock asked down the tether, and the spider paused like a kid caught eating from the cookie jar. "What happened in there?"
Master, I saw horrors I didn't think imaginable."
"Ow!" Larry grunted as Maple smacked him on the head for some reason. Ashlock was confused. Why had Maple come out of the fog while on Larry's head? "Explain," Ashlock urged Larry. "What horrors? Did you go to the same world as Stella, or somewhere else?" Larry looked hesitant to explain with Maple glaring at him atop his head.
"Master, I had the pleasant experience of visiting Maple's homeworld, and I had a lovely time meeting his siblings."
The spider shook with every word, as if terrified to slip up and say something wrong. Siblings? Ashlock couldn't believe it. Everything around Maple was a mystery. How had such a small squirrel survived in a dimension that contained that World Walker monster? What was his true strength? What did his siblings look like? Ashlock asked through the tether, and Larry seized up.
"Master, they were a bit
Larger than Maple, and weren't exactly what I would call cute, fluffy squirrels." Larry then shrieked as Maple tapped his claw gently on one of Larry's eyes and viciously bared his teeth with a hiss. Ashlock was a little taken aback seeing such a vicious side of Maple. He only ever saw the squirrel sleeping and going off randomly. As much as Ashlock wanted to sate his curiosity, Larry wasn't included in his pact with Maple, so the violent squirrel might actually murder his pet if Larry said too much, which just made Ashlock even more curious. Maybe if he could also go into these pocket realms, he could visit Maple's world and see for himself. But that was a goal for another time. Everything was a bit sudden, but organizing his thoughts, Ashlock concluded that his mystic realm ability allowed him to give access to pocket realms to all who entered the fog. It also seemed that multiple people could go to the same pocket realm as Larry and Maple had, or they could end up in different ones like Stella and Diana. Even more curious was how Stella described her realm as containing spatial ki and lightning Tao, while in contrast, Diana muttered something about a giant wave that gave him the vibes of a water ki-filled environment. What kind of world would he get if he could enter the fog? Opening his status screen to look at the Mystic Realm ability, he saw something he hadn't been expecting. Mystic Realm, Grade S, locked until day 3515. Bringing up his sign-in system, he saw the current day was 3485. So the skill was locked for a month. The skill was also grayed out in his menu, and a warning message popped up when he tried to forcefully use it. Continuous access to the Mystic Realm can incur soul damage. Proceed? Yes or no? So, I can still forcefully use the skill if I wish, but it might damage my soul? Ashlock mused as he looked over the warning message another time just to make sure. He had already taken some soul damage during his ascension to the Starcore realm due to that evergreen bastard, and even just losing 1% of his soul had left him with an empty and ominous feeling. With no wish to gain any further soul damage, he decided to wait out the 30 days. Instead, it would be best to prepare for its subsequent use and give his sect members some time to recover and get over their anger toward him. He hadn't figured out why the fog dissipated when all of them had been pulled out, or why he found them all at the same time. Everything lined up too smoothly for it to be a coincidence. His only guess stemmed from the skill's time delay before he could use it again. I found them all exactly 1 week after I used the skill, and then the fog dissipated once the sun rose. Does the ability have a 7-day limit? It would be essential to know, but he had no way to find out for sure until he did a second test run in a month. Meanwhile, Diana had managed to push herself off the ground and stagger over to the bench, before collapsing next to Stella, who was half asleep with her head on her palm. There was a flash of gold as Diana's clothes vanished for a split second and were replaced with fresh, clean clothes from her spatial ring. A pretty neat trick that Ashlock wished he had back on Earth, as getting dressed in the morning for work while being half asleep had always been an inconvenience. Despite having a relatively good memory as a tree, he found his memories of Earth fleeting. As the years went by in this new world he found himself in, the memories of Earth felt more and more distant, alien even. If he somehow made it back as a human, he felt his morals would be fucked up, and he would never be able to adapt to a modern society again. In a fresh set of the clothes that reminded Ashlock of Earth every time he looked at them due to their modern style, Diana sighed as she looked up at his canopy and began to monologue, as if that were where his ears were. Patriarch, as terrifying as that experience was, I can only thank you for it. Diana summoned a blue flame on top of her head as if she were a human candle. I was only in there for what felt like a month, but I gained a year or two worth of cultivation and am almost at the 8th stage. If my spirit root had been better, I would have ascended to the stage already. She dissipated her flame and smiled weakly. If we use this weird fog correctly, we could become the most powerful sect in the land. I just hope you will gift me with one of those truffles that Stella spoke of, so that if I ever go in there again, I can soar to great heights and help protect the Ashfallen sect in the future. Diana's ramblings made Ashlock realize something once again. His personal strength was nothing to scoff at, but most of his abilities aligned with empowering others rather than himself. Trees were known for providing, nurturing, and protecting the forest under their canopy. Was the system trying to steer him in that direction with the abilities it had randomly picked for him? It was suspicious, to say the least. Did the system have an agenda? Had it always planned for him to raise a sect and fight? And if that was the system's plan all along, who is my foe? Ashlock wondered. This seems like far too much effort to make me and my sect strong enough to face off a group of demonic cultivators out in the wilderness. Is there some greater threat out there I must face? Maybe the demonic beasts that will make up the beast tide? Or perhaps the Celestial Empire? Merchants? People from the higher realms like Senior Lee? The list was endless. Ashlock had no clue, but he wasn't one to complain about it. As a stationary tree, empowering those around him was ideal and gave him far more reach than any typical tree could achieve. Speaking of the sect, Ashlock had been putting something off while desperately searching through the fog for his friends. Friends, huh? Feels weird to think of them that way, but family is a bit too far for anyone except Stella, while acquaintances or sect members feel too cold. Ashlock especially struggled to categorize Maple and Larry. One was in a mind-control slave contract through the system, and the other was a mysterious squirrel he couldn't understand even if he tried. Writing on the wall, he notified Stella of what he had been delaying. Stella barely looked through sleepy eyes at the wall and grumbled,
Those Red Claw bastards are all here now? Did they move into the White Stone Palace while we were gone?
If they had learned those ancient texts, Ashlock could write to them directly through telekinesis or send Larry as his spokesperson. But if it had taken Stella a year to learn, then he doubted the Red Claw Grand Elder had even begun to grasp the basics. What if I learned this world's languages? Ashlock realized he had never really thought about it, but he quickly dismissed the thought when he remembered why he had never bothered. My language of the world ability automatically translates everything, so it would be impossible to learn, as I can't even understand the original text or language. It was a passive skill, so he couldn't turn it off. Why the skill couldn't just teach him all the languages made sense due to the skill's name. The name Language of the World suggested he learned a language that the entire world once knew, or perhaps was there when the world was created. Whatever it meant, it was apparent the language Stella and Diana spoke was a more modern variation of what they call the ancient runic language that he could speak.
Is it urgent? Stella asked with a grumpy yawn. I couldn't catch a moment of rest in that pocket realm. If I'd let my body passively cultivate, I feared I would have died from ki poisoning, and the thunder was so loud.
It certainly wasn't urgent, but Ashlock wished to give them some direction, as, from his observations during the last week, Darklight City still appeared restless, and the villagers hid away in their homes. His first day or two after casting the Mystic Realm skill had been spent frantically searching through the fog, but after a while, he had resigned himself to a more casual search, as he doubted the system would give him an ability that would send his friends to their deaths. So he had taken note of the surroundings in preparation for their inevitable return. At some point. Ashlock wrote on the wall that she could take a day to rest first, and Stella graciously retreated into the pavilion in search of a place to slumber. Cultivators rarely needed to sleep much, so Stella usually grabbed some shut-eye while resting on the bench below his canopy for a few hours in the midday sun, but she clearly desired a place to quietly rest out of the windy Red Vine Peak courtyard. Diana also seemed too exhausted to even move from her spot on the bench, where she was slouching like a couch potato watching a football game. Without Stella to translate his question, Ashlock could not ask Diana any questions. Unfortunately, she didn't know the ancient language, so he questioned Larry more about his experience. Larry, what kind of ki was present in the world you went to? The spider had been awfully quiet in the corner, sneaking glances at Maple, who had teleported up into his canopy at some point and was lying slothfully on Ashlock's branch. Larry kept his voice very low, which made him hard to understand, mixed with his gruff accent.
There was no ki, only chaos.
Maple slightly opened her eye, and Larry clamped his mouth shut, which seemed to amuse the squirrel. That sounded rather ominous. How could there be a place with no ki and only chaos? What was chaos, even? Ashlock decided to ask a more tame question. How did you two end up in the same pocket realm?
Well, Stella spoke of weird shards, but the moment I entered that fog, I was already in that accursed place.
Larry then crawled back and quickly corrected himself.
I mean, it was a lovely place. Maple's family was very accommodating of me, although I felt like a tiny bug next to them.
Larry was careful at dropping the hints, but Ashlock started understanding the situation. When he tried to summon the S-grade World Walker, he saw the hellish landscape behind that giant creature. So did Larry think those behemoths were related to Maple? Was that what Maple would evolve into in the future? It was hard to believe when he looked at the cute, fluffy white squirrel, who couldn't look more unassuming if he tried. Whatever, it didn't matter. Once mastered, the Mystic Realm would be a massive boon to his sect, as Ashlock could provide key-rich environments to many different types of cultivators. The diversity would make the Ashfallen sect far more stable than these houses that relied on a single affinity passed down through their bloodlines, which tied their strength to their surrounding environmental ki. With only a few members, he already had 2 spatial affinities, 1 water affinity and another with ash affinity. Unfortunately, Ashlock still had no idea what affinity Maple had. If he even had any key to begin with, as Larry had mentioned, there was no key in the pocket realm he went to. Wait, did they even go to a pocket realm? Larry said there were no shards, and that they just appeared there instantly.
Definitely some Maple bullshit, I suspect.
Ashlock grumbled as he turned his attention away from the central courtyard and back out to the forest filled with villagers, as it still required his attention. Without the presence of cultivators on the walls, quite a few monsters had snuck over and were threatening the villagers' lives. The Red Claws seemed uninterested in making a move without being ordered, so Ashlock planned to save the helpless mortals while getting more sacrificial credits, as they looked a little low after the big fight. Once he had cleaned up the situation in the forests, he would send Larry and Stella to the Red Claws in the afternoon. It was about time he put those Red Claw fellows to work. Chapter 81. Interlude. The Ultimate Tournament Arc. Grand Elder! A woman's distant voice rang through the library's heavy wooden door, which flew open a moment later as she rushed inside. The representative of the Ashfallen sect has arrived at the gate alongside the spirit beast. The Red Claw Grand Elder looked up from the desk, covered in parchments, still smelling of fresh ink, as he had been furiously copying over the last week, and eyed the young woman with the same fiery red hair as him. Amber? Have they really come so soon? The rest of the family only arrived a few days ago, and I haven't had time to talk with them yet. The Grand Elder grumbled as he eyed the setting sun through the stained glass window and noted it was late evening. I hoped they wouldn't come for a bit longer, as I still have much to learn about this ancient language, and my state of mind is clouded. Amber, one of the younger generation that had been with him on that day they faced the spirit beast in combat, furiously nodded. They are already waiting outside and demanding an audience with you? All right. Just give me a moment. The Grand Elder sighed as he separated the original documents he'd promised to return to Stella Crestfallen by the week's end from his own personal copies. The 2 stacks of parchment vanished into his spatial rings, and he rubbed his eyes as he followed Amber out of the silent library. Even with his cultivation being in the middle of the Starcore realm, his wrists ached and his eyes felt dry as he walked through the corridors of the Whitestone Palace. As he strode, he passed by many of his family members, but they all returned unenthusiastic nods rather than the usual lively greetings he expected of them. Although the Red Claws were a relatively small and tight-knit family, they still ran a city in the volcanic region of the sect. Unfortunately, he had forced them to abandon their lives, businesses, and plans because their useless Grand Elder had promised the heavens their family's allegiance to some unknown power within the sect. Also, Darklight Valley was less than ideal for cultivating Fire Key, so they were all extra grumpy with him. It also didn't help that after arriving, he'd refused to speak with them, as he was busy copying the ancient language over so he could start learning it to converse with his new overlords. The whole situation was a mess in his eyes, and he just wanted a few weeks for everything to settle down and for him to get his family in order before having to deal with the Ashfallen sect again. Yet here they were, on his new doorstep. Amber, the Grand Elder's voice echoed through the stone palace's eerily silent and depressing walls. The skittish girl acknowledged she was listening with a nod, so he continued, Gather all the elders of the family's side branches. We will have a quick discussion in the front room, and then meet with the Ashfallen sect representative outside. Amber nodded and left to fulfill his orders, leaving the lonely Grand Elder to stroll through the bare hallways. His shoes tapped the stone, and his dark red robes swished around his legs. Despite years of experience handling politics and sitting at a table with a patriarch, he had an unsettling anxiety brewing in his chest about this upcoming meeting. How the patriarch had kept such a secret so silent from even him was unnerving. Things simply didn't add up regarding the Ashfallen sect, but his hands were tied. He had sent messages to his contacts throughout the sect over the last week, but their investigation was still ongoing. Naturally, it would make sense if they had never heard of this secret, ash-fallen branch of the sect, as anyone who knew was apparently killed.
Not like it matters anyway after taking that oath,
the Grand Elder muttered as he entered the waiting room, keeping his back to the door and his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the setting sun through a stained glass window with a heavy heart. Over the next few minutes, the elders of the various Red Claw side branches trickled in and silently took seats in the well-furnished room. The Grand Elder could sense the tension building even with his back to them.
"Are you going to keep your back turned and ignore us forever, Grand Elder?"
A gruff voice the Grand Elder recognized as Elder Mo broke the tense silence.
"You may be the Grand Elder of our beloved Red Claw family, but to oath-bind our loyalty to an unknown force is preposterous. Were you misled? Mind-controlled? Remember, the rest of us have yet to take the oath and are simply here out of our lingering respect for you, so if you cannot justify this, we shall take our leave."
"Strong accusations there,
Elder Mo."
The Grand Elder spoke sternly as he turned to face the branch elder that managed the family's prodigies, and the elder shrank back slightly from the Grand Elder's glare.
"Do you have such little faith in your Grand Elder that you genuinely believe I would fall for such a scheme?"
Elder Mo was a cultivator near the end of his lifespan, evident by his wrinkled face, balding head, and permanent scowl. Accepting he had peaked in cultivation at the 8th stage of the Soulfire realm, Elder Mo had devoted himself to teaching the younger generation, so he was a well-respected and valued family elder. The balding man scowled harder than usual.
"Grand Elder, I will follow you through the fires of hell if given a reason that benefits the family and leads us to prosperity. But to follow you like a blind man is the peak of foolishness."
"Calm yourself,
Elder Mo,"
the Grand Elder said simply, and he surveyed the anxious expressions of the other elders.
"Allow me to explain our situation."
The elders listened with a mixture of awe and doubt as he described the events that led up to him vowing to the heavens. He especially enjoyed Elder Mo's expression when he described in great detail the horrifying feeling of tiny spiders crawling into his mouth, and how he still had a lingering phantom ash aftertaste since then. Concluding his explanation, the Grand Elder added one last point.
"I believe the key to us making the most of this situation is getting on Stella Crestfallen's good side, as she is the descendant of this elusive immortal." "I see. The girl does indeed seem of great importance, especially since she can order around a spirit beast despite being in the Soulfire realm."
Elder Mo leaned back in his seat and rubbed his hairless chin, contemplating.
"So, you have not seen this supposed immortal yet, but too many coincidences line up and make this immortal's existence seem possible?"
"Indeed," the Grand Elder nodded solemnly. "Even disregarding the oath, I personally believe this to be the opportunity our family has been seeking for far too long. If we can win the trust of the Ashfallen sect, then we are privy to information the other houses are not, and will therefore be closer with the Patriarch." Elder Mo slowly nodded in agreement, but the others didn't seem so convinced.
"But the key around here is awful for our youth," a stern-looking woman interjected. "If we stay here, even with the support of vast cultivation supplements, it will be impossible for us to advance with so much nature and water key all around. Our cultivation will stall, and we will fall even further behind the other families. Do remember the beast tide is coming, and the fight for the new land at the next sect location is looming."
"Elder Margaret, you bring up a good point. I plan to bring this matter up with the Ashfallen sect representative."
The Grand Elder sighed.
"Unfortunately, we have kept Stella Crestfallen waiting long enough, so we may not discuss this further. Please be respectful and understand that although you aren't oath-bound to this place, the spirit beast the girl is bringing will hunt you down, if you dare leave."
Everyone stood up and briefly exchanged serious expressions before they made their way to the white stone palace's courtyard in an awkward silence. The Grand Elder just prayed none of them made fools of themselves in front of the Ash-Fallen sect. Stella found herself at the base of the neighboring mountain peak as she stepped through the portal created by Tree. There was a small pop of air as she stepped through, and then a larger one as Larry emerged beside her. The spiders still freaked her out, but his presence was calming her nerves for once. The last time she had met with the Red Claws, it had been a spur-of-the-moment situation when her overwhelming confidence was mainly fueled by her annoyance over having her cultivation interrupted. She had been arrogant and abrasive and had made up a story on the spot. But this time was different. Stella had tossed and turned on a moldy mattress inside the pavilion before getting up and accepting her role as Ash's spokesperson. As she quickly scaled up the mountainside with her cultivation swirling through her body, she couldn't suppress her rising anxiety. I should have forced Diana to learn the ancient language as well. She handled the merchants in Slimere perfectly. She would make a way better spokesperson than me. Although Stella felt a bit inadequate for the job, the fact that Tree trusted her so much filled her heart with warmth. Clenching her fist, she swore she would try her best, and the meeting would go perfectly. "Just remember the topics Ash wanted to say, and then I can leave," Stella muttered as she arrived at the White Palace gates. There she found a red-haired man leaning against a pillar. He seemed confused.
"And you are?"
The man then saw Larry crest over the mountain steps and stand beside her, which made him clamp his mouth shut. "My name is Stella Crestfallen, and I represent the Ash-Fallen sect. Please inform the Grand Elder to meet with me at his earliest convenience." Stella gave the man a threatening smile, and the poor guy ran off in a stumbled sprint. A while passed, and Stella tapped her foot in annoyance. How long could it take for that Grand Elder to find his way to the front door? Luckily, as her patience reached its breaking point, 5 figures donning dark red robes emerged from the White Palace. The one at the front she knew all too well, offered her a short bow, and the rest followed.
"Stella Crestfallen, please excuse my tardiness."
The Grand Elder straightened his back and failed to hide his surprise.
"Your cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds in only a week. How very impressive. As expected from the daughter of an immortal."
Stella returned a frown and crossed her arms below her chest. The Grand Elder smiled weakly and gestured to the men and women beside him.
"These fine people are the elders of the various Red Claw branch families, brought here as requested."
Stella gave them a once-over with little interest, as they were all busy goggling at Larry beside her and had all gone pale as ghosts. She couldn't help but raise a brow at the Grand Elder. "I believe I only requested your attendance, Grand Elder. These other elders are not under oath yet, therefore I do not wish to speak with them for now."
Please forgive me."
The Grand Elder clasped his hands. "But it will be hard to convince the rest of my family to follow me and stay here if they aren't privy to Ash-Fallen's power and benefits." "Benefits?" Stella snorted. "Leaving your family alive after revealing Ash-Fallen's existence is already generous enough. What need would an immortal have for a small family within the sect if he had no need for the Ravenborns, Winter Wraths, or Evergreens?" Stella then scrutinized the eyes of the terrified elders one by one. "And all of you also know about Ash-Fallen's existence now, due to your Grand Elder's blabbering mouth, so either you swear the oath today or die." Ash had explained to her during the afternoon the importance of monitoring this group. Honestly, what they could offer the Ash-Fallen sect was almost not worth the risk of them betraying the sect or leaking their existence to the Patriarch. But they had to start somewhere, and this family would serve as a good test. Trust was cheap out here in the wilderness, where backstabbing was commonplace and loyalty was more fickle than the crisp autumn leaves that cracked underfoot. Despite Ash's harsh opinion of the Red Claws, Stella was giddy to set them to work. She had always wanted a group she could order around so she could focus on her cultivation.
Forgive me, I misspoke,
the Grand Elder smiled. Would your spirit beast be fine with facing my elders in a friendly fight? I feel experiencing its torment will serve them well. Stella could detect a smug undertone to his voice. He must have described his experience to the others, Stella thought as she saw the other elders shrink back. Larry flared his cultivation as he crawled forward, making the elders yelp as an intense force pressed down on them. Then the massive spider opened his maw, and tiny ash spiders began to pour out and crawl toward them in a wave. A balding man stumbled forward and fell to his knees. I, Elder Mo of the Red Claw family, pledge my loyalty to the Ash-Fallen sect. He took a deep breath as the key of heaven swirled around him. If my loyalty is to falter, may my cultivation be forever crippled and my heart demons unleashed upon my unfaithful soul. Stella nodded at the man. Anyone else? Naturally, the other Red Claw family members soon followed, pledging their loyalty as they eyed the tiny ash spiders with fear. Good. Now that everyone here has pledged, I can say my piece. Stella side-eyed Larry. Entomb this courtyard in ash so no prying eyes or ears can reach us. Larry obliged and surrounded the group in a swirling dome of ash. Stella spoke through the absolute eerie darkness where only the shifting ash and nervous breaths of the elders could be heard. Red Claws, by order of the Immortal, you are now under the rule of the Ash-Fallen sect. Your duties are simple. There was a brief pause, and the Grand Elder answered through the darkness. The Red Claws are willing to serve. Stella smiled as she continued. Obey all requests from the Immortal given through myself or those under the Ash-Fallen sect. To complete this task, all elders must be well versed in the ancient language by the end of the year. Furthermore, your family shall manage Darklight City and its surroundings as any other family would manage a city. This includes guarding the walls and overseeing the industries.
Forgive my impudence, Stella Crestfallen, but may I ask a question?
Stella recognized the gruff voice of the first elder to pledge his loyalty. Please continue, Elder Mo.
Thank you, Elder Mo replied. Does the Ash-Fallen sect really not want any ownership over Darklight City and the area?
We own it. You manage it, Stella quipped back. The Immortal has no interest in managing a mortal city, nor desire to micromanage some farms or mines. Understand?
Yes, Elder Mo replied and fell silent.
Excellent. Stella clapped her hands together. Now we can get on to my true reason for coming here. The Immortal wishes to establish the Red Claws as this region's publicly known ruling family and restore peace, which he also needs a highly skilled alchemist.
We have many alchemists under our family, the Grand Elder interjected, and Stella scowled. Ash didn't want an alchemist from the Red Claws to set foot on Red Vine Peak, as they would leak information. Instead, they needed an alchemist from the city that had no affiliations. The offer is appreciated, but the Immortal wishes to conduct an alchemy tournament to spread your family's fame. It will be run and funded entirely by the Red Claw family, Stella said, and she could feel the elders grow restless, so she added, The elder that puts the most work into the tournament's creation, and also the elder who sponsors the winning candidate of the tournament, will be rewarded directly by the Immortal. Stella summoned a light purple flame into her hand and decided to showcase just a fraction of Ash's power to excite the others. How about a legendary pill that can improve the purity of your spirit root, for example? Stella knew exposing this part of Ash's power was risky, but if rumors of this legendary pill's existence spread, she would know the Red Claws were at fault and could be eliminated. Furthermore, a legendary pill that could improve a spirit root's purity was impressive, but was nothing compared to the knowledge that Ash could grow them. But the final thing that reassured Stella was the downright selfishness of demonic cultivators. If an opportunity presented itself, they would rather take the information of it to the grave than allow another person to benefit. So even their own family
was kept out of the loop. As expected, news of such an outstanding pill got the elders' attention, and Stella began to think she might have gotten them a little too excited. Chapter 82. Blooming Root Flower. 2 weeks had elapsed uneventfully since Stella confronted the Redclaw family. After revealing the existence of the legendary spirit root improving pill and outlining plans for the alchemy tournament, the elders appeared rejuvenated and eager to be under the Ashfallen sect's rule. They soon tempered their excitement and raised several concerns, such as the scarcity of Fire Key and their lagging behind other sects. Stella assured them that the Immortal would provide a solution in 2 months' time, an entire month after they agreed to schedule the alchemy tournament. Ashlock recognized that organizing such an extravagant tournament would require time, but he urgently needed an alchemist, so he imposed a 1-month deadline, which was already halfway through. To address the Fire Key problem, Ashlock intended to grant the Redclaws access to his mystic realm, but only after another round of testing in 2 weeks. He wanted to confirm the mystic realm's consistency before making any promises. It would be mortifying if he assured them of its benefits only to discover that the mystic realm could only connect to realms devoid of Fire Key. Meanwhile, Ashlock had directed a route to ascend the Redclaw Mountain and encircle the Whitestone Palace, enabling communication with the Redclaw family's elders once they mastered the ancient language. Unfortunately, it had taken far more resources than he was willing to admit, partly due to the mountain's lack of soil or mycelium, so the root's growth was wholly fueled by his key. Ashlock was genuinely impressed by the elders' dedication over the past fortnight, with hardly any family members cultivating, which he attributed partly to the absence of Fire Key, rendering cultivation a somewhat fruitless endeavor. Instead, they devoted themselves entirely to the responsibilities he imposed on them through Stella's speech. During the day, they concentrated on the tournament and other duties like patrolling the walls surrounding the mountain range or overseeing the mines, and at night, they fervently studied the ancient language in hopes of one day communicating with an immortal. Although Ashlock was pleased with his new subordinate so far, he had to concede that the vigilant wall guards meant fewer beasts breached the walls for him to snack on, causing his sacrificial points to dwindle in recent days. Idletree Daily Sign-In System, Day 3499. Daily Credit, 11. Sacrifice Credit, 207. Sign-in? Only a little over 200 points, Ashlock cursed. Aside from producing mushrooms and fruit for future alchemy ingredients and practicing telekinesis, the past fortnight had been uneventful. Larry was away hunting prey beyond the walls, leaving him scarce. Maple was similarly absent, likely off conducting atrocities somewhere. Diana and Stella were meditating on the adjacent courtyard's runic formation after being given more truffles. They hadn't moved in days, leaving Ashlock alone with his thoughts. He longed for more points, as 200 seemed meager. Should I focus on extending my roots eastward, past the wall and into the wilderness? Previously, it hadn't been a practical idea, since he couldn't kill or transport corpses back. However, now, able to cast Devour through portals and drag bodies back to Redvine Peak, he was motivated to explore the wilderness and stop relying on the corpses Larry or others brought him. Fortunately, the wall's foundations weren't particularly deep, and by late afternoon he had a single route beyond the wall, venturing into the vast wilderness. Naturally, he soon connected to the mycelium network present in the nutrient-abundant soil, accelerating the root's growth despite its distance from his star core. However, as the route extended for several more miles, Ashlock noticed his spiritual sight through the root gradually diminishing. My ki will be significantly weakened at this distance. He might even struggle to create a functioning portal if he ventured further. Fortunately, as a tree, he had no need to pursue prey. Similarly to his strategy with the rats in the mine, Ashlock guided the root to puncture the soil and surface within a dense, leafy bush. He then summoned his magic mushroom production menu and filled the bush with fragrant, poisonous mushrooms. to key-empowered creatures roaming the wilderness, Ashlock knew that poisonous mushrooms would have little effect, so instead of causing direct harm, he designed the poison to induce sleep. His exploding portals, thorn-covered vines, and spatial key-coated leaves, controlled by telekinesis, would handle the rest. It wasn't until the dawn of the following day that Ashlock found his first victim. Sniffing a peculiar bush laden with sweet-smelling mushrooms was a massive boar-like beast cloaked in black fur with a single menacing horn jutting from its narrow forehead. Despite its size, the creature's gaunt features, with ribs poking through flesh and shallow cheekbones, suggested a lack of food in recent weeks. It was starved, and despite the suspicious nature of the bush, it reluctantly leaned in, pushing its snout between the dense leaves and nibbling on the protruding mushrooms. Ashlock had no idea how the mushrooms tasted, but the boar seemed content as it eagerly delved deeper into the bush, consuming every mushroom within reach. With the beast so close to his root that it coiled up the bush's stem, he could detect that the boar cultivation was around the 4th stage of the Soulfire realm. Pathetically weak, Ashlock muttered. As his cultivation grew, weaker monsters yielded fewer credits. Regardless, this half-starved creature at the 4th stage of the realm below his own would still grant a few credits, just so few it almost wasn't worth the effort. Eventually, the beast staggered back and started blinking as if succumbing to drowsiness. With a thud, it toppled like a sedated cow, lying there in a peaceful slumber. Ashlock faced a choice: drag the boar through a portal to consume it for a few points, or leave the carcass in hopes of luring a more formidable foe. In times like these, he was grateful for his increasingly manageable hunger, which allowed for more calculated decisions. Opting to leave the boar behind for now, Ashlock continued to extend his route network, reaching several miles beyond the wall and into the untamed wilderness. Later that afternoon, Ashlock checked on the slumbering boar, only to find it gone. "I'm such a fool," Ashlock berated himself, remembering he couldn't monitor everything. He would remain unaware of events unless he observed an area or a creature not on his routes. Casting Eye of the Tree God, Ashlock surveyed the area to see if he could find the culprit. Fortunately, he didn't have to search far before spotting an enormous, 6-legged wolf-like creature covered in dark brown fur enjoying its meal. 7th stage of the Soulfire realm, Ashlock mused as he observed the beast that stole his prey. Not too shabby. It'll serve as a nice meal. The creature yelped in surprise as a rift in space materialized above it, and numerous black vines coated in flaming star-core ki shot through, wrapping around its limbs. Ashlock had anticipated more resistance, but the wolf appeared drowsy, thrashing about as if exhausted. Did the boar's blood still contain the sleeping toxin? Ashlock wasn't certain, but he was even more astonished when the wolf refused to release the boar clutched in its jaws, dragging it along as the portal overhead pulled them both in. Back at Red Vine Peak, many miles from the wilderness, the wolf found itself beneath the vast canopy of an immense demonic tree, which eagerly accepted its sacrifice. The creature squealed as the vines tightened their grip like coiling vipers, then outright howled when thorns injected searing digestive fluids into its skin that melted its flesh. Plus 28 SC. Plus 12 SC. Ashlock felt a twinge of guilt for the wolf, but the sacrificial credit notifications quickly washed it away. Checking his balance, he now had a combined total of 259 credits, enough to guarantee a C-grade draw. Since he only needed 100 more to somewhat secure a B-grade item or skill draw, Ashlock resolved to return to the wilderness and continue hunting. His vision blurred as he rapidly surveyed miles of wilderness in search of prey. Maybe I should make my roots grow into the center of the mushroom so I can sense when a monster bites. He tried, but unfortunately his magic mushroom production skill lacked such a feature, and forcing the growth would destroy the mushrooms. Ashlock had connected to the mycelium network, but the trees in the wilderness didn't react to passing monsters as those at the base of Red Vine Peak did to cultivators. It made sense, considering beasts were common and didn't bother the trees. I could start spreading my demonic seed throughout the wilderness, as connecting with them is far easier. Of course, they would inform Dad about potential snacks, right? Ashlock chuckled, but quickly turned serious as he spotted more creatures among the foliage drawn to his sleep-inducing mushrooms. His excitement waned when he assessed their cultivation. Even weaker than the boar. Ashlock's only consolation was that the group of around 5 beasts would yield a similar number of points due to their number. This time, he didn't wait for them to start eating his mushrooms. Spatial key-coated leaves were torn from nearby plants and launched at the skittish monsters resembling giant demonic chickens. The creatures attempted to flee the deadly whirlwind, but were reduced to shreds within seconds. A rift then opened and dragged their shredded corpses through to be devoured. +7 SC, +8 SC, +4 SC, +3 SC, +5 SC. Does this even count as a snack? Ashlock grumbled as he finished his meal and went out hunting again. By the next day, Ashlock felt like a genius. He had observed that his children had turned the forest at the base of the mountain into an area devoid of wildlife, likely due to the pervasive scent of death. Consequently, he realized that growing demonic trees near the mushroom-bearing bushes would be counterproductive, as the monsters would be deterred from venturing in, even if enticed by the sweet-smelling mushrooms. Thus, Ashlock devised a solution. He aimed to use the demonic trees in the wilderness as a warning system through the mycelium network, alerting him to the presence of monsters he could kill. Additionally, if the monsters consumed the berries of the demonic trees, they would perish, allowing him to claim the corpses. To achieve this, Ashlock quickly grew tiny fruits, each barely surrounding a demonic seed. He then opened rifts around them, severing the stems and depositing the seeds at the outskirts of his roots in the wilderness. The plan was for the demonic trees to funnel the monsters toward the mushroom-laden bushes while simultaneously warning him when the creatures entered his kill zone. Unfortunately, the trees would take years to grow, unless they sprouted from the corpse of a beast that had consumed them. So whenever Ashlock encountered those oversized demonic chickens, he would use telekinesis to decapitate them and force the demonic seed into their bodies, expediting the growth of the saplings. Even with this accelerated growth, it would still take approximately a year for a sapling to mature into a tree capable of conveying emotions to him via the mycelium network. Therefore, Ashlock treated this as a long-term project and focused on locating stray beasts with his Eye of the Tree God, dragging them through portals. Ashlock was annoyed about the beasts being so low in cultivation, but if he reflected more on the situation, he realized it made sense that the beasts roaming near the sect's walls were limited to the Soulfire realm. If Starcore beasts were present, a Grand Elder must constantly patrol the walls. By day's end, he decided to cut his losses and concluded he had accrued enough points for a draw. At his current rate, it would take too long to save up for an A-grade or higher draw, with the wilderness now scarce of stray beasts for him to feast on. Idletree Daily Sign-In System. Day 3501. Daily credit, 12. Sacrifice credit, 327. Sign in? Yes, sign in, Ashlock said, and a system notification flashed in his mind, one he was all too familiar with. Sign-in successful. 339 credits consumed. Unlocked a B-grade skill. Blooming root flower production. Information entered Ashlock's mind regarding the skill's nature, and he resisted the urge to roll his eyes at the system's latest selection, knowing that production abilities were among his most valuable assets. As his cultivation realm and key generation expanded, the constraints imposed by the skills somewhat diminished. However, Ashlock had to exercise caution. All the ki he expended on growing mushrooms and fruits, expanding his root network, and enlarging his trunk could have been used instead to develop his star core and cultivation stage. Ashlock's star core generated abundant ki on its own, but the only way to force it to the next stage was by expanding the star core through meditation and pouring more ki into it. If his meditation technique couldn't keep pace with his ki expenditure, his star core's growth would stall, and he would remain forever stuck in the second stage of the star core. He wanted to avoid such an undesirable fate by being careful. This made the unlocking of a new production skill all the more concerning. Ashlock chose to postpone hunting for the time being and refocused his attention on Red Vine Peak to test his new skill. As his vision blurred and he switched from his Eye of the Tree God sight to his usual spiritual sight, he was taken aback by the sight of two columns of fire, one purple and the other blue, erupting in the runic formation courtyard. Moreover, there were other cultivators present. Chapter 83. Acting Mysterious. Two coiling, dragon-like flames of spatial and water ki spiraled up and reached for the stars, making the entire pavilion tremble under the wrathful display of power. It only took a moment for Ashlock to realize that Stella and Diana had ascended simultaneously to the next stage in the Soulfire realm, causing the supernatural spectacle. Stella should be in the 9th stage now, and Diana in the 8th. They're both getting close to the Starcore realm, Ashlock mused. If I send them back into the Mystic realm with all the cultivation resources I can produce, I should have 2 Starcore sect members very soon. Ashlock then tore his sights away from the fascinating display and used Eye of the Tree God to check on the cultivators he had sensed standing outside. He could see a Red Claw woman and man wearing dark red robes waiting respectfully at the closed doorway to the pavilion. Their attention was focused on the flames visible over the walls, their hands clasped behind their backs. They didn't move and continued to wait patiently, so Ashlock deemed them acceptable to ignore for now. So he concentrated on the girls busy consolidating their new cultivation stage as the roaring column of swirling flames calmed down and returned to their bodies. Diana was the first to open her eyes. 2 swirling abyss of demonic ki was all Ashlock saw, and he was worried for a moment she was about to lose control. Luckily, his fear didn't come to fruition as Diana blinked the darkness away and her usual dull gray eyes, that reminded Ashlock of a dead fish, returned. She summoned a ball of glowing blue flame above her palm, then watched as light blue fire swirled around a dense black core, which Ashlock assumed demonstrated how her water ki controlled and suppressed the demonic ki inside her. A slight smile lurked as she marveled at how her improved spiritual root showed through the lighter shade of her soul fire. It really worked, Diana mumbled to herself, just loud enough for Ashlock to overhear and feel happy. He was glad to see Diana in higher spirits after what had occurred to her since the battle for Red Vine Peak. The demonic ki had left a shadow in her heart, and she had felt more distant in recent weeks to Ashlock. Stella was the next to recover from her state of enlightenment and cultivation. Unlike Diana, who was still sitting and playing with her 8th stage soulfire, Stella was far more ecstatic as she sprang up and dashed through the dividing wall's doorway and into the central courtyard. "I finally understand!" she shouted with a smug expression. She raised her hands and kept her eyes latched onto Ashlock's trunk. Ashlock began to understand her plan when he felt a ripple in the spatial ki near his trunk, and then a portal began to open. Admittedly, it was rather amateurish compared to his portals, which had improved by leaps and bounds since he'd first learned the technique, but it was good enough for Stella to stick her hand through and poke him from the other end of the courtyard. Then, as Stella still had her arm through the portal, Ashlock noticed the spatial rift becoming increasingly unstable, and before Stella even realized it, the portal began to collapse. Her face transitioned from smug to horrified as she tried to yank her arm back through the portal before it sliced her arm in half, but she was too late. Ashlock unleashed his immense amount of spatial ki into the air, forcefully took control of Stella's portal, and stabilized it within an inch of its total collapse. As only a single realm and 2 stages separated them, Ashlock had to use a truly astonishing amount of ki to overpower her, but it was made easier as her concentration had faltered due to her panic, so her technique was weakened. She brought her arm through the pried-open rift and blinked at it while testing all her fingers as if she'd seen a phantom limb. That was dangerous. Stella sighed in relief after confirming she wasn't dreaming and everything was fine, although she then yelped as the portal snapped closed right in front of her, sending out a wave of spatial ki and compressed air. Diana had wandered in from the other courtyard and witnessed the tail end of the incident. Despite her lack of knowledge regarding spatial ki, she still got the gist of the situation. A deep frown appeared as she walked over, poked Stella's arm, and angrily whispered, "Did you try sticking your arm through a portal a second after reaching enlightenment? You did, didn't you? Are you a fool?" "Why are you whispering?" Stella retorted, clearly trying to sidestep the subject of her lack of safety while using spatial techniques. Diana pointed to the pavilion's closed doors and hissed, "Can't you sense that there are 2 cultivators beyond that door? What if they heard your yapping?" Stella's eyes widened as she glared at the door and slowly nodded. "Oh yeah, those are the 2 Red Claw escorts I asked for. They must have arrived a little earlier than expected." "Escorts?" Diana looked baffled. "Why would you need Red Claw to escort you anywhere?" "To take us around the city, obviously," Stella grinned. "We need to acquire mortal workers for Redvine Peak now that we have our cultivation in order. The winner of the Alchemist tournament will be moving in here soon. We can't have the place looking like a slum, right?" Diana pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration and lectured in her usual monotone voice. "Stella, my family used to own this city. You could have just asked me to be your escort. I know all the best spots to hire people. Why use some Red Claws that only moved in recently?" Ashlock had to agree. He had left Stella to handle the Red Claws on her own and only listened to her reports on her discussions with the Grand Elder. He wasn't particularly interested in micromanaging people he couldn't even speak to directly. With all his ongoing projects, it was too much of a hassle. He felt it was best to leave it to Stella for the time being. Had he made a mistake? Why were there 2 Red Claw cultivators so close to his peak? Now, don't get so angry," Stella retorted. "I felt the need to introduce you to the Red Claws so you can assist me with managing the Ashfallen sect." Diana was taken aback. She mumbled, "You want me to help? Do you really trust me that much?" "Of course I do." Stella patted Diana on the shoulder and smiled. "It's totally not because I'm tired of having to deal with everything myself." Ashlock had no issues trusting Diana, but even he'd been surprised that Stella was willing to share any of her power within the sect with Diana. However, now he understood. Stella was just lazy. Diana slapped Stella's hand from her shoulder and glared at the taller girl. "You're just lazy, aren't you?" "Fine, I'll help." "Great!" Stella clapped her hands. "Shall we go and meet with the escorts, then?" Diana's golden ring flashed, and a white wooden mask materialized in her hand. She ignited it with water ki, causing a subtle blue flame to dance across its surface, before securing it to her face with a grumble. "The Red Claw Grand Elder would recognize my heritage in a heartbeat," she muttered. "My facial features are too similar to my father's." "You just want to act mysterious and show off your improved spiritual root," Stella laughed as she held out her hand. "Sounds fun. Give me the other mask." Diana sighed and gave Stella the black wooden mask, which she gleefully attached to her face, copying Diana by coating it in light purple flames. Ashlock had to admit Diana looked rather menacing in her modern-day style clothing, with a white mask that contrasted starkly against her black hair coated in light blue flames and hints of demonic ki. Meanwhile, Stella looked like a noble attending a high-class event, adorned in a white dress and several golden spatial rings, openly flaunting her near-star core cultivation. It wasn't enough to make her a big shot, but the purity of her spiritual root and her younger appearance showed how fast she'd cultivated to such a high realm. She would be feared as some prodigy of a hidden family. Ashlock was worried that dressing up like this would attract more attention than keeping a low profile, but he decided to let the girls have their fun. However, he saw the merit in concealing their identities, considering they were heading out to Darklight City to recruit people who might leak information. Ashlock didn't want anyone to link the girls to the hired workers, thus avoiding this. Immortal Senior, Stella raised her voice, and Ashlock saw the two Red Claw cultivators waiting beyond the pavilion door straighten their backs. We shall return soon. Stella then led Diana toward the door. Amber Redclaw stood with her back as straight as a bamboo shoot, patiently waiting for Stella Crestfallen to come out. She didn't dare to knock on the door, fearing she might disturb the immortal. Out of respect, Amber kept her spiritual sense reined in, even though it wouldn't have mattered much. The spatial key in the air was so thick that Amber felt like she was inside the immortal's aura. All cultivators naturally altered the area around themselves to match their affinity so they could cast techniques. For Amber, her fire key aura extended about a meter around herself, and with some effort, she could cast techniques up to 5 meters away. In comparison, Amber felt like she'd been inside the immortal's aura since entering the forest. It surrounded the entire mountain range. In fact, the Red Claws had been under even more stress, as the immortal's aura had begun to bear down on the Whitestone Palace recently, which made cultivation even harder than usual. They also feared they had caught the immortal's ire somehow. Amber could feel her heart pounding in her chest. She had silently thought the immortal was a ruse, but coming here and being so close to the immortal's home shattered that belief. The immortal was real. According to legends, only a Monarch Realm cultivator could have an aura that eclipsed a mountain. And today, she was here to escort one of the immortal's direct descendants around the city that she barely knew. Stella had also suggested another elusive member of the secretive Ashfallen sect would be joining them. The doorway creaked open, and Amber got the briefest view of the Ashfallen sect before a faceless mask glowing with purple flames peeked around the wooden door. It took a moment for Amber to recognize the person, but the blonde hair and red maple leaf earrings were all she needed to identify the infamous Stella Crestfallen, who had been the source of all her family's headaches over the last month.
Amber Redclaw greets the mistress, Amber said as she bowed, bending her back toward the ground in reverence to Stella's feet. Humiliation? Amber didn't even know the meaning of the word. She was nothing but an ant in front of an immortal's descendant. Elder Mo greets the Ashfallen elder, she heard from the elder beside her, who gave a shorter bow. Raise your heads. The wooden mask ablaze with light purple flames distorted Stella's voice, which Amber had become accustomed to. I have someone to introduce to you. Amber raised her head respectfully. The doorway to the red vine pavilion was sealed, obscuring its deep secrets, and in front of it stood 2 women. Stella gestured to the shorter, black-haired woman beside her. This is Diana, another member of the Ashfallen sect. Hello, Diana spoke dryly, as if bored with life. Amber felt like she had heard of someone called Diana who used Water Key before, but she wasn't sure. Water Key was one of the more common affinities, and although it had been mostly controlled by the now-eliminated Ravenborn family, many other people could use it. It wasn't so unusual for there to be 2 Water Key cultivators with the same first name. Diana then followed up the silence with, Shall we go? I don't have time to waste on these things. Amber felt as though Diana's words were directed at them, even though Diana wasn't looking at them. So Amber answered, Right this way, Mistress Diana and Mistress Stella. Please allow me to escort you to the city. As Amber turned to lead them down the mountain, Stella raised her hand and snapped her fingers with a thunderous crack. The dense spatial key surrounding them erupted into a violent vortex, tearing apart the fabric of space itself to form a rift. Amber looked through the distorted space and noticed that the portal only went a few meters down the mountain and was terribly unstable, like a violent storm. Tree, help me, Amber heard Stella whisper under her breath. In response, the portal rippled, expanded, and now revealed the gates of Darklight City. The portal had become far more stable, and the level of ki emanating from it was in the Star Core realm. Did Stella just pray to the heavens, and had they obeyed her will from mere words? Amber narrowed her eyes. Did Stella and the Ashfallen sect worship the destroyed world tree? Elder Mo also appeared pale as a sheet as he stared, dumbfounded at the portal, his feet rooted to the rocky mountain.
"Are you coming, escorts?" Diana mocked in her distorted monotone voice as she strode through the portal. Stella also stepped through the portal without a word, leaving the Red Claws alone on the mountain. The Red Claws exchanged worried looks before calming their expressions. They could feel the weight of the immortal bearing down on them. It would be foolish to keep the immortal's descendant waiting. Amber silently wished that the pair wouldn't cause too much of a scene in Darklight City as she stepped through the portal with a sigh. Chapter 84. Serene Mist Camellia. Ashlock was sorely tempted to refuse to help Stella and make her walk down the mountain while holding her head in shame. But as much as he wanted to embarrass her, it was lower priority than maintaining the Ashfallen sect's mysterious facade. The Red Claw had sworn an oath and had been diligent so far, but Ashlock knew their loyalty was born of fear of the unknown. He could control them using his Star Corps prowess, but he preferred to use the carrot-and-stick method. This meant rewarding good work and punishing those who crossed the line. However, Ashlock had only been wielding the stick, offering little in the way of rewards. Now, after 2 weeks had passed without any rumors about the legendary pill, he felt he could trust them a little more. The question was, how could he reward them for their excellent work so far? His system naturally came to mind, but his points were zeroed out due to his recent skill draw. Ashlock then realized something. He hadn't dabbled much in F and E grade draws, only really focusing on higher grade stuff. Wouldn't some F grade items work great as rewards to give to well-performing subordinates? A single monster eaten would fund each draw. Ashlock mused as he looked over his system windows that floated in his mind. I'm finally one of the strongest, if not the strongest being in the Blood Lotus sect other than the Patriarch. If that demon decides to exit closed-door cultivation prematurely, my death is almost certain anyway, so it shouldn't hurt to waste some points for once and explore the system's draws more. Checking on the wilderness, Ashlock found no monsters feasting on his sleep-inducing mushrooms. It must be a slow hunting day. I'll check back later. Ashlock then spent the next hour watching over Stella and Diana as they strode through the streets of Darklight City. Naturally, the two beautiful and mysterious women drew a lot of gazes, and it didn't help that they walked with 2 Red Claws in tow that kept a respectful step behind. Compared to just a few weeks ago, the entire city was bustling with activity, and the people seemed far happier than they had been under the Ravenborn, Winterwrath, or Evergreen's rule. Although Ashlock had not explicitly instructed the Red Claws to treat the mortals of Darklight City differently from a usual cultivation family, the fact that the family was much smaller than the last 3 families seemed to have played a role in their more relaxed rule over the populace. Stella strode ahead with a stern expression, and Elder Mo hurried to keep up. "Yes, mistress?" he asked when she called him by name. Stella snapped her fingers, and her 9th stage key swirled around them, distorting both the air and sound. Ashlock would have struggled to hear their conversations if he were not in a higher realm. "Elder Mo, feel free to speak. Tell me about the preparations you have made so far." "Certainly," he replied, and Elder Mo detailed the preparations as they walked. "We have contacted some old acquaintances in other families. They will bring their own alchemists to the tournament to ensure that whichever alchemist wins will be the true king of alchemists in the Blood Lotus sect, as the immortal naturally deserves only the best." Stella abruptly stopped walking, causing everyone else to halt in the middle of the street. Her eyes blazed with fury as she turned to Elder Mo. "What in the 9 realms are you thinking? We need the best alchemist in the city, not from the entire sect." Elder Mo nervously chuckled. "Please, mistress, calm down. Darklight City is one of the largest cities in the sect, and many eyes are on us right now. We were the first to arrive after the Winter Wraths and Evergreens were wiped out. However, many others had also prepared to come and claim the city after rumors spread of the Winter Wraths and Evergreens' destruction. Furthermore, with the heavens opening up, this area may be overflowing with heaven's intent, creating a perfect environment for cultivation, making it an area of great interest."
So you're saying we can't keep the tournament a secret?
Stella stroked her chin.
Yes, exactly, Elder Mo replied, rubbing his hands together. It's better to invite them to the tournament and make it an open event than try to be sneaky and obscure it. Sometimes it's easier to hide things by being out in the open.
Ashlock, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, understood the logic behind Elder Mo's words. Cultivators, especially those from noble families, valued face and respect. It would be better for the Red Claws to openly establish their rule over the region rather than trying to do so behind everyone's backs. Stella seemed lost in thought, so Elder Mo continued.
Naturally, we did not mention your name or the Ashfallen sect. We advertised it as our Red Claw family giving back to the Blood Lotus sect and nurturing the next generation of talented alchemists. There may be rumors circulating among the upper echelons behind closed doors, but we can do little about that for now.
Elder Mo, what you say makes perfect sense, but this needs to be handled carefully.
Stella's eyes drifted over her shoulder and landed on Red Vine Peak on the distant horizon.
The tournament can be the perfect way for the Ashfallen sect to retain its secrecy in your shadow, but if we are exposed, you must understand that will be your end.
Before Elder Mo could reply, Diana interjected,
Stella, don't be ridiculous.
The Red Claw's actions may deviate slightly from the original plan, but there's no way a family that sworn an oath would be unfaithful to an immortal.
Right. It's as Mistress Diana says.
Amber, a girl Ashlock recognized, exclaimed.
We would never betray you. Please trust us.
She then prostrated herself in a deep bow. Ashlock believed that Amber was telling the truth. He had spent a considerable amount of time monitoring the Whitestone Palace through his spiritual sight. He had grown roots through cracks in the palace's loft and snuck through the floorboards to get his spiritual sight into the palace. This was done so he could spy and listen in on the Red Claws, and also in anticipation of when they finally learned to read the ancient language. Then he could control a stick of chalk with telekinesis to communicate with the Red Claw Grand Elder.
Fine. Continue with the plan, Elder Mo, Stella said before striding away, followed reluctantly by the others.
Diana, where is the best place to find servants for hire?
We can show you,
Amber began, but Diana turned her ominously glowing blue mask toward her, causing the girl to fall silent. Diana then gestured toward the city center.
Past the airship station and academy, there is a higher-class district for wealthy mortals. It's the perfect place to find desperate, jobless servants.
Good, Stella nodded.
Let's go.
Watching the group make their way toward the city center grew tiresome, so Ashlock shifted his thoughts back to the rewards. With other families coming, he realized the tournament stakes had grown slightly out of proportion.
I need to help the Red Claw family, Ashlock muttered. They're a small family and are lacking in almost every way compared to the others. They're bigger than the Winter Wraths or Evergreens individually, but those two families combined to rule over Darklight City.
If the Red Claws were shown up by the other families and couldn't manage to protect Darklight City, Ashlock feared that another family would take over, ruining all his plans. Keeping the Red Claws' mouths shut had already been challenging, and he didn't want to waste more time convincing a larger family to work under the Ashfallen sect.
Maybe this tournament was a bad idea, Ashlock grumbled, realizing he had underestimated the sect politics and should have given it more thought. But at least I can control the situation better this way than if they all showed up unannounced on my doorstep. It's fine. The situation is salvageable, Ashlock thought. All I need to do is make the Red Claws look so powerful that nobody will even glance at Red Vine Peak, and they'll instead focus all their attention on the Red Claws. The first step in making the Red Claws more powerful was improving their cultivation. They had recently stalled due to the lack of fire key-rich areas within Ashlock's roots or the reach of his Eye of the Tree God. Thus, he needed to improve the mountain peak for them. Summoning his skill list, his new B-grade skill, Blooming Root Flower Production, caught his attention. Activating it brought up a menu that allowed him to select flowers similar to his other production abilities. But these flowers are special,
Ashlock mused. His blooming root flower production skill allowed him to produce flowers on his roots instead of his branches, which was a crucial feature since his system treated his trunk and roots as two separate entities. Some skills only worked with his roots, while others worked near or on his trunk. Moreover, unlike regular flowers that bloomed in summer and produced seeds for reproduction, Ashlock's skill allowed him to grow flowers immediately upon deployment on his roots, hence the blooming part of the skill name. Ashlock browsed through the hundreds of menu options, realizing that the key cost of these flowers was high on deployment, just like the fruit and mushrooms. However, once they had grown, they could sustain themselves with the key in the air, requiring only a tiny bit of upkeep from him. The main difference between his fruit production ability and this flower skill was that he couldn't add his own skills to the flower. In fact, most of the flowers were grayed out, meaning they couldn't be selected, including one called the Blaze Serpent Rose. When he tried to click on the Blaze Serpent Rose, he received a message. Can only grow flowers the host has analyzed. Ashlock sighed, realizing how limited his flower production skill was. My fruit production ability is limited because I can only add skills I know, and the mushrooms consume so much of my ki to produce. Now my flower production requires me to obtain the flowers first, he grumbled, scrolling through the list of common flowers that he recognized in the vicinity, but none of them had any fire ki properties. The Red Claws might have some fire ki flowers in their spatial rings. I should ask Stella to inquire about them when they return, Ashlock thought to himself, realizing that he needed to obtain these flowers to improve the Red Claw's cultivation. Ashlock's gaze wandered over to the forest surrounding his mountain, where he planned to test his flower production skill with some local flowers. He browsed through the menu options, wondering how he could improve the area. The forest was dense with lush greens, interspersed with scarlet-leaved demonic trees that turned the area into one of half-dissolved carcasses and buzzing flies. This place has become rather ominous, and these carcasses are scaring off any wildlife, Ashlock noted, surveying the forest. He could populate the area with bright flowers to distract from the misery, or lean into the already present spooky forest vibe. After a brief debate, Team Spooky won in Ashlock's mind, and he decided to make the forest surrounding his mountain as treacherous and unappealing as possible to discourage people from wandering up his mountain. I can then cover the Red Claws mountain in bright red flowers to attract all the cultivators' attention like bees, while making the Red Vine Peak seem like an abandoned place of little interest. Ashlock knew that cultivators in this world were attracted to glamour and shiny things, so why would they be interested in a lonely mountain when the sect was surrounded by thousands of miles of wilderness overflowing with fearsome beasts to hunt? With that in mind, Ashlock found the perfect, non-grayed-out flower in the menu, the Serene Mist Camellia, a small pink flower that converted water ki into a mist that obscured it from predators. Having seen these flowers dotting the forest, Ashlock knew they were partly responsible for the lush environment within the nearby forests. The Serene Mist Camellia attached to the top of trees and released a light mist that fell down and provided water to the foliage below. After selecting the flower, the menu changed to ask where Ashlock wished to grow the Serene Mist Camellia. Naturally, he picked all the roots he had coiling around the hundreds of demonic trees littered throughout the forest. As the pink flowers bloomed, Ashlock received a wave of happiness through the mycelium network. It seems they like them, Ashlock chuckled. It was a beautiful display, but he almost wanted to groan as his star core pulsed and shrank slightly due to the immense strain on his ki. I might need to meditate for a few days to recover that expenditure. Or I could go hunting. The thought of meditating was boring, and the prospect of hunting netted him credits he could use to sign in. With that fleeting debate, his vision returned to the sky above the wilderness as he searched for a snack. Because of the silence earlier in the day, Ashlock was surprised by the sudden wave of incoming beasts he saw. He wouldn't be surprised if it was an early sign of the beast tide. Most of the monsters were weak, consisting of giant demonic chickens charging and letting out weird screams from outside his view range. They were stampeding the bushes with his mushrooms, leaving them flattened and crushed. Fucking chickens ruining my gardening. Ashlock was low-key pissed. Those mushrooms had taken up a considerable amount of ki, and he hadn't yet repaid the debt they had incurred through hunting. If he couldn't devour a good few of these low cultivation realm demonic chickens, he had a week or two of meditation ahead of him. Ashlock did get a bit of a laugh, seeing all the red claw cultivators patrolling the walls freak out. "Inform the elders! Patriarch! Where's the patriarch? We're about to be overrun! Oh heavens! They can fly! Back! Back! Run!" One of the more seasoned elders present turned his back on the incoming threat, glanced toward Red Vine Peak, and calmly asked, just loud enough for all those around him to hear, "Immortal Senior, please lend us a mere fraction of your strength." Well, Ashlock was never one to turn down such a polite request from a diligent subordinate. Using telekinesis, he ripped hundreds of leaves from nearby trees and sent them whooshing over the terrified red claw cultivators' heads, raining down on the hundreds of demonic chickens like artillery fire. It was an absolute slaughter, but it didn't end there. Reality cracked like shattered glass overhead, and many tendrils coated in the purest of lilac flames slithered down to acquire the bodies and drag them away. All of the red claw cultivators fell silent and stood on the Blood Lotus sect wall with expressions of unease as they watched the scene. Ashlock had no idea what they thought of his display, but he hoped he had made a good impression. Such destruction while limiting himself to the Starcore realm, the man who had asked for his help muttered while rubbing his chin. What a terrifying individual. Did he even use a fraction of his power? Ashlock looked wearily at his dimming star core that had halved in size, and silently wished the man's words were true. In actuality, he had used almost all of his ki reserves to put on a show, but hopefully, the corpses raining from the sky into the central courtyard and forming a mountain of death would serve him well. After sealing off the rift and ensuring the stampede was mostly dealt with, Ashlock metaphorically rubbed his hands in glee. Combined, the chickens wouldn't provide an awe-inspiring amount of points, but if he signed in after devouring each one, he could expect hundreds of new low-grade items, summons, or even skills. What Ashlock hadn't expected was for his very first sign-in to reward him with a new F-grade summon. Chapter 85. Cursed Blood. Ashlock knew he had to be fast. Over time, Ashlock had enhanced his resistance to hunger during his life as a tree. However, once he activated his Devour skill on a monster, the skill would persist until either he depleted his ki or the target perished. Having used Devour on hundreds of demonic chickens simultaneously, he would need to rapidly interact with his system if he intended to experiment with his new idea of claiming low-grade rewards. +3 SC. Ashlock shouted, "System!" before the notification of 3 new sacrificial credits had even faded from his mind. Idle Tree Daily Sign-In System. Day 3501. Daily credit 0. Sacrifice credit 3. Sign-in? Yes. Sign-in successful. 3 credits consumed. Unlocked an F-grade summon. Infant Grass Snake. Ashlock was momentarily startled as he sensed a faint tether of black ki between him and a tiny black-scaled snake, no larger than a finger, slumbering peacefully among the lush purple grass near his root. Why didn't the snake come through a rift? "Hey, system, did you scam me?" Ashlock cursed as Larry and Maple had arrived through rifts, and he had received a system prompt inquiring if he wanted to summon the creature. However, this time the system had connected him with a random creature in the vicinity. Could it be that he hadn't supplied the system with enough credits for it to bother summoning a creature from another dimension? To be fair, I only offered a meager 3 credits, so I should be grateful it's not a worm. Ashlock mused as he observed the little grass snake. The snake appeared rather endearing, now that he could easily focus on it through the tether. There was an abundance of wildlife within the courtyard, particularly in the mushroom garden, which included bugs, worms, and small snakes like this one. However, he hadn't paid much attention to them before, as they possessed little to no ki and were too insignificant to be selected as devour targets. Name summon? ? System, let's be frank, labeling it a summon is a bit of an overstatement. You only enslaved a random grass snake that was minding its own business. Ashlock didn't have the luxury of time to contemplate the ideal name for his new snake companion as the next batch of sacrificial credits arrived. He settled on Kaida, which meant Little Dragon. Your name will be Kaida, but I'll call you Little Kai. Ashlock chuckled before returning to his tasks. He had more sign-ins to complete. Unfortunately, his next sign-in amounted to 40 credits due to his distraction with Little Kai. Sign-in successful, 40 credits consumed. Unlocked an E-grade item, Sun and Moon Amulet. Ashlock's interest was piqued, but then died a fiery death as he learned the amulet's capabilities. A basic amulet that provides minor resistance against light and dark attacks? How minor are we talking, system? Sure, the amulet did have some use, but for 40 points? Seemed rather lacking. +5 SC. Sign in! Sign in successful. 5 credits consumed. Unlocked an F-grade item. Unhatchable Spirit Beast Egg. Huh? Ashlock thought the name was peculiar, so he read the description while metaphorically scratching his head. An egg that will never hatch, as the spirit beast embryo inside has perished? What on earth is the point of it, then? Undeterred, Ashlock decided to continue signing in, drawing more F-grade items. Unlocked an F-grade item, energy-depleting tea. A tea that actually drains a small amount of ki when consumed, rather than restoring it, Ashlock grumbled. All right, I can see a potential situation where this might be useful. I'm definitely going to serve this to Senior Lee as payback. Unlocked an F-grade item, leaky water pouch. What on earth is the purpose of a container with holes that can't hold water or other liquids for extended periods? To play a practical joke on someone? Unlocked an F-grade item, ordinary pebble. Ashlock checked his inventory, and indeed, there was a single pebble. Despite the system's assertion that it was a plain, ordinary rock with no special properties or uses, its appearance, resembling an RPG rock icon, made it stand out conspicuously when compared to any regular pebble. I can't use any of these draws as rewards for my subordinates or for the upcoming alchemy tournament, Ashlock grumbled, but he decided to attempt just a few more times. Unlocked an F-grade item, oversized sword. An impractically large and heavy sword, impossible to wield effectively. Okay, this one could be amusing, but still useless. Unlocked an F-grade item, fake spirit stone. Another peculiar item. Ashlock examined his inventory and confirmed it looked exactly like an ordinary spirit stone he had seen mortals hauling from the mines. An imitation stone that contains no spiritual energy, serving no purpose in cultivation or crafting. Fighting the urge to groan in frustration, Ashlock decided the F-grade draws were a waste of credits. Sure, they had some very niche uses, but he opted to concentrate on E-grade and above for the subsequent few draws. As the E-grade Sun and Moon amulet was at least more than a novelty item, and he could give it to Stella or Diana for protection. Sign-in successful. 55 credits consumed. Unlocked a D-grade item. Wind-walking boots. A pair of stylish black boots with golden wing embroidery materialized in his inventory. So they slightly boost the wearer's speed. Not the most useful effect, but at least they look nice. With plenty of corpses remaining, he continued. Sign in! Sign in! Sign in! He shouted until he swore his mental voice would go hoarse and a migraine was festering at the corner of his mind. Rapidly, the pocket dimension within himself that the system used to store his items filled with random objects like a bamboo sword, weight training gear, a low-grade detoxification pill, a low-level barrier token, a meditation mat, a cloak of minor concealment, and more. Apart from the initial summon, he noticed that the system favored giving him items when he conducted low-credit draws. Inventory is full. A message Ashlock hadn't expected suddenly appeared in his vision. What happens if I sign in even when my inventory is full? Will it be forced to give me something other than items? Sign-in successful. 24 credits consumed. unlocked an E-grade item, Body Strengthening Elixir. As it turned out, the system would still provide him with items. The Body Strengthening Elixir suddenly materialized right next to his trunk and began to fall. It was a golden brown liquid reminiscent of rum, contained in a simple-looking glass bottle. As the elixir descended toward the grass, Ashlock instinctively caught it with telekinesis, relieved that he did, as Kaida would have been crushed. I wonder if Kaida would like to drink some of this, Ashlock pondered. He knew that dogs on Earth couldn't consume certain human foods. Was the same true for an infant grass snake in a cultivation world? Look, Kaida, if you can't even handle a little body-strengthening elixir, your path to godhood will be nothing more than a pipe dream. Ashlock communicated through the tether, and the little snake opened his tiny eyes, glancing around as if puzzled. Kaida then looked up and saw a glass bottle many times his size looming over him, which appeared to frighten the poor snake. Ashlock carefully used telekinesis to unscrew the cap and drizzle a small amount of the elixir onto the snake's head, deciding to save the rest for the girls. Nothing happened for a long while. Kaida now had sticky elixir all over his serpentine body and furiously flicked his tongue at Ashlock. Sorry, buddy, that's my bad. Ashlock apologized, and he lifted the snake with telekinesis. He then moved Kaida over the courtyard wall to dip him into the pond to wash off the sticky elixir. Finally, after dunking the snake a few times, he brought the tiny reptile back to the lush purple grass and set him down. Better? Ashlock asked, worried he had hurt the snake somehow. Kaida, meanwhile, just seemed bewildered. Little guy must not be used to flying. Finally, Ashlock realized the problem and decided the best thing to do was to leave the snake alone. He clearly sucked at taking care of baby snakes. Maybe one of the girls can raise Kaida up into a strong snake. Ashlock left the poor snake alone and focused on the small pile of demonic chicken corpses slowly being digested by his black vines. Since he couldn't store any more items, he consumed them all at once, did one more draw, and hoped for a new skill. Plus 103 SC. Sign-in successful. 1,056 credits consumed. Unlocked a C-grade mutation. Blood sap. Suddenly, Ashlock felt as if his body were boiling hot. His bark crackled and swelled, and the air surrounding his trunk instantly turned to steam. Ah! Ashlock screamed, attempting to violently thrash around. The mountain trembled, and his leaves rustled as his branches swayed slightly. Eventually, the pain became so intense that he lost consciousness, and everything faded to black. The horrific pain was replaced with the soulless feeling of great melancholy that Ashlock had once felt in a fleeting dream. He looked down at his vast body that spread throughout all of creation with a sense of impending doom. He was dying. Golden sap as pure as the heavens gushed out of his body and into the guts of greedy cultivators littering his branches throughout the vast cosmos. They carved into his flesh with weapons crafted from his very skin, and with joyous laughter that spread through eons, they whined and dined on his blood. Sap of immortality, they called it, thought to be an endless supply by their puny minds, but anything so miraculous should be treasured rather than devoured, as they would soon learn. The ki in the lower realms diminished, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland, teeming with hideous creatures that survived solely on the lingering demonic ki. Ashlock sensed the aridity and decay through his roots, and his body soon succumbed to the desolation. Ashlock experienced no pain as he observed his radiant golden bark shedding away, unveiling the blackness of death and decay that hid beneath the dazzling facade. The immortals seethed, their golden syrup torn from their grasp as they succumbed to the curse of death. If only the great tree could recall the consequences of its kindness toward humanity. All Ashlock desired was to flee from this nightmare. Ashlock awoke an hour later, and though the excruciating pain had subsided, he spent the next hour merely observing the sun's movement across the sky as he tried to mentally recover from such a harrowing ordeal. He noticed dark clouds forming on the horizon and perfectly mirroring his somber mood. Never before had he felt so confined within his body as during that mutation. He not only had yearned to run and leap into the nearby pond to alleviate the pain, but also found himself deeply unnerved by the dream. Over the course of eons, the sensation of being devoured alive by thousands of ant-like humans instilled a profound terror within him. He felt wretched, but now that the agony had subsided and he'd had time to recuperate, he resolved to understand his latest mutation. Perhaps its effects would bring him some solace. All right, let's see. Ashlock pondered as he examined the details. A blend of dread and reprieve swept over him. So my sap has transformed into a fluid akin to blood. He inspected his trunk and roots, and there it was. His sap, which had once been as viscous as glue and had made it nearly impossible to transport anything through his root tunnels, was now a black liquid, darker than the abyss. Rather than offering benefits like the golden blood from his dream, it carried a horrifying affliction. If someone were to consume his blood, they would gradually metamorphose into a tree. Ashlock was well aware that he was a demonic tree, and some of his abilities bore rather sinister consequences, such as Devour or Root Puppet. However, most of his abilities possessed relatively neutral effects, and it was largely up to him how vicious they appeared. But this? His blood gradually corrupting people until they spent eternity as trees, atoning for their sins? Now he truly began to feel wicked. He would have loved a moment to reflect and play with Kaida, but the darkening clouds on the horizon were becoming increasingly menacing. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but those demonic chickens must have been fleeing from something. Could an approaching storm have driven them here? Ashlock took to the skies, and, through the eye of the tree god, he discovered a disconcerting truth from his vast vantage point. This was no ordinary storm. After all, what sort of storm possessed eyes? "A Tao storm is coming," Ashlock heard a Redclaw elder shout from the walls. "Everyone evacuate underground if you don't want to die. Children first! Someone inform the immortal!" Ashlock hadn't realized the severity of this storm, but the elder's subsequent words made him freeze in place. "I will notify the Patriarch. Darklight City, and maybe even the entire Blood Lotus sect, is doomed." Chapter 86. A Living Storm. Upon observing the elder on the walls using a talisman to contact the Grand Elder, Ashlock shifted his view to the study inside the white stone palace, where the Grand Elder was slumped over a desk murmuring the ancient language to himself. The Grand Elder's concentration on the parchments was interrupted when one of the many communication talismans hanging from hooks beneath plaques bearing the Elder's names on the far wall emitted a pale light. With a groan, the Grand Elder got up and walked over, removed the talisman from the wall, and listened as a distorted voice relayed the situation from the wall. "A Tao storm is coming?" The Grand Elder of House Redclaw hastened to the window of his study while gripping the talisman. Ashlock did not enjoy the look of total disbelief and despair on the aged man's face. It reminded Ashlock of a man that knew he was about to lose everything, as if he were about to hurl the talisman to the ground and scream at the heavens in anguish. "To think a Tao storm would arrive so soon," the Grand Elder murmured, clutching the talisman. "We are running out of time." Despite the Grand Elder's doomsday demeanor, he maintained a composed voice, instructing through the talisman, "Get everyone off the walls and out of the mines. Have them all return here. The storm still seems a way out, so we have time to prepare." "What about the mortals?" Through the talisman, the voice of the elder stationed on the wall echoed in the room, and the ensuing stone-cold silence spoke volumes. "Grand Elder, what are your orders?" "Leave them to die," the Grand Elder replied, retreating from the window and advancing toward the wall of talismans. "I don't even know how to save my family, let alone some mortals fated to perish in the beast tide." "But the Ashfallen sect entrusted them to us." The Grand Elder paused, frowning as he gazed down at the talisman. "The immortal, huh? With his assistance, perhaps salvation is possible." The man stroked his chin and began to grab and activate the talismans on the wall with haste. "Elders, heed my command!" the Grand Elder shouted at the glowing talismans on the table. "Assemble all the disciples of our esteemed Redclaw family and convene at the White Stone Palace. Those on the walls instruct the mortals to seek refuge in the old Ravenborn mine and offer a brief prayer for their souls." Ashlock was determined not to let the mortals perish, not only because of the moral implications of standing idly by while hundreds of lives were torn apart when he could have easily saved them, but also because of the potential benefits to his Ashfallen sect. With his resources, he could transform many of those mortals into cultivators, making their survival advantageous to him. A chorus of acknowledgments filled the room, but one question caught the Grand Elder off guard. "Should we inform the Patriarch?" "Elder Brent," the Grand Elder responded sternly, "we are under the protection of an immortal. How could the Patriarch possibly compare?" Ashlock wasn't certain he shared the Elder's optimism in his abilities, but he was grateful that the Patriarch wouldn't be summoned. In moments like these, he was glad he had extended a route to the Whitestone Palace and infiltrated the Grand Elder's study. Now he finally understood the magnitude of the threat he faced. There were distant tremors as a literal wall of chaotic ki that resembled a storm advanced in a direct collision course with the mountain range. It was still far off into the distance, but Ashlock could feel its looming presence from 100 miles away through his roots lurking below the surface of the wilderness. The oncoming storm appeared to be a tsunami of dark clouds surging toward him, but upon closer inspection, a vaguely humanoid shape could be discerned at the storm's center. However, now was not the time for panic. As a tree, Ashlock could not flee. His only option was to confront the imminent catastrophe and attempt to mitigate the damage it might inflict on him, assuming he survived. Ashlock tugged on his tether of black ki to summon Larry back to the mountain and tried reaching out to Maple. He also needed to consider how best to safeguard little Kai. Earlier, the Redclaw Grand Elder had mentioned that one way to survive a Dow storm was to seek shelter underground. Fortunately, Ashlock had just the space beneath the mountain for such a purpose. He had considered the mine as a potential refuge for Stella, Diana, and others during the Beast Tide, but he knew the Beast Tide was still years away. As a result, developing the mine into a proper shelter had been deprioritized in favor of other projects. Currently, the mine consisted of little more than abandoned homes carved into the stone. However, there were some root tunnels that could supply water and fresh air, and Ashlock could grow fruit and mushrooms if necessary. He simply didn't know what would happen when the Dow storm struck the mountain range, so his mind raced with preparations. As the storm had not yet reached the edge of his roots, sprawling into the wilderness, he decided to bring as many people as possible to safety while he still could. There was some merit in keeping the cave below him a secret, but his options were limited. His vision blurred as he activated the Eye of the Tree God, opening a portal within the Whitestone Palace's courtyard that led directly to the cavern housing Bob the Slime. An elder standing in the Whitestone Palace courtyard witnessed the sudden appearance of the portal. Startled, he leaped back, with wrathful fire springing from his fists, but quickly calmed down as he saw the distorted view of a cavern on the other side. The elder shouted orders through a talisman, and soon enough, the entire sect was gathering in the palace courtyard. Ashlock followed one of the Red Claws, retreating from the walls down a forest path, and saw the red-haired woman pause in the village that should have housed that kid that Stella interacted with. "Everyone in the village, you must flee underground to the mines," she shouted. "A Dow storm that will rip you to shreds is coming." The doors to the wooden houses opened, and villagers rushed out. They looked to the darkened skies with fear of the unknown. "Esteemed cultivator, the mines are an hour's walk from here, and we have children. How can we escape in time?" "How am I supposed to know?" The cultivator's words were cut off as Ashlock opened a portal in the center of the village. Through the distorted image, they could see a dimly lit mine. The cultivator inspected the portal, and after confirming its legitimacy by poking her head through and spotting other sect members pouring out a second portal, she ordered the villagers to gather their stuff in preparation to leave. While keeping his attention somewhat on the mine, he quickly scoured the forest and opened a portal in the center of every village he could find. He felt like his brain was splitting in half while trying to maintain and focus on so many portals. After a while, Ashlock returned to the original village he had opened a portal in and saw a gathering of terrified villagers clutching bundles of their belongings. "Do they not have spatial rings?" Ashlock mused as he saw the mother clutching that kid's hand. "All right, let's go to safety," the cultivator said, gesturing for the villagers to enter one by one. Fortunately, the villagers possessed the bare minimum amount of ki in their bodies to withstand the rapid change in climate as they went through the portal with uneasy steps. The female Redclaw decided to follow once she confirmed that all the villagers had escaped. Then, after ensuring that the villagers were comfortable, she went over to join her fellow sect members on the other side of the cavern. They exchanged a few words and seemed confused about what a Dao storm entailed. Ashlock felt overwhelmed as he tried to manage and think about so many things simultaneously, so he left the mine and hoped the cultivators and mortals would get along. Suddenly, sharp pain and pressure surged down his roots, signaling that the storm had reached the roots that were within a few miles of the wall separating the forest and villages from the wilderness. Switching his view to look out into the wilderness, he noticed the storm suddenly slow down as if it entered his realm of influence. Was the spatial ki from his roots messing with it? Without much more time to prepare to fight the storm, Ashlock did a final mental checklist of things he needed to protect. What about Stella and Diana? Ashlock cursed to himself. He had expanded his roots a little bit under Darklight City, but the girls were heading very deep into the city in search of hires and would likely learn about the incoming storm when it was too late for him to teleport them out of there. That was when the seriousness of the situation set in. If he assumed this Dao storm was on another level compared to the highest category of a hurricane back from Earth, he didn't see how Darklight City could survive the destruction, even with its rune-enhanced buildings. He had to somehow stop the storm without involving the Patriarch, as Ashlock would be instantly exposed by the Red Claws running their mouths or the Patriarch noticing his Starcore realm. Would his selfishness to keep his identity hidden lead to the death of millions of people, including his closest allies and maybe even himself? Ashlock wasn't sure, but he vowed to try and stop the storm before it could wipe everyone out, or die trying. Ashlock had to close the village's portals, as the key upkeep of that many portals was taking a strain on his star core that had only just been refilled, and he couldn't split his control that far. Opening a dozen portals near the mountain range was possible, but keeping them open and then trying to fight a Dao storm many miles away was not within his capabilities. If villages had been left behind, they would just have to rush to the mine on foot. He then heard bells ringing in the distance from Darklight City. Damn, this isn't good, Ashlock cursed as he saw the city devolve into chaos with people running in every direction. He simply didn't have the capacity to help them all, as the mine could perhaps accommodate a few thousand people at most, and there were millions residing in Darklight City. Ashlock wondered if this was how the Blood Lotus sect would feel when the beast tide arrived, faced with the difficult question of who lived and who died. Was this just a prelude to the chaos that would unfold in a few years? Ashlock felt somewhat responsible if anything terrible happened, as his presence as a phony immortal prevented the Patriarch from coming to their aid. So he decided that even a single second wasted worrying about Darklight City was time he could spend devising ideas on how to combat the storm. But how did one even defeat a storm? His gaze returned to the eerily human-like silhouette at the heart of the tempest. Could it be that the Dao storm had a corporeal form? Was that the area he should target? As bells ringing reverberated throughout the valley, Ashlock shoved spatial ki through his roots toward the wilderness, since the ambient spatial ki he released into the air seemed to slow it down. As the storm passed over the tip of his roots, he identified that the storm was made up of a mixture of water, wind, and lightning ki rotating in a violent vortex at speeds that uprooted trees or caused them to crack in half. Naturally, his first idea was to try and use spatial ki. The air crackled as portals materialized and then exploded at the edge of the storm. Holes momentarily appeared in the tempest, only to be swiftly filled in again. The tactic proved as futile as throwing punches in a steam-filled room. His next idea was to try and keep the portals open to move the storm elsewhere, but that idea was literally shredded to pieces as the storm ripped through the portals as if they were made from paper. "System!" Ashlock shouted in desperation and quickly looked through his list of skills to devise a solution. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, Age 9. Starcore, 2nd Stage. Soul Type, Amethyst, Spatial. Mutations. Demonic Eye, Grade B. Blood Sap, Grade C. Summons, Ashen King, Larry, Grade A. Infant Grass Snake, Kaida, Grade F. Skills, Mystic Realm, Grade S. Locked until day 3515. Eye of the Tree God, Grade A. Deep Roots, Grade A. Magic Mushroom Production, Grade A. Lightning Key Barrier, Grade A. Key Fruit Production, Grade A. Blooming Root Flower Production, Grade B. Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos, Grade B. Language of the World, Grade B. Root Puppet, Grade B. Fire Key Protection, Grade B. Devour, Grade C. Hibernate, Grade C. Basic Poison Resistance, Grade F. None of his abilities jumped out to him as viable solutions. His production skills were about as useful as throwing pebbles at a tsunami, and he doubted his Devour skill could do much, but it was worth a try. Portals opened up on the edge of the storm, and his black vines shot through. But as expected, they struggled to latch onto anything or inflict any damage, even when he targeted that humanoid area of the storm. With his system-granted abilities proving useless and his key doing little more than slowing down the looming destruction, Ashlock began to feel desperate. Where the fuck are Maple and Larry? Ashlock pulled on the tether and could see Larry rushing up the mountain. He would arrive at any moment. Maple, meanwhile, was elsewhere. He cast a portal and brought Larry to the courtyard.
Master?
Larry inquired in his gruff voice.
What are your orders?
Ashlock was at a loss. Was there anything the Ashen King could achieve besides turning the already violent storm into an ash cloud? The colossal storm, seemingly reaching for the heavens and casting a shadow over the entire valley, had arrived at the wall meant to shield the villagers from monstrous threats. What had once seemed an imposing stone wall now appeared no more formidable than a sandcastle before the mighty Tao storm. Then the storm paused right beyond the wall as if stumped. Ashlock was confused. Surely a wall barely reaching a tenth of the storm's towering height couldn't stop it. The vague humanoid shape within the tempest began to sharpen in definition, and in the blink of an eye, Ashlock found himself gazing up at a titan of clouds, its visage marked by 2 eyes composed of pure, wrathful lightning. The storm's colossal head turned and glared directly at Ashlock. Then a hand composed of fingers kilometers long emerged from the cloud, and with golden lightning crackling between its fingers, it aimed straight at Ashlock. The world flashed white as lightning slammed into Ashlock with the force of 1,000 suns. His bark shimmered with purple light as his lightning key barrier absorbed the brunt of the damage, but it shattered instantly, leaving a smoldering hole in his bark. The sheer power of the attack made the courtyard crack as his roots reaching the depth of the mountain kept him from toppling. "Master!" Larry roared as he tried to blink away the blinding light. Once his vision recovered, he attempted to approach, but lightning continued to arc between Ashlock's branches, preventing him from getting too close. Though Ashlock had survived the initial strike, it seemed his survival only served to further incite the Cloud Titan's wrath. "Well, fuck," Ashlock murmured as the Cloud Titan approached him with an effortless glide past the stone wall and into the forest between Redvine Peak and the storm. Chapter 87. Cloud Titan's Wrath. Ashlock observed in hushed stillness as the colossal cloud titan eradicated the forest with each stride. The titan's foot, a swirling vortex of fierce gales, hovered just above the ground, not quite making contact. Yet, much like a brutal hurricane, trees in close proximity were wrenched from their roots and hurled into the raging storm, torn apart. A wall of clouds trailed behind the titan like a divine cape, furiously consuming the landscape in its wake as though it were a relentless combine harvester. Ashlock found himself utterly dumbstruck. Since entering this world, he had encountered numerous bizarre phenomena. Towering ice golems, individuals soaring through the skies on swords, and cultivators exchanging blows faster than the eye could perceive. However, this sentient tempest, hurling lightning with the might of Zeus, was sheer madness. The natural wrath of storms had always been a source of great dread for humanity, but this was beyond comprehension. Ashlock felt his arrogance evaporate like water droplets on a summer day. Strongest in the region? Able to fend off the beast tide? It was always easy to let your ego cloud your judgment when you heard about something from those weaker than you. A small voice in the back of his mind had whispered that just because they had to flee didn't mean he had to. He was superior to those other cultivators. His ki was pure, his star core immense, his realm of control expansive, and he possessed a system to compensate for his shortcomings. He was the chosen one, right? Despite the considerable distance, Ashlock's leaves began to rustle as the cloud titan that appeared hell-bent on the destruction strode over. From his peripheral vision, he noticed a solitary man flying toward the storm as he stood confidently atop a sword wreathed in crimson flames. The man's scarlet hair danced in the wind, and his aged face displayed a stoic expression in the face of impending disaster. It was the Red Claw Grand Elder. Why was he still above ground and foolish enough to face down something he couldn't defeat? It wasn't logical. Ashlock couldn't understand. "You disgrace the land of an immortal, wandering Tao storm!" the Grand Elder thundered as fiery phoenix wings spanning 100 meters erupted from his arms. "Your insatiable lust for ki will be your undoing!" With a flick of his hand, the Grand Elder sent a searing wing of fire arcing across the sky, scorching the air in its wake and leaving an ethereal trail of steam. The blazing appendage collided with the Cloud Titan, and to Ashlock's amazement, the creature recoiled. A massive plume of steam billowed from the point of impact. Ashlock was well aware that the Titan was an amalgamation of water and wind ki, elements that should have counteracted the pure fire ki wielded by the Red Claws. Yet against all odds, the Titan had faltered. For the briefest of moments, the fear that gripped Ashlock diminished, and a glimmer of hope, akin to a radiant sunrise, blossomed within him. Had the Grand Elder truly inflicted damage upon that monstrous force of nature? The wall of steam parted. A titanic hand of tempest reached forth as if trying to swat an annoying fly. Standing steadfast on his flaming sword, the Grand Elder unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks using his manifested phoenix wings. Yet he was losing. From his aerial vantage point, Ashlock could see the vast storm trailing the Cloud Titan, funneling through its colossal form and replenishing the vaporized storm ki. It was an unwinnable battle of attrition, with the Grand Elder resembling a valiant ant attempting to combat a deity armed with a mere lighter. Despite the doom that crept back into Ashlock's mind, he found the Grand Elder's bravery broke him out of his rut. As the Cloud Titan drew nearer to his mountain-top sanctuary, Ashlock's strength grew. The closer the Titan came to his trunk, the more ki he had at his disposal, and the greater the arsenal of abilities he could unleash. Determination surged within Ashlock, and he no longer held back. The air crackled as spatial ki surged forward under his command. His star core pulsed and glowed within his trunk as he cast aside the need for portals, hurling raw spatial ki in the form of blades at the advancing storm, carving slices into its tempestuous mass in hopes of striking something of importance. Though the storm filled in the gaps faster than he could make them, Ashlock persisted, slashing relentlessly. The Red Claw Grand Elder abandoned his slicing tactic and decided to join his hands together to unleash the most magnificent flamethrower Ashlock had ever witnessed. The roaring crimson flame burrowed deep into the Cloud Titan, finally diverting its attention from Ashlock. Golden lightning crackled within the Cloud Titan's body, converging within its eyes as its gaze shifted down to glare at the Grand Elder. Wasting no time, Ashlock created a portal directly behind the Grand Elder. The man expressed his gratitude as he leaped from his sword and plunged through the portal just in time to evade twin beams of lightning that obliterated his crimson blade and burrowed into the Red Claw mountainside. The intense beams left 2 smoldering holes tunneling into the rock for miles. Ashlock then used a portal to move Larry from the central courtyard as well, and the two emerged from portals near the foot of the Cloud Titan simultaneously.
"Spirit Beast,"
the Grand Elder addressed Larry in the ancient tongue, his hands clasped together.
"We meet again."
Ashlock was surprised the Grand Elder was already competent in the ancient language, so he spoke some words through his mental tether with Larry, and the spider acknowledged his commands.
"To hear you speak the ancient tongue so fluently, I am impressed, human,"
Larry responded to the venerable Grand Elder. Ashlock observed the spider shifting his focus to the looming tempest.
"The immortal is preoccupied and can only provide a fraction of his true power. We must find a way to halt the storm before it lays waste to Darklight City."
The Grand Elder smiled weakly.
"I only understood about a third of your words, Great Spirit Beast. The immortal must be testing my resolve and my ability to protect his domain in his stead."
"No, old man," Ashlock sighed. "You've misunderstood completely. But whatever, it works." Larry's crown of ash that encircled his head like a halo around his horns pulsed. A torrent of ash rushed into the base of the Cloud Titan, accompanied by a steam of superheated flame from the Grand Elder. The ash ignited with the inferno, glowing like fireflies as it pierced the Cloud Titan, inflicting substantial damage. Unlike the Grand Elder's fire ki, which was quickly diminished due to the dense water ki in the storm, the burning ash retained its heat much longer. Soon enough, the Cloud Titan bellowed in agony as its leg blazed with fire and steam. How a storm even gained enough sentience to howl with pain was beyond Ashlock, but he knew it involved some Tao bullshit. Why it had come here and seemed to specifically target him was also a cause for concern. Was it attracted by ki, like the Grand Elder had hinted at earlier, or had it come after something else? Ashlock had to shove those concerns aside as he joined in on the assault by pumping more ki into its roots and causing space to ripple with power. The storm fragmented as if restrained by an invisible spiderweb. Yet, despite their combined efforts, the storm proved too immense. The Cloud Titan continued its relentless advance, even as it was scorched by fire and ash or cleaved by warped space. How could one even hope to defeat this enemy? Ashlock began to grasp the Red Claw Elder's sentiment that perhaps the entire Blood Lotus sect was doomed. He continued repositioning the Grand Elder and Larry using portals, but the distance between the mountain range and the Cloud Titan rapidly dwindled. In mere minutes it would reach Ashlock. The crown of ash encircling Larry's horns grew sparse, reminiscent of the rings orbiting Saturn. The Grand Elder was drenched in sweat, and his crimson wings of flame had dwindled to a mere whisper of their former brilliance. Together they stood with their backs to the mountain range, preparing to make a last stand. But it seemed futile. Ashlock knew they couldn't hold out much longer, so before the Cloud Titan could crush them beneath its tempestuous winds, he transported them to the safety of the underground mine. The Red Claw Elders hurried to support their Grand Elder, with one of them offering an arm to steady the exhausted man. Concern filled their faces, and the villagers huddled in the cavern's corner screamed as Larry crawled through the portal. Ashlock didn't have the time or energy to waste on observing those sheltering below, and returned his sights to the situation above ground. Little Kai seemed distraught as the purple grass swayed and Ashlock's leaves began to violently rustle. "Go join Larry," Ashlock said to Little Kai, perhaps for the last time. Their shared journey may have been brief, but Ashlock had high hopes for the adorable little noodle. "He will take care of you." Maybe. Using telekinesis, Ashlock lifted the small black snake and dropped it through a tiny portal, which deposited Kaida onto Larry's furry back. The little snake nestled among the fur, likely finding it quite warm. Due to his minuscule size compared to Larry, the spider didn't seem to even notice Kai. Larry focused instead on observing the villagers, deriving some amusement from their distress. While Ashlock busied himself with relocating his allies underground, the Cloud Titan's foot had made contact with the base of the mountain range. The many miles of rock separating them seemed helpless as the Cloud Titan effortlessly surged up the mountainside. Ashlock metaphorically gulped as the Cloud Titan's lightning eyes peered over the pavilion's walls. He opened his trunk like an accursed maw and revealed his demonic eye in a vain attempt to win the staring contest. The Cloud Titan appeared entirely unfazed by his gaze. Instead, its eyes glowed with power, and Ashlock raised his lightning key barrier, just in time as two beams of lightning slammed into him once more. Charred splinters flew, and his leaves burned to a crisp, but the A-grade barrier held strong. Compared to the heavenly lightning he had endured during his ascension to the Star Core realm, the Cloud Titan's lightning could not obliterate his defenses. Yet again, his refusal to succumb to the lightning infuriated the Cloud Titan. "Why are you even targeting me, you bastard?" Ashlock shouted in rage. It didn't make sense to him. A city of people lay behind him, but the Cloud Titan seemed hell-bent on his destruction. "Do you hate trees? Are you treeist?" Ashlock accused the Dow Storm, and whether it heard him or not was hard to tell. It seemed to be in a constant state of anger. The sky darkened even further as a column of storm resembling a fist rose up over the pavilion walls and loomed over Ashlock's branches. Naturally, Ashlock did everything in his power to fight back. Vines surged up from the ground as he cast Devour with as much ki as his dwindling star core could muster. The spatial-coated vines rose like tendrils to meet the Titan's fury. He also attacked the column of storm with spatial bombs. The air shuddered as explosions echoed and vacuums formed from the collapsing portals. He poured everything into the attacks, but the arm that appeared determined to crush him continued to descend, fueled by the immense storm system behind it. Maybe if I had an entire sect of Starcore disciples, I could fend off this monstrosity, but alone? I'm just one tree, Ashlock screamed. His thorn-coated vines passed harmlessly through the arm, but Ashlock wasn't finished. He also sent up his roots once the storm got close enough and cast Root Puppet in a futile attempt to take control of the Cloud Titan. The chaotic winds severed the thin hair roots that fanned out from the root tips instantly. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Ashlock couldn't believe it. Was this truly the end of his life here on this planet? A tree with infinite potential fated to die at the hands of a wandering Dow Storm. Yet Ashlock still clung to the hope that he could regrow from scratch as long as his roots entrenched in the mountain survived. But all his progress, his cultivation, what about the divine fragment Senior Lee had gifted him? Would the Dow Storm rip it from his charred and split stump? His star core was at its limit, trying to keep this lowering fist of storm from crushing him. Just the atmospheric pressure alone made his branches quiver. Of course, Ashlock muttered in defeat as the Dow Storm brought up a second arm. He had nothing left to ward it off. He almost felt like closing his eyes and saying a final prayer, but the void rippled. The Cloud Titan seemed to hesitate briefly, as Maple stepped out of another dimension and appeared on his roots. "Maple!" Ashlock shouted. "Where have you been? Help me!" The Cloud Titan's eyes burned like two suns going supernova, and the entire central courtyard was bathed in ferocious lightning. Ashlock felt his bark cracking from the force as his lightning key barrier once again took the brunt of the attack. His spiritual sight was overwhelmed with lightning ki, so he had no way to see if Maple managed to survive. A sudden roar echoed through the air. not of a beast, but of a howling wind. Blinking away his temporary blindness, Ashlock saw that the Cloud Titan had been cleaved in two, as if a massive claw had sliced right through it. Maple stood defiantly on the tip of his branch, his tiny claw still raised. He was panting, and as a minute passed, he seemingly became fatigued and struggled to stand. Whatever devastating attack the small squirrel had unleashed, it had drained him of all his strength. In response, Ashlock opened a portal, using the last remnants of ki in his star core to deposit Maple's limp body beside little Kai on Larry's back. "Rest well, buddy," Ashlock said as he returned to the central courtyard, and was surprised to feel the warmth from the sun on his bark. Through the demolished pavilion wall, Ashlock saw a wonderful scene. Within the mile-wide gap in the chaotic storm caused by Maple's attack, Ashlock saw rolling green hills bathed in the golden light of a beautiful sunset. It may have been a brief moment, as the Cloud Titan soon knit itself back together, but for a second, Ashlock knew peace. With his ally sparse and his body barely holding up, Ashlock stood tall. About as tall as any tree could in the face of its uprooting. The Cloud Titan wasted no time in resuming its attack. It didn't bother to raise its arms, instead surging directly into the courtyard and engulfing the entire mountain in its chaotic vortex. Ashlock screamed in his soul as his entire body cracked under immense force. His burned leaves were the first to be ripped from him, and then his weaker branches snapped in two, flying away into the storm. He couldn't even see anything as the torrent sped around him. Was this what death felt like? But then Ashlock noticed dashes of liquid, darker than night, mixed with the vortex around him. Due to the situation, it took him a second, but as the liquid flew out of his split branches and spread throughout the storm, he was sure of it. A hint of hope remained, and it lay in the cursed blood of a demonic tree. Chapter 88. Interlude. Golden Springs and Black Rain. The late afternoon sun bathed the noble district of Darklight City in warmth. Through idle conversation with Diana as they walked, Stella learned that Darklight City was primarily governed by mortals. It had a governing body and influential mortal families that managed various industries, often with the assistance of rogue cultivators. The group strolled down a picturesque street lined with grand pavilions that seemed out of place in such a large and dense city. Stella observed several groups of noble mortals walking about. They were easily recognizable by their luxurious, free-flowing robes crafted from the finest silk and adorned with jewels. However, what truly identified them as nobles was the presence of a mid-rank key cultivator attending to them like a servant. A concept Stella struggled to grasp, even as Diana whispered an explanation. She just couldn't understand why a cultivator would service the weak mortals. "I thought all cultivators had to be part of noble families," Stella murmured as they passed a noble mortal couple laughing with their hands interlocked while a robed man trailed a step behind, displaying his first-stage Soulfire Realm prowess, its dark blue flames flickering across his skin. "No, you've misunderstood," Diana replied as they turned a street corner. "Being part of a noble cultivation family is a privilege, not a right. I'm not sure if you witnessed this in your own family, but those who are wastrels or lack the talent for cultivation are expelled." "Kicked out? From their own families?" Stella found it hard to believe. "Absolutely. Take the man we just passed, for example," Diana explained. "He appears to be in his mid-50s, yet his cultivation was stuck at the first stage of the Soulfire Realm. Did you notice how impure his spirit root was?" Stella recalled and agreed. "His water key was even darker than yours used to be. Was he a member of your family?" "No," Diana shook her head. "He didn't have my family's distinctive features. He probably came from a mortal family and awakened a spirit root. Unfortunately, that's where his luck seemed to end. Not only was his spirit root impure, making cultivation more time-consuming, but his talent must be lacking if it took him 50 years to surpass the Soul Forge realm and create his soul core. Stella contemplated Diana's words before asking, "I still don't understand. Couldn't he attend the academy or join your family, since he has water affinity?" "Stella, you can be so naive sometimes. You should know about beast cores after my incident." There was a brief silence, and Stella was about to console Diana, but she continued without breaking her stride. "Powerful cultivators must embark on month-long journeys into the wilderness to find areas with beasts strong enough to form their own harvestable cores." Stella could see where the conversation was headed, but allowed Diana to complete her explanation, as she hated to be interrupted. "Only the strong survive out there in the demonic sects. That's why people blindly consume beast cores, even though they know it may ruin them later. They see their chances of surviving as weak cultivators to be completely up to chance because they can be killed at any moment." Diana let out a long sigh. "Even one of the most powerful, like my father." Diana didn't finish her sentence, as the Red Claws were with them, but Stella understood her point. Even the newly ascended nascent soul Ravenborn Grand Elder had been slain at his doorstep.
"It doesn't help that beast cores are so expensive either,"
Elder Mo grumbled from the side.
"As families, we only have so many resources to allocate to each individual's cultivation, so those with a lack of talent are often sold for more resources or kicked out. It's not like we want to do it."
Stella noticed the darkness in Elder Mo's expression, and Amber smiled wearily from the side.
"Either we are ruthless to ourselves," Elder Mo continued, "or the other families will do it for us."
"Anyway, enough of that. We're here," Diana said in a flat tone as she pointed to a small restaurant nestled between two taverns. A hooded man leaned against the wall of one of the taverns, watching them as they approached, but never making a move. Feeling uneasy, Stella followed Diana into a modest establishment with an ornate sign reading Golden Spring above its narrow door. An odd name, considering it was a small noodle shop with a kindly old lady sitting behind the counter. However, Stella's suspicions that this wasn't an ordinary place peaked when the old lady seemed entirely unfazed by 4 cultivators entering her tiny restaurant, 2 of them wearing masks and the other 2 being members of Darklight City's new ruling family, the Red Claws. Then the door slammed closed, and a runic formation sprang to life, sealing the restaurant from outsiders. Stella stood off to the side as Diana approached the counter and leaned on it. The elderly woman leaned in, exposing her ear, and Diana whispered, "The bridge to the Golden Spring lies with Mr. Choi." The elderly woman offered a toothy smile that did little to flatter her wrinkled face and gestured for them to follow her behind the bar and into the kitchen. As Stella followed, she briefly locked eyes with the only other group in the restaurant. Initially, she had thought they were mortals enjoying a meal, but the bowls of noodles before them were cold and appeared days old by the murky water. These were no ordinary mortals. So what were cultivators doing in a tiny shop like this? Even stranger than the restaurant's only customers, the kitchen was empty. No one seemed to work here, and a thin layer of dust covered all the cooking equipment.
"Mr. Choi will guide you along the hidden path," the elderly lady said, gesturing to a door at the end of the kitchen. With that, she disappeared into a side room, leaving the 4 cultivators alone. Amber and Elder Mo exchanged glances, and Stella looked around nervously. Only Diana seemed unperturbed. Confidently, she strode forward and opened the flimsy door, revealing a wall of dirt. Unfazed by the obstacle, Diana walked forward, and to everyone's astonishment, the wall of dirt shifted away as she moved. "What the?" Stella murmured, and Diana glanced over her shoulder, her white mask concealing her face. "Come on, Stella, it's never a good idea to keep Mr. Choi waiting." Stella had no idea who this mysterious Mr. Choi was, but why did hiring some mortals involve so much secrecy? She couldn't make sense of it, but decided to trust Diana and follow her.
Elder Mo and Amber attempted to follow as well, but Diana waved them off. "You two wait here for us. We'll be back soon." Amber appeared slightly annoyed, but Elder Mo bowed deeply.
"As your wish, Mistress Diana."
As they delved deeper into the seemingly endless dirt, Stella was engulfed in complete darkness when a rumble sounded and the dirt tunnel closed behind them. Stella's ki surged to illuminate the dark space, and she prepared to cast a portal to escape being buried alive, but Diana's voice reassured her. "Don't worry, that's supposed to happen. We just have to keep walking forward." "Why did we leave the Red Claws behind?" Stella asked over the rumbling dirt. She had been wondering about that. Was this Mr. Choi so trustworthy that they could leave their escorts behind? Especially Elder Mo, who was on par with both of them in strength. There was a brief silence before Diana answered in a whisper that was difficult to hear over the rumbling earth. "They would only get in the way of our conversation. It's hard to maintain our mysterious persona in front of them, especially for me with Mr. Choi. Just stay quiet for now. I want this to be a surprise. And the walls have ears." Stella fell quiet for a moment as they continued down the ever-changing tunnel. At times it shifted direction like a labyrinth, and Stella concluded it was a way for travelers to remain unaware of where the tunnel's end was in relation to the Golden Springs noodle restaurant. Before Stella could ask more, the dirt tunnel collapsed, and dim sunlight illuminated Diana's figure as she stepped out of the ground, with Stella following closely. Strangely, the first thing she noticed was the sudden change in weather. They couldn't have gone far, and it had been sunny when they entered the noodle shop, but now dark skies and a chilly breeze prevailed, indicating they were outside and far away. Diana strode forward unperturbed, but Stella couldn't help but hesitate to take in the surroundings as they found themselves in a beautiful garden enclosed by high walls. A cobbled path led them to a wooden bridge that crossed a small stream, flanked by people standing on either side. They all wore identical black clothes, each with a golden koi fish embroidered on the lower hood. None of them displayed their cultivation, which made guessing their realm and affinity difficult, but they were undoubtedly cultivators. More rogue cultivators, Stella surmised as she quickly followed Diana. She wasn't thrilled about having to rely on and follow Diana here, but Diana had been the scion of the family that had ruled this city for decades. The cultivators stood motionless as they passed, resembling living statues. Soon enough, they were crossing the well-maintained wooden bridge, and that was when Stella saw the potential boss of this place.
"Ladies, welcome to the Golden Springs Pavilion."
The absolutely massive man greeted them with a shark-toothed grin. Towering over the stone table he sat behind, which displayed a mud model of a building, his purple silk robe embroidered with golden koi did little to conceal his bulging muscles, and his shiny bald head was hard to ignore. If a mountain could become a man, then this was the result. "Mr. Choi," Diana said respectfully as she stopped to step away from the stone table in the center of the clearing. "I'm eternally grateful you could make time for us today." Stella was grateful her mask hid her wandering eyes because she found it difficult to resist looking around in awe at the wondrous piece of paradise this place was and the mountain of a man who dominated the area with his presence. They were on a small island surrounded by the rushing stream and bamboo shoots providing privacy from the entrance area. Mr. Choi returned a grin to Diana.
"My doors are always open to those working with the ruling family, and especially to those who know the secret code."
He then cracked his neck, rolled his shoulders, and flexed a bit of his cultivation.
"Now, who are you?"
Stella's eyes widened. The man was a 9th-stage Soulfire Realm cultivator like her, with an earth affinity, but his spirit root was very impure. Since those in the Ki realm can live up to 150 years old, and this man is at the peak of the next realm up while still looking in his 30s, he could be a few hundred years old, Stella mused as she tried to act casual in the face of the blatant display of power. "No need to act so hostile," Diana said, reaching up to remove her mask and revealing a smirk.
Long time no see, Mr. Choi. The man blinked, too shocked to speak, until he abruptly stood up, his stone chair crashing behind him.
It's really you, Diana? Oh, the Nine Realms are truly kind to this old man. You survived the slaughter.
What followed was a joyous reunion that left Stella baffled as she stood off to the side. They didn't look related, but she picked up the general gist of the matter through snippets of conversation. Mr. Choi had been the main provider of high-quality mortal servants to the Ravenborn family. In return, he had received vast resources for a rogue cultivator, which he had used to advance his cultivation to the 9th stage of the Soulfire realm. Due to Mr. Choi's relationship with the Ravenborn family, he had often met them at their peak and exchanged conversations with Diana when they ran into one another. Diana had also sometimes been sent here on behalf of her father. Stella guessed from context clues during the conversation that rogue cultivators who became that strong were hunted down or forced to join the ruling family as a subordinate. So Mr. Choi had hidden away, maintaining a low profile as the city changed ownership several times. Few knew of his existence or strength, since he preferred to run his business empire from the shadows. So he explained how he had been surprised when a masked woman appeared at his front door with Red Claw cultivators in tow, knowing the secret code taught to all the higher-ups in the Ravenborn family who wished to do business with him. After catching up, Diana introduced Stella to Mr. Choi. She tensed slightly as the man's massive hand engulfed hers in a handshake. He seemed friendly enough, but his fierce appearance and similar cultivation level made Stella uneasy. The rest of the meeting was a blur as she sat there, gazing up at the foreboding sky. Listening to the contract terms the other two exchanged, Stella became even more determined to let Diana handle the more bothersome tasks in the future. She could admit that she hadn't been formally educated past an early age and lacked much knowledge a sect leader should possess. Rather than make a fool of herself, she let Diana take care of it, sitting quietly and twiddling her thumbs.
So, just to reiterate, Mr. Choi said seriously, reading from a mud tablet created with his key and covered in text, you want to hire 5 rogue cultivators, all proficient in earth affinity, to be builders, and you also want to hire cultivators to be maids, and simple mortal servants or builders won't suffice.
Diana nodded.
Mr. Choi groaned as if annoyed. And not only do you want me to find 7 rogue cultivators with specific affinity requirements, but you also want them to swear an oath of loyalty and live with you on Red Vine Peak. Do you have any idea how incredibly expensive this request is?
Those were the terms. Yes, Diana replied, unfazed.
Expensive is the wrong word here.
The man set the mud tablet aside and rested his bald head in his enormous hand.
Something simply can't be bought with money, and this is one of them.
What do I need to do, then? Diana asked.
Well, very few rogue cultivators are that desperate for mortal currency or even spirit stones. The main issue with your request is the oath part. Cultivators are too prideful to agree to such a thing unless their lives are threatened.
Stella couldn't help but think back to the Red Claws, who had surrendered and sworn an oath after facing down Larry.
I can try to convince them,
Mr. Choi continued as he sat back and rubbed the back of his bald head.
Can you give me any more details that would make people more eager to sign up? Anything special you can offer?
Stella wanted to blurt out all the amazing things Tree could do, but she wisely remained silent as Diana simply replied,
Tell them this. After the end of this month, they will beg to join us, and we will have to turn them down then. It's first come, first serve. This is the offer of a lifetime.
Bold words,
Mr. Choi snorted, standing up and holding out his large hand.
1,000 dragon crowns per person as a finder's fee, and then you must win them over yourself. Once I have any news, I will send a runner from my establishment to Red Vine Peak.
Diana hesitated for a moment at the mention of Red Vine Peak, but eventually reached out and shook Mr. Choi's outstretched hand.
"Those terms are acceptable. If that is all, we shall be on our way."
As they turned to leave, Stella saw Mr. Choi lean over the strange model on the table, and with a rush of earth ki from Mr. Choi, one of its walls dropped down. There was a brief rumble, and Stella stared to her left as the wall collapsed, revealing a tunnel leading back to the noodle shop. It seemed the model mimicked real life.
"Looks like it's going to rain soon," Diana commented as she walked toward the exit. "We should hurry home. I'm exhausted."
Stella couldn't agree more. She felt the sudden change in weather was rather foreboding. That was when the bells began to ring. Stella and Diana dashed down the street with the Red Claws in tow. Using movement techniques in the city was usually frowned upon, as they could lead to accidental deaths, but the roads were clear. Everyone had taken shelter inside as ominous bells chimed through the sudden rain shower. It was hard to see through the heavy rain, but a terrible feeling brewed in Stella's stomach as they charged down the central street and got closer to the walls. This was no normal storm. "Those bells only go off when the city is under attack," Diana shouted over the gate. Stella nodded and looked to the distant Red Vine Peak, shrouded in a dense storm. From afar, it had looked like a simple storm cloud, but now Stella wasn't so sure. The tempest seemed to rotate a bit too violently for a casual storm. And then, the dark clouds shrouding Red Vine Peak lit up like a small star, bathing the entire valley in bright light. Stella felt her heart stop in her chest. Tree had been in the center of that. Stella cried and charged forward. Lightning Dow crackled along her legs, empowering her speed. "Tree! No!" Her life seemed to flash before her eyes as the dark clouds dimmed and then lit up with lightning a second time. Faster, faster, faster! She needed to get there and help Tree somehow. The violent storm suddenly began to coil upwards while awful howls filled the valley. Stella didn't care. She kept increasing her speed as the world blurred around her, and her soul core glowed and hummed within her. Stella didn't know how far or for how long she had been running, but she was only halfway through the city when the storm concentrated around the top of Red Vine Peak began to fan out. With her enhanced eyesight, she saw the clouds dissipate higher, and something strange happened. Pieces of black bark rained from the sky like hail. Stella skidded to a stop, creating a deep ravine in the street, and paused to watch the black rain as the clouds made their way over to Darklight City. It looked like the clouds were filled with corruption as they bled onto the city below. Near Stella's feet, a piece of black bark fell and lodged itself into the ravine she had just created. To her surprise, it drew in all the chaotic ki in the surroundings, especially the water ki from the rain, and began to grow into a tree. Very, very quickly, Stella had to stumble back to avoid being catapulted by its expanding branches. Before Stella knew it, trees were popping up everywhere, on the road and buildings. Within moments, Darklight City had become a forest. Stella wanted to stay and inspect these trees further, but with the storm that had been ravaging Red Vine Peak gone, there was nothing standing between her and Tree. So she ran faster than ever before. She had to know. Would she find her best friend and the only thing she considered family as nothing more than a smoldering pile of lumber? Or had he survived? "Tree, please be alive," she shouted as she charged up the mountainside, trying to ignore the thousands of new trees covering the mountain. Chapter 89. A Cold Death. Ashlock found himself in a silent void. No matter where he looked, complete darkness surrounded him. There was no light or shadows, just cold blackness in every direction. He couldn't grasp the size of this space, nor his own appearance within it. How could he remain alive after the Dow storm ripped him apart? "System!" Ashlock shouted into the void, but it remained unresponsive. It was strange for something that had always occupied his headspace and answered him to suddenly vanish. It only made the silence louder. Had he died in the Tao storm? Was this the afterlife, where he would spend eternity as a soul destined to wander the eternal darkness alone? Despite the severity of the situation, his mind felt numb and cold at the thought of his death. Ashlock simply felt it was unfortunate to have died so soon. Life as a tree had been surprisingly pleasant, now that he reflected. Although his human mind and tree body never fully merged, he had felt more comfortable in his bark than he ever had in human skin. Sure, there were numerous drawbacks to life as a tree, but the many positives in his new existence had compensated for them. But perhaps the most unfortunate aspect of his premature death, assuming this was indeed the afterlife, was those he would leave behind. He had been so concerned about keeping his loved ones with him for eternity. "Who would have thought I would leave first?" Ashlock sighed. "I hope Stella can forgive me for leaving her so soon. She must be devastated and feeling lost right now." Time passed. Naturally, with nothing else to do, Ashlock reviewed his life in his mind. Had he made a wrong decision at some point, which led to his premature death? What if he had saved his credits instead of spending them on low-grade items? Or if he hadn't become so greedy and aimed for that S-grade summon so early on? Should he have been more ruthless and consumed all the villagers and citizens of Darklight City for credits? Had his softness caused his demise? Or conversely, had he been too eager to grow quickly? Had accepting that divine fragment from Senior Lee attracted the Tao Storm? Or was it just bad luck, with the Tao Storm targeting him because he had the most ki in the area? Should he have delayed his cultivation in that case? These thoughts are pointless, Ashlock mused, floating in the endless void as his thoughts spiraled. He had entered this world without any information, able to see only a few meters around him and knowing no one. He had been nothing but a lone sapling on a mountaintop. Yet in just a single decade, he had ascended to the Star Core realm, acquired many high-grade skills, and formed relationships with those around him, despite being unable to even talk with them. Blah. Ashlock felt disgusted with himself for prioritizing his cultivation realm above everything else in his list of life accomplishments. Advancing my cultivation had been my primary focus the entire time, and now it seems so meaningless. Would a wealthy person care for their vast fortune as they lay lifeless in a coffin with no one to send them off? He had felt so powerful on his throne at Red Vine Peak, ruling over the local populace after slaughtering the Evergreens and Winter Wraths and then manipulating the new family. He had been responsible for the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands, both cultivators with hopes and dreams of their own and irrational monsters. Yet it wasn't that vast power he had amassed that accompanied him into this void. All he had were memories. Helping that terrified girl kill the servants when her back was against his bark, gifting her the earrings that allowed her to survive those tournaments when no one else could guide her, dropping fruit on her head when she talked too much, but still listening to her ramblings about life, watching her grow up through the changing seasons and leave with Maple to the wilderness for a year without him. Then Diana entered his life, filling the silence Stella had left. Initially he resisted her presence, but the gloomy woman grew on him over time. He then observed as Stella returned and overcame her past by making her first human friend out of an enemy. He then spent many warm summer days watching them train and grow together as individuals. Ironically, they had left him for an entire year to learn the ancient language to communicate with him, making him feel lonelier than ever. But even being alone like that was better than floating here in this void, without even the birds to pester him. Darn, I miss the outside world already. Even that rascal Maple, who never helped, and Larry, the oversized spider, who provided him with plenty of laughter as he sat in the same courtyard, watching the sun rise and set day after day, season after season. While everything changed around him, he remained still. All Ashlock could hope for was that they wouldn't forget him as his soul moved on. Just as they lived in his memory, he hoped they would cherish the fun times they shared. Despite the chaos of their situation that had led to some dark times, he was sure Stella kept bottled up in the back of her mind. Considering how difficult her life had been, it was a miracle she wasn't completely unhinged. Well, she does talk to a tree. Maybe she is a bit insane. Ashlock sadly chuckled to himself, trying to fill the silence. As more time passed, Ashlock's dull emotions eroded away, and his dismissive stance on his death morphed into one of unacceptance. The more he thought about it, the more he loathed the idea of leaving so soon. Not just for Stella or the others he was leaving behind, but because there was a whole world out there and hundreds of years of memories to be made. Yet they had been ripped from his smoldering branches by some freak event of nature. In a way, it was rather absurd for him to condemn the world as unfair for his sudden demise. Just as the Dow storm had appeared out of nowhere and killed him, he had sent Larry to slaughter people, mortals included, without a second thought. He had even killed cultivators solely for their affinity with a specific family, even though they could be wonderful people like Diana. He didn't regret his decisions now that he thought about it more. A person was the sum of their past choices, and he was content with his life. The deaths of others had been necessary for him to grow and protect those around him from harm. It had been a brutal world out there, and only the strongest survived. Only now Ashlock had gotten a taste of what it felt like to die such an unfortunate death to something far stronger. He felt bitter, as if a bad aftertaste lingered in his mouth. He had spent so much time complaining about his life as a tree, and it was only now, as he floated in the void, that he realized just how incredible his new life had been. "I'm sorry," Ashlock said into the darkness. He didn't know exactly who or what he was apologizing to, but it felt right. He didn't know the origins of the system or why he had ended up as a tree, but whoever was responsible, he felt he had let them down. Another long, drawn-out silence passed, and just as Ashlock felt his mind becoming heavy, as if he was on the verge of entering a deep slumber he might never awaken from, he heard something. A voice. It was quiet as a whisper, almost easy to miss, but as he looked toward the voice, Ashlock saw 2 handprints outlined with purple flame floating in the void. He drifted closer, and the voice grew louder. "Tree, don't you dare fucking leave me! I'll get you anything you want. I can slaughter the entire city for your sake. Just tell me. Here, have some food. Eat up like you always do." It was Stella, without a doubt. He rarely heard her swear, and he could hear her voice trembling as if she were crying. She also spoke of food, but he couldn't even see anything, let alone use his devour skill, since his system was offline. "Don't cry, Stella," Ashlock replied, but she still couldn't hear him. He was sad. Even in his final moments, he couldn't share a single word with the one person he considered family. "Stella, don't be sad. Please." His mind felt sluggish, and Stella's voice became harder to hear. Drowsiness consumed his thoughts, and he felt himself drifting off to sleep like he had on those cold winter nights when he was nothing but a young sapling. "Tree, you said we were family," Stella cried, and Ashlock sensed her hands striking the void with splashes of spatial ki. "First my parents died, and now you. I refuse. I don't accept it." "Stella, we are family, but sometimes those you love must move on." So sleepy. Despite his words, Ashlock didn't want to leave, but he felt it was time. The darkness felt comfortable, like an inviting bed on a cold winter night. "I can feel the flickering of your soul," Stella said through her sniffles, ceasing her pounding on his trunk. She leaned against the void, and he saw the outline of her back. "Can you hear me, Ash?
The tree I knew wouldn't die from something so pathetic, so please, come back. It was pathetic, wasn't it? If only he had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. I should have fucking murdered everyone. Ashlock cursed to himself over Stella's sobs. Remember when we were both small? You were only the size of a person, and a dagger was the size of my arm? Stella murmured. You would sleep through the winters, leaving me all alone. It's one of the many reasons I hate and fear winter. Don't you think that's a silly reason? That's not silly, Stella, Ashlock managed to say, struggling to stay awake. I hate winter, too. Hey, Ash, if you leave, will it always be winter? Will I never experience the joy of summer again? The purple outline of Stella's head leaned against the void as if she were looking up at the sky. It's a lovely warm day now that the storm has passed. You should come enjoy the sunshine with me. Just one more time. Ashlock yearned to feel the sunshine again. The warmth on his rustling leaves during a summer breeze while birds sang their songs and nature blossomed all around. Stella stayed, leaning against the void, and her quiet sobs kept Ashlock from falling asleep due to the guilt that plagued his mind. This was fucked up, and he hated it. As Stella breathed in and out, tiny pulses of spatial ki drifted into the void. At first, Ashlock hadn't paid much attention, as it seemed like nothing more than fog drifting with him in the void. That is, until he noticed the fog moving downward toward a specific point. Despite the sleepiness gnawing at his mind, attempting to drag him into an eternal slumber, he resisted and followed the fog with curiosity. He was astonished by what he found. It had been impossible to see before, but with the purple key bringing a tiny bit of light to the darkness, he saw it. His star core. What had once been a radiant ball of fire with enough power to flood the entire mountain in spatial ki and launch an assault on a Tao storm was now a tiny black dwarf. So dim it was easy to overlook. But the purple key from Stella was drawn to it and slowly gathered around the dimmed star. Tree, if you must go, I'll search the 9 realms for your soul. I promise. Stella's voice echoed through the void, and Ashlock looked up and saw the purple outline vanish. Stella had stepped away. Was that her final farewell? He then saw the purple outline of Stella's forehead and her 2 hands. It appeared she had shifted and was now hugging his trunk. Her silhouette flared up with power as Stella wailed. Ashlock found her cries and constant cursing hard to focus on. He knew his time was nearly up, but the immense amount of ki fog flowing into the void provided a glimmer of hope. He wanted to live. The streams of purple ki flowed past him toward the fading star. He feared it might be too late, but as the coldness of death enveloped him, he saw the dim star flicker. And then there was a ding, followed by a message he couldn't have been happier to see floating in the void. ? System rebooting. The system he had thrown so much shade at for its unreliability, he had never been so glad to see its warming presence. Identified, human, ego, and demonic tree, body. Human ego wishes to be free and reborn? Yes or no? Wait, what? Despite his groggy mind, he was startled by the notification. Was he being offered a chance to escape this tree body? If he had been asked a few years ago, he would have said yes without hesitation. But now? Fuck no. In fact, being called a human ego felt insulting. He wasn't a human. He was a tree, through and through. Human ego and demonic tree body compatibility, 98%.
There is a 2% chance of failure and permanent death. Also, elements of the human ego will be eroded away with time due to demonic tree body. Does the user still wish to be merged? Was this even a question? Before, he had been a human mind trapped in a tree body, but this way, he would become fully tree. He also felt confident in his ability to retain that little bit that made him human, even with his new biology. Acknowledged. Key reserves below the minimum threshold for the merge. User is too damaged to receive full system manifestation. Damage calculated at 91%. Stored energy insufficient for repairs. Ashlock thought 91% damage sounded quite serious. Was there even a piece of his trunk remaining? Activating hibernation until the minimum threshold is reached and merge can be completed. Ashlock didn't resist the sleepiness this time, as he felt safe in the system's capable hands. He just hoped his sleep wouldn't be for too long. "Stella, I'll see you soon," Ashlock murmured, as he blacked out. Stella's eyes burned from the tears, and her throat felt raw from shouting. She didn't even feel like moving when she felt a hand clasp her shoulder. "Hey, you look ugly when you cry," Diana said in her monotone voice as she patted her back. "And you're covering the patriarch in your snot and tears." Stella sniffled and took her forehead away from the charred bark. "Diana, you're terrible at consoling people." "I know, but watching you howl and hug Ashlock's charred remains so tightly can't be good for his regrowth." Diana leaned over and wiped a smudge of ash from her forehead with her thumb. "Give the tree some breathing room, okay?" Stella reluctantly took her hands off and stood up. The small bit of tree that remained was only about as high as her head and just wide enough for her to wrap her hands around. Compared to the towering tree that had symbolized stability in her life, seeing Ash reduced to such a small and helpless state filled her with grief. "I should have stayed by his side." Tears blurred her vision as she stood there with drooping shoulders. She was Tree's greatest believer, but even she doubted Ash could recover from this. She closed her eyes and let her head hang in misery. A while passed, and Stella felt a chilled breeze pick up. "See? What did I tell you?" Diana's flat voice reached her ears. "The patriarch will always rise from the ashes." Stella had no idea what Diana was talking about, but as she raised her head and opened her eyes, she could see a faint light through the tears. "Huh?" Bringing up her sleeve, she wiped away the tears and feasted her eyes on Ashlock's star core that had emerged from his body once more. Then Stella saw the most dazzling display as the turbulent ki left over from the monstrous Tao storm funneled toward the dim star core, which pulsed with power. But the sudden tug she felt on her own soul core warmed her heart. She was sure that Ash's star core was asking for her assistance. "You should have just asked earlier, Tree. We are family, after all." Raising her hand, she put her all into transferring her ki to the floating star core, which only glowed brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, Diana watched from the side with a smile as the charred bark encasing Ashlock cracked and fell to the side, and a single branch began to grow rapidly from the stump toward the heavens. Within seconds, the tree had grown twice its size and kept going. Stella cried tears of joy as a single stem sprouted from the tip of the new branch with a red leaf that basked in the glorious sunlight. "It seems we both returned from death after facing the lightning," Stella said with a smile as her soul core hummed happily in her chest. "Now, I hope you grow taller than ever before. You have a lot of children to care for now." Stella looked into the distance. Her view of the surroundings wasn't blocked by walls, as the storm destroyed the pavilion. Not even the rubble remained. Just a lone stump on a mountain. All she could see was a mountain covered in beautiful, red-leaved trees, as far as the eye could see, bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. Chapter 90. A Chance at Rebirth. Ashlock awoke to the golden radiance of a summer day. The sky was crystal clear, extending to the horizon without a hint of cloud or storm. It was perfect. Almost too perfect.
You were supposed to die.
Startled, Ashlock looked down at the source of the voice and saw a majestic young man wearing simple white robes sipping from a steaming teacup. Senior Lee? Ashlock wondered. He still remembered the old man's distinctive jawline and stature, and despite this man's youthful appearance, he matched the memory of the old man in his mind. Why was I supposed to die? The man didn't reply, taking another long sip of his tea before placing the teacup beside him on the bench.
In your moment of death, who gave you life?
Senior Lee asked calmly as he gazed at the horizon beyond the thousands of stunning red-leaved trees that Ashlock had never seen before. Ashlock pondered Senior Lee's words. Stella's key had given him hope in that all-consuming darkness and perhaps helped revive his dying star core. Stella saved me, he answered with a touch of pride.
No wonder the heavens were so angry on that fateful day when I saved her,
Senior Lee chuckled. If she had perished, so would you. So perhaps your fates are more intertwined than I first thought. Our fates are tied? Ashlock glanced around, but couldn't find Stella anywhere, or anything for that matter. It was eerily silent. There wasn't even the sound of a gentle breeze or distant cries of birds.
The universe works in mysterious ways like that sometimes.
Senior Lee smiled as he continued to look into the distance.
Nobody gets to the peak of creation alone, whether they create a mountain of corpses to reach the apex or nurture those around them into dependable allies and tackle heaven's trials together.
There's no right way to the top. There was a brief silence as Ashlock considered Senior Lee's profound words, but something had been bothering him. Senior Lee, why are you so youthful? Last time we met you looked on the verge of death.
You are still naive to be blinded by outward appearances. Our bodies are nothing more than vessels for our souls.
Senior Lee leaned back on the bench and crossed his legs.
I just happen to be feeling youthful today, especially after seeing your rebirth.
Rebirth? Senior Lee gazed up at the rustling canopy despite the absence of sound.
Rebirth is nothing to fear, as it's a way to reshape our vessels to match our souls. When we first met, I could tell your soul was trapped rather than merged. How a human soul is even bound to a tree still baffles me. So I gave that fragment to you, hoping it would save you.
Ashlock looked inside himself and noticed that the fragment was gone. I don't have that fragment anymore. I think it was taken by the Tao storm. Senior Lee shook his head.
It's now a part of you, rather than an add-on. You are now a real spirit tree, with a soul that is no longer trapped. Go, take a look inside yourself and verify my words.
Ashlock complied, and sure enough, Senior Lee was correct. There was no floating blue cloud representing his consciousness. The fragment was also no longer necessary to connect his star core to the heavens, as even his star core was gone. Now his entire trunk pulsed with power, as if it were a furnace of the gods.
Unlike humans, the heart of a true spirit tree is its trunk, as the trunk lies between the branches that reach for heaven and the roots that delve into the darkest depths of hell.
Senior Lee laughed.
There's a reason why it takes spirit trees so long to cultivate, and only one can reach the peak of creation by absorbing everything. The sheer amount of ki you need to develop your cultivation when your soul is the size of your trunk is tremendous.
Ashlock pondered Senior Lee's words and didn't like the idea that it would take him so much effort to cultivate. Senior Lee then became serious.
Ashlock, listen to me. You might be the key to breaking this world's cycle and saving us all from heaven's wrath. The 9 realms have been in a state of collapse ever since the fall of the last world tree.
Fragments from those dreams depicting a possible world tree's death made Ashlock uneasy about Senior Lee's words. Do you want me to grow so I can be devoured by greedy cultivators, or so my bark can be harvested for weapons? Senior Lee blinked, and a massive grin formed.
Good! That is exactly what we want to avoid. When I first stumbled upon you, I saw a glimmer of hope.
What about me gave you a glimmer of hope? Ashlock hated it, but he was naturally suspicious of Senior Lee and his motives. The old man had randomly appeared one day, handed him a fragment of some divine thing, and possibly caused a Tao storm to appear that nearly ended his life.
What happens when a world tree dies?
Do you know, from those dreams? Senior Lee inquired. Ashlock thought really hard, but the details of those dreams were fleeting. All they left was a vague instinct, like a bad feeling of what could happen to him, and hazy potential scenarios that could lead to his death.
The cycle of life,
Senior Lee explained when the silence lingered.
A world tree sprouts from a divine seed in the 9th realm, then cultivates for thousands of years until it reaches the monarch realm, the highest possible realm attainable due to the scarce amount of ki down here.
Senior Lee pointed to the sky.
Once it develops into world tree domain at the peak of the monarch realm, it uses its unlimited cultivation potential inherited from its divine ancestry to transcend to the 8th realm of creation. We call this the Era of Ascension.
Era of Ascension? Why is it called that? Ashlock asked.
Because ki from the higher realm floods the lower realm, enabling everyone to cultivate to the monarch realm much faster than before and invade the higher realm.
Ashlock didn't understand. Why does any of this matter? Are you saying I'm the world tree? Do you want me to not cultivate to the next realm? Senior Lee chuckled and shook his head.
No, you are merely a demonic tree with a human ego. A world tree is already born from the divine seed in this realm. It resides in the center of the celestial empire and is the sole reason that bastion of humanity has withstood the vicious beast tides.
Wait, Ashlock couldn't believe it. There's another powerful spirit tree down here with me? Senior Lee nodded.
And only one of you can ascend to the next realm.
Why?
You know that fragment I gave you? I was supposed to give it to the world tree in the celestial empire, but I encountered you on the way and decided to give it to you instead. Quite the twist of fate, don't you agree?
Ashlock recalled that when he merged with the fragment, the system had informed him that he now possessed unlimited cultivation potential. Is the world tree trapped down here because it doesn't have unlimited cultivation potential?
You catch on quickly, Senior Lee observed. The spirit tree has already reached the peak of the monarch realm, and if I had given it the fragment, it would have broken through the realm and initiated the Era of Ascension. With you as the inheritor of the divine fragment, it will remain here indefinitely, unless it consumes you.
So there is a monarch realm spirit tree that wants to consume me. Can it speak?
Almost.
Senior Lee rubbed his chin.
I spoke with it a few times. It's not as adept as you, but it can harness its emotions to convey complex thoughts.
That was quite intriguing. Ashlock wanted to meet this tree and engage in a lengthy conversation about tree life, but something bothered him. Why can't we both ascend?
There are 9 realms and 9 fragments. Absorbing just one unlocks your cultivation potential and raises it to that of a demi-divine. But you need all 9 to surpass the heavens and become a true divine being. Even if the world tree somehow stumbles upon another fragment, it will never reach the heavens, as you have one of the 9 fragments.
Ashlock listened to Senior Lee's words. He would have been thrilled if he had learned about the path to becoming a divine being before his rebirth, but now he felt a sense of melancholy about the entire situation. Why would I want to ascend and become a divine being? Can't I become the strongest and remain in the lowest realm of creation for all eternity as an immortal? Senior Lee stood up from the bench. His long white hair fluttered in the silent breeze as he clasped his hands behind his back. A moment of silence passed as his eyes lingered on something in the distance.
What is immortality?
Senior Lee seemingly asked the heavens.
Agelessness? A mountain does not age, yet it can be split in two. A tree does not age, yet it can be consumed by hellfire. If one can be reduced to dust, are they truly immortal?
Senior Lee then turned to gaze intently at Ashlock's trunk. His eyes appeared as infinite galaxies.
What use is strength in a lower realm when someone like me could descend and obliterate you with a mere thought? When an insect crawls on the ground, do you even notice when you accidentally crush it underfoot? Did you not feel helpless when the Tao storm tore you apart?
A sense of helplessness washed over Ashlock as Senior Lee stared him down. After a moment, Ashlock blurted out, "What's the purpose of cultivating if there's always something stronger that can kill me like an insect, or a random Tao storm can come along and snatch my life away?" Senior Lee closed his eyes, and the immense pressure Ashlock had felt disappeared. He laughed softly and responded, "As you cultivate and grow stronger, the number of threats to your life diminishes, until eventually you sit at the apex as a divine being beyond the heavens, with nothing left to challenge your existence. Only then are you truly immortal." "Is such a thing even possible?" Ashlock asked as fleeting dreams played through his mind. Surely, if he were about to become the strongest, those at the top would suppress him. Senior Lee slowly opened his eyes and nodded.
"Indeed, it is. Otherwise, how would I have reached there? Does a mortal human care if an ant conquers their garden? Do they go out of their way to hunt down the king of the ants and extinguish them if they aren't a bother? Only the ants that invade a human's home, eat their food, and sting their foot earn the human's godlike wrath."
"So if I don't anger or draw unnecessary attention from those above, it's possible to reach the top?" Ashlock asked. In a way, it made sense. He didn't go out of his way to kill mortal humans, as their deaths were meaningless to him. He didn't see them as threats, and their corpses wouldn't provide any credits. Was that how those lofty cultivators of higher realms thought? Was he just an insignificant twig to them? Senior Lee nodded.
"Grow slowly, so as not to attract attention. Raise those around you to be equally strong, and when it comes time to ascend, you will be able to with their help. That is why I believe you can break the cycle this universe has been trapped in."
"How so?"
"You have the greedy ego of a human, with the ability to think and scheme for your continued survival, rather than the naive and nurturing ego of a world tree." Senior Lee grinned. "It's that quality that leads me to believe you could become the first tree to bridge the gap between the highest realm and heaven. Only then can we launch an assault on heaven and free ourselves from this prison." Senior Lee then turned and began to walk away with his white robes and hair flying in the turbulent breeze. "Ashlock, my time has come to an end, so I must go. I will see you at the top, my friend." And before Ashlock could reply, Senior Lee's body dissipated in the wind like smoke, and the world shattered like glass, suddenly becoming loud with noise. Key reserves above the minimum threshold. Merge complete. Sleep mode deactivated.
The sun seemed to teleport through the sky, indicating that it was late afternoon rather than midday, with a few clouds dotting the blue expanse. Ashlock glanced down at the bench and saw Stella fast asleep where Senior Lee had been sitting, yet the steaming cup of tea remained where the man had left it. So it wasn't a dream, Ashlock murmured to himself, gazing out at the horizon over the sea of red trees. The view was so foreign to him. If not for Stella lying on the bench, he might have believed he had been reincarnated on another planet. Where had the pavilion he called home gone? Had the Dow storm wiped it out? Also, why are there so many demonic trees? Ashlock wondered. Automatically established mycelium network with nearby trees. Ashlock felt a sudden influx of ki entering his body. Only now did he have a chance to examine himself, and he was horrified to see how small he had become. But in real time, he could feel his wood cracking as he rapidly grew upward with the ki from thousands of trees pouring into him. Estimated time until full recovery, 7 days. System will remain in low power mode to maximize recovery speed. Hey, system, can I use credits to speed up the repairs? Ashlock wondered, and the prompt silenced him. Estimated credits for full recovery, 7,260. Insufficient balance. All right, never mind. I can spend a week planning what I want to do next. Everything was happening quickly, and he had much to contemplate. Senior Lee had provided him with a new perspective and long-term goals to strive for, such as a supposed monarch realm world tree in the Celestial Empire that wanted to devour him. So first, I have to get as strong as the Patriarch, then survive the beast tide that wipes out entire demonic sects, and finally, fend off a monarch realm tree at the heart of the Celestial Empire that wants to eat me so it can transcend this place and initiate the era of ascension. Ashlock took a deep breath and felt the air flow into his leaves, bringing peace to his mind. He was finally a spirit tree with limitless potential. The world was bleak and out to kill him, but somehow he felt optimistic about the future. He looked down at the bench and saw how the gentle breeze played with Stella's hair. It was easy to get caught up in long-term goals that might take eons, but for now, he would focus on and cherish each and every day as if it were his last. While lost in his thoughts, Ashlock was surprised when Diana crested the mountainside with a man in tow. "Stella, wake up!" Diana shouted. "Mr. Choi found us a rogue cultivator adept at construction." Stella stirred from her sleep and looked around in confusion. "Didn't I fall asleep while leaning on Ash? How did the bench come back?" She then pushed herself up and eyed the cup of tea while furrowing her brows. And who left tea here? While Stella was puzzled, Diana spoke with the man. "Douglas, this is the Ashfallen sect. Your new home." The large man with golden brown hair and muscles fit for a miner surveyed the mountain peak, devoid of anything other than a rapidly growing tree and a single bench with a half-asleep girl sitting on it.
"You can't be serious," Douglas grumbled. "What kind of sect is this? There's nothing here but a fucking tree."
Diana replied in the flattest tone. "Exactly. That's why you're here. To build what we lack."
Douglas replied as he scratched his head. "Where the hell is your leader? I want to speak with them."
Diana walked forward and bowed before Ashlock. "Patriarch, I see you are still recovering, but can you grace us with your presence?" Ashlock wanted to remain silent until he fully recovered, but since Diana asked so nicely, he felt it was only right that he took a look at his sect's latest recruit. Douglas snapped his mouth shut as the rapidly growing tree split open and an eldritch eye gazed upon his soul. He then shakily knelt down and lowered his head.
"Bloody hell! Why in the 9 realms is a tree glaring at me? Is this your patriarch? A tree?"
Ashlock hummed to himself. The man was a little rough around the edges, but with some training he could serve the ash-fallen sect well. The Dow storm might have wiped out his pavilion and torn him apart, but in its wake it had given him purpose and a chance at rebirth. A rebirth he planned to live out to the fullest by reaching for the stars and protecting those closest to him from harm. The end. This is Ramon Diocampo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Reborn as a Demonic Tree by Xcarnation. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.